Before her mother was even buried, her father brought his mistress and illegitimate daughter home. Her fiancé broke off their engagement and, soon after, got engaged to that same illegitimate daughter with a grand celebration. Her mother's company went bankrupt, leaving a debt of 300 million. Meng Qianqian sold everything she owned to pay it off. Holding her mother's ashes, she returned to her hometown, only to learn that she still had 1,000 acres of rice fields and a 3,000-acre farm under her name. It was harvest season. After a long day of work, Meng Qianqian rode her electric scooter home with a bag of rice, planning to taste this year's crop. She placed the rice in the warehouse, then went back to the fields, thinking she would sell the rice to a green food company in a few days to pay her workers. That evening, when she went to cook and opened the warehouse door, the rice had vanished. Where did all her rice go? She checked the security cameras around the farm. The footage showed her putting the rice inside and closing the door. No one had opened it again before she returned. Could it be haunted? Or maybe some spirit had used magic to move the rice away. With only 300 yuan left, Meng Qianqian rode out and bought 10 roast chickens, then brought them back to the warehouse. Opening the door, she placed the food inside and muttered, "Dear spirit, life is hard for me. Please have mercy. When I earn more money, I'll offer 10 chickens every day. Just please don't touch my rice." She took a few steps away, then turned back and awkwardly bowed 3 times. "Dear spirit, I've never prayed before. If my manners are lacking, please forgive me." Afraid of being laughed at, she kept the strange event to herself. Everyone in the village already knew her story, her mother's death, her father's new wife, and how he treated his new child like treasure while cutting ties with her. Once a wealthy heiress, she was now penniless, and many were waiting to see her fail. Meng Qianqian held her anger deep inside. She would become rich again, richer and happier than anyone, especially her father. The warehouse door remained tightly shut. Her heart sank lower and lower. She didn't know if the spirit had accepted her offering. Turning on the courtyard light, she walked slowly to the warehouse and reached for the door handle. The moment she saw what was inside, Meng Qianqian's heart suddenly raced, and her blood pressure shot up. The room was completely empty. Not only was the bag of rice gone, but even the 10 roasted chickens had vanished into thin air. This was outrageous. If you have the nerve to steal, then don't pretend to be innocent. Don't let me catch you, or you'll regret it. Meng Qianqian didn't believe in ghosts. Someone must have used some sneaky trick. She turned on all the lights in the warehouse, hung a peachwood sword around her neck, wore a blessed bracelet on her wrist, tied a red belt around her waist, and carried a small bag of glutinous rice. Holding an iron rod, she carefully checked every corner of the warehouse. She even inspected the roof. There were no tunnels, no hidden exits. The only way out was through the main door. But the bag of rice and the 10 roasted chickens had still disappeared without a trace. Could the warehouse have come to life? Or was it connected to another dimension? Touching the few coins left in her pocket, Meng Qianqian gritted her teeth and took out her phone. She used a small loan to buy a high-definition security camera online. She planned to install it at the warehouse door to find out who was playing tricks on her. But just as she thought that, everything suddenly went dark. A loud bang echoed by her ear. The door slammed shut. Snow covered the vast grassland. A few tents, shaped like mushrooms, were scattered across the plain. From afar, it was hard to tell anyone lived there. Inside the smallest tent sat a young man with a thin face. His features were sharp, his jawline firm. Even though he was wrapped in animal fur and his clothes were worn, his noble air was unmistakable. Crying could be heard outside. Gu Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What happened?" "Another child has died from the cold." Xie Qinghe's expression was numb. He had once been the admired young master of a noble family, but now his cheeks were sunken, his eyes hollow, and his former grace was gone. Kneeling on the ground covered with dry grass, his thin hands were covered in frostbite, swollen and cracked with deep wounds. He brushed the snow off the straw, trying to keep it as dry as possible. "Let everyone who's still outside come into the tents." "Your Highness, please don't." You are. Gu Xianji gave a bitter smile. Qinghe, don't call me that. I'm already a dead man. Take all the children and pregnant women into the tents. There are wolves on the grassland. No one knows when they might appear. Have some of the servants stay with me to keep watch tonight. After speaking, Gu Xianji stood up and walked out. Xia Qinghe knelt on the ground, his thin body trembling slightly. Hearing the quiet sobs behind him, Gu Xianji paused for a moment, then stepped heavily into the snow. He was once the crown prince of the great Qing dynasty. His mother's family, the Xia clan, held the title of Duke of Zhen. The Xia men were brave and skilled in battle, guarding the borders with great power. Even if he did nothing, the emperor would still see him as a threat. Last year, the border army won a great victory. His uncle led the troops deep into the enemy's land, breaking the Xiongnu forces and driving them north. The emperor rewarded the army. To protect him, his uncle handed over the military token of command. But someone accused his uncle of treason. The duke's mansion was surrounded by imperial guards. When Gu Xianji begged for mercy, he was imprisoned in the crown prince's palace. He secretly sent a message, urging his uncle to escape with his family. His uncle refused, believing the emperor would prove their innocence. Gu Xianji knew his uncle only wanted to protect him, so he faced death calmly. The Xia family was sentenced to extermination. Gu Xianji drank poison in front of the emperor, forcing him to change the sentence to exile in a frozen wasteland. The women were sent to labor camps, and the men were made slaves. He faked his death, taking a few loyal guards left by his mother, and traveled day and night to rescue the Xia family members. Many slaves who could no longer bear their suffering joined them in escape. Many died along the way, some froze, some starved, and some were killed by wolves. Of more than 3,000 people, only about 1,000 survived. Gu Xianji led them north, fleeing beyond the borders of the Great Qing. They dared not stop, afraid of being captured again. Those exiled were registered as slaves, and that status could never be erased unless they achieved great military merit. If they returned, they would only be enslaved again. Slaves were treated worse than animals. There was no life waiting for them back home. No one wanted to die. Even when the mountains were sealed by snow and every step was hard, they never stopped moving. Wolves often appeared on the grassland. Their food had run out a month ago. When hungry, they boiled straw. When thirsty, they melted snow for water. They had reached their limit. If things continued like this, more would die. They would never survive the winter. If we can't even survive, how can we talk about revenge? The shadow guards who had followed knelt down, and Xia Qinghe rushed up from behind, saying firmly, "Your Highness, it's the other way around. Only by fighting our way back can we hope to live."
Of course, he wanted to.
But now, there was no way back for them. Unless a miracle happened. A white bag suddenly fell from the sky, landing right in front of Gu Xianji. "Your Highness, be careful." Xia Qinghe and the guards quickly shielded him. "What is that?" The old, weak, women and children hiding nearby trembled and fell to their knees, praying to the heavens, "Please, heaven, don't let it fall on us. Please don't let it hurt us." Was heaven truly determined to destroy him? The emperor was foolish and cruel. His favorite consort brought disaster to the nation, and loyal people were persecuted. The people of the Great Qing were living in misery. He only wanted to keep his clan alive. Why would even heaven refuse to spare him? Gu Xianji gripped his bronze sword tightly and stepped forward. Xia Qinghe cried out in shock, "Your Highness, don't. Samling, if I die, take everyone north. Do not return to the pass. Only by living can there be hope. What we brothers cannot achieve, our descendants will. One day, they will avenge our family and our fallen kin." With that, he strode toward the strange white object without hesitation. Gu Xianji raised his sword and struck down hard. The first strike did nothing. Then he would strike again. He drew back his sword for a second, when suddenly, white grains spilled from the bag. A bent old man rushed forward, trembling as he caught the falling grains, exclaiming, "It's rice. Real rice." The others surged forward, tears streaming down their faces. "It's rice. It's really rice. Heaven has given us rice. They finally had food. Cries echoed across the grassland, but this time, they were not cries of despair. Gu Xuanji stared at the rice pouring out, his heart shaken. He looked up toward the blinding sunlight. Was he truly chosen by heaven? On the road of exile and escape, too many had died. They had eaten grass and chewed on tree bark, devouring anything they could find like locusts passing through. Even so, they were never full. They endured hunger and kept moving forward with great difficulty. Some people had resorted to exchanging their children for food, and those who died on the road were never buried. Their remains became someone else's meal. If the rice hadn't arrived in time, that child who just passed away might have met the same fate. Rice. I want rice. The Xia clan members and the slaves had all gone mad with hunger. Their bodies were so thin that it was hard to tell men from women. Like wild people, they rushed toward the pile of rice, trying to grab some. But they couldn't touch it at all. Even where the sack had torn, no more rice fell out. No matter how hard they dug with their hands, they couldn't get a single grain. It was as if an invisible barrier kept them away from the rice. How could this happen? Heaven was truly cruel. Why can't we get the rice? We could just now. Hope had turned to despair again, and the people finally broke down. They cried uncontrollably. Someone saw a picking up rice from the ground and kicked him aside, trying to the grains from his hand. Give it to me. Give me the rice. They refused, and the man attacked him. He grabbed by the neck, eyes red and wild, and stuffed a few grains of rice into his mouth. Ha ha! I finally got rice. In an instant, chaos erupted. Xia Qinghe pushed through the crowd in disbelief and tried to pull the rice sack, but he couldn't touch it either. He turned back in fear. Your Highness, I can't touch it. Gu Xuanji stepped forward quickly. When he reached out, his hand met the sack. The rice rustled, drawing everyone's attention. The starving people stared at him like beasts, moving toward him as if under a spell. Xia Qinghe drew his sword and stepped in front of Gu Xuanji to protect him. Dozens of hidden guards also drew their swords, forming a wall around their master. But the people were beyond reason. They no longer feared death, only wanted to fill their stomachs before it came. Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Cook all this rice. Let everyone survive the night first." Ah! Mother! A sharp scream tore through the night. Meng Qianqian rushed out of the warehouse with her eyes closed. Seeing the solar lamp still shining outside, she awkwardly scratched her foot. No way. Did the power go out? She pulled out her phone, opened an app, and saw a bright red notice. She owed 66.6 yuan. Even the electricity bill seemed to be mocking her. Just now, she spent 190 yuan on 10 roasted chickens, leaving only 110 yuan in her pocket. Then she prepaid 10 yuan for electricity, leaving 33.4 yuan in her wallet. Was this just a streak of bad luck for her? As soon as she paid the bill, the power came back. Meng Qianqian stared at the warehouse. She decided to test it first. She wanted to see if this broken warehouse really couldn't keep anything inside. It was dark outside, and she didn't dare go far. She went to the firewood shed, took a basket of dried cow dung, and dumped it into the warehouse, standing at the door with the basket in hand. If you can steal things, then go ahead and steal this too. She stood there watching, waiting to see how it would disappear. The cow dung stayed where it was. So it knew that wasn't worth taking. Then she decided to put something else inside. Meng Qianqian went back to the house and found a 50-jean bag of expired flour. The flour was damp and smelled musty. She didn't mind throwing it away. She carried it to the warehouse and tossed it in. A gust of wind blew the small door shut. She reached out to grab it, but was a step too late. When she opened the door again, she was so shocked that her mouth fell open. Oh my goodness! Both the flour and the cow dung were gone. There were only 2 iron pots for cooking porridge, which they had carried all the way from Luoyang. The Xia clan had once had over 1,000 people, but now only a few hundred remained. They had nothing left except some old clay jars that had helped them survive the long, harsh journey of exile. The slaves didn't even have jars. Their numb yet fierce eyes stared at the pots and jars, but they didn't dare to take them. They feared Gu Xuanji and his guards. The porridge kept boiling, more and more of it. Even when it was ready, no one dared to eat. They scattered around, gathering firewood, pulling grass, and collecting dung, trying to keep the porridge cooking a little longer. "Your Highness, there's not enough firewood. Only one pot of rice is boiling." Xiaqinghe's voice was hoarse, his fists clenched tightly. Facing the cruel reality, he was filled with pain. "Let the guards eat first." Gu Xuanji closed his eyes, then opened them again. His gaze was cold, all emotion hidden beneath a layer of frost. He could not afford to be kind. Only by keeping their strength could they survive on this vast grassland. Suddenly, he smelled a delicious aroma. Gu Xuanji had never smelled anything so delicious. He suddenly turned toward the source of the aroma and saw 10 roasted chickens neatly arranged on the ground. He caught his breath and called softly, "Sanling." Xiaqinghe followed his gaze and rushed forward excitedly. "Your Highness, it's meat. Real meat." He couldn't take his eyes off the roasted chickens. He felt as if he could eat all 10 by himself. Gu Xuanji said in a low voice, "Take 1 chicken to my aunt's tent, another to Uncle Jiao, and the others. Have Jia Yi divide the rest among the men." "Your Highness, what about you?" Xiaqinghe, who had been overjoyed a moment ago, suddenly looked anxious. "For the ceremony, I must avoid meat. You go and share it with everyone." Xiaqinghe quietly obeyed. He told the guards to divide the chickens. Each person only had a small bite, but the taste lingered, filling them with warmth and strength. When Jiaqi heard that the crown prince hadn't eaten any, he picked up his bow and said firmly, "I'll catch a sheep for His Highness." "I'll go too."
Count me in.
A few strong young men immediately ran off in one direction. Xiaqinghe didn't stop them. When he returned to Gu Xuanji's side, he had barely sat down before exclaiming, "Your Highness, the gods have blessed us again." He looked closely and saw a basket of cow dung. Tears of joy filled his eyes. "The gods are truly watching over us." What's that?" Gu Xuanji looked up and saw a small pile of cow dung beside a small white bag. He reached out, touched it and sniffed lightly. His voice turned hoarse. "It's flour. Flour. The gods must have sent it because you refused to eat the roasted chicken," Xiaqinghe said, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. "The crown prince must truly be favored by heaven. Otherwise, why would the gods bless only him?" Gu Xuanji silently thanked the heavens for their mercy, but the hardship before them was not yet over. Even with straw mixed in, that small bag of rice would only make 1 bowl per person. Gu Xuanji said seriously, "Sanling, tell them to use the cow dung to cook porridge. As for the flour, tomorrow morning, mix it with wild grass and share it among everyone." Xiaqinghe stood up without hesitation, calling others to help collect the cow dung for cooking. Soon, the smell of porridge filled the air. Gu Xuanji seemed not to notice. He took a bamboo slip from his robe and used a dagger to scrape off the writing on it. He took out the brush he had carried all the way, pulled out an ink stick, placed it on a slightly smooth stone, grabbed a handful of snow, and slowly ground the ink. Then he lifted the brush and wrote on the bamboo slip, "The Emperor brings forth slaughter, spreading pain across the lands. May this offering bring peace to the people, and may the gods bear witness and accept it." Gu Xuanji finished writing the sacrificial text. From afar came cheers. It turned out Jiaqi and the others were lucky enough to catch a sheep. "Bring that sheep here," Gu Xuanji ordered. He had nothing else with him, so this sheep caught by the guards would serve as the offering. Jia Yi tied the sheep and placed it before him. Gu Xuanji washed his hands with snow, brushed the dust from his clothes, and respectfully recited the prayer. He placed the written text beside the sheep and bowed 3 times, each with 3 prostrations. Just as he was about to rise and burn the text, a sudden cry rang out. He looked up. Both the bamboo slip and the sheep had vanished. Meng Qianqian stood at the warehouse door, wearing a white sweater and a short jacket. She looked up at the starry sky and gave a hopeless smile. Then, with sudden defiance in her eyes, she pointed at the sky and shouted angrily, Tell me, do you have something against me? When I was a child, I never bullied anyone. When I grew up, I helped the elderly cross the street. Whenever someone shared a donation link, I always gave what I could. When others were in trouble, I offered help. I've lived 18 years. I may not have done great things for the country, but I've never done anything cruel or unjust. So, why are you treating me like this? Why does everyone pick on me? I just want to earn money honestly. If you try to stop me from getting revenge, let's see if you can. So, what if she had nothing left? She could start over. Would she bow her head to fate? Absolutely not. You side with those who wronged me, but I'll prove that no hardship can defeat me. Meng Qianqian. Could a person really be crushed by misfortune? She would become rich, no matter what. Meng Qianqian slammed the door shut and turned to leave. Suddenly, she heard a bleeding sound. A ghost? Had the heavens really been frightened by her outburst? She lifted her foot to run, but before she could move, she heard 2 more bleats. The sound wasn't coming from the sheep pen, it was coming from inside the warehouse. Not afraid at all, Meng Qianqian held a metal rod tightly in her hand and pulled open the warehouse door. Was she seeing things? She rubbed her eyes and saw that the sheep was still there, tied with a straw rope, bleeding at her. Why would someone give her a sheep for no reason? A bag of rice, a bag of expired flour, and a basket of cow dung in exchange for a sheep. It seemed like she had made a good deal. Meng Qianqian turned on the warehouse light and finally saw the sheep clearly. Its head was small, its body large, and its hips especially wide. She squatted down, opened the sheep's mouth, and checked its teeth. It was about a year old, in its prime. Then she checked whether it was male or female. It was not only big but also well-proportioned, much better than the breeding ram her family had. She untied the rope, and the sheep immediately stood up. Meng Qianqian grabbed its horns and examined its legs. The sheep had a strong frame, balanced limbs, and plenty of strength, an excellent breeding sheep. That was about all she could tell. Anyway, it looked good. Then I'll gladly accept it, she said. She was about to take the sheep back to the pen when she stepped on something. Looking down, she saw a bamboo slip. What's this? She bent down and picked it up. It was covered with dense writing. Looking closely, she realized it was a sacrificial text written in ancient Chinese script. In the 14th year of the Great Celebration, the emperor was foolish, an evil consort held power, loyal people were harmed, and the people suffered. They fled beyond the border. Thousands died. Without food or clothing, they prayed to the gods for more to eat. Meng Qianqian noticed the handwriting was strong and full of character. The elegant wording and the old-fashioned script, it really looked like something from ancient times. People back then must have been a bit naive. If praying to the gods worked, who would need to work hard? Depending on heaven or earth was never as good as depending on oneself. They would understand that sooner or later. Meng Qianqian led the sheep out of the warehouse, then suddenly stopped. Rice and flour sent by the gods?
Then.
This sheep? This sacrificial text? Were they all meant for her? She was speechless with frustration. Meng Qianqian didn't know if it was real or not, but she didn't want to take advantage of anyone. Still, she really liked the sheep. At market price, a breeding ram of this quality would be worth about 12,000 yuan. She offered a fair price of 1,000 yuan for a bag of rice. The flour was expired, so she didn't charge for it and added it as a bonus. As for the cow dung, she felt embarrassed to take any money. With the remaining amount, she exchanged it for rice and returned it to them. Since she had no cash, she could only use her own rice. The rice would arrive the next day. After calculating everything, Meng Qianqian felt she didn't owe those people from the past anything. She then led the sheep to the pen and kept it separate. She wasn't sure if an ancient sheep could adapt to the modern world. After all, a sheep from ancient times had no protection here. If it died, wouldn't that be a big loss? Meng Qianqian checked the time and called the vet. Dr. Wang, my friend gave me a ram, about a year old, and it hasn't had any vaccines yet. Could you come tomorrow to give it a checkup and a shot? Sure. I'll come early tomorrow, he replied. Thank you for making the trip. No problem. After hanging up, Meng Qianqian took a shower and went to bed, but she couldn't sleep well. Every time she closed her eyes, she seemed to see a snow-covered grassland where a group of thin sheep huddled together, shivering in the cold wind. Feeling restless, she got up, put on her pajamas, and opened the storage room. She knew that owing someone always felt uncomfortable, but she didn't expect it to feel this bad. With a serious look, she walked into the storage room, which was like a small supermarket, with everything neatly organized. Boxes of noodles were stacked together. Bags of flour were lined up in order. Her grandparents had passed away in an accident, and less than half a month later, her mother followed. Her uncle had been missing for years, leaving no trace. Otherwise, the ranch wouldn't have been inherited by her. So most of the things in the house were just what her grandparents couldn't bear to throw away before they expired. Meng Qianqian pushed a small cart over and loaded 10 boxes of noodles onto it. Each box cost 150 yuan, so 10 boxes made 1,500. She decided to give one less bag of rice to make up the difference. As she pulled the noodles to the warehouse door, she hesitated. This wouldn't do. She had to make things clear with the person on the other side. Meng Qianqian went back inside, took out paper and a brush, and wrote in ancient script. Friend, if you are in trouble, I can choose to help you. But you must exchange something of equal value. I am very satisfied with the sheep. That sheep, converted into our currency, is worth 12,000 yuan. These noodles are worth 1,500. Tomorrow, I'll send you 10 more bags of rice. So, you still owe me 500. I'm an honest person, and I trust you. I'm sure you'll give me something of equal value, right? Meng Qianqian wrote a long letter and even included the recipe for the noodles. At the end, she signed it as Mr. Meng. She couldn't let that person know she was a woman. It's always wise to be cautious. Meng Qianqian folded the paper, put it in an envelope, and carried it to the warehouse. She placed all the noodles inside, set the letter on top, then stepped outside and waited quietly for a moment before closing the door. The next second, she opened it again, and sure enough, everything inside had disappeared. So, the door is the key? The night was silent, and the north wind howled. There were too few tents, not enough for everyone. Gu Xuanji told the guards to rest in turns and gave the remaining tents to the women and children. Your Highness, please rest. I'll keep watch here. Xie Qinghe guarded the sacred site, not allowing anyone to approach. In truth, it didn't matter if they did. Without the prince's permission, no one could touch anything granted by the divine. Gu Xuanji shook his head thoughtfully and looked up at the sky. He wondered if the gods could see their prayers. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have placed his hopes on something so uncertain. Sanling, tomorrow you'll lead a group further north, Gu Xuanji ordered in a low voice. The grasslands were harsh, blizzards could freeze livestock, droughts could destroy the grass, and wolves often appeared. Resources were scarce. They had no sheep, and even if they did, they couldn't raise enough to feed everyone. They sought revenge, but they couldn't stay here. They had to find land they could farm. What about the sacred site? Xie Qinghe asked hesitantly. Leave a team here, Gu Xuanji replied without hesitation. He had clearly thought it through. Xie Qinghe said nothing. They couldn't rely entirely on divine help. If the gods stopped responding, they would slowly perish. Just then, Xie Qinghe suddenly shouted, Your Highness! Your Highness! Gu Xuanji saw it too. He quickly stood up but stumbled and fell back down. Xie Qinghe rushed to help him. Your Highness, are you all right? His legs were only stiff from the cold. Gu Xuanji moved them a little and was able to walk. He went to the boxes and saw the paper on top. His eyes widened in shock. On the gray paper was a red mark. When he picked it up, the paper felt smooth, far better than any he had seen in the palace. Under the moonlight, he opened the envelope and took out the white sheet inside. He didn't know what it was written with, but the strokes were fine, and the writing was very clear. After reading it carefully, the tension in his brow slowly eased. It was truly a miracle. The god was not one of punishment, but one of kindness. The message said that everything should be exchanged with equal value. Just one sheep could be traded for so much food. The god was far too gentle. Looking at the graceful handwriting, which still showed a woman's touch, Gu Xianji couldn't help but imagine a gentle goddess. When his father forced him to his death, he hadn't cried. When his uncle and cousin were executed, he had watched and remembered the hatred. During his escape, so many had died, and his heart had been filled only with anger. But now his eyes grew red. They had met a kind god. No one else would die. Gu Xianji's gaze slowly moved down to the signature, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Your Highness, is this really the god's writing? What did the god say? Xie Qinghe asked curiously after waiting a long time. The god's message, Gu Xianji replied. He said nothing more, folded the letter carefully, and placed it close to his chest. Xie Qinghe still felt something was strange. These noodles are food given by the god. The god is pleased with our offering. Tomorrow, you will lead the group north to find land suitable for farming. I will take some men to the grasslands to look for sheep or horses. Your Highness, that's too dangerous. Xie Qinghe protested. Let me go instead. Gu Xianji said firmly. The god promised to send more rice tomorrow. You must leave here as soon as possible. Your Highness, Xie Qinghe cried out. These supplies are only for those who work, Gu Xianji said coldly. His calm voice carried a chill. He would not feed anyone for free. If they wanted to live, they had to earn it. Your Highness is wise. Xie Qinghe could only smile foolishly. He lifted his sleeve and wiped the tears from his face. But the more he wiped, the more tears came. Move the flour into the tent. Gu Xuanji spoke, and 10 guards quietly carried the flour inside. The sky was dark and heavy, and the temperature dropped sharply. The expired flour was mixed with dry grass, and everyone could have a bowl of warm porridge. Gu Xuanji ordered his men to cook some noodles so the guards could eat well and keep their strength. The remaining noodles he gave to Xie Qinghe to take along. When you find a suitable place, send someone back to report. I'll have rice delivered there. Gu Xuanji didn't know if the divine being would keep its promise, but it was their only hope. Before the rice arrived, he would offer the sacrifices. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will complete your order. Xie Qinghe led 50 guards, carrying the noodles, and guided the Xie clan and their servants northward. Gu Xuanji turned to the 30 guards behind him. Let's go. They set out toward the grasslands. The guards, who had eaten their first full meal in a year, were full of energy. They were going to catch sheep. If the god was pleased, they would receive food. The noodles were delicious, better than anything they had ever eaten. But sheep were hard to find on the grasslands, and sometimes wolves appeared instead. Before leaving, Gu Xuanji looked up at the gloomy sky, his heart sinking. He hoped the god of the grasslands would bless them and help them find the sheep before the snowstorm came. Meng Qianqian, having finished an important task, went back to her room to sleep. Halfway there, a loud voice suddenly echoed above her. Cough, cough, can everyone hear me? Meng Qianqian looked up and saw a large loudspeaker hanging from the pole at the entrance of the pasture. The village chief cleared his throat and spoke. Attention, everyone. Here's an important announcement. Tomorrow, experts from the province will come to our village to check the health of our livestock and give a talk. If you have any questions, please ask them directly. The experts are here to help us. Don't keep your problems to yourselves. Once they leave, you won't get another chance. Don't wait until your pigs, sheep, cows, or horses get sick and then come crying to me. I can't call the experts back just for you. Make another announcement. The experts from the province are coming. The north wind blew hard, and Meng Qianqian shivered from the cold. She quickly ran back into the house. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the familiar ceiling, realizing she had just been dreaming. Did those ancient people really have some kind of magic? Why wouldn't they leave her alone, even in her dreams? In the dream, a group of strange, frightening people with bare feet and hollow faces had chased her across the grassland all night, begging her for food, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. She had run desperately, almost out of breath. Now it was morning. Meng Qianqian got up, dressed, and went to the kitchen to cook herself a bowl of beef noodles, adding plenty of chili. Just as she finished eating, the veterinarian arrived. The vet, Wang Changsho, was a middle-aged man, not very tall, with a gentle look and a polite way of speaking, quite different from the rough villagers. Behind him stood an old man wearing a lei foam hat and a military coat, his face hard to see. "Qianqian, which sheep needs the shot?" Wang Changsho called out. Meng Qianqian quickly put on her down jacket, pulled on her snow boots, and ran out. "It's in the pen by itself. You'll see it right away." When they reached the pen, Wang Changsho was about to give the sheep its vaccine when the old man suddenly stopped him.
Wait.
Meng Qianqian looked at the old man in confusion, and then heard Wang Changsho ask respectfully, "Professor, is there something wrong with the sheep? A professor from the province?" Meng Qianqian's heart tightened. Could there really be something wrong with her sheep? The old man stepped quickly into the pen, grabbed the sheep by its horns, and exclaimed, "Well, look at that." He crouched down, checked the sheep carefully, nodded in satisfaction, then felt its back and examined its teeth. Meng Qianqian was stunned. She suddenly remembered what the village chief had announced over the loudspeaker last night and began to worry. Could this old man really be the expert from the province? If he noticed something unusual, how could she make up a believable story? "This sheep is good. Do you want to sell it?" the old man asked, turning to her. "How much will you pay?" she replied. If he asked where the sheep came from, what would she say then? Meng Qianqian was very upset, but she looked at the old man with an innocent face, pretending she didn't know anything. The old professor stroked the sheep in his hands. "This sheep is rather thin, with a big frame, a small head, and well-proportioned legs. It doesn't look like a local breed. This was a gift from a friend. I don't know where he got it. Maybe he saw how down on my luck I was and went around the world to find me a sheep. He even said he wanted me to raise a Hermes among sheep, so he could come and eat lamb for free later." To stop the professor from asking more questions, Meng Qianqian decided to take the initiative. "If you like it, I can sell it to you," she said quickly, hoping he wouldn't ask further. The old professor raised one finger. It seemed her price guess was right. "That's about the same as 2 fewer bags of rice for ancient deliveries," the professor said with a smile. Meng Qianqian wasn't a naive girl, but she was broke and really needed money. She stared at the sheep in disbelief. She never imagined it could sell for 100,000 yuan. "You must be joking, right?" she said, not wanting to take advantage of the kind and generous professor. "Professor, this sheep grew up almost in isolation. It's never been outside, never had any vaccines. I don't even know how long it can live. If you pay that much and take it home, I'm worried it might." "I study this kind of thing," the professor interrupted gently. "I know what I'm doing. Let's make the deal." The more he looked at Meng Qianqian, the more he liked her, purely out of kindness.
He was a good man.
"If you really want it, I can't take that much money. Just pay the cost. 30,000 yuan is enough," Meng Qianqian said, offering a big discount. The professor admired her even more. "Miss, let's exchange contact info. I'll transfer the money to you." And just like that, Meng Qianqian sold the sheep. Looking at the balance in her wallet, she sighed. Being a middleman really is an easy way to make money. She decided to send an extra bag of rice to that ancient friend. After feeding the cattle and sheep, she rode her electric scooter to the fields. 3 harvesters were already working. Meng Qianqian hauled 20 bags of rice to the village head's house, traded them for dried rice, and took it for processing. Having never done this kind of work before, she spent the whole day busy, finally bringing the processed rice back home. When she returned to the warehouse and opened the big door, she was about to drive the truck inside to unload the rice. But as soon as the door opened, she saw more than a dozen sheep of different sizes wandering around inside. Her first thought was, "This is my warehouse." Her second thought was, "That's a lot of money." Meng Qianqian quickly went in and chased the sheep out. Then she picked up an envelope from the ground and, after reading what was written on it, stared in shock. "Mr. Meng, we were caught in a heavy snowstorm and are trapped on the grassland. We could die at any time. These sheep are worth 500 yuan. We hope to trade them for some straw to keep warm and stay alive. The handwriting was messy and not very clear. This person learns fast, she thought. But even when facing death, they still thought about trading sheep? Why didn't they ask for help first? Meng Qianqian was so frustrated by these rule-following ancient people that she almost laughed in disbelief. She didn't bother unloading the rice and ran back to the house. Inside the warehouse, she found only 2 thin summer quilts, completely useless in this weather. Stomping her foot, she turned and ran out again. Then she remembered. The other warehouse was full of thick quilts her grandfather had secretly bought to keep the sheep warm in the greenhouse. Her mother had sold most of the sheep because her grandparents were getting old, but the quilts had been left behind. She had once joked with her grandfather on a video call, "Grandpa, why don't we secretly build a greenhouse? We could grow flowers and vegetables inside." Her grandfather had laughed heartily. "All right, we'll do it your way, Qianqian. We'll fill it with those big foreign roses." Now her grandparents were gone, but those quilts could still be used to save others. The quilts were so thick that Meng Qianqian couldn't lift them by hand. She drove a small loader, scooped up 1 quilt, and sent it into the warehouse, then quickly closed the door. "Hope this helps that silly ancient person," she muttered. She opened the door again, saw the quilt disappear, and jumped back onto the loader to fetch more. Snowflakes soon began to fall over the vast grassland. "Which direction did you last see the sheep tracks?" Gu Xianji asked, his heart heavy but unwilling to turn back. He was gentle, but that didn't mean he would help them unconditionally. Gu Xianji only hoped they could find the flock soon and reunite with Xie and the others.
It was that way.
There were about 40 or 50 sheep, and the flock ran very fast. We worked together to catch just one of them. Jia and his men were very skilled, running as fast as wolves. They couldn't catch the whole flock, but catching one sheep was possible. Gu Xuanji pressed his chest and gave an order. "Keep chasing." They soon reached the place where Jia group had caught a sheep before. The snow wasn't heavy yet, so the tracks of the fleeing flock were still visible. Without hesitation, Gu Xuanji led his men to follow them. The snow kept falling harder. Large snowflakes danced in the air, making it almost impossible to see ahead. "Master, look." Jia sharp eyes quickly noticed something unusual in the distance. Gu Xuanji followed his gaze and saw a small mountain. One side of it was a cliff, and below the cliff, the snow was deep. But one pile of snow looked strange. Gu Xuanji's heart tightened. "It's the flock." The guards grew excited. "Master, we've really found them. Surround them." They slowly moved closer. The lead sheep was clever. It sensed danger, bleated twice, and startled the others. The lead sheep jumped and ran toward a weak spot, and the rest followed. Gu Xuanji and his men used all their strength and managed to catch only a dozen sheep. "Master, should we drive them back?" Jia asked. In just a short while, the snow had already piled up half a finger thick. The heavy snow made the sheep refuse to move. They kept bleating anxiously. If they tried to carry them back, Gu Xuanji made a quick decision. Drive them inside. The dozen sheep were left there, huddled together, trembling in the cold. Gu Xuanji took out an envelope from his chest, placed the letter back inside, then pulled out a brush and ink. His hands shook as he wrote down his plea. Xie and the others couldn't have gone far. This snowstorm could take all their lives. Gu Xuanji decided to take a chance, to see if the divine power would help him once more. He placed the envelope near the sheep, cleaned his hands with snow, and began to chant softly, bowing 3 times and kneeling 9 times. All the guards knelt as well. They stayed that way for a long time, praying sincerely. Only the sound of falling snow filled their ears. When Gu Xuanji finally looked up, both the sheep and the letter had vanished. They waited for a long time, but nothing was given to them. "Let's go. We need to rejoin the main group." Gu Xuanji led his people back. The road was difficult, and they didn't dare to stop, afraid that if they did, they would never make it back. "Your Highness, you've returned." Xie looked at Gu Xuanji as if seeing a savior. "Your Highness, did you find the offering? Can we pray to the gods again? Ask for something to keep us warm?" If this continues, we'll all freeze to death. Gu Xuanji saw everyone huddled together. The children were in the center, surrounded by young and old women. The men did the same, holding each other tightly for warmth. But even so, their lips were pale, and their breathing grew weaker. They were all about to freeze to death. Even with the help of the gods, would they still not survive this winter? Gu Xuanji's eyes were red as he spoke in despair. Samling, I have already begged the gods. Then maybe the gods sent something to the sacred place? Xieching has said, stepping forward. I'll go check. I'll take some people with me. If we find anything, I'll send word back. If you allow it, we can bring it here. Gu Xuanji called out in a deep voice, then after a long silence, said with sorrow, no. We waited for a long time, but nothing came. Then, are we all going to die? Before Xie Qinghe could answer, a thin, small figure behind him whispered softly. The almost inaudible words struck like thunder in the silence before death. Those who were too cold to speak, whose legs had lost all feeling, suddenly began to cry loudly. I don't want to die. Please, someone help us. Mother, am I going to die? The little girl's voice was especially clear. Gu Xuanji covered his eyes in pain. Facing the snow disaster, he was powerless. All the straw they had brought was wrapped around the children. The adults surrounded them, and the elders stood on the outside, using their frozen bodies to shield their descendants from the wind and snow. A heart-wrenching cry broke through the thick clouds, echoing in everyone's ears. A 5-year-old child had already frozen to death. Erlang! Erlang, wake up! Third lady. Desperate cries echoed again and again. Xie Qinghe pleaded, Your Highness, is there really no way left? Has the god truly abandoned us? He had forgotten his place, forgotten that the god above, though gentle, was also merciless. He should not have written that letter in such an ordinary way. It was all his fault. Gu Xuanji took out the last piece of bamboo slip from his robe and scraped off the words with a dagger. He scooped up some snow, holding it in his palms for a long time, but it did not melt. In panic, he pressed it against his chest, hoping his warmth would turn it into water. He wanted to write a new prayer to the god. Without an offering, he would use his own life. Your Highness, look. What is that? Xie Qinghe shouted excitedly. A large roll of white material descended silently from the sky, landing before Gu Xuanji. He looked up in shock, staggered to his feet, and touched the bundle. It felt soft and warm. Tears streamed down his face, and his heart beat with renewed strength. It was the god, his gentle god, who had not abandoned them. Then a small note drifted down. It was barely visible unless one looked closely. On it were 3 hastily written words, dig snow caves. Gu Xuanji stood up, his voice firm as he called to the Xie clansmen and servants waiting for death in the cold. The god has given us warmth. The god has not forsaken us. Everyone, get up, pile the snow and dig caves to shelter from the storm. Men, women, and children all began to move. Their faces were numb, but they obeyed. The snow kept falling. It was hard to dig a cave. They had to gather and press the snow tightly before hollowing it out. The first cave was small, only big enough for a child. Xie Qinghe wiped his tears as he helped pile the snow. Gu Xuanji too was digging, fighting for survival. The god had not abandoned them. There was still hope, but people kept collapsing. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. You must stay awake. Xie Qinghe ran over. Get them into the finished snow caves quickly. They had no proper tools, and the digging was painfully slow. Xie Qinghe's eyes were red, and every word he spoke was filled with despair. Your Highness, this is too slow. At this rate, many people won't be able to hold on. After delivering a quilt, Meng Qianqian suddenly slapped her forehead. Just having quilts in the wild is useless, isn't it? She sighed at her own lack of foresight. Meng Qianqian took out her phone and turned to the internet for help. How to survive a blizzard outdoors, complicated methods wouldn't work. Simple ones might. First, find a place sheltered from the wind. That would be the grasslands. It might be better to pile up snow, dig out a space big enough for a person, and use the quilts for warmth. That should help them survive the storm. She told herself it wasn't her problem anymore, but her eyes stayed fixed on the screen, scrolling for more ideas. She didn't even go inside her house. Instead, she tore a piece of paper from her notebook, quickly wrote 3 words on it, and placed it in the storage space. By accident, she opened a social app and was startled by a new message in the group chat. Women's Federation Wang Xiaohong. The yurts on the east side of the village are being taken down. They're old, but still usable. Anyone want to buy them? A yurt. Perfect for living on the grasslands. Meng Qianqian quickly sent a voice message. Sister Wang, I'll take them all. Wang Xiaohong. All right, but you'll have to take them down yourself. Meng Qianqian added Wang Xiaohong as a contact and called her. Sister, how many yurts are there? How much for each? They're all used, a few years old. The small ones are 500 each, the big ones 1,500. 10 small, 5 big in total. Wang Xiaohong paused, curious. What do you need them for? Meng Qianqian laughed awkwardly. A friend of mine likes this kind of thing. All right then. If you want them, come now. They're being taken down. Sister, could you give me 2 copies of the setup guide? I don't know how to assemble them. Meng Qianqian thought to herself that if she couldn't do it, those ancient people definitely couldn't either. Wang Xiaohong chuckled. No problem. Everything you need is there. Thank you, sister. After hanging up, Meng Qianqian transferred 12,500 yuan to Wang Xiaohong, then ran outside, started her tractor, and drove off to pick up the yurts. She had no idea how long the snow had been falling over there. If she didn't hurry, many people might die. Meng Qianqian thought she should buy a pickup truck next time. This tractor was just too slow. She wasn't being kind out of pity. She was simply doing her job because she had been paid for it. That thought made her even more anxious. When she reached the grassland at the edge of the village, she saw a dozen blue and white yurts of different sizes. Many people were there, taking the yurts apart. The ones already dismantled were piled up like a small hill, and she could only carry one at a time. No, this was far too slow. Gritting her teeth, Meng Qianqian walked up to a tall man, about 1.8 meters, wearing black pants and a black sweater. He was slim, with a sharp, handsome face that looked a bit fierce. Brother, do you know whose truck this is? She asked. The man looked down at her, his eyes flickering slightly. He took the cigarette from his mouth and said, Mine. What's up? Well, I just bought these yurts. Could you help me take them home? If you agree, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan. Meng Qianqian spoke nervously, afraid he might refuse. For all this stuff, you're only offering 1,000? The man raised an eyebrow, and Meng Qianqian almost stepped back, but she forced herself to stay calm. She gave an awkward smile and nodded. Is that not enough? The man chuckled. I thought it was something serious.
Fine.
Just treat us to a meal and cover the fuel. Then he turned to the others dismantling the yurts and shouted, Guys, load up the truck. We're helping the young lady here. She's treating us to dinner. The men, who had already been watching, cheered.
Thanks, miss.
Their laughter was contagious, and Meng Qianqian couldn't help but smile too. Then I'll trouble you, big brother. The man worked quickly. In no time, the yurts were loaded onto the truck. The smallest one had already been packed into the tractor earlier, and Meng Qianqian had to make 2 trips to bring it back. Before closing the warehouse door, she found the assembly instructions, marked them carefully in Chinese calligraphy, and placed them inside. Without hesitation, she shut the door and silently prayed. She hoped everything would still be in time. Take the blankets blessed by the gods and save the people first, Gu Xuanji said, continuing to pile snow and dig out a snow cave. Each new snow cave meant one less person would die. They had to save themselves. Before God came to rescue them, they needed to do everything they could to stay alive. Gu Xianji's voice was so firm that even the numb and confused people around him followed his lead and kept piling up snow. He had the highest status, and whatever he did was for survival. If they followed his example, they might live. The slaves and the Xie clan members all acted on instinct, copying what he did. The heavy snow soon covered them. Everyone held their breath, silent, relying only on sheer willpower to keep going. It felt as if once they gave up, They would never get up again. Gu Xianji's fingers were red from the cold, but when he lowered his hands, they felt hot. "Grandmother, please don't die." A child's cry broke through the storm. Gu Xianji hurried over and shouted, "Rub her body with snow. Everyone do the same if you're cold, rub your body with snow." The child didn't even look to see who was behind him, just followed the order instinctively. The old woman blinked and someone nearby gasped, "It's working. It really works." Gu Xianji let out a deep breath of relief and said firmly, "Sanlang, tell everyone about this method." "I'll go right now." Xia Qinghe, excited, turned and ran off, explaining the process again and again. Gu Xianji turned back, and when he looked up, he saw that at the place where God had once sent down blankets, there were now new things. God had not abandoned them. He was true to his word. Gu Xianji walked quickly forward and first saw a sheet of paper placed in a prominent spot. He picked it up, stunned. It truly was a divine world. The drawing on the paper looked almost real, even in color. The paper itself was smoother than the last one. What kind of world does a god live in? The thought flashed through his mind. When he read the handwritten instructions and saw what the items were for, he could no longer hold back his excitement and shouted for help. "Jia Yi, bring a team here, now." Jia Yi quickly gathered a dozen strong men and stood before Gu Xianji. They saw the strange new objects but didn't stare. They simply did whatever Gu Xianji told them to do. Following the instructions, Gu Xianji directed them, and Jia Yi's team assembled everything exactly as required. This was not a traditional yurt, but one made of different-sized modules. Meng Qianqian's instructions were clear, and Gu Xuanji followed them, ordering his men to begin the installation. The snow was heavy, but there was no wind. More than 20 tall and strong guards worked together. What would normally take 2 or 3 hours to build was finished in just half an hour. They tied ropes around the outside and covered it with blue and white fabric. The floor was also made of modular pieces, black and gray, of unknown material. It was light yet solid, and surprisingly warm to the touch. The first yurt was completed. Everyone was filled with excitement. Let those who are frostbitten, the children, and the pregnant women go in first. Gu Xuanji knew that the people of the Duke's household still held resentment, but he said he hoped to help them all. "Everyone clear a large open space. The divine power will grant us more yurts, about a dozen. Once the ground is ready, we can set them up right away." Someone asked, "Are there really more coming?" "Of course." As soon as Gu Xuanji finished speaking, a pile of black and gray modules appeared on the ground. "They're really here. The divine power has given us more homes." Tears of joy filled everyone's eyes. They stopped crowding around and began clearing the snow. Those with tools used them. Those without used their hands. Gu Xuanji couldn't bear to part with the instruction manual in his hand, so he handed another copy to Xia Qinghe and guided him through the assembly. Each yurt could house 6 to 10 people. If only used for warmth, it could shelter more than 20. Before one yurt was even finished, another set of modules arrived. Seeing the progress, everyone worked with renewed energy. Many hands made light work. The elderly, women, and children helped however they could. Some shoveled snow, others built. Once a yurt was ready, the children and women went in first, while the elders insisted on waiting until the end. The snowy ground shone brightly. Everyone's hearts were warm. But Gu Xuanji was worried. They had flour and pots, but no firewood. Each new batch of yurts took time to assemble. Meanwhile, Meng Qianqian ordered a roasted whole lamb meal from the best restaurant in the village. There were 10 people in total. Meng Qianqian ordered 12 dishes, and the owner added 2 more for free, one with pork liver and one with shredded pork in Beijing sauce. She was worried the money wouldn't be enough, but after calculating, she found it only cost a little over 400 yuan. After going home, Meng Qianqian went to the storage room, found some of her grandfather's old stock, and took 2 bottles of good wine to the restaurant. The dishes were ready. Seeing the large plates of food, Meng Qianqian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder people praised her hometown. The portions were huge. One plate of sweet and sour pork looked like it had a whole pound of tenderloin. "Big brother, thank you. all so much. Without your help, I wouldn't have known how to get everything back. This drink is my toast to you. I'll finish it in one go." Meng Qianqian smiled, raised her glass, and drank it all. The tall man's eyes lit up, and the others cheered. "You're so straightforward, little sister. I still have things to do at home. You all enjoy yourselves." Meng Qianqian felt a bit dizzy, but she didn't show it. She walked steadily back. "Don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. I wonder if that old man from ancient times froze or not. Hopefully not." She pulled her coat tighter and walked along the cement road. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Qianqian, do you know you were wrong?" came Meng Yichang's fake-sounding voice. "Who are you? What's wrong with you?" He was asking if she was wrong. She was furious. Meng Yichang didn't expect her to curse at him. He paused, then said sternly, "Meng Qianqian, I'm your father." "My father?" Meng Qianqian rolled her eyes. "My father's been gone for years." She not only hung up but also blocked his number. She had promised to deliver rice to someone. Not keeping promises would make people talk behind her back. Meng Qianqian was just a small trader. She would never cheat anyone. Back at the ranch, she went straight to the kitchen, poured herself a bowl of vinegar, and drank it down to sober up. She sat for a while until the dizziness faded, then started the tractor and unloaded a cart of grain. "I really am the most thoughtful person ever. I knew you didn't have space for the grain, so I waited until you finished packing before bringing it over," Meng Qianqian muttered to herself, feeling that good deeds should be noticed. She wanted them to owe her a big favor. Meng Qianqian took out a notebook, sat on the warehouse floor, and began to write a letter. The snow on the grassland was too thick. It was almost impossible to find any cow or sheep dung. The straw they had couldn't even boil water. Everyone hid inside the yurt, enduring hunger and waiting for the snow to stop. A guard lifted the curtain, knelt on one knee, and said excitedly, "My lord, the gods have given us rice again." Gu Xianji quickly stood up and went outside. Sure enough, he saw the rice that had been granted. "Bring it all inside," he ordered in a deep voice. The guards were strong. Each carried a sack of rice. Without alerting anyone else, they moved everything into the largest yurt. Gu Xianji sat on a gray mat, looking at the sacks of rice. He made up his mind to write down their hardship on a bamboo slip and beg the gods to send them firewood. After finishing, he lifted the thick curtain and stood on the vast grassland. He bowed 3 times and knelt 9 times in prayer. The place where the gods sent their miracles was never fixed. It depended on where he was. Gu Xianji didn't know why, but he guessed that perhaps the gods could see him. Thinking this, he prayed even more sincerely. When the bamboo slip disappeared, he was about to stand up when he noticed a few sheets of paper had appeared where it vanished. The handwriting was a bit messy, but oddly cute. Gu Xianji picked up the papers and walked into the largest yurt. When he saw the first few words, his ears turned red. The more he read, the more surprised he became. "Hi, dear ancient man, have you finished building your yurt? I didn't break my promise. I was just waiting for you to finish building it before sending the rice. Otherwise, it would have gotten damp and spoiled. How would you eat it then? Oh, I forgot, there are many of you, and not enough food. This rice probably won't be enough. You poor things." Meng Qianqian sighed sincerely. She didn't want to make things worse for them, so she continued writing, "You're lucky to have met kind-hearted me. I'm not the type to take advantage of others. Your sheep are great. If you catch more later, you can send me some. Those yurts aren't easy to get right away, you know. Even if I send them, it takes time, at least 2 days. But since you need them, I sent them anyway. As for the other sheep, I haven't seen them yet, so I can't set a price. I'm not trying to cheat you. Writing in clerical script is such a pain. Can you learn to write in simplified characters? Then our letters would look like secret messages. Wait a moment, I'll find a few books for you. You must study hard, understand?" Meng Qianqian stood up unsteadily and went to the storage room, where she found some picture books from the kindergarten. Hugging them, she giggled. "Silly old man from ancient times, he probably can't even pronounce the words. I'll have to write phonetic marks for him." After finishing all the markings, Meng Qianqian admired her work with satisfaction. I'm really amazing. Imagine if, thousands of years later, archaeologists dig up his tomb and find a kindergarten picture book with my name on it. Wouldn't they be shocked? She put the books down and noticed something on the ground. Picking it up, she found it looked familiar.
Huh?
What's this? I think I have one just like it. She slipped the bamboo slip into her pocket, walked out swaying slightly, and made sure to close the door firmly behind her. Study hard, old man from ancient times. Ha ha ha. Meng Qianqian laughed proudly, feeling like she had forgotten something, but couldn't remember what it was. She wandered back to her room, took a nice bath, changed into her pajamas, and went to bed. In Gu Xuanji's mind appeared the image of a lively young woman. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he could picture her puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance as she wrote the letter. The Mr. Meng in his heart became even more vivid. He carefully put the letter away, then picked up the picture book with great care. Seeing the familiar characters marked with phonetic notes, he quietly began to study them. In less than 15 minutes, he had finished reading the book. With just one glance, Gu Xuanji understood the importance of these phonetic symbols. They were easy to learn, children could remember them. Once every character had a pronunciation mark, reading and writing would no longer be difficult. The noble families who mastered ancient texts would no longer be so arrogant, nor would they look down on the new officials favored by the emperor. The inside of the yurt was much warmer than outside, but still cold. Gu Xuanji couldn't sleep, his mind full of thoughts. He went out from time to time to look around, but until dawn, no divine fire appeared, only heavier snow. It was the biggest blizzard in more than 10 years. Your Highness, there's no firewood left, Xiechinghe said, trying to stay calm though he was deeply worried. Yesterday, they had only eaten breakfast. The adults could still endure, but the children were already weak. The weather was freezing, and the snow kept falling. If this continued, they would either freeze to death or starve beside their remaining food. Xiechinghe didn't know which death would be worse. Send someone to look for it. Gu Xianji's sharp eyes made Xiechinghe swallow all his words. We have firewood for today, but what about tomorrow? Samling, we can't always rely on the gods. Their help isn't without cost. Can you afford the price later? Xiechinghe's eyes turned red. Can't we just ask for a little help first? No, Gu Xianji said coldly. Send people to search. Dig through the snow if you must. I'll take the men right away. As Xiechinghe stepped out, a strong gust of wind blew past, sweeping him off his feet and throwing him to the ground. Inside the tent, Gu Xianji heard his muffled sobs. His fingers tightened until they turned pale. He couldn't blame the gods. It was his own failure. He couldn't keep everyone alive. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom. A slender, fair arm reached out from the warm blanket, then quickly pulled back. The person in bed rolled over, clutching the blanket, pressing her fingers to her temple, frowning, unwilling to open her eyes. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian sat up, threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, and knelt on the carpet, rummaging through the laundry basket. Found it. She held up a bamboo slip and sat down on the carpet with relief. That dream had really scared her. She had dreamed that the letter she wrote carelessly yesterday had been sent out, and she had received a bamboo slip in return. She hadn't read it yet and didn't know why someone would write to her in the middle of the night. When she looked down and read the bamboo slip, she froze. The sender thanked her for the tent she had sent, but said a rare blizzard had struck the grasslands. They couldn't find any fuel to make a fire. Since morning, they had only eaten one meal, a small bag of flour shared among 1,000 people. He hoped the sheep could be traded for firewood. From yesterday morning until now. That means they haven't eaten for 24 hours? Meng Qianqian regretted drinking that glass of wine. If she had known her tolerance was so low, she would never have touched it. Drinking had caused trouble for herself and for others. Feeling guilty, she grabbed her phone and called the bun shop at the village entrance. Annie, I'll buy 1,000, no, 2,000 steamed buns. I'll come pick them up right away. Please pack them all in cloth bags. As she spoke, she quickly got dressed, washed up, and hurriedly wrote another letter in reply. She folded the letter, put it into the pocket of her down jacket, put on her hat, and ran outside. There was a lot of cow and sheep manure on the farm. Once it dried, it would be collected, bagged, and stored in the woodshed. Wearing gloves, Meng Qianqian loaded the sheep manure onto a tricycle and drove it straight into the warehouse. She unloaded the manure, placed the note on top, and then drove the tricycle out. After closing the warehouse door, she opened it again to take another look inside, making sure everything was in place before heading to the bun shop. When she arrived, the shop was busy steaming buns. The shop owner's wife looked at her in surprise and asked, "Girl, why are you buying so many buns? Are you offering them for a ceremony?" Meng Qianqian paused. That wasn't exactly wrong. After all, it was for her ancestors. She nodded awkwardly. "You're such a good and respectful girl," the woman said with a smile, covering the steamer. "Your grandparents must miss you dearly. I've seen people who are very devoted, they send hundreds of buns to the temple. But you're buying 2,000. That's wonderful. The monks will surely chant more prayers for them." Meng Qianqian shrank her neck, not daring to ask or say anything. She quietly transferred 1,000 yuan. "Annie, I've paid."
Got it.
The woman smiled even more warmly. Meng Qianqian didn't dare look at her again. If their eyes met, the woman would definitely start chatting endlessly. What do people in exile need the most?
No, that's not right.
What do people living in the wild need the most? Feeling guilty, Meng Qianqian started searching for answers online again. Knives? Hammocks? Some kind of big knife? What are these even? Reading this is less helpful than reading survival novels. After complaining, she began searching for a list of supplies for survival situations. This looks useful. Antibiotics? Cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine, gauze, alcohol? Meng Qianqian took notes carefully, then scrolled down to check what daily necessities were needed. Compressed biscuits seemed like a good idea, but too expensive. She decided to skip them for now. Besides, she lived in a country known for its huge grain reserves. Why would she need compressed biscuits? It's not like we're going on a military march. Compressed biscuits are just convenient to carry. As for sugar, better skip it for now. A pound of white sugar is quite expensive. Since money is tight, it's best to buy only what's necessary first. I'm not sure if they have an iron pot. Even if they do, it probably won't be as good as the ones we have now. Iron pot 5. It would also be good to buy a few aluminum pots for boiling water, making soup, or cooking noodles. Vegetables and dried meat are also needed. Meng Qianqian wrote these items in her memo, placing them right after sugar. "Annie, please pack the steamed buns for me. I'll take them back first. I'll come back later for the rest. I'm going to the supermarket to buy a few things. When the next batch is ready, I'll have your uncle deliver them to you," the shop owner said loudly. "Thank you so much." Meng Qianqian loaded more than 200 steamed buns onto her electric tricycle and drove straight to a nearby convenience store. "Boss, do you have salt?" The shopkeeper pointed to the shelf behind him. "Yes, over there. Help yourself." Meng Qianqian ran over and saw only a few bags of salt left. She brought them to the counter and asked, "Boss, is this all the salt you have? What do you need so much salt for? Building a sandcastle? This much could last your family more than half a year," the boss said, sitting lazily by the heater with his hands in his pockets. "I just want to buy more. Do you have any in the back?" Meng Qianqian asked. The boss shuffled out from behind the counter in his big cotton shoes. "Wait here, I'll get it for you." He came back carrying a box of salt. "You want the whole box?" "Yes, I'll take all of it," Meng Qianqian said, pulling out her phone. "How much is it?" "One box of iodized salt is 80 yuan. These 6 small bags are 2 yuan each. 90 yuan in total." Meng Qianqian scanned the code to pay. Then she noticed a long paper box on the table labeled Men's Health. The boss opened it and took out an extra-long match to light his cigarette. Excited, she asked, "Boss, how much are those matches?" "Oh, those?" Someone was handing them out on the street, the boss said, striking the match. "Do you sell matches here?" she asked again. "No, nobody uses matches anymore. Everyone uses lighters." 1 yuan each, just grab one yourself. The shop owner looked like he was about to argue again. He raised his hand, glanced at Meng Qianqian, and asked helplessly, "What do you want now?" "Boss, I just want some matches. Can't you sell me a few?" The shop owner was completely speechless. He put the match back, slipped it into the plastic bag where she had packed the salt, and said earnestly, "Young lady, when you choose someone to trust, keep your eyes open. Don't just look at appearances, sometimes that can really mislead you." Meng Qianqian. It was all the fault of that men's clinic. She lowered her head, picked up the plastic bag, and just wanted to leave with her salt. But when she tried to lift it, it wouldn't move. "TSK, let me carry it out for you." The shop owner carried a box of salt to her tricycle. When he saw the pile of steamed buns inside, he couldn't help but comment, "Why did you buy so many buns? What, is the world ending?" It wasn't the end of the world for her, but for someone else, it almost was. "I'm making an offering." The shop owner sighed. "You're planning to feed the gods too much, huh? Well, good luck with that." Meng Qianqian gave an awkward laugh, then rode off on her electric tricycle. She felt that she must have become famous in the village these past 2 days. If the village had trending topics, she would definitely be #1. "Hey, you old-fashioned scholar from ancient times, you owe me big time. If you don't have something better to trade next time, I won't help you again." Facing the cold wind, Meng Qianqian hunched her shoulders and drove home. She placed the buns and salt neatly, wrote a note explaining everything, added instructions for using the matches, and put the matches on top of the letter before leaving the storage room to collect sheep manure. The dried manure had no smell, was eco-friendly, and burned well. Worried that what she had delivered earlier wasn't enough, she hauled several more loads. "I've never worked this hard in my life. It's 5 degrees below zero, and I'm still sweating. That's something. Oh my gosh, this is more tiring than running a kilometer." Meng Qianqian kept talking to herself non-stop. Bun delivery. The bun shop owner called from the gate. Meng Qianqian ran out quickly and opened the door for him. "Sir, thank you so much." "No trouble at all. Where should I put these buns?" the bun shop owner asked with a friendly smile. Meng Qianqian pointed at the warehouse and said, "Sir, please keep unloading the goods into the warehouse. By tonight, they will all be frozen." After the buns were unloaded, he closed the door. Meng Qianqian sent the people away and returned to the house, collapsing on the ground, not wanting to move. The quilt hadn't been delivered yet. Gu Xuanji stood in the cold wind. He watched the members of the Xie family, slaves, and guards walking away in groups, braving the cold. An elderly lady, trying to stay dignified, approached Gu Xuanji. "Old sir." Gu Xuanji didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He supported her and said, "Grandmother, the crown prince of the Daqing dynasty has died. I am just your grandson. Don't feel guilty." The old lady Xia had long lost her former noble appearance. When she spoke, her voice revealed her difference from ordinary elderly women. "Being able to save our family members, prevent them from becoming slaves or prostitutes, and lead everyone here is already very difficult. If it weren't for your prayers to the gods, we wouldn't have survived yesterday. Stop praying to the gods now." Gu Xuanji understood her words perfectly. "Grandmother, the gods are not indifferent. They are kind." In his despair, Gu Xuanji instinctively defended them. Amid the snowstorm, a weak voice came from a child. "Mother, Huaner is so hungry." That was his older cousin's young son. Gu Xuanji clenched his fists painfully. "Grandmother, you should go back and wait. Don't catch a cold." He believed in the goddess, but he wasn't sure if they could hold on. Gu Xuanji watched as Grandma Xia returned to the yurt, his face heavy. Suddenly, many things appeared out of nowhere before his eyes. He quickly ran forward, picked up a letter, and excitedly unfolded it. "Sorry, I didn't see what was on the bamboo slip yesterday. Sorry to keep you waiting. The bag contains sheep dung, and your husband set the fire. Later, I will send some buns to you." "Are buns the steamed cakes?" "I don't know what you call them, but they can be eaten directly." Gu Xuanji only read 2 lines of the letter before carefully putting it away, unable to hide his excitement. "Signal the others to come back and cook porridge. "Oh, we are saved. The gods haven't abandoned us. They are coming to save us again." Gu Xuanji didn't stop them from praying to the gods. He quickly walked into the yurt. Unfolding the letter, Gu Xuanji's familiar calligraphy appeared before him, casual yet elegant. He began reading from the start. Just a few lines, but he read them over and over for a long time. "She is so adorable, even apologizing." Who would have thought that a mighty deity could admit fault? But his good father, the emperor, never believed he was wrong, nor would he admit to mistakes. Gu Xuanji lowered his head, his dark, deep eyes colder than the raging snowstorm outside. Inside, fires burned. The cooks gathered around the flames, watching the rice in the pot, hoping it would cook faster. Xie Qinghe quickly returned with people. He entered the tent, excitedly asking, "Your Highness, has the goddess sent firewood?" Gu Xuanji looked relaxed, speaking gently, pointing at the rice. "Third brother, divide the rice among the families so everyone can cook for themselves. That will be faster. I'll do it right away." Xie Qinghe moved briskly, calling 2 guards to come in, carrying rice to distribute to everyone. The rice was divided by person. 100 jin of rice for 1,000 people. But after dividing the rice, there was still not enough firewood. "Your Highness, the firewood is still insufficient," Xie Qinghe said worriedly. Gu Xuanji remained calm, saying, "Third brother, don't worry. The goddess will send more firewood." Xie Qinghe's eyes brightened, and his usually thin, dark face looked much more lively. "It's true." As they spoke, there was a sudden cry outside. Gu Xuanji went out to see and saw several bags, a box, and a few small white pouches. They looked smooth and shiny, made of a mysterious material. He also saw a letter on top. After reading it, he immediately knew what was inside. Could it be salt? Gu Xuanji was shocked. He kept his composure and said, "Distribute the steamed cakes first. There are more coming later. Everyone will get a share. Adults and children alike, 1 each." When Xie Qinghe heard everyone would get a share, he was very excited. He immediately went to move the bags. He opened a bag and saw white steamed cakes, his eyes blank with surprise. How could there be so many, and so white? "Don't push. Line up." The Highness said everyone will get some. After these are distributed, the goddess will send more steamed cakes. Xie Qinghe shouted loudly, while the guards stood nearby, watching carefully. No one dared to fight for the supplies. Everyone's attention was on the steamed buns. Gu Xuanji calmly ordered Jia Qi, "Move these into my tent." Jia Qi carried the items and followed Gu Xuanji into the tent. He tightly held a paper box in his hand. Gu Xuanji finished reading the letter carefully and stored it together with the picture book and other letters. He took out a small knife and cut open a salt bag. Inside, the salt was pure white and fine. He had never seen such salt before. In that moment, Gu Xuanji decided he must make good use of the salt. He called Jia Yi over and handed him the open salt bag. When cooking porridge, add some salt. Salt gives strength. He wanted to do more, so he needed to take good care of his people. Jia Yi looked at the salt, which was whiter and finer than snow, and was shocked. He turned around and asked, "My lord, are we really going to eat this salt? You've traveled with me through mountains and rivers, facing many dangers. I won't let you live worse than before," Gu Xuanji said casually, waving his hand. "Distribute some to each household. If it's not enough, come back for more." Jia Yi's eyes turned red. He looked deeply at Gu Xuanji, recalling the prince's appearance from a year ago. He was a kind prince, caring for the people but also decisive in battle. The officials in the court hoped the prince would ascend the throne. But unexpectedly, the prince was sentenced to death. Jia Yi pushed open the door curtain and stepped out, his steps becoming more determined. He vowed to protect his highness with his life. Xie Qinghe hurriedly rushed inside and knelt before Gu Xuanji, excited. "Your Highness, the goddess has given us firewood again." Although it was sheep dung, Xie Qinghe didn't mind. He even regarded it as a treasure. He never thought he would change so much. "Distribute the firewood to everyone," Gu Xuanji said calmly, holding the picture book. "I will arrange that right away." Xie Qinghe ran out like a rabbit. Gu Xuanji seemed to see the charming and carefree Xie Sanling from years ago. Gu Xuanji sat inside the tent, hearing the cheers outside. There's firewood, someone was crying. We can survive now, no need to die. Xie Qinghe's clear voice sounded from outside. It was His Highness who prayed to the goddess, and out of kindness, the goddess sent us food. We must find fine horses and more sheep to offer in thanks, so that the goddess will continue to bless us. Find fine horses, find more sheep. Offer them to the goddess. Someone shouted, and the others quickly joined in. Find fine horses. Find more sheep. Offer them to the goddess. Offer them to the goddess. Heaven! The goddess has heard our prayers and blessed us again. Many people gathered around, their faces full of joy. Gu Xianji stepped out of the tent. He knew there were 2,000 buns in total, 2 for each person. Looking at the eager faces, he raised his voice and said, "The goddess has given each of you 2 steamed buns. This is your food for today and tomorrow. Long live the goddess. Long live His Highness. Long live the goddess. Long live His Highness. Long live the goddess. Long live His Highness." Xie Qinghe was the first to kneel, and the others followed in confusion. "Everyone, please rise," Gu Xianji said, looking at the kneeling crowd. "Samling, distribute the food." Xie Qinghe stood up, took out 2 buns, and respectfully offered them to Gu Xianji. "Your Highness, please eat." Gu Xianji accepted the buns, but did not eat them. Instead, he watched as the others received their share. The rice soup was thick and fragrant. The children sipped it carefully, while the adults tore the buns into small pieces and soaked them in the soup. No one dared to eat too much. They saved the remaining buns and hid them in their tents. When assigning tents, families were kept together. Women and children shared one tent, while the male servants lived on the outer edge, sharing another. They were also the last to receive food. These servants were not born as such, they were people who had been exiled. A short man walked at the end of the line. Unlike the others, whose faces were blank, he had only been exiled for half a year. He had tried to persuade others to escape several times, but after seeing those who were caught beaten and starved, Chinsiki gave up the idea. Still, he was unwilling to live as a servant and longed to escape. Chinsiki once encouraged the others to flee north during a snowstorm. On the way, they met Gu Xianji and the Xie clan, and by following them, they finally reached the land of the Xianbei people. You all saw it with your own eyes. That so-called prince secretly moved things into his tent. Those are gifts from the gods to us. How can he keep them all for himself? I don't know how much he's secretly taken over these past few days. Chinsiki took a steamed bun, tucked it into his pocket, and returned to his tent, speaking angrily. Another with narrow eyes said bitterly, "On this journey, he and his people still get to eat meat. They ate the sheep they caught themselves. We can only drink soup and eat grass. I also saw them eating white noodles yesterday morning," Zhou Meng said harshly, biting into his bun. "Such delicious steamed bread. I've never had anything like it before. They must be hiding a lot and pretending to be generous. It seems like everything is shared with us." Chinsiki looked grim and said, "We have over 400 people now. We're not worried about the old, weak, women, and children. Just a few soldiers under his command are no match for us." "Exactly. Fourth brother, when will we make our move?" Zhou Meng rudely patted his pants. "It's been a long time since I last felt a woman's touch. Once we catch them and find out how to communicate with the goddess, we'll kill all the men. Then the women will be ours." Chinsiki took a sip of porridge and narrowed his eyes with a sinister look.
Norus.
"Let's wait and see how he communicates with the goddess next time." Meng Qianqian looked at the heated blanket in the greenhouse and wondered how she managed to get it down that day. "It's so heavy." She stood on top, pushed the blanket down. The blanket fell onto the shovel, so she went down to operate the machine and moved the blanket to the warehouse. After grabbing 2 blankets, Meng Qianqian couldn't continue.
She was exhausted.
If she called someone might notice the blankets were missing, and she'd have a hard time explaining where they went. Better to do it herself. After all, she was the one saving people. Maybe she was saving her ancestors. Maybe her DNA test would show their family. First, she pushed the blankets down from high up, then used the shovel to move them. For the ones below, she just used the shovel directly. After working for 2 hours, her stomach started to growl. She finally realized she hadn't eaten. Meng Qianqian lay on the warm carpet, feeling too tired to move. She took out her phone and called the restaurant to order food. Big sister, 1 order of crispy pork. Meng Qianqian originally planned to order 1 dish, but on a whim, she added 2 more. 1 more order of braised pork, a stir-fried garlic stock dish, and a dish called 3 delicacies from the land. Deliver it to Meng's ranch, no rice needed. She could just cook some rice in the rice cooker. Meng Qianqian lay down for a while, then cooked the rice, and took out her phone to place an order online. She searched for large iron pots in the countryside. One costs 498? Is it really that expensive? Meng Qianqian found that smaller iron pots also cost over 300 yuan. But she couldn't avoid spending the money. In ancient times, iron pots should have been regulated. You couldn't buy too many, right? Let's buy 4 pots, 2 large and 4 small, plus some steaming trays and a stainless steel pot for making soup. She added the pots to her shopping cart. The stainless steel pot was surprisingly 683 yuan. Why didn't I think these things were expensive before? Feeling a bit distressed about the cost, she added more to her cart. Buy 2 large ones and 4 small ones. If that's not enough, she would buy more later. Oh, I forgot to buy cold medicine, fever medicine, and anti-inflammatory medicine. She didn't dare to buy too much, just some adult cold medicine, children's cold medicine, and some fever reducers for both adults and children. Clothes should be needed too, right? Meng Qianqian thought about how people in ancient times wore modern clothes. The picture was a bit exciting. Why was she feeling a little excited? Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money, but she could buy a set for some people first. She didn't know their height or age. Meng Qianqian planned to write a letter to ask. After placing the order and paying, her wallet shrank significantly. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. She finished writing the letter, then opened a cabinet behind her, took out a stack of rice paper, and put it in a folder. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed 2 notebooks and 2 extra-large black pens. She organized everything, and the dishes were delivered. Meng Qianqian only kept half of the garlic stock stir-fry and separately served half a bowl of rice. The remaining rice was put into a thermal container, and she carried the other 3 dishes to the warehouse. It's so cold in winter, the food will get cold quickly. I should get some charcoal and let him enjoy hot pot directly, she said, patting her forehead. Why didn't I think of this before? They don't lack sheep over there. Actually, they are very short of sheep. The few sheep they sent probably haven't even tasted meat themselves. Before ordering hot pot, Meng Qianqian bought some spicy and some non-spicy ingredients. The clear broth and tomato broth were ordered more. Anyway, it's all beef hot pot. The beef tallow that modern people can't eat anymore is like a blessing for them. The pork bought at the market is fresh and cheap. 7 yuan per jean. Tomorrow, when she goes to the market, she can buy half a pig first. After buying the pork and hot pot ingredients, her money is almost gone. Meng Qianqian wrote down what she wanted to buy in her notebook, counted her remaining money, and quietly went to the sheep pen. There are a dozen lambs, and they are all valuable. She went inside to look at the sheep, 3 rams, and the rest are ewes. 2 ewes are pregnant, and there's a cute little lamb. She held the little lamb and stroked it, feeling happy inside. Suddenly, the phone rang. When Meng Qianqian saw the number flashing on the screen, her heart sank. Why is the old professor calling? Is there a problem with the sheep? Gu Xuanji was reading carefully. Suddenly, some things appeared in front of him, and on top of them was a letter. I don't know how long it's been since you've eaten meat, so I sent you some to try. A friendly reminder, if you haven't eaten meat in a long time, don't eat too much, just a little is enough. Your sheep can buy many things. If you need anything, just tell me. If it's warm clothes, write down the size, height, weight, and how many men and women. The thing next to you is a thermos, filled with rice. Food inside can stay warm. Just hold the thermos with your left hand, and with your right hand, grip the lid and turn it to the left. The bag contains rice paper, which can be used to write back. When you're done, or if you need more, just let me know. The notebook and pen are for you. The The way to hold the pen might feel unfamiliar at first, but once you get used to it, you'll like it. There was a simple drawing attached, showing the proper way to hold a pen. By the way, what should I call you? Gu Xuanji carefully read the letter twice before putting it away. He tentatively opened the insulated container, revealing rice that looked like pearls. He opened other boxes and saw sweet and sour pork, braised pork, and the only vegetarian dish, 3 fresh vegetables. He swallowed hard. Gu Xuanji called out loudly from outside. Your Highness, are you looking for me? Xie Qinghe came in from outside, smiling happily. They had a Mongolian tent and food. They could finally settle down and stop running away. Xie Qinghe also washed his face with snow water, making it very clean. His face looked much darker, but he was much thinner. Still, he seemed much healthier than before. Take these and share them with Grandma and your aunt, Gu Xuanji said, pointing to the 3 dishes. Xie Qinghe was stunned when he saw so much food. Your Highness, these are gifts from the goddess. You should eat them yourself.
They
don't need any. There's so much. Everyone can try some. The goddess will send more later. We need to get strong quickly. Once we find a safe place to settle, we can rest and recover. Gu Xuanji wanted revenge, so he needed enough supplies and soldiers. The people with him and the goddess behind him were his strength. Xie Qinghe turned to leave, carrying 3 clay jars. He only took half of each dish, leaving the rest for Gu Xuanji. No matter what Gu Xuanji said, he refused to take it. Your Highness, without you, I don't know if the goddess would have sent these. Gu Xuanji wanted to persuade him again, but Xie Qinghe had already left with the jars. He could see clearly. The first time the goddess sent gifts, only the prince could touch them. After they left, the goddess's gifts no longer had a fixed place. Now they were even sent directly to the prince's tent. If the prince was gone, the goddess probably wouldn't send anything again. After all, the most important person here was only the prince. Gu Xuanji didn't dare eat too much. He shared most of the remaining food with the guards so they could taste the meat too. Jia Yi and the other guards were deeply moved and wished they could give their lives for Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji waited for Xie Qinghe to come back and asked him to count the people. Send someone to count how many men there are, roughly how tall they are. Also, see how many women there are and how tall they are. I'll go now. Thank you for sharing your story. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Qinghe turned to leave, but Gu Xuanji called out, Take this with you. This pen was given by the goddess. Try using it and see if it works. Gu Xuanji opened the pen cap, wrote a few words in a notebook, then looked up at Xie Qinghe. Does it work now? Xie Qinghe was surprised. Wow, Your Highness, do you not need to dip this pen in ink? How can it write directly? Can I see it? Gu Xuanji hesitated. He handed the pen over. Xie Qinghe took it and looked at it but didn't understand how it worked. He tried writing a few words and became excited. This is so useful. It's really amazing. Xie Qinghe wanted to say more but hesitated. Finally, he carefully held the pen, gently touched the notebook, and said nervously, Your Highness, if there are more things like this in the future, call me again. After saying that, he ran out. Gu Xuanji's deep, cold eyes showed a rare, faint smile. He started to grind ink and picked up his brush to write a reply. Mr. Meng, my surname is Gu, and my given name is Xuanji. I haven't chosen a courtesy name yet. I am known as Gu Erliang at home. Earlier, I didn't explain my situation clearly. We're on the grassland, and it is winter now. The heavy snow stopped today. The snow is knee-deep. We can't find firewood or any food. We also can't find cattle, sheep, or horses for now. In a few days, I plan to set up a trading caravan heading south to trade with other tribes. I will exchange for some cattle, sheep, and horses and send them to you. If possible, I would also like to get some salt. After finishing the letter, Gu Xuanji wrote down the numbers he had calculated. He tried placing the letter on the table in front of him. After bowing 3 times and 9 bows, he looked up and found the letter was gone. Could it be that as long as he sincerely bowed and prayed, the message could be delivered no matter where he was? Gu Xuanji felt very confident. Next spring, when he led the trading caravan into the city, He wouldn't worry about losing contact with the goddess. He didn't know what price he would have to pay to temporarily leave the goddess's place. No matter what the cost, Gu Xuanji was willing to pay. He wanted revenge, to return to the city and take back everything that was his. Meng Qianqian nervously stood at the gate of the pasture. A low-key black car was parked quietly in front of her. A lively little old man got out of the car and eagerly headed toward the pasture. Xiao Meng, tell me, is it true that your friend gave you more than 10 sheep? The old professor hurriedly walked, eager to reach the sheep pen. Meng Qianqian felt nervous. Seeing the serious look on the old professor's face, she couldn't tell what he had figured out. Professor, my friend really gave me more than 10 sheep. They are all in the sheep pen. Meng Qianqian didn't dare mention the sheep she sold to the professor last time. When they reached the sheep pen, the professor politely looked at Meng Qianqian. Can I go in and take a look? You already stepped in with 1 foot, most of your body is inside. Asking if you can go in is unnecessary. Meng Qianqian didn't dare say anything and nodded enthusiastically. Feel free to come in, it's okay. You're a good girl, the old professor said as he entered the sheep pen. He looked at the sheep, then at another, and was excited to see that 2 ewes had lambs. Xiao Meng, are you selling these sheep? The professor finally asked. Meng Qianqian didn't expect the professor to come to buy sheep. You're here to buy, yes, 3 sheep. 2 one-year-old ewes and 1 pregnant ewe. I'll give you the same price as last time. 2 ewes for 100,000 each, and the pregnant ewe for 120,000. This time, you can't ask for less. Sorry about your sheep, do you understand? When we breed better sheep, we'll sell them to you first. The professor seemed to care about Meng Qianqian. This time, the money will be transferred directly to your account. Send me your account info, and I'll have the accountant transfer the money immediately. 320,000? It felt like a dream. So unreal. Meng Qianqian hesitated, then sent her account info. Less than a minute later, she received a text message on her phone. She silently counted the zeros after the number, and the corners of her mouth twitched like a mischievous smile. The professor came prepared. The sheep transport vehicle had heating measures, and Meng Qianqian felt a strong sense of envy. She took her phone, paid her taxes, and looked at her balance. Thinking of Gu Xuanji, she felt she had been a bit too harsh. The middlemen really make good money. Meng Qianqian returned to her room, wrapped herself in a silk quilt, and sent it to the warehouse. She even thoughtfully wrote, "A 12-jean silk quilt is sent to you. Very warm, no charge. Also, feel free to ask for anything you need." Gu Xuanji was busy writing. He was learning Pinyin, and in just 1 day, he had already mastered Chinese Pinyin. He should also let Sanlang and his advisors learn it. Gu Xuanji smiled wryly. Now, he had no advisors. But in the future, the children in his territory could learn these skills. Gu Xuanji silently wrote the Chinese Pinyin again. Suddenly, a large red dragon and phoenix embroidered blanket appeared in front of him. Gu Xuanji paused slightly with his finger, then relaxed. The goddess naturally knew his identity, otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him. His slender fingers picked up the letter on the blanket, and as he read the last line, his heartbeat quickened. Feel free to ask for anything. Is it really okay to ask for everything? Gu Xuanji wasn't sure if this was a test or genuine, but either way, he believed it. Goddess, we need many seeds. My people need to rest and grow crops. We have nothing but what you have given us. Also, I need a lot of silk. He needed silk worth over 10 coins to trade for many things. Just then, Xie Qinghe's anxious voice came from outside. Your Highness, something's wrong. What is so urgent? Gu Xuanji paused slightly, then looked up at Xie Qinghe, whose eyes were red. Your Highness, it's terrible. Grandmother has a fever. Gu Xuanji immediately stood up. How could this happen? He put down his brush and quickly went with Xie Qinghe to Lady Xie's Mongolian tent. Today, everyone used the blanket given by the goddess. Grandmother rarely sleeps peacefully, but for some reason, her cheeks are flushed and she has a fever. My mother tried to cool her, but it didn't help. Feeling helpless, Xie Qinghe had no choice but to come to Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji entered the tent and saw Lady Xie unconscious. He touched her forehead, his face serious. I will ask the goddess. He turned and went back into the tent. At the end of the letter, he added, Goddess, my grandmother has caught a cold and has a high fever that won't go down. Please, grant your divine medicine to save her life. Gu Xuanji folded the letter neatly. He bowed 3 times and knelt 9 times before the letter. Meng Qianqian finished reading the letter Gu Xuanji wrote, then opened her computer and started typing. On the screen, a table listed the supplies Gu Xuanji needed. After she finished writing, she moved her wrist. There are quite a few things. If Professor hadn't been so generous, I wouldn't have enough money to buy all this. Meng Qianqian took out her phone and dialed her elementary school friend's number. She felt a little nervous. After all, she was broke. Just then the call connected. Meng Qianqian took a deep breath. A sharp female voice came from the phone. Hello? Meng Qianqian? You still remember to call me? I thought you were dead if you didn't call. You caused such a big problem and just hid away. And you even set your phone so I can't reach you. You're really something. Meng Qianqian's eyes turned red from the scolding. When her mother died, she couldn't reach anyone. She gritted her teeth and sold everything she had to pay off her debts. Everyone around her disappeared. But unexpectedly, when she returned to the countryside and made the first call, it was answered within 3 rings. And the other person was still yelling at her fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. Others are not important. Do you even know who I am? Meng Qianqian, you didn't even check, and you just cut ties with me unilaterally? Song Qiaoyi asked coldly with a sneer. Even through the phone, you could feel Song Qiaoyi's anger. Not at all. Meng Qianqian was moved to tears. She knew better than anyone how hard Song Qiaoyi had it. When Song Qiaoyi's father had an affair, her mother decisively took her to Wancheng. She almost disappeared from their circle until a few years ago, when Song Qiaoyi returned with a net worth of over 100 billion. Tell me, what's the matter? Song Qiaoyi was straightforward and never beat around the bush. Meng Qianqian wiped her tears and didn't hold back. She said directly, Qiaoyi, I want to order some cotton clothes. Mainly for warmth. The fabric just needs to be sturdy and easy to clean. Please send me 100 yards of fabric, 50 yards for lining and 50 yards for outerwear. The main thing is durability and stain resistance. Song Yiran. What? In a few days, the virus might spread. Are you planning to stockpile supplies? But you don't need to stockpile this. Meng Qianqian suddenly felt her actions were strange.
No.
I plan to donate supplies. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Meng Qianqian heard a voice. Meng Qianqian, you say you can't even feed yourself, and yet you still have the energy to worry about others. But someone had given her money. Is that okay? Of course, just wait to receive the goods. Oh, and I also need shoes. Shoes for women, shoes for men, for winter. The best winter shoes from my hometown. Men's sizes 40 to 45. Women's sizes 36 to 39. 1,000 pairs of each. Focus on warmth, good quality, and affordable price. Meng Qianqian is short on money, so she emphasizes affordability. Song Qiaoyi feels very sorry for her. She can't believe that Meng, who is usually so proud, is now being so careful with money. I will have the factory specially make the shoes and clothes for you. Do you want hats? Like black lei feng hats. Meng Qianqian almost cried. Sweetheart, you're so wonderful. Yes, I want hats. Men's, women's, and children's, 500 of each. 2,000 pairs of gloves. Send me the bill. Don't worry about saving money. I have enough. Song Qiaoyi impatiently said, All right, you talk so much. You also need socks, masks, scarves, and so on. I'll get everything ready for you. Do you want a batch of military coats too? Yes. Send me the bill later. Thank you, sweetheart. When you come to my hometown, I'll treat you to roast whole lamb. No, I want to eat lamb chops. Meng Qianqian hung up, still smiling foolishly. It's easy to buy everything. Just order from Taobao, JD, Pinduoduo, a few orders, and it's done. While placing orders, Meng Qianqian keeps an eye on the surveillance. Suddenly, the screen shows snowflakes. When it clears, she sees a neatly folded letter on the ground. Meng Qianqian stands up, puts on her down jacket, and heads to the warehouse. She opens the door, walks inside, picks up the letter, quickly reads it, and upon seeing the last sentence, she runs outside without hesitation. High fever in ancient times could be deadly. Although Meng Qianqian had bought medicine earlier, it would take 4 days for the delivery. Now saving a life is urgent. She must buy medicine immediately. She goes inside, grabs her phone, puts it in her pocket, zips up her down jacket, puts on her hat, and rides her electric scooter out. She arrives at the hospital above, stops her scooter, and rushes inside. Medicine, cold medicine, fever reducers. The doctor asks her, adults or children? Adults. Caught a cold from the cold wind. High fever that won't go down. Meng Qianqian describes her condition as best as she can. Buy more, 10 boxes of each medicine. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian spoke. The doctor looked at her with surprise. Why did you buy so much medicine? Even though these medicines last a long time, you probably don't need to buy so many. Oh, my family is large, and I'm worried about getting sick, Meng Qianqian explained sincerely. Gu Xuanji, with so many relatives, if one person catches a cold, others might get it too. So, she decided to buy some medicine to send over first. The doctor took the medicines and packed them into a plastic bag. Meng Qianqian also looked at other fever medicines and asked the doctor to take a few more boxes. Doctor, how much is this? 1,200, but she was now wealthy, so the money was not a problem. Meng Qianqian scanned the code to pay and carried the medicines out. When she reached the door, she heard the doctor mutter, buying so much fever medicine, it's like she knows the end of the world is coming, stockpiling in advance, ready to survive the dangerous fever period caused by supernatural powers. This comment made Meng Qianqian fall silent. She quickly ran back with the medicines. Using a brush, she wrote instructions on the boxes of fever medicine in Chinese calligraphy, then sent them over. After labeling all the other medicines with usage instructions, she packed them into a secure box. The medicines were good, but some people might accidentally swallow them, which could be dangerous. She attached a manual with instructions for the safe use of the box, then took it to the warehouse and placed the letter on top. Medicine, the medicine is here. Gu Xuanji had been watching the table closely. When Xie Qinghe exclaimed, he also saw the medicines. He saw the instructions on the box, picked up the medicine, and ran to Grandma Xie's Mongolian tent. Great Aunt, the medicine is here. Gu Xuanji opened the box, took out a small bottle, looked at the numbers on it, and was silent for a moment. Then he poured out 10 milliliters of medicine and handed it over. Zheng Shi saw the clear plastic cup, took it, and personally fed the medicine to Grandma Xie. Her daughter-in-law, Cui, quickly handed her a glass of water. Zheng Shi then fed Grandma Xie some warm water, wiped her mouth, and asked nervously, Your Highness, does this medicine really work? Gu Xuanji replied in a deep voice, This medicine was given by the goddess. It should not be taken in large amounts. In half an hour, the medicine will take effect. Later, I will bring more medicine, and I will need Aunt to help feed it to Grandma. Gu Xuanji left with the medicines. Xie Qinghe also went out with Gu Xuanji. Fortunately, there is the goddess, or else my grandmother might. Xie Qinghe's eyes were red like a rabbit's. As the third son in the family, he was not as talented as his older brother in martial arts, nor as learned as his younger brother in literature. Others saw him as a lazy and useless third son. His master's grandmother favored him, helping him gain fame, so he became the proud and outstanding Xie Sanling. My grandmother will be fine. Gu Xuanji returned to the nomadic tent, saw the black box, and walked over to carefully examine the paper on top. Xie Qinghe stopped crying and curiously looked at the box, asking, Your Highness, what is this? A suitcase. A suitcase? It's just a box that holds medicine. Gu Xuanji explained, then opened the box and took out some medicine. He picked out the medicine suitable for Grandma Xie and asked Xie Qinghe to give it to Mrs. Zheng. Mrs. Zheng was from the Zheng family of Xinjiang and had been well educated since childhood. Go ask again if anyone else is sick. These medicines have instructions. You can give them to people. If there are children, only use 1/4 of the dose. Gu Xuanji carefully reminded him before letting Xie Qinghe leave with the medicine. Soon after, Jia Qi returned with people, excitedly reporting to Gu Xuanji, "Sir, we saw a river. Where there is a river, there must be people living." Gu Xuanji immediately gathered his men to discuss. The number of capable people was very limited. Besides Xie Qinghe, Jia Yi, and a few others, only Xie Mingxuan, Xie Wangchao, and Xie Qingling could be relied on. In the large nomadic tent, 10 people sat. Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice, "The snow has stopped, and it won't snow again in a few days. We need to find a place to settle before spring. Early this morning, I sent Jia Qi to go north and find a river about 100 miles from here." Xie Mingxuan was the oldest among the Xie clan. He was experienced and asked excitedly, "Your Highness, do you want us to start farming here?" "This place is not suitable." Gu Xuanji shook his head. Xie Mingxuan hesitated slightly, asking, "So, Your Highness means the market should be set up early." The first stall to open was the pork stall. Meng Qianqian arrived at the market in a tricycle, and the pork was just unloaded from the vehicle, still steaming hot. "Boss, how much for the pork?" Among a group of elderly women, Meng Qianqian, a fashionable and pretty young girl, was very eye-catching. The boss heard Meng Qianqian's words and said, 7 yuan per jean. Can I get a discount if I buy more?" Meng Qianqian tried to bargain. "No way. 7 yuan pork. What do you expect me to lower the price to?" Next to them, an older woman with dyed red, curly hair whispered to a few other elderly women, saying, "I tell you, that's Meng family's granddaughter." "Which Meng family?" "The one with the farm. The girl is very capable, but unlucky. She suddenly died not long ago." "Oh, that family. When that girl from the Meng family died, they went bankrupt. She was even kicked out by her father. I heard she's not even his real daughter. Otherwise, with so much money, how could she have gone back to the countryside so easily? Meng family's girl has always been pretty, but she's not a good person. Look what she's done. She can't even afford 7 yuan pork." That's true. The voices of the elderly women were quite loud, and Meng Qianqian couldn't ignore them. Meng Qianqian said expressionlessly, "I'll take the whole pig." "All of it," the elderly women exclaimed in surprise. Meng Qianqian ignored them and said, "Ribs, big bones, pig offal, I want all of it." She pointed to the pig blood in the basin and said, "And pig blood too. Are you going to remove all the bones?" The boss was surprised to see such a generous customer, and everyone was stunned. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "Of course. Please help me cut it. For the pork, separate the pork belly and the tenderloin. Don't include the bad parts." The boss happily took out his phone and said, "Send another pig over. Right now, immediately." He hung up and told the other elderly women, "If you want to buy, wait a little. The pork will be delivered later." The elderly women. The woman in the red down jacket asked the woman with curly hair, "Didn't you say she had no money and was kicked out? How can she buy so much meat all at once?" The curly-haired woman looked embarrassed. "I don't know. That's what the news said. Her mother is not a good person. She had her with some other man, so she was kicked out. I guess the money she is now was given by that man." "It is at Meng's farm," Meng Qianqian asked the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper said, "Okay, I will prepare it and deliver it to you later." "Can you calculate the total cost?" Meng Qianqian asked. "The pork weighs 210 jin, at 7 yuan per jin. The ribs are 60 jin, at 15 yuan per jin. The pig offal is 45 jin, at 11 yuan per jin. The large pig bones are 20 jin, at 10 yuan per jin," the shopkeeper said, starting to calculate with a calculator. "The total is 3,065 yuan. You can pay 3,000 yuan, he said. Meng Qianqian scanned the QR code and entered 3,000 yuan, then said, "Boss, I transferred the money to you." "Received." The shopkeeper smiled happily. A few elderly women looked quite annoyed. "Let's go. First to buy some vegetables," Meng Qianqian said. They went to a vegetable stall and looked at the garlic shoots, asking, "How much are these garlic shoots?" 8 yuan per jin, a little cheaper at 5 yuan, the shop owner said, holding a bag. "How much do you want?" The elderly woman picked up some garlic shoots, then disdainfully threw them back, saying, "Your garlic shoots are no good. And charging so much. 5 yuan, will you sell it?" The shopkeeper was annoyed but kept smiling. "Sorry, ma'am. We can't sell it at that price." Look at this, it's all wilted and hard. If you won't lower the price, I won't buy it, the elderly woman said, standing up as if to leave. Meng Qianqian stepped in loudly and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, how much garlic shoots do you have?" "We'll buy all of it." The elderly woman turned to see Meng Qianqian and scolded with a stern face. "Do you know what first come, first served means? But you just said you didn't want to buy because the quality was bad and it was too expensive, right? Since you don't want it, what's wrong with me buying it?" Meng Qianqian looked innocent and explained logically. The elderly woman was angry and opened her mouth to speak. She wanted to say she was bargaining, but everyone knew that, and it was embarrassing to say it out loud. Meng Qianqian smiled politely and said, "Ma'am, please make way, but I still want to buy other vegetables." The elderly woman argued and refused to leave. Meng Qianqian didn't mind. She had earned quite a bit today and was in a good mood. She shouted to the shopkeeper, "Boss, don't unload the vegetables from your truck. Pack all these vegetables and send them to our house. Anyway, you have a bill. Calculate roughly how much it is and give me the total. I bought everything." The shop owner's wife thought she might have heard wrong. "You took everything? Are you running a business?"
"No, just for ourselves to eat," she replied.
The kind shop owner warned, "We have a lot of vegetables here. They're all from the greenhouse and fresh. If you buy too much and can't finish it, it will be wasted." "We won't waste it. Our family is big, and this much food isn't enough for us," she said. Meng Qianqian thought to herself, "Gu Xuanji has 1,000 people working for him. Isn't this amount of food enough for them?" The shop owner was surprised. "If that's the case, I'll load the car now and deliver everything to you. We can find our way easily. Just follow that road. There are signs, and you'll find the Meng family farm," Meng Qianqian said with a smile and kept walking. She heard an old lady muttering quietly, "Eat, eat, eat. You won't die from eating." "Huh, you really won't die from eating," Meng Qianqian said with a smile. She saw the old lady squatting by a vegetable stall and approached her. She told the shop owner, "I want all your vegetables. Please deliver them to the Meng family farm." The shop owner was still stunned, eyes wide with shock. What did you say? You want everything? Do you know how many vegetables I have here?" "These aren't enough," she said with a smile. She turned to the man selling radishes across the street and said, "Sir, I want all your radishes too. If it's not too much trouble, please deliver them to the Meng family farm." The old man, missing a tooth, smiled happily. "No trouble at all. It's no problem. You take care of my business, so I can't refuse. Do you want radishes? I have plenty at home. I'll bring them over for you."
"Great.
"I'll take all of them." She agreed immediately. The old man quickly packed the radishes into his tricycle. "I'll go home now and deliver everything to you later." Meng Qianqian kept walking forward. Now, not only the old ladies but also others looked at her in surprise. A clever little merchant came over and asked, "Miss, do you want this fish? It's fresh from our reservoir. Big fish, about 30 to 40 pounds. These big fish have big spines, so they're not easy to stab." Meng Qianqian saw only one fish in a child's bathtub, flopping around. It was a large carp. The carp has a strong muddy smell, but when prepared well, it tastes quite good. The key is that she doesn't eat it, but someone else can. "All right, I want all of it. Can you deliver it to my door?" The fish seller happily agreed, without hesitation. He stopped selling fish, packed the fish into his car, and started to close up shop. Others came over holding apples. "Miss, do you want to buy some apples? These are from our own orchard. They may be small, but they taste really good. Would you like to try one?" Meng Qianqian had eaten such apples when she was a child. She knew apples were delicious, but without trying, she said, "I'll take all of them. Please deliver everything to me." "Okay, Meng family's farm, right?" Meng Qianqian smiled. "I'll deliver it to you soon." The seller didn't argue anymore. Someone else came over and said, "We're not selling anymore. Everything sold out." He packed the apples into boxes. A few elderly women followed behind Meng Qianqian, whispering, "Where does a poor girl like her get money? How else? Probably just like her mother, working as a servant for others." "Ha, tsk," The red-haired, curly-haired elderly woman muttered quietly, "Such a dishonest person." After walking through a street, Meng Qianqian didn't leave any spice sellers or pancake vendors untouched. Everything was sold out. She looked back, and the elderly women whispering behind her immediately stopped and pretended to look at other stalls. "Stop looking. I've bought all these," Meng Qianqian said coldly. One of the elderly women pointed at some clothes nearby and said, "I'm buying clothes. I've also bought these clothes," Meng Qianqian replied expressionlessly. "Don't think just because someone has money, they come from shady sources. The money in our family is earned by my mother. The money I have is earned honestly. I pay taxes." "Have you paid taxes?" "Oh, I forgot. Women like you have earned less in a lifetime than my mother earns in an hour." Meng Qianqian rode her small tricycle and shouted to the market vendors, "Everyone, just deliver the goods. I'll pay on the spot." So, a rare scene appeared in the small village market. A beautiful girl, looking like a big star, was riding her tricycle at the front, with many small vendors following behind in their tricycles. There were also large tricycles and small trucks behind them. The scene was grand and lively. People coming to the market were shocked and asked, "What's going on?" "I told you, Meng's daughter got rich. She sold all her stuff at once. All these small vendors are delivering goods to her." A group of people who liked to browse but not buy stood by the roadside watching the excitement. Someone clearly knew about Meng's family and said, "Oh, it's the Meng family? Even a tired camel is bigger than a horse. Look at this scene. No one in our village has done this before. But I wonder how she plans to eat all this food, and what she'll do with all those clothes. She's not even wearing one. That's okay. She has plenty of money and likes to do good. Maybe she's donating everything." Maybe so. Unaware, Meng Qianqian had already prepared an excuse. She posted a sign that said, "Please come inside." The ranch gate was wide open. Meng Qianqian sat at the warehouse entrance, opening the big door to let vehicles in. 1,800, right? I've transferred the money. Please check." She paid each merchant one by one. 2,500?
Got it.
15,000? 3,800? It's transferred.
Please check.
Meng Qianqian found that even if she didn't pick and choose, just paying bills was quite tiring. She worked until the afternoon. Hungry and stomach growling, she finally finished sending everyone away. Looking at the neatly arranged vegetables, fruits, seasonings, meats, and cooked foods in the warehouse, she thought that Gu Xuanji must have been very lucky in his past life to meet such a kind person like her. She paused when she saw the seasonings. Other items were fine, but the seasonings needed clear instructions on how to use them and the right amounts. She knew she would send many more things to Gu Xuanji in the future. She couldn't keep writing explanations in Chinese calligraphy every time. Meng Qianqian turned around and went inside, rummaging through her old belongings to find her dictionary. She wrote down how to use the dictionary and finally told him that seasonings shouldn't be used excessively and explained what they were generally for. She also urged him to learn Pinyin well and to look at the dictionary whenever he had free time. Her goal was for them to communicate in simplified Chinese characters soon. That way, she could type on the computer. And computers also have calligraphy fonts. Meng Qianqian felt she was being silly. Quietly, she decided to send the things over and firmly refused to do anything more foolish. She deliberately placed the dictionary, instruction manual, and letters in the most visible spot. In winter, there is no need to farm or build houses. During the cold months, learning more things is not a bad idea. Next door, no more crying could be heard from the Mongolian tent. Soon after, someone entered from outside. "Has the fever gone down?" Gu Xuanji put down his book. Xie Qinghe happily replied, "The fever of the goddess grandmother has subsided." "That's good." Gu Xuanji felt relieved. He stepped out of the tent and looked eastward.
We are now deep in the grassland.
Going east will lead us into the territory of the Fuyu people. The Fuyu have 80,000 households. Compared to the Fuyu, the Xianbei behind them are even stronger. We must cross the river before spring begins. If the river melts, we will be trapped here. When should we leave? Xie Qinghe asked seriously. Gu Xuanji said firmly, right now. Xie Qinghe was surprised. I have a feeling we must leave immediately or else. Gu Xuanji didn't finish his sentence, but gave a clear order. Send the message. Everyone must head east now. Your Highness, what about those things? There's so many items and so much rice. Xie Qinghe asked. Gu Xuanji replied mysteriously, I have my ways. Then I'll go arrange it, Xie Qinghe said immediately. He quickly gathered the tribe members and passed the orders to each Mongolian tent. Soon, everyone came out of their tents. Some slaves were gathered together. Fourth brother, what should we do? He wants us to leave now without taking anything. Is he trying to drive us away? Zhou Meng still had a steamed bun in his pocket, which he had snatched from another. He kicked a small and bit into the bun, mumbling, Fourth brother, should we take this chaos as a chance to rob him? Chen Si spat and said fiercely, What do you two mean? The other two also looked fierce, their eyes full of anger. Let's go rob them. No way we survive without stealing. Only by stealing can we live, Tao Jinfang said angrily, glaring at the small.
What are you looking at?
Get lost. Let's go. With those 10 bags of rice, how can we not survive? Chen Si grinned wickedly and said, Tell the others to come with us and rob them. A few people split up to act. Gu Xuanji had already arranged for Jia Yi and others to dismantle the Mongolian tents. The tents are easy to take apart. Just remove the modules. There's no need to dismantle everything. Just open them up and stack the pieces together. A young servant, taking advantage of Chen Siji and the others not paying attention, secretly slipped away from the other side. He used the noise of dismantling the tents to quickly run toward Gu Xuanji. Stop right there. The guards quickly stopped him. The young servant was afraid of disturbing Chen Siji and the others, and also scared of the guards. He nervously whispered, I have something important to report to the master. What is it? The guard frowned, holding his spear, which didn't recognize anyone. The young servant whispered, The slaves are planning to steal food. The guard's face changed. He immediately told the person next to him, Keep an eye on him. He turned to find Gu Xuanji. Your Highness, just now it came to report that some slaves are planning to steal food, the guard said angrily. His name was Jia Jiao. He was very thin and not as skilled with weapons as others, but he was excellent with poisons. Those slaves really are troublemakers. They eat at the prince's place, stay at the prince's place, and now they even want to betray him. He wished he could poison all those slaves right away. Xie Qinghe heard this, and his face darkened. He was instantly worried. Bring that here. Gu Xuanji remained calm and composed, not paying much attention to the slaves. Soon, the young servant came over with Jia Jiao. He knelt on the ground, afraid to lift his head. Tell me everything you know, Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice. The young servant didn't dare hide anything and told him everything he knew. After listening, Gu Xuanji frowned slightly. What is your name? And where are your parents? My name is Zheng Qiao. My parents died on the way to exile. I'm all alone. If my cousin hadn't protected me, I would have starved to death, Zheng Qiao said. He was also exiled, caught up in the trouble. Their family had a corrupt official who was executed, and they were all sent into exile. And your cousin? Gu Xuanji asked. The young servant said, My cousin was robbed of his steamed bun and beaten so badly he couldn't get up. He's hiding in a snow cave. I came out to find food and happened to overhear their conversation. Gu Xianji looked at the thin, who looked like a 10-year-old child, and calmly ordered, Jia Jiao, take him over there and bring his cousin. Don't let anyone else see. Jia Jiao took Zheng Qiuli away. Xie Qinghe wanted to speak but hesitated. He only heard Gu Xianji say, Third brother, you and your mother-in-law leave first. Jia take 10 people to them. Your Highness, what will you do? Xie Qinghe was very worried about Gu Xianji's safety. I have my ways. You go ahead and leave. Only if you and your mother-in-law leave, I can worry less. Gu Xianji looked at Xie Qinghe and said, Third brother, take the Xie family members eastward and don't stop. Xie Qinghe's eyes turned red. Your Highness, take care. I will be fine. He still planned to lead everyone back into danger. The Xie family members were all ready. Even old lady Xie was among the crowd. She looked at Gu Xianji with her eyes filling with tears. Gu Xianji walked up to old lady Xia and gently said, "Grandmother, don't worry. I won't risk my life unnecessarily. During this journey, I will trouble you to help third brother choose a good place for us to rest and recover." Old lady Xia knew Gu Xianji was comforting her. She couldn't hold him back. "We will wait for you ahead." Gu Xianji's voice was faint and hoarse. He watched the Xia family leave. He looked at the restless slaves, like wolves, staring at the 10 bags of rice. His eyes were very cold. The Xia family and the slaves were eating porridge, but his guards were eating rice. On this escape, the guards ate first. Not just about 500 slaves. If there were 1,000 slaves, they wouldn't be a match for his few dozen guards. Chun Siki stared at the dismantled Mongolian tents, filled with anger. He encouraged the slaves, saying, "Did you see? He told their relatives to leave everything behind and go first. But he makes us work hard, carrying all this stuff. He and the soldiers are no different. They don't see us as people. Yes, so we must fight back. Kill them all. Take all the grain, blankets, and tents. We won't starve or freeze to death," Tao Jinfan also shouted. Many slaves looked confused. Some seemed numb, but their eyes were full of hatred. They looked fierce and eager, as if they wanted to tear Gu Xianji apart and eat him. Jia Yi walked behind Gu Xianji and respectfully said, "Your Highness, all the tents have been taken down." Gu Xianji nodded slightly in response. He took out a thick envelope from his pocket, opened a cardboard box, and placed the letter inside. Then he folded another letter and put it on top. The slaves didn't understand what was happening. They only saw Gu Xianji step back 2 steps and then kneel down. Why did he kneel? Zhou Meng was confused and turned to ask Shinseki. If he knew what was happening, he wouldn't be standing here nervously watching. Shinseki cursed silently in his mind but kept a calm face, mocking. What can he do? Pray to the heavens to take it back? Ha ha ha. The heavens can't take it back. These things are ours now. The slaves were eager to act. They looked at Gu Xianji kneeling on the ground and found it very funny. They started laughing too. If only the heavens could be persuaded, a few bows would make their wishes come true. Would they be in this situation today? It was ridiculous, so ridiculous. Shinseki felt very happy. Let him struggle a little longer. Brothers, charge. Let's take back what's ours. More than 100 slaves rushed forward first. Zheng Qiu was startled by the others. He shrank back into the crowd, standing next to a tall but thin man. Zheng Qiu nervously grabbed Zheng Wen's clothes. He didn't understand why they could have left earlier with the Xie family members, but his cousin insisted on staying. But he couldn't abandon his cousin, so he stayed too. He looked around anxiously at the slaves, seeing their wolf-like eyes and many numb faces, all worriedly watching Gu Xianji. Could he hold on? Why didn't he take something and run first? Zheng Qiu regretted it. He regretted telling Gu Xianji. He was afraid Gu Xianji might betray him. Why are you afraid? Zheng Wen patted his little cousin's head. He thought his timid little cousin had fought for this chance for them. He wouldn't let it go. Most of these slaves weren't exiled because they did something wrong. They were mostly involved by others. Slaves have no rights. They don't even get enough food and work numbingly, risking death from exhaustion or starvation. They can't escape. If caught, they are beaten badly and still not given any food. Once someone becomes there is no hope left. Their children and grandchildren will also become slaves. Zheng Wen is not willing to accept this. He desperately wants to escape and change his fate. The only way to free oneself from slavery is through military merit, but it must be special merit and no one can earn it now. A rare opportunity has come. They might have a chance to escape. Even if they escape to the territory of the Xiongnu, it doesn't matter, as long as they can survive. He wants to survive. Zheng Wen says to the numb slaves, "Why are we trying to escape?" The slaves look up, their eyes full of anger and resentment. Not at Zheng Wen. "We escape to live like normal people, so our children won't become slaves too," Zheng Wen shouts loudly. Someone harshly says, "We are no different from slaves now. Aren't we about to starve to death?" "Starve," Zheng Wen sneers. "Haven't you eaten what you have these past few days before being exiled? The slaves fall silent. Zhongwen continues sternly, "You all saw it. That person is blessed by the gods. It was he who asked for the food, who sought the shelter from the storm, the Mongolian tent. It was he who gave us the white steamed buns and the thick porridge. Now Chinsiji and others want to take the slaves to steal supplies. The slaves know that Chinsiji and others are planning to rebel. Some are too afraid to act. Those who are afraid stay behind. Do you think Chinsiji will share food with you?" Zhongwen turns to look at the effort rushing toward Gu Xianji, speaking faster. "If you want to live a normal life, you must honestly follow that person." "I do not agree with Chinsiji's rebellion." Zhongwen raises his arm and shouts, "Charge! Let's catch Chinsiji and the others. I don't want Chinsiji to steal my food again." Zheng Qiu, young but clever, hears his cousin's words and immediately shouts loudly. His trembling voice is more powerful than Zheng Wen's words, striking the hearts of the slaves. Many of them have been bullied by Chinsiji. Don't let Chinsiji bully us. Protect the prince. The remaining 300-plus slaves quickly chased after Chinsiji and his group. Chinsiji only heard his name and felt victory was near. A greedy light appeared in his eyes. "Brothers, charge. If we kill them all, we will have food to eat." The slaves burst into loud cheers. Gu Xuanji knelt on the ground, calm as usual. His guards behind him also remained composed. Each held a weapon, ready to attack at Gu Xuanji's command. In their eyes, even 500 slaves, or 1,000, were as weak as straw and easily defeated. "Please, Mr. Meng, help Gu Xuanji keep this for now," Gu Xuanji said after finishing his words and bowing one last time. When he looked up, his lips seemed to curl into a faint smile. Chun Siji and his group charged forward with red eyes, but suddenly stopped about 5 meters from Gu Xuanji. Everyone was confused and unsure what to do. They watched helplessly as the large, warm tents, the 10 bags of rice, and other items suddenly disappeared into thin air without warning. "What's going on?" Meng Qianqian saw a flash and realized many things had appeared in the warehouse out of nowhere. She looked closely and recognized them. Weren't these the items she had sent from the future to the ancient times? She saw the letter on top, walked over, and picked it up. It read, "Please, Mr. Meng, help Gu Xuanji keep this temporarily. If it's not too much trouble, could you send it back when Gu Xuanji needs it?" "You really know how to give orders," Meng Qianqian said, but she agreed. She just didn't know when Gu Xuanji would need it. The problem was, the warehouse door couldn't be closed because it would trigger a teleportation. Leaving it open meant the food might freeze. "This is really tricky," she muttered. Meng Qianqian went to the warehouse door and tried to negotiate. "Sweetie, let's make a deal. I'll close the door and you don't send things over, okay?" She wasn't sure if the warehouse would respond. She didn't dare to really close the door. To prevent accidents, she left it open. Since no one was around at the ranch and there were cameras everywhere, Meng Qianqian wasn't worried about losing anything. She sneaked over to the sheep pen, which her grandfather had built. It was equipped with high-tech devices and the insulation was top-notch. Even if she got cold, the animals inside wouldn't be affected. Meng Qianqian went to the sheep pen and noticed that the handsome ram looked a bit unusual. She moved the ram to a separate pen nearby, then hesitated and took out her phone to record a video and send it to the veterinarian. "Uncle Wang, look at our sheep." "Yes, I feel like something's not quite right." "What's wrong? Isn't it normal?" Wang Changsho suddenly paused, sounding a bit excited. "Your sheep are about to mate, but she doesn't have a suitable ewe." "Uncle Wang, do you know where I can buy some good-looking sheep? I want to buy a few nice ones." Meng Qianqian quickly made up her mind. She can't just rely on the sheep sent from ancient times to get rich. To make big money, she needs to use the farm properly. If the meat from the new breed of sheep is good, she can't even imagine how much money she could make in the future. High-quality lamb can sell for 2,000 or 3,000 yuan per gene, or even more. Even so, many people still want it. She doesn't expect her sheep to sell that expensive, but selling for a few hundred yuan per gene should be possible, right? Wang Changsho asked curiously, "Don't you have connections yourself? How does she not know she has connections?" "Professor, from the Provincial Animal Husbandry Science Institute," Wang Changsho reminded Meng Qianqian. but she feels her contacts are a bit weak. Uncle Wang, there's no need to be so grand. I just want to buy 2 sheep that look good, Meng Qianqian said. She doesn't think she has that much face to buy good sheep directly from a professor. And she's also worried about losing money. Wang Changshuo said, Zhang Hongming's family has many sheep. If you want to buy some, you can go to their place and pick. Whether you find good ones depends on your eye for sheep. Okay, after lunch, should I call you? Shall we go directly? Meng Qianqian wants to get the sheep soon so that next year, her farm will have many lambs. By the end of the year, she can also slaughter a few. After hanging up, Meng Qianqian opened the phone's surveillance app to check the warehouse. She clicked on the camera feed and suddenly froze in shock.
No.
Don't. Meng Qianqian shouted at the monitor and ran toward the warehouse. She absolutely must not close the door. She doesn't know if closing the warehouse door makes a difference whether it's done by others or herself. She only knew that the wind could close the door, and the items in the warehouse would still be affected. The door is just a switch. Meng Qianqian broke out in a cold sweat. She loudly said to her phone, Brother, don't close the door, please don't close it. If it closes, she will be in big trouble. Meng Qianqian felt she had never run so fast even during her sports exam in middle school. When she saw Song Haijun, who hadn't closed the door, she immediately relaxed. She walked over to him and cheerfully said, Brother, how did you come here? Oh, my dad said you wanted a puppy. Coincidentally, the puppies at my brother-in-law's dog farm just turned a month old, so I picked a strong one and brought it over. Song Haijun is a tall man, about 1.85 meters, with a crew cut, wearing a black down jacket. As he spoke, he pulled out a small black puppy from his coat. The puppy has yellow ears and yellow eyebrows, chubby and sturdy. Meng Qianqian immediately liked the puppy at first sight. She took the puppy happily and said, Thanks, brother, for making the trip. Call me when you get here, and I'll come to pick it up. It's on my way, so I brought it here for you. Song Haijun pointed to the warehouse and said, You have a lot of vegetables inside and so many things. The warehouse door needs to stay closed, or else someone might come in and take some of your stuff without you knowing. Surveillance can prevent honest people, but not bad ones. I just wanted to take some things over earlier. I didn't expect you to come, Meng Qianqian explained with a smile, planning to see Song Haijun out. But suddenly, the puppy in her arms whimpered and struggled a bit. She almost dropped it. In her excitement, she leaned against the warehouse door. All she could think about was 3 words. I'm doomed. So many things sent over, and if the other side didn't receive them, it would all be a loss of money. Meng Qianqian felt like crying. Song Haijun noticed her face looked strange and thought she was unwell. Qianqian, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Should I take you to the hospital now? I'm fine, brother. I just need to go home and drink some hot water, Meng Qianqian said, her face as white as paper. Song Haijun asked worriedly, Are you really okay? I'm really fine, but she was heartbroken. So much money. So much money. Seeing her like that, Song Haijun thought she definitely wasn't fine. He saw Meng Qianqian clutching her stomach and immediately realized what was happening. Without wasting words, he turned and headed outside. He loudly said, No more visits. Go back and rest. Drink some hot water. If you're feeling unwell, call your sister-in-law. Thanks, brother. Take care on your way out. Meng Qianqian looked confused. Why would she ask his wife for help when she was feeling sick? His wife couldn't give her money anyway. Thinking this, Meng Qianqian ran into her room. She put the puppy in its bed, then quickly wrote on a piece of paper, I accidentally sent everything over. If you can return it, please do so quickly. Let me know when you can pick up the goods, and I will send everything to you. After finishing the note, she folded it quickly and ran to the warehouse. She pulled open the warehouse door, hoping the items were still inside. But it was empty. She silently handed over the note. Before leaving, she kicked the warehouse door and said, Can't you give me an instruction manual? Causing trouble in my house without warning, I haven't reported you, so you should be more careful. Chinsiki became nervous. Zhou Meng shouted loudly, Fourth brother, it's gone. Everything's gone. What do we do now? What are you shouting for? Shinseki almost wanted to eat Zhou Mang. He was just using those things to control the slaves. Zhou Mang's shouting scared all the slaves. Shinseki couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhou Mang was a rough man. Chinseki's gaze made him nervous, but he was stubborn and had a bad temper. What did I say? The stuff is just gone. He wasn't wrong. The slaves rushing over with Shinseki all froze. The things are gone, all gone. What are we fighting for? The slaves panicked. Shinseki was also very worried. Gu Xuanji slowly stood up, turning gracefully. His deep, cold eyes carried a chilling aura. His gaze at Shinseki was like looking at a dead person. More than 100 slaves, just for a moment of confusion, looked at Gu Xuanji. Shinseki pointed at Gu Xuanji and sneered. He took the stuff. Now, if we catch him, won't all the things come back? From now on, whatever we want to eat, he will bring it back for us. Zhou Mang loudly agreed. Good. Catch him, the slaves shouted in unison, their greedy eyes fixed on Gu Xuanji, not as if they were looking at a person, but as if they were eyeing a delicious treat. More than 300 slaves behind them also shouted and rushed forward. Jia Yi's face darkened. He quickly protected Gu Xuanji in the middle and said in a low voice, Master, you should leave quickly. He was confident at first, but now he was unsure. These slaves had gone mad. They originally had only moderate fighting ability, but driven by their desire, they could now fight with full strength, even beyond. The slaves were willing to risk everything for a bite of food. They wanted to trap Gu Xuanji, make him pray to the gods every day, and demand all kinds of things. Gu Xuanji drew his sword, stepped forward, and stood with the guards. Let them come together. I will fight alongside you. The moment Gu Xuanji stepped out, the guards were moved. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise. The slaves' eyes became dull. They looked in shock at what was behind Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji sensed something strange and turned around. His mouth opened wide in shock. He saw not only mountains of vegetables but also a lot of pork, as well as the yurts and grain he had just transported over. Gu Xuanji picked up the letter, glanced at it quickly, then tucked it into his chest. Master, I don't think we can stop them. Even with their high strength, they couldn't hold back these nearly insane slaves. More slaves from behind ran over and stood behind Shinseki and the others. Chinseki's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. He roared, Brothers, did you see that? The gods favor us. The gods rejected him and sent everything back to us. The slaves eagerly rushed forward. Jia Yi and the guards fought hard to hold them back. Zhou Mang was very strong and looked fierce. He held a stick he had found somewhere and fiercely swung it at the guards. The guards moved quickly, blocking with their long swords. Zhou Mang sneered. Ya. He shouted and laughed wildly as he pressed down. The guard stopping him was Jiao, who was relatively thin and not the strongest in strength. He was no match for Zhou Mang and suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Zhou Mang raised his gaze and angrily shouted, Go die, little brat. He was too fast. Jiao raised his long sword to block himself from the attack. Go die instead. Jiao was stunned to see the big man fall straight to the ground. He looked up in confusion and saw Zhengwen holding a large stone, still not lowered. He quickly got up and said in a serious tone, Tie him up first and watch over him here. Zhengwen hurriedly explained, We came from behind. They didn't want to follow Chen Sanyan, so they came to fight them. Stay here and watch him. Jiao charged into the crowd with his sword. Seeing that the people he was attacking were the slaves following Chen Sanyan, Zhengwen took the chance to pull Jing Qiu out of the crowd. Watch him here. If he wakes up, hit him with a stone to knock him out. Zhengwen shoved a stone into Jing Qiu's hand and grabbed Zhou Mang's stick, rushing into the crowd. Zhengwen couldn't beat them face to face, so he used sneaky tactics, hitting one after another with his stick. Gu Xuanji saw the people around him fall and glanced at Zhengwen. Zhengwen was already swinging his stick at another. The numbers and strength were overwhelming. Soon, Chen Sanyan and the others were thrown in front of Gu Xuanji. Master, these are the leaders of the rebellion. Jia Yi threw the people to the ground. Chun San-yen was beaten so badly that his head was covered in blood, unrecognizable. Tao Jinfeng curled up, dazed and looking at what was in front of him. Gu Xianji didn't look at Chun San-yen. His mind moved slightly, and he turned around to see a letter quietly appear out of nowhere. He walked over, opened the letter, and looked at the contents, his expression becoming subtle. Gu Xianji quickly finished reading and paused at the last line. The letter said, "Try more tests and see which method of transmission is the fastest. Can some steps be skipped?" Gu Xianji instinctively thought, can these things be sent back first so Mr. Meng can help store them? Just as he finished thinking, everything once again disappeared into thin air. The slaves saw the items vanish and became a bit anxious, but no one made a fuss. They didn't know what to do, and instinctively looked at Zhengwen. Zhengwen and his guards stood together. When things disappeared, they didn't panic. Instead, they looked at Gu Xianji with firm, admiring eyes, as if he were a divine being. Gu Xianji was also surprised. So, it turns out they don't have to worship. This method is good, but he won't use it. Not unless there's a special situation. They need faith. Only faith can give them the strength to keep going. He is truly grateful to Mr. Meng. She is their goddess, their hope to survive. She is the real savior. Gu Xianji doesn't plan to erase her existence. God shows signs to let us live. Yet, you try to make everyone die and only think of your own happiness. God has given you a chance, but you refuse to listen. God has decided to abandon you. Gu Xianji stood there, looking down at Shinseki and the others. The main culprit will be punished without mercy. Some of the people following Shinseki began to regret. Just then, sunlight broke through the clouds and spread across the land. Gu Xianji stood against the light in front of the slaves, like a mighty god. The slaves looked dazed and shocked at Gu Xianji, but couldn't see his face clearly. They only heard his deep voice echoing in their ears. Abandoners of the gods, be banished. Were they the abandoners of the gods? The more than 100 slaves finally understood what they had done wrong. They had become the abandoned by the gods. No longer favored by divine power. They were exiled. Exile is like death. The rebellious slaves hated Shinseki and the others. They crazily kicked at Shinseki's and Zhomeng's corpses. Then, they watched Gu Xianji, along with his guards and other slaves, walk into the light. One by one, they finally regained their senses and cried out in despair. Gu Xianji intentionally recruited these slaves. He asked Jia Yi to assign his guards to help them, with about 5 slaves per guard. Gu Xianji waited until they adjusted their formation and then moved forward at full speed. Xie Qing and his group left an hour earlier. Many were old, weak women and children. Xie Qing always remembered Gu Xianji's orders to move as quickly as possible. They needed to find a safe place to settle. More than 10 miles ahead was a wide river. The river had long been frozen so people could cross directly. No wonder the prince wanted them to leave now. If they stay in one place and wait until spring to cross the river, they might not make it. The ice is very slippery. They are not unfamiliar with snow and almost instinctively know how to walk on ice. After crossing the river, they didn't stop but kept moving forward. On the other side of the river is a wide plain with small visible mountains that are not tall. This place isn't safe. Let's keep going and rest after crossing that mountain, Xie Qing has said, not daring to stop. He led the Xie family members onward. Jia Qi led people ahead to scout the way. He had chosen a few slaves who had been carefully observed recently, so when assigning tasks, he put those people under his control. Sir, the 3rd young master and others have already crossed that mountain. We can catch up in half an hour if we move quickly, Jia Qi reported in a low voice. Keep scouting. When you see the 3rd young master, let him rest where he is. Jia Qi and his team left. Gu Xianji ordered in a deep voice. Everyone else move quickly. The first to arrive will get a bowl of rice and some meat. That's rice and meat. Everyone pushed themselves harder. They moved faster than Gu Xianji expected. The mountain looked close, but it was still far away. When they reached the foot of the mountain, what was once a small hill turned into a large mountain. Gu Xianji saw a group of people at the mountain's base. Xiaqinghe saw Gu Xianji and quickly set down all his burdens. He hurried to Gu Xianji and said, "Your Highness, call me cousin." Xiaqinghe paused briefly, then happily shouted, "Cousin, third young master kept his promise and brought everyone here safely." Gu Xianji is only 3 years older than Xiaqinghe, but in front of him, Xiaqinghe seemed like a child. After being praised by Gu Xianji, he was even happier. "Your Highness, cousin, we've cooked the porridge. Once we eat, we can continue our journey. Third young master has improved. If I go on a trading caravan in the future, I can trust you to handle the rear," Gu Xianji said. Hearing this, Xiaqinghe suddenly felt uneasy. He knew he couldn't stop it. It was necessary. Thinking of his father and brothers, Xiaqinghe hesitated for a moment, then made a firm decision. "Cousin, the children of the Xie family are willing to fight to the death on the battlefield. Let me go with you. Our grandmother and mother are at the rear, so it will be safe." "Third young master, you should discuss this with our grandmother and aunt." Xiaqinghe still wanted to say something, but Gu Xuanji interrupted him, saying, "We will leave after spring. It's not too late to decide then." Gu Xuanji thought about the pile of supplies and knew they had to choose a good spot before dark. Everyone finished their porridge and continued their journey. This time, Gu Xuanji led the team ahead. He needed to find a suitable place to set up camp. Jia Qi waited for Gu Xuanji up front. When he saw Gu Xuanji approaching, he immediately reported the situation. They had already learned everything about that small tribe. "Commander, there is a tribe with over 100 households, with more than 1,000 cattle and sheep." Gu Xuanji's guards numbered about 80. They had selected 300 slaves and members of the Xie family to run with them. The rest stayed behind, following the main group slowly. "Rest here. Eat some dry food. After dark, follow orders." Gu Xuanji took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began writing a letter. There might be casualties in the fight. He wanted to ask for some medicine just in case. It would be even better if they had a weapon. He wasn't sure if it would be too troublesome. Meng Qianqian suddenly felt overwhelmed. Her grandparents had suffered an accident, her mother had passed away, and she had been forced to sell everything to pay debts. The pain burst out all at once. She squatted on the ground, burying her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking. A minute later, Meng Qianqian looked up, wiped away her tears forcefully, stood up, and brushed the dirt off her pants. All her breakdowns were nothing compared to living well and making those bad people pay. Meng Qianqian held her phone. Before she reached the house, she saw the supplies had returned. She finally relaxed. Thank goodness, the ancient person's head was still okay. She simply cooked some instant noodles. Because she had money, she added 2 eggs, 1 scrambled, 1 in a pocket, and a sausage, which she cut into pieces. She also added some vegetables and peeled and diced tomatoes. Then she put in a beef ball and a fish ball. She carried the pot to the table, turned on her phone, and browsed shopping websites. The clothes ordered for Song Qiaoyi were simple, durable cotton clothes, like down jackets or cotton pants, which were more sturdy. If they broke, they could be taken apart and refilled with cotton. Although not as warm as new cotton, they still kept more warmth than other clothes. The down jacket is still too advanced. Meng Qianqian doesn't admit that she is reluctant to spend money. She can't afford so many down jackets, but she can buy one for that ancient person. That person is about 1.9 meters tall and looks very slim. But the climate where they are is much colder than now. So she decides to buy the best and warmest down jacket. Meng Qianqian sees a long, black, thick down jacket that reaches her ankles, costing over 8,000 yuan. She hesitates for a long time before quietly placing the order. In the past, with money, 8,000 yuan for clothes was nothing. Now that she has some money, she can't waste it like that. Never mind, it's like an investment. Meng Qianqian comforts herself and finds herself liking this down jacket more and more. The men's version is pure black, stylish and handsome. She wonders if it would look strange for the ancient person to wear this down jacket. Anyway, since they all wear clothes she buys, it doesn't matter if it's a bit unusual. It's about getting used to it. Meng Qianqian feels that since resources are scarce, buying just one down jacket isn't enough. They don't even have clean clothes to change into. She hesitates for a second and then chooses a similar one. After buying the clothes, she looks at pants. Thick sports pants are comfortable and warm, so she considers buying a few pairs. Maybe she should also get a couple of sweaters? And some thermal underwear? After buying thermal underwear, she thinks about what's inside. Meng Qianqian has never paid attention to men's underwear before. She wouldn't buy it herself, nor does she know the right size. She opens a book to see how others choose, but as soon as she opens it, her face turns pale. Protecting the essentials, comfort, durability, these are the most important. Meng Qianqian quickly scrolls past the pictures and moves on to the next aisle. A big, bright red triangle with a cross. She decides to choose the boxer style. She mumbles to herself, "Why are there so many things to consider when buying underwear? There are many fabric options too. Design is more important, protecting the treasure." Meng Qianqian quickly browses through and silently opens a shopping website. First, pick a brand. Second, choose suitable fabric. Third, select good design. But why are there so many colors? Meng Qianqian feels overwhelmed for a moment. She decides to just pick white. White is the safest choice. Meng Qianqian does not want to come back a second time, since she has to change her underwear every 3 months. She can't keep buying these clothes for men every few months, right? That seems a bit inappropriate. It's okay for the first time. After all, the clothes worn by people over there are without crotches. She considers it a good idea to contribute to the evolution of traditional clothing. As for whether she will wear modern clothes in the future, she doesn't care and can't control that. Her priority is to help Gu Xuanji survive, so she can gain greater benefits. Meng Qianqian selected 100 pairs of pants and then went to look at shoes. She needs to buy clothes that match his outfit. After browsing for a while, she liked a pair of winter shoes. They are made of leather and fur, with thick high tops, slip-resistant, and breathable snow boots. She bought 2 pairs so he can alternate wearing them. Meng Qianqian estimated the size and placed the order. If the size doesn't fit, she will let others wear them, and she will buy different sizes later. She bought clothes and shoes for Gu Xuanji separately. 2 sets for inside and outside. After spending this money, Meng Qianqian felt she could finally rest easy. By the way, does the lady need some sanitary pads? Sanitary pads are not suitable. They harm the environment, because those items do not decompose. Maybe she should buy some good quality toilet paper instead. Meng Qianqian acted quickly, choosing many rolls of toilet paper and placing the order before feeling at ease. All supplies are prepared. Now, she just waits to see when Gu Xuanji will need them. After finishing her shopping, Wang Changsho also finished his work. She and Wang Changsho went to buy sheep. The big sheep farm indeed has many sheep. Meng Qianqian chose 50 sheep to take back, including 10 scorpion sheep and 40 ewes. It cost several thousand yuan at once. This is an investment. Spending is necessary. Originally, the income was quite good, but now it seems very little, just a small amount spent quickly. Fortunately, only a deposit was paid to Song Qiaoyi. The temperature dropped several more degrees. Gu Xuanji and others ate the dried food they had prepared earlier. After finishing, they waited quietly. Everyone in the tribe was asleep. But at night, cattle and sheep also move. Gu Xuanji led people quietly closer. They had many people, and they carefully surrounded the tent. That was the residence of the tribe's leader, with the military camp in the middle and herdsmen's tents on the outside. This tribe is not large, and there are not many fighters. They live deep in the grasslands. The soldiers from Daqing will not come. They only fight against the Xianbei people. The Fuyu tribe never thought anyone would attack at night. When Gu Xianji and his men arrived, the others were caught off guard, not expecting how these attackers had bypassed the Yuheng and Xianbei to come straight at them. Before fighting, Gu Xianji promised that after this battle, he would pray to the goddess for whatever they wanted to eat, and their wishes would be granted. Both guards and slaves fought fiercely, their eyes red with rage. The women in the tribe were spared, but all the men were killed. The Fuyu people are also tough fighters. They are brave, but their night attack was too sudden and overwhelming, with more people. Even the bravest could not match the wolf-like guards and slaves. After an hour, Jia Yi and his men cleaned up the battlefield. They collected 1,000 sheep and 300 horses. Everyone cheered happily at the good harvest. Most of the men in the tribe had died, leaving only women and children. They were kept together, waiting for their fate. Under the bright white moonlight, Gu Xianji saw this place. They finally had a good place to settle. Jia Qi, send someone to inform Sanlang to come directly here. Understood. Jia Qi turned and left. Gu Xianji chose a clear area and waited quietly. In less than 15 minutes, Xie Qing and the Xie clan arrived. Seeing this place, they excitedly asked, "Are we going to settle here from now on?" "It depends on your highness's decision." The Xie clan members whispered among themselves. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Gu Xianji stood on a slightly higher ground and said in a deep voice, "This is our temporary settlement." Not only the Xie clan but even the slaves were very excited. "I will lead you back to the Central Plains to avenge our loved ones and take back everything that belongs to us. Fight back to the Central Plains. Fight back to the Central Plains. Fight back to the Central Plains." The powerful shouts echoed through the night sky. The excited people no longer felt lost. A seed was deeply planted in their hearts. Tonight, everyone will eat their fill. Everyone cheered loudly. Amid the cheers, Gu Xianji knelt deeply on the open ground in front of the tent. Many supplies suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Meat.
There's meat. There's rice. The princess told us we can eat freely. We can eat meat now. The remaining members of the Fu tribe saw this scene and knelt in fear before Gu Xianji, muttering words they didn't understand. They held deep respect for Gu Xianji. Bodyguards and slaves skillfully set up yurts. This time, there were enough tents and yurts, giving everyone more choices. The guards followed the previous plan. 5 slaves lived in each tent or yurt. Women came out to cook. Men started fires. Fires burned inside the yurts and tents, and everyone stayed inside to keep warm. Their faces, though frightening, showed strange smiles. Those smiles came from genuine happiness. Gu Xianji finally got the Great Dictionary of China. He gently touched the book, then picked up a letter written by Meng Qianqian, reading carefully. His eyes showed surprise from time to time. He flipped through the dictionary randomly, and when he saw the explanations inside, he was shocked. He had to admit, the words in the dictionary were really simple and easy to understand. The distribution of supplies was arranged by Lady Zheng, the wife of the Duke of Zhenghua and mother of Xie Qinghe. She managed the large duke's residence, and now she was just right to handle the supplies. Soon, lively sounds came from outside. The sheep and horses were useful. Gu Xianji only ordered some of the less healthy sheep to be slaughtered, keeping the rest. Zheng knew these cattle and sheep were meant for offerings. So, she carefully kept the sheep and horses enclosed. Gu Xianji also felt very excited. He spread out a piece of paper on the table, picked up a pen, and wrote a reply to Mr. Meng, telling him what was happening here. Gu Xianji got up and went outside. He saw a small horse tied outside, and gently petted it. The lamb stew was ready. The rice was cooked. A big pot of stir-fried meat with potatoes and green beans was very fragrant. Everyone found some warm clothes and threw them on randomly. They stood outside the tent, looking at Gu Xianji with admiration and respect. Gu Xianji placed the letter on the ground and asked the little horse to stand beside it. He bowed deeply and others followed, praying sincerely. "I wonder if the divine being will like the blood-sweating horse he sent." Meng Qianqian wore blue light-blocking glasses and was searching for information on her computer. Her eyes kept drifting to the surveillance screen. She had gotten used to this habit after a while. The warehouse was empty.
What was she still looking at?
Just as Meng Qianqian was about to close the monitor, the screen flickered again. When it cleared, she saw a small white horse. She quickly stood up. Putting on her coat, she hurried to the warehouse, still in slippers. She wasn't sure if it was valuable. She rushed to the warehouse in one breath, opened the door, and saw a small white horse standing inside. The silver-white horse looked like a divine mount, shining with a silver glow under the lights. Even if she didn't know much about horses, she could tell this one was special. It was truly beautiful. Meng Qianqian was stunned at the door. The little horse had a bad temper. When it saw her, it snorted loudly. Its lips curled up arrogantly. Who could resist such a beautiful little horse? Meng Qianqian wanted to pet it, but was also afraid. What if it kicked her? That would be trouble. She admired the horse for a while and then turned to run outside. They say horses don't grow fat without grass at night. It was already midnight. How could her lovely, noble little horse not want a midnight snack? Meng Qianqian was grateful for her family's past wealth. Her ranch had a field dedicated to growing alfalfa. Every year, the hay was harvested and stored carefully in the warehouse. It was used to feed the cattle and sheep, as well as other horses on the farm. When she was paying off debts, she still owed some money. She sold the horses from her ranch to clear all her debts. While running, Meng Qianqian secretly cried, "Grandpa, our ranch has horses again. The little white horse is so pretty. I will make sure our horses become famous. Everyone will know that the horses from Meng's ranch are top in the world." She returned to the warehouse with some hay, and the little white horse impatiently looked around inside. She walked over and tentatively fed the grass to the small horse, softly saying, "Can I give you a name? Do you like the name Fu Guang?" The little white horse tilted its head, eating grass and observing the human in front of it. It seemed to be in a good mood. "It looks like you like that name. Fu Guang, it's a bit cold here. Can we go to your place?" Meng Qianqian asked the horse. Fu Guang moved closer and ate another piece of grass. Meng Qianqian secretly pulled the note from under its hoof, moved it to a distant spot, then quickly picked it up and put it in her pocket. She tried to lead the little horse outside. "Fu Guang, do you want to wear some clothes? Might you be cold? If you're worried about the cold, maybe you can wait a bit?" Meng Qianqian kept talking to the little horse, even though it ignored her and seemed a bit annoyed. It took the hay and walked out proudly. Meng Qianqian hurried outside to lead the little horse. All the horses on the farm had been sold. The horse pen was cleaned and tidy. It was built with a lot of money from her grandpa, with modern facilities inside. Not only was it warm, but it also got plenty of sunlight. Inside was empty. Now a big baby had moved in. Meng Qianqian quickly turned on the power system, lit the lights, and asked the little horse what it thought. "Fu Guang, do you want to pick a room to stay in?" The little horse looked around, then chose the best spot, and went into a separate stall. Meng Qianqian didn't close the door, letting the little horse wander inside. She turned around and ran out, bringing in a cart full of bedding. The other horses had only been sold less than a month ago, so everything was new. Now only the little horse was using these things. Meng Qianqian was very generous, eager to give the best things to her new friend. She added some coarse feed to the manger, poured fresh water, and placed a red mineral salt block. After everything was arranged, Meng Qianqian happily sat at the door, watching her little horse inside. If the sheep given by Gu Xianji was worth gold, then Fu Guang was priceless. Her treasure was truly beautiful. Meng Qianqian used her professional camera to take lots of pictures of her new friend. She thought for a moment, then went back to the sheep pen to take a few more photos of the outstanding breeding sheep. Back inside the house, the little black dog whined and crawled out of its bed, wagging its tail at her feet. She also wanted to take a picture of her little treasure. Click, click, the photo was freshly taken. Meng Qianqian uploaded it to her phone, thought for a moment, and posted a 9-grid social media update. New family, new beginning. She put down her phone and remembered she hadn't read Gu Xuanji's letter yet. Gu Xuanji had said earlier that he found a good place to settle, but it would take some time to clean it up, so she should wait a little longer. Staying up late isn't normal. But Meng Qianqian was a night owl, so she agreed easily. They had a secret code. When Meng Qianqian saw something extra, she went over to open the door, then closed it again. She didn't expect that 2 hours later, she would receive such a perfect gift. Opening the letter, Meng Qianqian finally understood what Gu Xuanji meant by cleaning up. Did he mean clearing out an entire tribesman? She swallowed hard. A picture of a man holding a machete, covered in blood, appeared in her mind, and she almost dropped the letter in fear. In ancient times, war was normal. Great generals often fought to wipe out enemies and took women as captives. Yes, that's normal. Isn't that what TV shows often depict? It's not that scary. Meng Qianqian quietly continued reading and learned where the horses came from. They were raised in the tribe. She looked closer and exclaimed, "What? So many sheep?" Her breath caught. Her shameful heart fluttered. So many sheep. Could she become rich overnight? What should she use to pay? If they settle there, they'll need to farm, right? Relying only on grazing to live well is too hard. It all depends on whether luck is on their side. Seeds need to be prepared in advance. Let's wait until spring next year, she made a mental note. For their first farming attempt, they'd need good fertilizer. Before that, they should lay down killer, or the fields will be full of weeds, affecting crop growth. She wasn't sure if they were planting corn or something else. High-yield, cold-resistant crops might not grow well if planted in ancient times. Maybe they should build a greenhouse and do an experiment? That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Without a greenhouse for experiments, planting in spring would be a busy and fruitless effort, as none of the seeds would sprout. It would be a waste of time and energy. Meng Qianqian took a pen and wrote down her thoughts. Whether to do the experiment or not depended entirely on Gu Xianji's decision. After finishing the letter, Meng Qianqian sent it out, hoping for an early reply from Gu Xianji. Time is precious. Delays could cost them their lives. Gu Xianji was still awake. The oil lamp flickered weakly, lighting only a small area. He was holding a strange pen, writing in a notebook. Looking closely, the characters were all simplified Chinese. Suddenly, a silent letter appeared at the corner of the table. Gu Xianji was not surprised. He picked up the letter, unfolded it, and whispered in shock, "They can grow vegetables and grains without fire? That's amazing!" He quickly realized this was a great benefit for the country and the people. The materials for the greenhouse aren't what should exist in your time. Plastic has a lifespan. After removing it from the greenhouse, it can still be used to cover firewood and keep it dry. But this material pollutes the environment. For the sake of future generations, I suggest you don't keep it there. Try to send all of it to me. Meng Qianqian knew that what she sent had already caused a big impact on that era. Things that shouldn't exist should be used, and then completely disappear without leaving any trace. Gu Xianji continued reading. He understood the importance of the seeds, and why Mr. Meng was asking him so seriously. He quickly made a decision. He finished writing a reply but didn't send it immediately. Instead, he placed it on the desk. He just instinctively thought that if he also needed rest, he should sleep well tonight. He said the horses he sent were very good, and he liked them very much. He would try to prepare everything he needed. If possible, he hoped to keep 200 sheep for now. He wanted to breed new varieties. Once he bred a new type of sheep, he would send some to him, to see if those sheep could survive here. Gu Xianji thought about it and fell asleep unknowingly. He arranged for 200 of the best sheep, the young lamb and the mother sheep over a year old, with the ram giving 50. Keep these sheep separate. After Gu Xianji finished giving instructions, there was no need to say more. Xie Qinghe understood what was happening. The women, elders, and children in the Fuyu tribe all became very quiet. Their eyes showed fear and respect when they looked at Gu Xianji. They saw him as more powerful than the high priest. No one in the Fuyu tribe would oppose the high priest. Gu Xianji took out a blueprint and handed it to Xie Qinghe. The blueprint was redrawn by him based on the one Meng Qianqian had given. Ask the skilled farmers in the tribe to find a fertile piece of land and build a place like this. The wall should be 3 meters high and a bit wider. After giving these instructions, Gu Xianji answered a few questions from Xie Qinghe. Xie Qinghe took the blueprint and went to find the tribe members. The Xie family ancestors once held official positions related to farming. Holding the blueprint, Xie Qinghe found Xie Wangchao. Grandpa Xie Wangchao was old but in good health. He was over 50, and despite fleeing all the way, he remained healthy and stronger than many others. Seeing Xie Qinghe come in, Xie Wangchao smiled and said, "Third son has arrived. Sit down. Grandpère, I have something to ask you." After bowing, Xie Qinghe sat in front of Xie Wangchao. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over. When Xie Wangchao saw the paper, his pupils shrank, but he showed no surprise. He carefully examined the paper, noticing it was thick, smooth, and very white. If someone mastered the technique to make this paper, they could become a new influential figure quickly. They treasured this item, but the divine granted it freely to an ordinary person. The prince was also not ordinary. Being able to escape from a suspicious and cruel emperor's watch was not something an average person could do. After reading the content on the paper, Xie Wangchao asked with doubt, "What is this for?" "If it's a house, how do we build the roof?" "The prince means for you to look at it and choose a fertile land for farming. This land is very important. It's an experimental field." Xie Qinghe still asked Gu Xuanji to understand what the experimental field meant. He told Xie Wangchao the original words, and Xie Wangchao immediately understood. It's best to do it now. Once the location is chosen, construction should begin. The prince wants it done as soon as possible. Xie Wangchao stood up, wrapped in animal fur, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go then." "Granduncle, please slow down." Xie Qinghe hurried after him. Xie Wangchao had once served as a military officer, so he still had some skill and experience. His Highness said the test field should be in a hidden place and not take up good farmland. When spring comes, we'll start cultivating new land, and we'll use the seeds meant for the test field there. Xie Qinghe walked beside him, talking non-stop. This young man seemed completely different from the gloomy Xie Sanlang he used to be. Xie Wangchao didn't reply, just kept walking ahead, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. They walked along a small at the foot of the mountain. Xie Qinghe stopped in surprise. "Granduncle, don't tell me it's here?" "It's right here. Don't be fooled by how it looks. There's plenty of sunlight, the terrain is good, and there's a mountain spring nearby for easy irrigation," Xie Wangchao said with satisfaction. When Gu Xuanji heard the news, he came to inspect the place himself. Once he approved, Jia Yi brought people to start working. Women and children helped too, picking up stones and carrying them away. "You'll all pay for this. The Chanyu will never let you go." A strikingly beautiful woman glared at Gu Xuanji with hatred. Xie Qinghe was both shocked and angry.
"How dare you?"
"Take her away." But the woman wasn't afraid. She stared at Gu Xuanji and shouted, "You're all mad. The Chanyu will come and take your heads." She spoke in the Xianbei language. Xie Qinghe had studied it as a child, so he understood her words. He immediately ordered the woman to be taken away for punishment. Gu Xuanji's face grew serious. He had understood her too. If the tribe they had destroyed was connected to the Chanyu, then this place was not safe. No wonder there had been 2 fine horses from Dayuan here. Gu Xuanji made a quick decision and ordered the selected sheep to be moved elsewhere. Meng Qianqian reached for her phone before even opening her eyes. She opened the surveillance feed and saw a field of white. At first, she didn't think much of it until the white shapes started moving. She instantly woke up. Her eyes widened as she saw the sheep on the screen. Without another thought, she jumped up, threw on her clothes, and ran to the warehouse without even washing her face. Weren't there supposed to be only 200 sheep? But what she saw was far, far more than that. Meng Qianqian opened the barn door and took a deep breath. Is Gu Xuanji crazy? He not only sent 500 sheep, but also a dozen strong cattle and 30 horses. Seeing so many animals, Meng Qianqian's mind was not thinking about making money. She was wondering, "God, can I afford to feed all these animals?" All the horses were good quality, and they weren't even local Mongolian horses. Most were Dayuan horses, not as beautiful as Fuguang horses, but still rare and fine steeds. The cattle were also large and strong, quite different from local cattle, with a wild look on their bodies. As for the sheep, they were even better. In size and appearance, they were perfect, and many sheep were just as good as those sold to Professor Hua. Without even considering the cattle and horses, just these sheep, if sold at 3,000 won each, how much money would that be? Meng Qianqian's mind went blank. Suddenly, she chased all the sheep, cattle, and horses out of the barn. Yesterday, the stable was empty, but now it was full. Did Grandpa expect today so much that he built such a luxurious stable? Building so many stables and filling them with bedding was a lot of work. Meng Qianqian couldn't do it. She still had to take care of the other sheep and cattle. So, she sent a message in the group. Meng family ranch Little Meng. Bedding in the stable, half a day's work, need one person, pay 200. After she sent the message, someone contacted her. Qianqian, are you planning to buy horses? Song Haijun called with a loud voice, his familiar voice booming in her ear. We already bought the ones sent by my friend. Meng Qianqian explained with difficulty. She felt that if this continued, her family's unusual situation wouldn't be hidden anymore. Song Haijun didn't expect Meng Qianqian to buy all the horses so quickly. It was truly unprecedented speed. Isn't everyone saying Meng family went bankrupt? Look at her big move. It's really extraordinary. Song Haijun just thought this in his mind, with no other ideas. Really? Qianqian, can I come work at your place? I can help lay bedding in the stable every day. I'm familiar with it. Meng Qianqian didn't expect Song Haijun to come, and she immediately agreed. Okay, brother. Are you coming now or later when you're free? Song Haijun hung up the phone, grabbed his gloves, and headed outside. His wife asked him, Where are you going? To the farm to do some work. Song Haijun said, and left. Meng Qianqian also sent a message in the group. The person has been found. A little over 10 minutes later, Song Haiyang arrived. Without waiting for Meng Qianqian to say anything, he found a vehicle to carry the rice husks. He pushed a cart of rice husks into the stable and saw the horses inside, and he was completely stunned. Did your friend buy so many horses for you? Seeing those horses, Song Haijun was so shocked he couldn't speak. He looked around and noticed that the horses at Meng Qianqian's place were all excellent. Qianqian, where did you buy these horses? They are really good. Song Haijun couldn't stop looking. Inside his mind, Meng Qianqian silently replied, smiling warmly but with a hint of falsehood. My friend knew I was trying to pay off my debt, so he sold all the horses at the farm. He remembered my situation and helped me get so many horses. After walking around the stable, Song Haijun stared blankly at a small silver-white horse, lost in thought for a long time. He muttered, Your friend is really kind. Meng Qianqian, just adding water, happened to overhear Song Haijun's murmur and nodded in agreement. Yes, he's very kind. She put down the water jug, looked at the little white horse that was about a year old, and boasted to Song Haijun. Brother, isn't this horse especially beautiful? My friend gave it to me. What do you think I should give him in return? Meng Qianqian wanted to pet the horse, but was worried it wouldn't show respect, so she just looked at it longingly from outside. What did you say? He gave you this horse. Song Haijun's voice almost cracked. Meng Qianqian suddenly realized the problem. Is there something wrong with this horse? No problem with the horse. Song Haijun's heart sank, and he said with difficulty. As long as there's no problem. Meng Qianqian patted her chest nervously. I thought there might be an issue with the breed. If there was, I wouldn't keep it and would have to send it back. Song Haijun looked at Meng Qianqian with a complicated expression. He realized she really didn't know much about horse breeds. Qianqian, his eyes looked at her with mixed feelings. Meng Qianqian always felt something was off. She didn't know much about horses. I can't even tell the difference between horse breeds. When I see a beautiful horse, I just like it like I like a cute little rabbit just for fun. My heart sank. Brother, just tell me what's on your mind. It's okay, I can handle it. Little sister. This man is a good man. You should marry him without hesitation. After saying that, Song Haijun bent down and pushed the cart out. But no one was offering him a horse worth 9 figures. He still worked hard for the 200 yuan, staying practical. Meng Qianqian suspiciously turned around, looked at Song Haijun's back, then glanced back at Fu Guang, feeling something was off. Stay calm in trouble. Take out your phone, take a picture, and ask on social media first. Meng Qianqian opened her phone and found her social media feed was flooded. Since she was chased for debt, she had turned off message notifications. Now, when she checked, it was lagging. After a while, it returned to normal. She scrolled down, and after a long scroll, everyone had sent many messages. Some even sent over 100. Meng Qianqian didn't read the messages. Instead, she clicked into her social media feed. Seeing over 999 messages, she paused for 10 seconds. When did her social media become so lively? When her mother died, she was in huge debt, and her biological father cut ties with her. She thought everyone had blocked her, or was just waiting to see her fall. But now, these people were all popping up. Not only sending her messages, but even without opening them, she could see their fake comments. She didn't want to open her social media feed anymore. Since she was blocked, she saw much less of her feed. Besides a few motivational quotes, after 7 or 8 posts, there was only the one she posted last night. Seeing the replies below, her pupils shrank instantly.
Wow.
A blood sweat horse? Her mind went blank for a second. She quickly scrolled down. Sure enough, many people were asking if she was selling her blood sweat horse. Many also asked where she was, wanting to see her horse and buy it with money. Meng Qianqian stiffly looked up, shocked at the proud little white horse in front of her. No wonder you look so beautiful. You make people's hearts race just by looking at you. After all this time, you are actually a legendary horse that has been admired for over 2,000 years. I cannot accept this horse. Even though Meng Qianqian likes Fu Guang very much, she cannot take it. The horse is in such good condition, with a pure bloodline, and is a rare, valuable horse from 2,000 years ago. Its value will only be higher. Meng Qianqian painfully looks at Fu Guang, clenches her teeth, and walks away. She writes a letter to Gu Xuanji, clearly saying she cannot accept that horse. She can help take care of other horses, and when he needs them, she will send the horses back. She only wants her own share. The moment she closes the warehouse door, Meng Qianqian tightly closes her eyes. Goodbye, Fu Guang. The bright star in her heart. Meng Qianqian turns around and leaves without hesitation. She doesn't know if Gu Xuanji has any other problems to deal with. He sent so many animals here, so he must have his difficulties. She just needs to wait until his crisis is over, then she will send Fu Guang back. Thinking this way, Meng Qianqian's steps feel lighter. Your Highness, should we stop? Xie Qinghe looks at the workers and quietly asks. Gu Xuanji calmly asks, why should we stop? If the Xianbei army comes. They only have over 1,000 people, with only 500 soldiers, so they can't compete with the Xianbei army. They barely manage to escape here and find a place to rest. If possible, he doesn't want to leave. But Gu Xuanji shows no hesitation. Let's wait until we finish examining that woman, he thinks to himself. Even if they kill the man, who is the brother of the Chanyu, he's probably an unloved brother. Kill him if necessary. The grasslands belong to the Xianbei, Fuyu, and Yuheng peoples. Wherever he goes, he will encounter enemies. Meeting people and then fleeing. Does he want to run forever? What about revenge then? What does he have left to fight back into the Central Plains? Gu Xuanji's sharp brow and deep eyes say, before the Chanyu arrives, we build the fortress. We don't have enough people, but can't we still defend the city? He still has a pure black heavenly horse. If they lack supplies, they can exchange with the goddess. Their 1,000 people can defend for 2 or 3 years without issue. They also take the breeding cattle and sheep to exchange for food. They could afford to spend time on the Xianbei people, but not too much. Xie Qinghe's eyes also lit with determination. Our group of 1,000 people has 500 skilled soldiers. We can train another 500 cavalry. Many people in the Xie family are talented. There is a man named Xie Qingyan, who once served as a court official and is good at interrogations. A noble woman from the Fuyu tribe couldn't hold out for half an hour in Xie Qingyan's hands before she revealed everything she knew. Although Xie Qingyan looks thin and unremarkable, he is full of energy. He wrote down the interrogation results and showed them to Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji read it, then handed it to Xie Qinghe. After reading, Xie Qinghe was instantly very worried. Your Highness, it's winter now, and we can't build the Yu fortress. When spring comes and the snow melts, the Xianbei will come. Won't that be a problem? don't panic. With everyone's united effort, under the command of Xiaowang Chao, they had cleared a large piece of land. It's just the son of a minor chieftain. Seeing Gu Xuanji so calm, Xie Qinghe also felt more at ease. Gu Xuanji returned to his tent. When he entered, there was a letter on the table. He unfolded the letter, and upon reading its contents, his eyes showed a slight surprise, softened unconsciously. Could such a kind and innocent goddess be bullied? Gu Xuanji opened the letter and clearly stated his request. Mr. Meng, the horse is a gift for you. Without you, we might have died a few days ago. No matter how precious a horse is, it can't compare to thousands of lives. If you feel uneasy, do you know how to quickly build a strong fortress? Gu Xuanji wrote about his difficulties in the letter. He thought for a moment, then took the best tiger pelt he had, placed it with the letter, and sent it over. This was the best thing he had. He looked at the salt stored in his tent, waiting for the materials to be transported for building the fortress. Gu Xuanji planned to leave with a group of people once everything was ready. He could temporarily leave his belongings with the goddess, Travelite. He wouldn't need to carry anything on the way south. His goal was to establish relations with the Yuheng people, gain their support, and enter the interior regions. Gu Xuanji gazed into the distant south, as if he saw towering city walls. Meng Qianqian was distracted and not interested in working. She scrolled through her social media, and the friends who had disappeared one by one started to come back. Some people's messages seemed very friendly, as if they had never gone away. Meng Qianqian felt bored. She instinctively opened the security camera feed, but saw only a blank screen. She then went outside to take care of the sheep. Meng Qianqian asked Professor Huo if he could give her family's sheep a vaccination. Professor Huo responded quickly, "Of course. Your sheep are very healthy and their bloodlines." The rest was technical jargon that Meng Qianqian didn't understand, but she could tell Professor Huo was excited. He said her sheep's genes are much better than current sheep, and using them for breeding could produce even better, higher quality sheep. I'm relieved to hear they can be vaccinated. Thank you, Professor Huo. After ending her call with Professor Huo, Meng Qianqian immediately contacted the veterinarian. Uncle Wang, my friend brought over quite a few sheep yesterday, and they haven't been vaccinated. I need you to come over this time. How many sheep? Wang Changshu asked clearly so he could bring the right vaccines. Including the ones from last time, over 500. Plus 10 or so cows and more than 30 horses. After she finished, there was a strange silence on the other end of the phone. Has the Meng family girl really gone bankrupt? Buying so many cows and sheep at once, that's a 7-figure sum. By the way, Uncle Wang. What's up? Meng Qianqian hesitated for a moment before saying, we also have a Lipizzaner stallion that needs vaccination. She seemed to hear something fall to the ground. Uncle Wang, are you okay? Meng Qianqian asked worriedly. Wang Changshu looked down at the broken teapot and took a deep breath.
I'm fine.
I'll come over soon. He took the vaccine and drove quickly to the ranch. Seeing Song Haijun working, he asked, Haijun, why are you here? Oh, Qianqian's horse farm has brought in many horses. I came to help add bedding and water. I happen to be free, so I came to work. Are you here to vaccinate these horses? Song Haijun also has horses, but only 2. They are local horses, each costing just over 3,000 yuan, not very expensive. Yes, I heard she has a Lipizzaner stallion. I came to take a look. Wang Changshu followed Song Haijun into the stable. As he walked over, he immediately saw the Lipizzaner stallion. Wang Changshu's eyes widened in surprise. The horse's skeleton, coat, and appearance were all top quality. It was truly a favorite among horse lovers. Oh my goodness! This horse is so handsome, Wang Changshu said, unable to take his eyes off Fu Guang. Song Haijun had looked at it many times and still felt amazed. He said enviously, yes, it really is. I've never seen such a beautiful horse in my life. I only saw similar ones on TV before. Is this horse worth 8 figures? Wang Changshu murmured. Song Haijun, with good hearing, replied, this is a top-quality bloodline horse, very pure. And its appearance is extraordinary. Definitely one of the best. I think it could sell for over 9 figures, Wang Changshu gasped. This isn't just a horse. It's like gold. Meng Qianqian came in from outside, saw Wang Changsho, and greeted him with a smile. First, give the horse its vaccine. Wang Changsho asked Meng Qianqian for her opinion, and she had no problem. Uncle Wang, do you need help? Meng Qianqian was worried he couldn't handle it alone. Wang Changsho shook his head. The horse isn't familiar with you. I'll do it. He was experienced and had vaccinated livestock for years, knowing exactly how to do it without hurting himself. Meng Qianqian stayed nearby, helping out. All the other horses had been vaccinated, except for that bloodline horse. That horse wouldn't let anyone get close. Wang Changsho tried to approach, but the horse backed away defensively. Meng Qianqian sighed. Uncle Wang, maybe we should leave it for today, since it was destined to return to the grasslands anyway. Then let's go vaccinate the sheep first. Just then, Song Haijun finished his work and came over to help. Meng Qianqian watched nearby, learned by observing, and also helped with the vaccination. The three of them worked quickly. After vaccinating one sheep, they marked it and then moved to the next pen. They finished working by noon. Meng Qianqian paid the bill and invited them to stay for a meal, but they refused, saying they wouldn't stay. After they left, Meng Qianqian instinctively took out her phone, checked the surveillance footage. She walked over and opened the message, and the first thing she saw was Gu Xianji saying that Fu Guang was a gift for her. He was seeking her help. Gu Xianji wanted to build a black fortress. Building a black fortress showed that their situation was not very good. They escaped 1,000 miles away, took a big detour, but still ended up burdened by enemies. No matter what, Meng Qianqian had to help with this. She specially arranged a meeting with an architect to help design a fortress that could defend and attack. The designer looked confused. Is the client so wealthy? Meng Qianqian saw the doubt in the designer's eyes and calmly explained, "My friend just likes it." The designer looked at Meng Qianqian with a meaningful expression, as if saying, "Rich people really know how to have fun. He makes movies." Meng Qianqian tried to smile. "Really?" The designer suddenly understood. Meng Qianqian nodded firmly and stated her requirements. "The only thing I want is for it to be very strong. It doesn't need to look pretty. It would be best if it could withstand a large army attacking without falling. Your movie sounds quite serious." "I'll definitely watch it when it's out." Meng Qianqian thought to herself, "You probably won't see it in your lifetime." The designer, with a cute face, sincerely told Meng Qianqian, "Don't worry, I will definitely design a fortress with super thick walls." After reaching an agreement, Meng Qianqian flew over to meet the designer, explained her needs, paid a deposit, and signed a contract. She also asked the designer to list all the materials and carefully plan the drainage system and other details inside the fortress. The designer didn't expect the client to be so young, beautiful, and with such unique preferences. After signing the contract, he personally saw her downstairs. Back in the office, he immediately took out his phone and started posting in the group chat. "Help, Grandpa. Help, Big Brother. Help, Mom. Quick, design me the most amazing fortress in the world." Meng Qianqian went downstairs and called a car to the airport. A car was parked in front, and she thought it was the one she ordered. But when the door opened, a young, beautiful girl got out of the car, saw Meng Qianqian, and smiled before speaking. "Big sister, when did you come back? Why didn't you call me? You've been out of contact. Are you mad at me?" "Actually, I got engaged to Tingzhou because of Dad." Meng Wei looked up nervously, her eyes filled with provocation and pride, as if she were looking at a drowning dog. She tilted her head and said innocently, "Sister, if you're angry, there's nothing I can do. You can only blame your mother. It's your mother who made you an illegitimate child. Dad is also a man. He tolerated this for so many years and raised you. That's not easy. Please don't blame Dad, okay?" "What nonsense is she talking?" Meng Qianqian's expression was calm, as if she were looking at a foolish, unreasonable person. Her look deeply irritated Meng Wei. Meng Wei was very angry. She hated Meng Qianqian's high and mighty princess attitude the most. Clearly, she was the biological daughter of their father, but Meng Qianqian had taken everything that belonged to her. When she was a child, she had no father and was called an illegitimate child behind her back. She couldn't make any friends and kept transferring schools. all because of her mother's actions. Why should that unfaithful woman wear a green hat on her husband and not allow her to acknowledge her father? Father is also helpless.
He was forced into it.
He had no choice but to let everything go back to how it was. The marriage between the Hua family and the Meng family was between Hua's son and Meng's daughter. You are just a product of your mother's affair, so you can't be the one they marry. And Hua forced Dad to make this decision. She even said she wouldn't allow brother Tingzhou to marry you. Meng Wei's face was truly green with envy. Pretending to be innocent and pure, she spoke the most disgusting and aggressive words. Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Wei from top to bottom, completely ignoring the surrounding people's gazes and contempt. Why wasn't she afraid? Meng Wei sneered inwardly. Meng Qianqian was just putting on a show. She had already given her a big gift, and she wondered if Meng Qianqian would break down after going back. She really wanted to see some fun. Meng Qianqian spoke calmly, with no shame on her face, even showing a hint of disdain. Do you know what my mother's name is? What nonsense is this? Meng Wei couldn't forget the woman who had caused her endless pain. Mu Zining, I am Meng, not Meng Yichang's Meng, but Meng Zining's Meng. I am not Meng Yichang's daughter because my father died before I was born. My mother wanted to raise me alone, but Meng Yichang actively pursued her, wanting to give me a complete family. Meng Qianqian spoke very clearly, every word ringing loudly in Meng Wei's ears. That's impossible. Meng Wei didn't believe it at all. Meng Qianqian sneered. Why isn't it true? Meng Yichang, a child raised by his widowed mother, where does he get the money to run such a big company? The one who made you an illegitimate daughter is Meng Yichang, and the one who made you the subject of ridicule is also Meng Yichang. My mother never cared about you and your mother, and she certainly never did anything to you. Meng Wei, I have nothing to do with Meng Yichang anymore. You got what you wanted and became his precious daughter, so stop bothering me. She doesn't owe Meng Yichang, nor does her mother. Instead, Meng Yichang has done many wrong things and has smeared her and her mother with dirty words. False fatherly love grew up with her, but it turned her into a poisoned needle, hurting those who truly loved her. If she could start over, she only wants her mother. Even if she had to be a child in a single-parent family, it wouldn't matter. She has her mother, who is like a superhero, giving her love beyond everything. Unfortunately, she realized this too late. Meng Qianqian proudly lifted her chin and walked past Meng Wei with a bowl of makeup. The chauffeur opened the car door and Meng Qianqian got in. Her voice was soft but eager. Driver, I'm in a hurry. The driver responded very politely. You can choose the route with the fewest traffic lights. It might take a little longer, but it's either less traffic or a bit more expensive. Hearing the word expensive, Meng Qianqian's mind moved. She looked down and saw it was only 10 yuan more, so she chose that route without hesitation. She actually missed home. She missed the farm, the animals there, and even the people from over 2,000 years ago who needed her. Meng Qianqian sat in the car, not idly. She called someone she knew. I want to ask, what kind of city wall can be built the fastest and be the strongest? Even in winter, when it's below -30 degrees, it won't. Okay, you say it, I'll remember. Mr. Zhao, please give me a quote. If it's acceptable, I need a lot of them. On the way to the airport, Meng Qianqian's phone kept ringing. A few hours later, she returned home by car. Song Haijun heard the car and came out from the farm to help carry her things inside. Everything at home is fine, but your little heart isn't doing well. No matter whose face it is, they won't give you respect. Also, your home security needs to be upgraded. Such expensive horses attract a lot of attention, Song Haijun quietly reminded Meng Qianqian. In the past 2 days, many people have come to the village asking about the horses. Meng Qianqian had already deleted her social media posts, but some people still came looking for her. I'm going to ask someone to upgrade the security system at home and reinforce the fences around the farm. This money must be spent. Meng Qianqian turned to ask Song Haijun, Brother, do you know anyone? You know the farm situation, so we need reliable people. Your second brother does this kind of work. I'll call Haiying later and ask him to contact you, said Song Haijun, trusting his younger brother and also thinking that good resources shouldn't go to outsiders. When Meng Qianqian heard it was Haiyang, she immediately agreed. All right, have your second brother contact me. Your packages have arrived. I put them in the warehouse. Meng Qianqian put her luggage inside, took a sip of water, and then went to the warehouse with the unpacking tools. She wiped away a message, opened a package. The large iron pot looked really nice. It was a bit expensive, but it looked very good. The steaming pot was also nice. Gu Xuanji's clothes had also arrived. Meng Qianqian realized she hadn't bought socks. She paused for a moment, then turned on her phone and ordered some from the village supermarket. Soon, the town's only 2 delivery people arrived on electric bikes, delivering the goods. Meng Qianqian, fully dressed, went to get the socks, feeling a bit like she was secretly stealing. After unpacking everything, she placed her written letter inside and delivered it to Gu Xuanji. She didn't know what Gu Xuanji would look like wearing these clothes. Ancient people, long hair, wearing down jackets. Her mind unconsciously imagined actors filming historical dramas. Members of the Xie family, regardless of gender, were all working. The slaves were organized into teams, including members of the Xie family. No matter their status, they all started as foot soldiers. The weather is very cold, and the ground is frozen. Working is very difficult. They are working hard for next year's seeds. Gu Xuanji wrote a help letter in the past but received no reply. Does that mean they have been abandoned? Your Highness, the land on this prairie is very hard and frozen. Even if we clear the land, we can't build what you want. Xie Wangchao never thought that winter outside the pass would be like this. No wonder the Xiongnu keep invading the border after winter begins. The goddess has not replied. Does she think they shouldn't settle here? Gu Xuanji has a map in his mind. He knows this is the best place now between Yuhang and the Xianbei. To the east is Goguryeo, to the north are the Xianbei, and to the south are the Yuhuan. This part of the prairie is currently safe. If we don't continue, when spring comes and we plant the seeds and there's no harvest, what will we do? We can't rely on the goddess forever. The gods are indifferent. Their gifts are just because they pity us and want to give us a way to survive. Gu Xuanji looks calmly at Xie Wangchao, though he feels anxious inside. He remains composed on the outside. This greenhouse is a way the gods have given us to survive, but it is also a hurdle we must cross. If we get past it, we have a chance to live. Gu Xuanji turns his back to Xie Wangchao and watches the sun slowly set. He looks peaceful. The goddess's occasional innocence and cuteness seem to send signals that make him relax his guard. Gu Xuanji knows very well that if he really relaxes, they might all end up dead. He must think long-term for everyone. Even if the blessings disappear and there are no more miracles, they must still survive. Xie Wangchao looks at Gu Xuanji, bathed in golden light, and deeply admires his careful planning. But such a talented prince is still feared by the emperor. He slowly bows and says, Your Highness, I will do my best. Xie Wangchao returns to his tribe and gathers the people to discuss plans. One person suggests, since we are testing the seeds early, why not build a greenhouse? The goddess's solution is better than a greenhouse, Xie Wangchao says seriously. Another person asks, then why not make a smaller one? We can try it first. If possible, when spring arrives and the land thaws, shall we build a larger structure? Xie Wangchao felt as if he had entered a dream and suddenly understood everything upon hearing this. He quickly told Gu Xuanji about it, and Gu Xuanji naturally agreed. Then everyone just needs to find a way to build a solid foundation and walls. Although winter is difficult, they are trying their best to follow Gu Xuanji's instructions and build the greenhouse. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Gu Xuanji still hasn't received any news. He quietly looks at his desk, his mind heavy like a big stone. The food in this tribe is not much. They only stay here during winter. There aren't many people. The rice given by the goddess last time is enough for a few days, but to survive the winter, it might still not be enough. Gu Xuanji speaks in a low voice. Jia Yi comes in from outside the tent and kneels. Your Highness, arrange for people to train, patrol the mountains, and get familiar with the terrain. Do daily patrols to prevent enemies from approaching. Also, go hunting in the mountains. Gu Xuanji hesitates a moment, and adds, "If you see any young wild animals, try to bring them back." Jia nods seriously and goes to make arrangements. In a small tribe of 1,000 people with stable order, everyone has tasks and works hard to survive. They all look up to Gu Xuanji with admiration. But Gu Xuanji's heart feels heavy and unsettled. Meng Qianqian has sorted everything carefully. She doesn't know if Gu Xuanji has been waiting anxiously for her these past 2 days. She left in a hurry, rushing out at the last minute. It wasn't until she reached the airport that she remembered she forgot to leave a message for Gu Xuanji. She feels like they are pen friends, just without the mailman or waiting 10 or 15 days. She just puts her letter into a special mailbox at the warehouse, and the other person receives it and replies. That feeling is wonderful. It's like she has a friend she can fully rely on. Her mother died early, forced to death by her father, and she faked her death to escape. Has she not also been pushed to the brink by Meng Yichang? The feeling of shared fate makes her sympathize deeply with Gu Xuanji, as if she can find empathy in him. Meng Qianqian places the finished letter on top, planning to leave, but as she turns around, she notices something is not quite right. What is this? Does Gu Xuanji have a letter coming? But when she put things inside, she didn't see anything. The first person to come in wasn't her, but Song Haijun. Meng Qianqian picked up the letter next to the items and opened it. Sure enough, it was written by Gu Xuanji. She noticed a problem. If she didn't open the door, even if Gu Xuanji sent something over, Song Haijun probably wouldn't see what's inside. What is the principle behind this? Her awareness of safety and protection is quite strong. Meng Qianqian didn't think too much and looked at the letter. There was a problem on Gu Xuanji's side. In the middle of winter, they seem unable to build a large greenhouse. She was probably mistaken. They don't even have tools. Maybe they only used weapons, stones, or wood. Thinking of that scene, Meng Qianqian fell into a strange silence. Improving ancient farming tools would take too much time. She decided to buy ready-made tools from the hardware store. These things should be sent to Gu Xuanji first. Meng Qianqian took out a notebook and wrote, "Sorry, I was on a business trip and forgot to tell you, so I didn't see your letter. Building the fortress will have to wait until spring, as the temperature isn't suitable and the building materials will be less effective. A fortress built like this won't withstand fierce enemy attacks. I've already found someone to design the blueprint for the fortress. Later, I will send the drawings to you. In the meantime, study them. Tomorrow, I will organize some knowledge and buy more tools to send to you." Meng Qianqian had already made her plans. She also wanted to find a few books, starting from elementary school, so that the ancient people could experience the benefits of 9-year compulsory education. Gu Xuanji just stepped into the tent, and his steps suddenly paused. His tense body relaxed instantly. Xie Qinghe, who was behind him, was puzzled and asked, "Cousin, what's wrong? Why don't you go in? Is Jiajiu here?" Gu Xuanji asked at the tent entrance. Jiajiu ran over from afar and respectfully asked, "My lord, I am here. Come in and take the things out," Gu Xuanji said as he entered the tent. He immediately saw the 2 most prominent letters. He picked up the letter and saw that it said, "Clothes and shoes are specially bought for you. I don't know if they fit you. Other people's clothes have already been ordered and will be delivered once they are ready later." The iron pot is used for cooking. The silver-colored stainless steel pot is for boiling water and cooking noodles, and it is quite useful. There is also a special steaming pot for steaming some types of bread or food, and it can steam multiple dishes at once. And there is more. The second letter was simpler, explaining why she hadn't replied in the past 2 days. Gu Xuanji frowned slightly. Does the goddess only deliver things to him at a fixed place? While Gu Xuanji was reading the letter, Xie Qinghe and Jiajiu looked at the items on the carpet and exchanged glances. They also looked at each other with curiosity. "What is that?" "I don't know. Could it be used to block rain? Or maybe a kind of shield?" Jiajiu was confused. He couldn't figure out what the item was for. It looked dark, like iron. Iron is not allowed to be used privately. Xie Qinghe saw the small iron pot and the larger iron pot and shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. This wouldn't be practical for fighting." "What is that shiny, bucket-like thing?" Jiao asked Xie Qinghe again. Xie Qinghe had no idea. He wanted to ask Gu Xianji, but seeing him reading the letter, he could only stand there honestly waiting. This was good news. Gu Xianji relaxed completely, even feeling hopeful about the future. He happily put down the letter and looked up at the two people standing inside the tent, frowning and asking, "Why didn't you take the things back first?" Jiao, he was hesitant to take action because he wasn't sure which items to pick. Xie Qinghe, excitedly rubbing his hands, the third young master of the Xie family, known for his elegance, was secretly thrilled inside, but he still looked at Gu Xianji with restraint, not daring to act rashly. "Take this small iron pot and give it to your grandmother and others to use. Take these 2 large pots for yourselves. This steaming pot can also be used to boil water, cook noodles, or make soup. Since everyone is eating together now, you should take these. There are only so many items, and they can only be kept by their own people." After hearing this, Xie Qinghe's smile faded. He had thought there were items specifically for him. Once the iron pot and steaming pot were taken out, many people saw them. They looked at Jiao and Xie Qinghe with curiosity, and familiar people gathered around to ask questions. When they heard it was an iron pot, everyone became very interested. "How do you use this pot?" Xie Qinghe proudly replied. "Just use it normally. When it's time to cook, you'll see how. Is this a magical tool? It's so shiny and clean, reflecting light." Many slaves stared at the steaming pot. Even the emperor has never used such a device, but they had already started using it. The prince truly is blessed by the gods. Many people knelt in front of Gu Xuanji's tent, praying sincerely. Others followed and knelt down to pray as well. "May the crown prince be blessed with eternal life and divine protection." The Xie family members felt deeply moved. This is someone blessed by the gods, carrying their bloodline. The crown prince will surely lead them back to the Central Plains. Some who were still upset in their hearts now only held hope. They no longer blamed Gu Xuanji, but showed deep respect and admiration. Gu Xuanji didn't realize that his image in the hearts of the Xie people was quietly changing. Unknowingly, he had gained their trust. He carefully opened the clothes wrapped in his bag, unfolding each piece. They were new and fascinating, unlike anything he had seen before. The texture of the sweaters was very good, and he wondered if they could be made here. If they could produce these sweaters and sell them in the inner regions, the profits would be enormous. He also wanted to exchange for some noble women's hair accessories. He wasn't sure if the goddess would like these simple ornaments. Gu Xuanji placed the sweaters aside and looked at other clothes. "Are these socks?" He saw a note that read, "Here, we call these socks. They keep your feet warm. You wear shoes over them. I also drew steps on how to tie the shoes.
You can look at it.
If you still don't understand, I'll think of another way." The goddess was very thoughtful, and she still called him Mr.
Meng.
A gentle smile flickered in Gu Xuanji's eyes. He bent down and picked up the shoes on the ground. The word shoes was used in a very new way. He tried on the socks, then put his feet into the shoes. Comparing with the clear photo of how to tie the laces, he quietly put on the shoes and tied the laces. Standing on the ground, he found the shoes were really warm and very comfortable. If the soldiers under his command could wear such shoes into battle, they would surely win every fight and conquer all. Gu Xuanji sat down again, carefully examining the cotton and woolen pants. If only they fit better, he would want to take them to Madame Xie. Suddenly, Gu Xuanji's thoughts paused. Why is this package so tightly sealed? And why is it stored in such a clean wooden box? Gu Xuanji removed the lock on top, opened it, and saw the fabric inside. He picked up a piece and felt it carefully. The fabric was surprisingly soft, incredibly soft. The style was a bit strange. If it's pants, why are they made like this? Gu Xuanji was puzzled. He opened the instruction manual written specially by the goddess. After reading it, a blush spread from his neck to his ears. The usually calm and reserved crown prince felt shy for the first time, especially after reading the last line. These close-fitting clothes have been washed, so you can wear them directly. Gu Xuanji quietly put the close-fitting pants back and only wore the down jacket the goddess mentioned. Light, warm, comfortable. These were his deepest feelings. He thought of his grandmother and several aunts, then of the children left by Lord and Lord Heir of the Xie family. A pang of pain struck his heart, and he silently wrote his plea on the letter. Meng Qianqian returned from the hardware store. She was pulling a cart full of farming tools. When passing through the village, many people looked at her curiously. But their gazes didn't seem just curious. They looked at her with a different kind of scrutiny. If I had to describe it with one word, it would be dirty. Meng Qianqian instinctively felt something was wrong, but no one told her what. However, Meng Qianqian wasn't with them. She remembered that in ancient times, people washed with rice water. Meng Qianqian silently endured for a second, thinking that Gu Xuanji said they now had 1,000 people. 1,000 people, 1,000 bars of soap should be enough, right? Shower gel wouldn't be suitable for them. Meng Qianqian parked the tractor outside the supermarket. She didn't look around and directly told the shopkeeper, "Sister, I want to buy 1,000 bars of soap and 2,000 towels." The shopkeeper didn't look up and said, "Little sister, turn left when you go out, go south straight ahead, follow that main road, and go directly to the town. There's a market at the street corner, and in the market, there's a wholesale shop. Just go there to buy, it's cheaper." Meng Qianqian. She has only seen this kind of business in her hometown before. "Big sister, how much do you have at home? Just give me some first. I'll buy the rest at the wholesale market." The shop owner looked at Meng Qianqian, then stood up and went to the warehouse. Wait a moment. Soon, she came back carrying 2 boxes of soap. One box has 72 pieces, totaling 238. "This box is sulfur soap. If you want it, just give me 110. Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian took all of it. "I'll go get some towels. These towels are average quality. Better ones are very expensive," the shop owner warned her. Meng Qianqian said, "These are all consumables. Give me more of the average quality, and also some of the good ones." The shop owner went to the warehouse and returned with a large bag. "1 for a yuan, a pack of 100 for 100 yuan. They won't fade or shed, and they absorb water well. If you want, I have 2 more bags. Good towels are 15 yuan each, with 100 in a pack. Household items are necessary." Meng Qianqian looked at the shelves and noticed that last time she went to the market, there were only a few bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, not many, and very little oil. She turned back to the shop owner and said, "Big sister, I want all your oil. Both big and small bottles, I want everything. Please calculate how much it costs. I also want the soy sauce and vinegar." The shop owner looked confused. She turned around, surprised, and looked at Meng Qianqian, then asked after a pause, "Little sister, what's going on? Are you buying so much to support disaster areas or to donate to poor mountain regions?" "To donate. That's probably the case. Gu Xuanji and the others are indeed in a remote area, and it's a place that spans over 2,000 years of history. Your family is bankrupt, and you still want to do good deeds? Are you trying to earn merit for your mother?" The shop owner was straightforward, then tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Meng Qianqian sensed something was off about the shop owner's words. She frowned but remained calm and said, "My mother has never done anything wrong. On the contrary, she has helped over 100 girls from mountain areas, giving them a chance to study, to leave the mountains and change their lives. Your mother is very kind. It might also be that she feels guilty." Meng Qianqian saw disdain on the shopkeeper's face and knew it was definitely Meng Wei causing trouble. "She is very kind. If she weren't too kind, she wouldn't fall for tricks," Meng Qianqian sneered. Looking at the laundry detergent on the shelf, she said, "Boss, give me some more of your laundry detergent." "As much as you have." The shopkeeper's wife was very curious, but Meng Qianqian didn't want to say more. "Do you want all of it? Can you leave 2 bags? If the villagers come to buy, I need some urgently. It's not good if I don't have enough." Seeing how easygoing Meng Qianqian was, the shopkeeper's wife asked cautiously, "Sister, what exactly happened to your family? Why did you cut ties with your father?" "He is not really my father. My real father died a long time ago." Meng Qianqian didn't mind sharing her private matters. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish her mother's reputation. "What? He's dead?" The shopkeeper's wife was surprised to hear that Meng Qianqian's biological father had already passed away. Her face showed clear shock. I wasn't born yet when he died. My mother planned to raise me alone. Meng Yichang said he wanted to give me a complete family. My mother refused, but he kept pursuing her and was willing to be my father, who knew he abandoned his girlfriend and child just for money and a wealthy life. Meng Qianqian finished calmly, then took out her phone and asked, "Boss, do the math. These items are a bit expensive. Altogether, it's 1,230 yuan. Just give me 1,200. The shopkeeper's wife smiled with sympathy. Meng Qianqian didn't think she was pitiful. What Meng Yichang took from her, she would eventually make him pay back in full. There was space on the tractor, so the shopkeeper's wife helped her load the items onto the vehicle. She drove the tractor back home. Meng Qianqian went into the warehouse, took out a letter, and opened it to read. She wanted to buy clothes for her family. Maybe she should go to the supermarket, but that might not be good. She decided to order from a popular online store instead, which offered next-day delivery. It would arrive early tomorrow. Meng Qianqian asked for the sizes. Soon after, Gu Xuanji replied. She initially planned to order online, but suddenly, she saved all the pictures to a new tablet. It was just storing images, a small waste of time. Meng Qianqian chose many items, including shoes, pants, jackets, and sweaters. After saving the pictures, she wrote a user manual and then sent the tablet to Gu Xuanji. She also reminded Gu Xuanji to clear some space early, so she sent the items in 2 parts. After giving instructions, Meng Qianqian waited quietly. Gu Xuanji was also waiting. He first received a letter and a strange object. Gu Xuanji picked up the letter, read it, and then followed the instructions to open the strange object. The tablet screen lit up. He saw a clear, very realistic image, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Is this the power of the divine realm? He clicked on the album and saw small boxes inside. He randomly selected one, which displayed a piece of clothing. As he swiped left and right, his shock hit him like a thunderbolt. Gu Xuanji examined it carefully, confirmed there were no problems, and then replied to Meng Qianqian. It only took 15 minutes. Suddenly, many boxes appeared in front of him, all with user manuals written on them. Gu Xuanji left the tent and stood in an open space. Instantly, many items appeared before him. "What is that?" a plump woman asked in shock. She was a woman from the Fuyu tribe. Standing beside her was a man who had been conscripted into the army as a. Now, they were soldiers responsible for guarding these women. If they found someone suitable, they could take them back to start a family. Hearing her words, he proudly said, "Our Lord is blessed by the gods. These things are gifts from the gods. Only our Lord can receive such divine gifts in this world. The rice we eat is also blessed by the gods. One day, our Lord will lead us back to the prosperous central plains. The Fuyu women worship the grassland gods." Seeing Gu Xuanji possess such divine power, they immediately knelt down sincerely, speaking in their language as if praying. Gu Xuanji was used to this. People around him often knelt casually. These are farming tools. They need to be distributed daily and collected afterward. Xie Qinghe squatted on the ground, watching the farming tools bestowed by the goddess. He noticed that all the tools were made of iron. These items must not fall into the hands of ordinary people. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "These can be handed over to Grandpa II to manage. Let him arrange people specifically to take care of this matter." Gu Xuanji noticed that Xie Qinghe had also grown up. Compared to a year ago, he had developed very quickly. "Third young master, please ask grandmother, a few aunts, and sister-in-law to come here." Xie Qinghe looked at Gu Xuanji's back, feeling curious. "What does my cousin want to do with grandmother and the others?" Madame Xie, the old lady, brought her daughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law, and other relatives to Gu Xuanji's tent. Xie Qinghe's 2 sisters-in-law and his younger sisters stood together, all quietly lowering their eyes, showing good manners. "Grandmother, look at these. Do any of them suit your taste?" Gu Xuanji took out a tablet, opened the screen, and directly entered the photo album. Before Madame Xie could refuse, he said, "On our journey here, you all endured a lot, and even fell ill. Now that we are settled, we should choose some suitable clothes." He spoke casually, as if these clothes were just like the ones they wore in the mansion before. Madame Xie looked at the magical device in his hand, and then at the pictures on it. She dared not imagine clothes that only fairy-like beings could wear. Absolutely not. Madame Xie refused outright. Gu Xuanji had already expected this and said, "In that case, let the goddess bestow some clothes freely. If they don't suit grandmother's taste, please forgive us. Grandmother, this matter shouldn't have been arranged by me. Now that I have stepped forward, it's only me who can do it. Please ask Annie to come quickly and choose the clothes she likes. No matter how many, just speak up." After speaking, Gu Xuanji pointed to the soap on the table and said, "Take some of these back later, and everyone can have a piece." "What is this?" Madame Xie's attention was diverted, and she no longer argued with Gu Xuanji. She looked at the small boxes of things, which were very sturdy paper boxes with various characters and patterns printed on them. She had never seen anything like this before. She picked one up and found it was a bit heavy, with something inside. Gu Xuanji picked up one of the boxes, opened it from the side, and took out the soap, handing it to Madame Xie. "Grandmother, this is called soap. It is used to clean the face and hands, and can also be used to wash the body." Gu Xianji knew that Madame Xie came from a noble family. Even though she lived at the border with General Xie, she was still a high-status lady with very refined tastes. He specially brought a few more bars of soap. "This soap has a strong scent. The goddess said it's good for disinfecting. If you wash clothes with it, they will be cleaner." Gu Xianji carefully explained the instructions written by Meng Qianqian to Madame Xie. The other women in the Xie family also quietly looked over, wanting to see what kind of soap Madame Xie was holding. "Such good things, Your Highness. You should keep them to reward others." Madame Xie only wanted Gu Xianji to use these items to win people's hearts. Gu Xianji could see her intentions clearly. "These are just some items the goddess sent first. She will send more later. I just want grandmother, aunt, and sister-in-law to use them first." He took out more than 10 boxes of soap and placed them on the table, then separated some sulfur soap for Madame Xie to take home. He also put a tablet in front of her and straightforwardly said, "If grandmother doesn't choose, I will decide." Madame Xie understood that he had made up his mind. Even if she didn't pick, these clothes and items would still be sent to them. She carefully looked over everything, then called her 2 daughters-in-law. Zheng, as the wife of the Marquis of Jinghua, had managed the household for many years and was quite capable. Lu, from the second household, also managed her own family well. Madame Xie trusted both of them to handle this matter. Recently, Zheng had been helping manage many of these affairs. She had also received some mysterious items. But the tablet in front of her was beyond her imagination. She kept her composure outwardly, but was excited inside. This was something only a fairy could have, truly amazing. Zheng and Lu discussed and carefully chose the clothes, writing down the quantities and sizes on paper before putting down their brushes. Then they quietly told Madame Xie, "Mother, everything is recorded. All the details, including sizes for the women and children, as well as other notes, were clearly written." Madame Xie looked over the list, then nodded in satisfaction, handing it to Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji quickly looked over the document, frowned, and added a few more lines of writing with a pen. Young Madame Zheng was very sharp-eyed. When she saw the extra words Gu Xianji had added, her surprise almost showed on her face. She immediately looked at old lady Xie, who also had keen eyes. She signaled her daughter-in-law to stay silent. Inside, she sighed, thinking that the emperor was truly blind. The crown prince was kind and talented, and he was also decisive and strong. Yet, he harbored jealousy and was willing to take drastic actions. The emperor's behavior was shocking and unbelievable. It seemed that the future of Daqing was in danger. Old lady Xie took her daughter-in-law and granddaughters away carefully, making sure to bring everything back safely. They lived in a tent. A few young children stayed with their older brothers, and the girls stayed with their sisters. After the Xie family was raided and exiled, the daughters who had children faced hard lives, while those who had not been married off and sent back home. Now, none of the Xie daughters were doing well. However, the daughters-in-law of the Xie family stayed behind and did not leave with the family. They were going to become camp prostitutes. Old lady Xie also hoped that their lives would improve. Back in the tent, old lady Xie divided 2 pieces of soap among her daughter-in-law and granddaughters. She kept none for herself, sharing the rest with them. Gu Xianji heard about this and asked Meng Qianqian in her letter to send more soap. The warehouse was not cold, but it was not warm either. Compared to the house, it was far worse. Meng Qianqian didn't just wait idly in the warehouse. She returned to her room, turned on her tablet, and enlarged the surveillance footage from the warehouse. As long as something appeared in the warehouse, she could see it. The ranch was now quite large. There were many sheep, over a dozen cows, and many horses. Selling all the sheep was impossible. Currently, the prices were too low to sell much, and selling less would cause her to lose out. Selling more meant no buyers. She still planned to breed the sheep and wait for news from the research institute. Meng Qianqian's eyes lit up. She took a photo of the cows and sent it directly to Professor Hua. She hoped Professor Hua could see the differences in these cows this time. Thinking this, she got up and went to the stables. With so many horses, she couldn't leave them idle. She had to find a way to sell them. Meng Qianqian didn't dare to film her little white horse, but Fu Guang definitely has the potential to become an internet celebrity. Internet fame can also be turned into money. Maybe she could earn even more money this way. Meng Qianqian immediately took out her phone and started registering an account. She chose a simple and straightforward name, Fu Guang Growth Diary. Nowadays, many entertainers in the entertainment industry are into nurturing roles. Why can't her Fu Guang be one too? It's worth noting that purebred, hardworking horses are rare domestically. Internationally, there are only about 3,000 mixed-breed horses. Her nurturing project is unique in the country, no matter what. After registering the account, Meng Qianqian went over to build a good relationship with Fu Guang. Fu Guang, your dad sent you here to enjoy life. But you should also know our situation. We're just living off past success. Your dad is even more money-minded than you. If you don't work hard, your resources will run out. The little white horse snorted loudly. It completely ignored Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian. Fine, be proud. If you don't work hard to promote, your resources will be cut off today. Meng Qianqian was about to leave with some small treats for Fu Guang. She pretended to turn back and saw that the little white horse was secretly watching her. This horse is very clever. Are you really not a spirit? I just want to film a video, and if you cooperate, we can get it done in one go. It won't take much of your time. If you're okay with it, just nod your head. After saying this, Meng Qianqian felt like she was talking nonsense. She was thinking about whether to change her approach, when unexpectedly, the little white horse actually nodded. Did it really understand? This must be a coincidence. Meng Qianqian tentatively asked again. Fu Guang, do you agree? If you agree, just nod again, okay? The little white horse looked foolish for a moment, then arrogantly nodded again. It really did. Fu Guang actually nodded. Meng Qianqian instinctively took a step back. Are you a human or a spirit? This time, the little white horse didn't react. Has the evil spirit that possessed you left? Meng Qianqian felt a cold chill around her. A cold wind brushed past her, making her shiver. Is it trying to take over her body? Meng Qianqian didn't want to admit she was scared, but she was truly terrified. She rubbed her arms and suddenly realized something was wrong. Meng Qianqian felt embarrassed. She had hurried out earlier and forgot to wear her down jacket. Really? She was so scared, she almost scared herself to death. Fu Guang, we agreed. No matter what you are, we must get along peacefully. You sell your charm, work hard, and I'll make sure you eat well and drink well. When you reunite with your father, I'll make sure you look beautiful when you see him. This is like returning home in style. When the time comes, everyone in your hometown will know you didn't come here to suffer, but to enjoy life. As Meng Qianqian spoke, she noticed the little white horse looked at her with an even more critical gaze, as if saying, "Look, there's a fool." That thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and she felt numb. She couldn't believe she was actually being looked down on by a horse. Anyway, Fu Guang was very cooperative. Although not always, Meng Qianqian felt that it was intelligent, kind of like a smart Labrador retriever. She took a cool photo of the little white horse and secretly recorded the moments when the horse looked down on her. Back in her room, she edited the video on her phone and uploaded it online. Whether it would go viral or not depended on luck. If not, she could add some superpowers. Professor Hua hadn't replied to her message. Meng Qianqian thought maybe those cows weren't very good. Actually, with so many horses on her farm, she could rent them out. But she couldn't have too many people here. The secret in the warehouse needed to be kept safe, and what she sent there couldn't be seen by others. Fortunately, her place was remote, so no one noticed her cattle, and sheep appeared out of nowhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain where they came from. Just then, a letter from Gu Xuanji arrived. Meng Qianqian picked up the letter and saw the elegant handwriting, a look of admiration flashing in her eyes. The handwriting was really good. Luckily, Gu Xuanji was capable, so this talented woman didn't die before being exiled. It's said that in ancient times, if a family committed a crime, most women were forced into prostitution. Many women would rather die than become courtesans. Unlike the neat handwriting, the numbers written on the letter were doubled as much as possible. Gu Xuanji was a good person. He cared about the women in his family, which showed he was a good leader. They are currently living through hard times, but soon, their future will be happier than that of people in ancient times. Meng Qianqian doesn't believe this. With her around, how could Gu Xuanji and the others not survive? Meng Qianqian ordered some supplies online and went to the supermarket. She bought a lot of toilet paper, especially cheap ones. She marked the good and cheap toilet paper separately and also prepared some well-written letters for Gu Xuanji to pass on to the women in the family. These things must not be seen by Gu Xuanji. Otherwise, what would happen to those women? Gu Xuanji has been feeling very anxious. He only felt relieved after receiving Meng Qianqian's letter. Gu Xuanji called out loudly, and Xie Qinghe immediately came inside. He asked excitedly, "Your Highness, what do you need me for?" Xie Qinghe kept glancing at the box of soap. Could it be that the prince also wants to use soap? Gu Xuanji didn't notice his expectation and handed over the letter. "Take these letters and papers to grandmother. Tell her that this is what the goddess ordered for her." Xie Qinghe looked a little disappointed. After taking the items, he asked, "Cousin, did the goddess not give anything specifically for me?" Gu Xuanji looked up calmly, with deep eyes that seemed to see through Xie Qinghe's heart. Xie Qinghe's eyes were full of hope. Gu Xuanji replied softly, "No." Xie Qinghe took the papers and went to find Madame Xie. All the women in the family had gone to work, including Madame Liu, the second wife of the Xie family, and Xie Qinghe's sisters-in-law. Only Madame Xie and Lady Zheng, the wife of the Duke, remained in the tent. "Grandmother, this is from my cousin," Xie Qinghe said, handing over the letter. Madame Xie took the letter, read it carefully, then handed it to Lady Zheng. "Let her handle this." Lady Zheng looked at the contents, and even though she was already a grandmother, her cheeks still flushed slightly. She folded the letter and placed it on the table. She took out a roll of paper, about to do something, but then saw her son still standing there, so she spoke to dismiss him. "Third son, go to your work. You don't need to wait here," Xie Qinghe. He felt like he was being ignored. After he left, Lady Zheng took out a long of paper from the envelope. She unfolded it, looked at it, then picked up some toilet paper. She spread out a piece of toilet paper, folded it several times, and tore the paper. Following the folding method on the small paper note, she folded it neatly and blushed as she looked at Lady Xie. Lady Xie calmly said, "Since you have learned it, call others over to learn too." Mrs. Zheng looked bitter and said, "Mother, many women haven't received their monthly message on this journey. The goddess's intentions are good, but unfortunately they might not be useful now. Even if they can't be used now, they will be someday." Lady Xie knew she was being pessimistic, but they had all endured so far. Mrs. Zheng cheered up again and said, "You're right, Mother. I'll call people over now to start learning." Women from the Xie family came to Lady Xie's tent in groups. When they left, their cheeks were flushed. Even though they looked dark from the sun and very thin, their shy expressions couldn't be faked. Qinghe Xie walked over to Gu Xuanji with a puzzled look. "Cousin, what exactly did the goddess write?" Why do they have to take those strange things to grandmother and the others? Those aren't strange things. They're paper. Gu Xuanji had already distributed the farming tools. With the tools, work became much faster. Now they had prepared a flat piece of land, and even the mud walls were built. All that was left was for Meng Qianqian to buy the remaining materials. Then the greenhouse could be used to grow crops. Master, Jia Qi rode his horse quickly from afar and knelt before Gu Xuanji, speaking urgently. Master, something bad has happened. A group of Xiongnu cavalry is coming from the south, about 500 men. Qinghe Xie's face changed dramatically, and he looked anxiously at Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji's expression remained calm. How long until they arrive? 2 hours. There are only 2 hours left. Gu Xuanji's face grew serious. The enemy is cavalry, and 500 of them are very strong fighters. They are completely unprepared to resist. They can't escape. They can only fight to the death. Third brother, tell all the women and children to take their things and hide in the mountains. If we can't find them by tomorrow, let them keep moving east into the mountains and hide forever, never coming out. Gu Xuanji prepared for the worst. As long as the women and children are safe, that's enough. Qinghe Xie's eyes reddened. Your Highness, can't we ask the goddess for help? The goddess's help is already a blessing. Gu Xuanji understood clearly in his heart that the goddess initially used a trade method, providing them with food and warm clothes. They said that when they faced difficulties, they would ask the goddess for help. Surely one day, the goddess would give up on them? Gu Xuanji turned back to the tent and took out the latest map they had drawn. Among the slaves, there was someone who could draw maps. Coincidentally, this person was assigned under Jia Qi's name. Over the past few days, they had been patrolling the area and also drawing the map. He didn't want to use it so soon. Gu Xuanji pointed to a place on the map and gave a serious order. Jia Er, take a team and set up an ambush. Jia Jiu, take your people and protect the others. Jia Jiu was shocked, and his eyes immediately turned red. He hurriedly said, Lord, I swear to protect the Lord with my life. This is an order. Gu Xuanji knew Jia Jiu was sincere, but among the Xie family members, there were only women and children. When they went into the mountains, men had to be with them. Jia Jiu was the best choice. He was skilled with poisons, and besides tasting herbs, he knew the most about medicinal plants among everyone. With him, the hope for the Xie family to survive would be greater. Jia Jiu clenched his teeth and said, Understood, my lord. He turned around to make arrangements, preparing to hide in the mountains with the Xie family. The others looked stern and resolute, filled with a deadly aura, ready to fight the Xiongnu to the death. Time was urgent. After Gu Xuanji arranged everything, he picked up a pen and wrote a letter. He prayed to the goddess. In case he died, he asked the goddess to continue watching over the rest of the Xie family. Meng Qianqian didn't want to eat takeout. She had been busy all day and didn't want to cook. After thinking for a moment, she boiled a packet of instant noodles. She also added 2 eggs, 1 beaten, 1 made into a poached egg, plus a sausage and 2 slices of beef. After cooking the noodles, she sat at the table and ate slowly, occasionally glancing at the surveillance monitor. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hello, Meng Qianqian, we've arrived in H City. As the host, shouldn't you invite us to a meal? The person on the other end was surnamed Bai, named Bai Yanlang. Bai Yanlang's mother and her mother were best friends. His father's business went bankrupt, lacking funds, and her mother lent over 30 million yuan to help their family get through the tough times. After her mother died, the company was ruined by Meng Yicheng. She was out of options and wanted to ask Bai Yanlang's parents for help, but they kept refusing and refused to lend a hand. When she left City A, Bai Yanlang drove with Meng Wei to a gathering, and he stood with others, mocking her. She really didn't understand where Bai Yanlang got the nerve to ask her to pay for everything.
Who are you?
Do I know you? You have such a big face, and now you want me to treat you to a meal, Meng Qianqian sneered, showing no respect, and was about to hang up. Bai Yanlang quickly said, Meng Qianqian, Aunt Meng left you some things. My mom asked me to bring them to you. Meng Qianqian paused, then asked seriously, a dress. I'll add you on WeChat. You accept, and I'll send the address to your phone, Bai Yanling said, but Meng Qianqian had already deleted him and refused to accept the request, so he called instead. But Meng Qianqian was cold and firm, saying, "No need. Just tell me the address. It's at the archery base. Got it." Meng Qianqian hung up, feeling angry, and lost her appetite, but she still finished all her food. She didn't want to eat too much now, worried she might not have enough strength if things got physical later. Before leaving, Meng Qianqian also wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. She told Gu Xuanji not to fold the letter when he sent it so she could see everything clearly through the surveillance cameras. In case of an emergency, she wouldn't miss anything. When she arrived at the garage, she chose a pickup truck and drove out. Her plan was to retrieve her mother's belongings and then go to the wholesale market to buy more daily supplies like towels. Although Gu Xuanji and the others were from ancient times, with this modern convenience, they naturally wanted to live more comfortably. Starting over isn't scary. What's frightening is losing the will to try again. Meng Qianqian carefully checked all the surveillance cameras on the farm and reviewed the safety measures. After feeding the cattle, sheep, and horses, she drove away from the farm. The sun was about to set. The others had just arrived. She didn't know what scheme they might have, rushing over so hurriedly. Just based on her mother's belongings, even if Bai Yanling and his group arranged a dangerous trap, she would still try to break through. When she reached the archery base, many wealthy second-generation kids had already arrived, all dressed in brand-name clothes, sitting like young masters, with beautiful female coaches beside them. The high-quality bows and arrows were expensive, but these spoiled brats were all useless. Even good equipment is a waste in their hands. Meng Qianqian wears black jeans that make her slender legs look amazing. She has on black leather boots and a short black down jacket. When she appears, she immediately catches everyone's attention. It's been a month. Meng Qianqian still looks as beautiful as before.
No.
She looks even more beautiful, confident, and eye-catching now. People can't look away from her.
Wow.
Is that Meng Qianqian? She's way more impressive than those little celebrities. Brother Lang, can I make a move on her? The man speaking is somewhat wealthy, not much different from Bai Yanlong's family, just a bit younger. He doesn't care about women and is like Zhu Beiji, seeing a beautiful woman. He can't hold back. If you're interested, go ahead and do it yourself. She's not a woman with a good temper. Be careful not to get burned. Bai Yanling has disliked Meng Qianqian since they were young. She looks down on him and never bothers to play with him. He secretly hopes Meng Qianqian falls from grace and is taken away by Lu Meng to have fun. Lu Meng may be generous with women, but he's also ruthless. When he's into a woman, he calls others to join in. He's a man with no bottom line. If Meng Qianqian ends up in the hands of such a man, she won't have a good ending. Everyone nearby overheard Lu Meng and Bai Yanlong's conversation. They looked at Meng Qianqian with contempt, as if she were a cheap commodity. Meng Qianqian ignores them. She walks up to Bai Yanling and asks directly, "Where are my mother's belongings? Don't worry. I called you over just to have some fun and to introduce you to a few friends." Bai Yanling smiles warmly, as if there's nothing wrong between them. Meng Qianqian's eyes turn cold and indifferent. No need to meet them. Qianqian, you're still the same. No respect for me at all. Bai Yanlong's smile disappears, and his eyes turn a bit dark. Look at yourself now. Do you still have the right to boss me around? You're no longer the young lady of the Meng family. You've fallen so far. Shouldn't you try to please me and let me introduce you to a good match so you can get back into the circle? Meng Qianqian realized that Bai Yanling was truly both foolish and mean, just as always, lacking brains. Bai Yanling was furious but then smiled. Qianqian, your mouth is just as bad as ever. I won't argue with you. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family. Lu Meng looked handsome but unkempt, with dark circles under his eyes and a bruised look, which made his overly white face stand out even more. He pretended to be a gentleman and extended his hand. Qianqian, I've heard Brother Lang mention you before. I didn't expect to meet you today. I've heard about your family situation, and I feel a bit sorry. If we had met earlier, maybe Annie's company could have been saved. But it's not too late now. I believe we can get Auntie's company back. Most girls would probably be moved by such words. But Meng Qianqian only smiled faintly, her eyes looking at them, as if they were clowns. She knew that if she didn't do something today, she wouldn't only fail to get her mother's belongings but might also not leave easily. That's really unfortunate. She spoke calmly, her cold and distant look making Lu Meng feel uneasy. He had been with many women, probably not fewer than 1,000. He had been with innocent young girls, bold and flirtatious women, and even seemingly cold and aloof goddesses. As long as he spent money, none of them refused him. If they did, it meant he hadn't spent enough, and their families weren't struggling enough. Any woman Lu Meng targeted was sure to fall. But compared to Meng Qianqian, those women looked like cheap makeup, completely uninteresting to him. When Meng Qianqian glared at him, he got even more excited. I also feel it's a pity, Lu Meng said with a smile, handing her a bow and arrow worth hundreds of thousands. This is a custom-made bow and arrow. If you're interested, I can teach you how to use it. Just as Meng Qianqian was about to speak, her phone suddenly vibrated. She walked to the side to take out her phone, not noticing Lu Meng staring at her with an expression that seemed eager to her clothes off. It was indeed a message from Gu Xuanji. Meng Qianqian enlarged the message, and her face suddenly changed when she read the content. Sorry, I have something to do. I need to leave now. Meng Qianqian knew she had to go back quickly. She needed to ask Gu Xuanji what had happened. Her mind was racing fast. If Gu Xian knew about a natural disaster, she would definitely ask for help. Since it's not a natural disaster, it must be caused by humans. They are on the grassland, in someone else's territory. Could it be that they encountered the Xiongnu people? The Xiongnu always travel on horseback, and their cavalry is very strong in battle. Gu Xian and the others are old, weak, women and children. They only have about 1,000 people. Even if everyone fights, they can't stop the wild Xiongnu. Lu Meng didn't expect her to look at her phone and want to leave quickly. He immediately signaled Bai Yanling. Bai Yanling stepped forward and stopped her. Hey, Qianqian, what's so urgent? Why do you have to leave now? Meng Qianqian was worried about Gu Xian and didn't want to waste time arguing with Bai Yanling. Her cold gaze fixed on Bai Yanling's face. Bai Yanling, if you want to give me my mother's belongings, just take them out. If you don't want to give them, then forget it. Bai Yanling felt uncomfortable under her stare. After a moment, he lowered his head and chuckled softly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Qianqian, as long as you stay here, I will give you your aunt's belongings when you leave tomorrow. Bai Yanling brought Lu Meng over, which clearly meant to trap Meng Qianqian. The only time they met Meng Qianqian before, she cried for days and had to stay in the hospital for a few days, almost losing her life. Why is it that Meng Qianqian is completely fine? Yeah, Qianqian Longa came here just to see you. We traveled thousands of miles to come here, and we just saw you once. We didn't even have time to eat, and now you want to leave? That really hurts Longa's feelings. Lu Meng held his expensive bow worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and walked over. Meng Qianqian's eyes suddenly fell on his bow. Lu Meng looked at her gaze and handed the bow over with a smile, asking, Qianqian, do you like this? Why don't you hold it and play with it? No need. Meng Qianqian turned and walked into the club. She went straight to the person in charge and explained her purpose. Do you have any old-fashioned bows and arrows? Old-fashioned bows and arrows? Yes, we do. The manager didn't expect the beautiful woman in front of him to be so skilled. Shall I take you to see them? How many old-fashioned bows and arrows do you have? Meng Qianqian followed the manager inside, asking as she walked. The manager said, our old-fashioned bows and arrows are also made of aluminum magnesium alloy. They are light to hold, but their range is quite impressive. How many of these bows do you have? Meng Qianqian's question was very strange. The manager honestly replied, not many, only about 1,000. There are many arrows. We prepared a lot of bows. The manager doubted he heard correctly. Meng Qianqian said, I want 800 bows and 10,000 arrows. Wow, he considered himself quite experienced. But he didn't expect someone would come to their archery base to buy bows and arrows. I am willing to pay a little extra profit for you. Meng Qianqian looked calm, but was very anxious inside. If it weren't for the urgency to go elsewhere, she wouldn't have spent extra money to buy these things. The manager thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, thank you. Can you deliver now?" The delivery fee is 1,000 yuan to Yeoman Farm. After speaking, the hesitant manager immediately agreed. Having finalized the deal, Meng Qianqian kept walking and went around from another side. Bai Yanling and the others were still waiting outside. Lu Meng kept looking inside and impatiently kicked Bai Yanling. "Langji, go see why she hasn't come out yet." Bai Yanling got up, went inside, and looked around but saw no one. He grabbed a staff member and asked, "Have you seen my friend? Are you talking about that pretty young lady?" The staff member asked. Bai Yanling nodded. "Yes," the staff said, "she left half an hour ago." Bai Yanlong's face instantly twisted in anger. That woman Meng Qianqian actually dared to play him. Back at the farm, Meng Qianqian directly ordered a large truck to unload the items into the warehouse. She took out a piece of paper and wrote on it, "Gu Xuanji, no matter what, you must live well. You must survive." She placed the paper on the ground, turned around, and closed the door. Meng Qianqian looked at the tightly shut warehouse door, knowing that the items inside had already been transported away. She hoped these things could help Gu Xuanji. On the grassland in winter, it gets dark very early. More than halfway through the evening, it was completely dark. Gu Xuanji wondered whether the Xiongnu would come. He asked Jiajiao to lead a small group to the elderly, women, and children of the Xie family into the mountains. The night temperature was -30 degrees Celsius. People outside, without any warm clothing, could freeze to death. They had prepared in advance, hoping the Xie family could endure through the night. Gu Xianji was inside the tent, waiting for the Xiongnu to arrive. Suddenly, someone pushed aside the curtain and entered. Gu Xianji asked without looking up, "Any news?" "The Xiongnu have set up camp about 100 miles away." Hearing the familiar voice, Xie Qinghe suddenly looked up, his deep eyes sharp and cold. He asked seriously, "Sanlang, how are you here?" "Cousin, my father and brothers are willing to face death. They did it to protect you. Now, for our grandmother, my mother, and the nephews, I want to risk my life. How could I run away alone? I am also my father's son, just like my older brothers, and I swear to protect His Highness." Xie Qinghe knelt on one knee, his eyes red. "Your Highness, please forgive Sanlang." After a long moment, Gu Xianji spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know that this battle might cost you your life?" Xie Qinghe replied calmly, "From the day I was born, I knew I might die fighting. Sanlang, have you thought about what will happen to our grandmother if you die? What about our mother? And the young sons of our older brothers who haven't grown up yet?" Gu Xianji didn't want Xie Qinghe to die. Xie Qinghe couldn't die either. He was skilled, but he loved studying literature. Because of this, his mother brought him to the palace and arranged for him to study under a great scholar. He was walking a different path from other children of the Xie family. Xie Qinghe, with tears in his eyes, said, "I have already said goodbye to our grandmother and mother." Gu Xianji sighed. "Fine, then stay with me." He planned to have Jia Yi take Xie Qinghe away before he died. "Your Highness, I will go out and check the situation now." Xie Qinghe stood up, wiped his tears, and went out to ask around. With so many people, they couldn't leave easily. The grassland was covered in snow, and footprints would be left behind. Only by holding the line here and fighting the Xiongnu as best as they could they give the Xie clan enough time and opportunity. Gu Xianji was waiting for the message from the goddess. He didn't know if his ridiculous request had angered Mr. Meng. Gu Xianji also wanted to live, but his hope of survival was very slim. Suddenly, there was movement outside. Gu Xianji stepped out of the tent. Neither the slaves who had joined the rear guard nor the men from the Xie clan who stayed behind tried to escape. A low-pressure system covered the tribe, and everyone waited with a determined resolve to face the Huns. They planned that even if they died, they would take at least one Huns with them. Cook all the meat, then steam all the remaining rice so everyone can have a full meal, Gu Xuanji ordered in a firm voice. "Go and call the others back." Jia Yi immediately sent someone to bring Jia Er and the others back. Gu Xuanji looked at the guards around the camp. Tonight or early tomorrow, they might all lose their lives. Before dying, he wanted to make sure they all had a good meal. Jia Chu arrived with people bringing rice and meat. No one showed any greed. Their eyes were frighteningly calm. It wasn't until a large pot of stew was ready and the aroma spread that their eyes lit up with hope. Everyone silently ate their rice from wooden bowls inside their tents. Your Highness, you should eat too. Xie Qinghe brought food into the tent and called Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji turned his back to Xie Qinghe. San Ling, go and eat first. Xie Qinghe didn't move. He just stood outside with him. Even though the guards were eating, their faces looked lifeless. This meal was no different from a meal of execution. Xie Qinghe secretly wiped away tears. Just as he was about to turn around, his pupils suddenly dilated. The other guards, who were eating, also widened their eyes in shock as they looked at dozens of large boxes. The goddess had truly appeared. The guards' dull expressions vanished instantly, and they all looked at Gu Xuanji with excitement. Xie Qinghe struggled to speak. Gu Xuanji saw it too. He stepped forward, picked up the top piece of paper, which only had one sentence. Gu Xuanji, no matter what, you must stay alive. You must survive. Gu Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a new surge of hope. He drew a dagger and opened the box. A whole row of neatly arranged bows and arrows appeared before Gu Xuanji. The black bows and arrows shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Could the goddess really be sending them weapons? Gu Xuanji took out a bow. It was very light, lighter than any bow he had used before. Open the other boxes, Gu Xuanji said with renewed energy. With weapons, they might still have a chance to fight the Huns. Xie Qinghe immediately stood up, called Jia Yi, and asked him to bring people over to help open the boxes. Suddenly, Xie Qinghe exclaimed happily, Your Highness, this box is full of arrows. Iron arrows. Gu Xianji eagerly stepped forward. He picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bow, and shot it toward the distant haystack. The arrow hit the target precisely. Gu Xianji looked down at the bow in his hand and praised, What a good bow. He wasn't sure what material the bow was made of, but it held up well even when fully drawn. The power and strength of the arrows were also very good, not inferior to the finest bow. Gu Xianji's expression darkened, and he said seriously, Jia San, distribute the bows and arrows. Let everyone get familiar with them first. Jia San stepped forward with a fist salute. Yes, Your Highness. There were still many bows and arrows left after distribution. Each person received 10 arrows. Those who didn't have bows or arrows quickly ate their meals, then went to practice nearby. Gu Xianji asked Xie Qinghe and the others who knew how to shoot to teach those who didn't. If someone really couldn't learn, they could use weapons instead. Among his guards, there were more than 10 skilled archers. Gu Xianji gave these people extra arrows. It wasn't enough to just have bows and arrows. What if there were many enemies? There would definitely be many enemies. Gu Xianji wasn't holding on to a death wish, nor was he begging her to agree as if it were a last request. She needed to think of other ways. Meng Qianqian suddenly had an idea. She turned around and ran to the warehouse, grabbing a barrel of gasoline and hurriedly heading back. In life and death moments, she didn't have time to write word by word. Even a tablet computer wouldn't help. Gu Xianji might not understand a picture, and opening audio files could be confusing. She rummaged through the room and suddenly saw a voice recorder in the drawer. Meng Qianqian pressed the record button. Gu Xianji, this is gasoline. Just pour it on something that can burn. As long as there are sparks, it will catch fire quickly. Be very careful when you use it. And she finished recording and wrote instructions for using the recorder on a note. Holding the recorder and the note, she hurried to the warehouse. Time was life. She was racing against time. When she delivered the gasoline, Meng Qianqian felt her legs weaken. She only hoped that this battle would end with Gu Xianji's victory. An hour later, everyone looked full of energy. Gu Xianji gathered all the guards and leaders to discuss in the tent. He spoke seriously. The Xiongnu are all cavalry. If we wait until morning, we will not be their match. So, tonight we will attack secretly. Xie Qinghe was the first to agree. I agree. Me too, others said. The Xiongnu's horses will make noise. We need to move faster when approaching the tents so they won't notice us. Once inside, we will kill as many as we can. Jia Lu, hide with the archers in the dark. Shoot anyone who tries to escape. Gu Xianji's cold eyes were ruthless. Leave no survivors. Jia Lu knelt on one knee. Understood, sir. Gu Xianji finished his plans and prepared to leave immediately. Just as he was about to speak, two strange objects appeared in front of him. He picked up a letter, read it carefully, then took out a pen. His long fingers hovered over the button, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Everyone leave now." "Yes, sir," they replied, and exited the tent. Now only Gu Xianji was left inside. He followed Mr. Meng's instructions and pressed the play button. A beautiful voice filled the tent, and Gu Xianji was stunned. He had suspected that Mr. Meng was a woman, but he didn't expect her to be so young. "Gu Xianji, this thing is gasoline." He listened again, then again. He wanted to keep this magical pen, but he knew he couldn't leave it here. He picked up the pen and started to write a reply. But he hesitated for a long time without writing a word. He pressed the record button again, listened twice, then silently recited in his mind. The recording device disappeared. He promised to thank her when he was alive again. Gu Xianji spoke, and Jia Yi came in from outside. He stood in front of a gasoline barrel, waiting for Jia Yi to approach before speaking in a deep voice. "This is called gasoline. It ignites easily and cannot be extinguished." Jia Yi's eyes lit up. "Take this and secretly approach the Xiongnu's tents. Pour the gasoline over the tents and quickly retreat. Then we will set it on fire with bows and arrows. Others hide outside. As soon as anyone comes out, shoot." Gu Xianji finished and handed Jia Yi a matchstick. Jia Yi cupped his hands. "My lord, I will not fail you." The guards quickly organized themselves. After Jia Yi finished distributing supplies, he led a group of 100 people to move ahead. The others followed behind, carrying bows, weapons, and prepared to help if needed. An hour later, it was early morning. The place where the Xiongnu camped was very quiet, with no patrols. Jia Yi took a few fast and skilled fighters, armed with weapons and gasoline, and quickly approached the tents. Luckily, the horses were silent, as if heaven was helping them. He gave a command, and the others quickly gathered in front of the tents. They removed the straw from their bodies, used it to mark the tents, and then poured gasoline around each one. Once all the tents were soaked, Jia Yi struck a match and lit the straw. The others also lit their straw and threw it into the tents. A cold wind blew. The flames spread rapidly in one direction, and almost instantly, the tents caught fire and burned fiercely, spreading in an incredible way. Jia Yi and his men pulled back to a safe distance. They watched the flames turn into a blazing fire. "Let's go," Jia Yi said. "Let's go," others echoed. Inside the tents, panicked voices could be heard. Some shouted, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" The more they shouted, the bigger the flames grew. The fleeing Xiongnu didn't have time to dress properly. As soon as they ran outside, they were hit by 3 arrows each. "Enemy!" Someone tried to shout, but collapsed before finishing. There was more than one Xiongnu like this. Many saw the attack and had no choice but to run out bravely. Some held large knives. They could block 2 arrows, but with many archers shooting, they still fell. The Xiongnu looked like trapped prey, constantly being hunted and killed. Dawn was breaking. The battle was over. Guxuanzi, who was in charge of the horses, sent people to guard the area. Anyone approaching would be killed immediately. Other Xiongnu, who ran out, were shot dead. Some were burned alive inside their tents. Xie Qinghe led people to check the battlefield. They collected all the arrows and looked for useful items inside the tents. Many weapons the Xiongnu had were left behind, so they went inside to gather them and took what they could. "Big cousin, what should we do with these bodies?" Xie Qinghe asked happily. Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice, "After death, the Xiongnu are buried in the wild. Leave their bodies here. No need to care. How are our people? Any casualties?" No one died. Only a few were slightly injured. A group of Xiongnu charged from one direction. They were too fierce, and there were many of them. Our guards couldn't match them and were only lightly wounded. Fortunately, Jia Lu shot them all dead with perfect aim. Xie Qinghe was very excited. They had won a great victory. At first, everyone was determined to die, but after a night, not only did no one die, but they also killed all the Xiongnu. We also captured over 500 horses. Their horses are not as good as your Highness's Dewan horses, but they are rare and fine. Gu Xuanji was also very happy. No one was unhappy after winning a battle. He waved his hand and said seriously, "Tell everyone to get on their horses. Let's go back." Xie Qinghe happily went to give the orders. When they arrived, everyone was running, but now they were all riding horses. Even those who didn't know how to ride managed to ride well after a few casual words from others. Jia Jiu kept sending people to watch that side. He saw a group of riders approaching with pale faces. He turned and ran into the mountains. "Let's go now." Immediately. Into the mountains. "Hurry." Jia Jiu's eyes turned red. He knew it wasn't the time to cry. He had to lead everyone to escape quickly. Only then could he fulfill his lord's trust. He was determined to lead the Xie clan to safety. After settling the Xie clan, he would leave the mountains. He must avenge his lord. The Xie clan members also looked pale. They forced themselves to endure their grief and quickly moved into the mountains. Xie Qinghe rode his horse to catch up but found no one. Strange, where did everyone go? Xie Qinghe tied his horse to a tree and hurried up the mountain. He took out a bone whistle and blew twice. Jia Jiu's steps paused. He turned back in disbelief. "Did you all hear that?" Jia Jiu asked the guards behind him. The guards nodded, their eyes full of shock.
Stop.
"Wait for me here." Jia Jiu quickly ran back. His heart was heavy with sorrow, but his steps felt surprisingly light. "Young Master San." Xie Qinghe saw Jia Jiu and relaxed. "Where did you all go? Why didn't anyone respond to our signals? We won a great victory. Quickly call everyone back." Jia Jiu was stunned and looked shocked. Xie Qinghe laughed loudly. "The goddess gave us divine bows. One for each of us. The arrows are countless and made of iron. One shot kills. We also have divine gasoline, which ignites when it catches fire. The prince led us on a night raid. Gasoline was poured on the tents. The Huns sleeping inside were burned alive, and those who escaped were all caught or killed. We killed all the Huns, with no casualties, and captured over 500 horses." Hearing about the victory, Jia Jiu was ready for a tough win but didn't expect there to be no casualties at all. How is that possible? Even the god of war couldn't do that. Xie Qinghe patted Jia Jiu's shoulder kindly. "Who is the prince? He is blessed by the heavens and can communicate with the goddess. No one else can compare. Plus, the prince is clever and strategic, which is why we won so easily." Jia Jiu felt dizzy. He sent messages to his guards. Soon, he saw a large group of people appear on the hilltop: men, women, children, and elders. They carried things and slowly came down from the mountain. After a worried night, everyone returned to their tents or yurts to continue their lives. The joy of victory filled everyone. All 500 horses were trained. Gu Xuanji had people distribute them, and everyone practiced riding daily. Next time the Huns come, they will be ready to fight. Gu Xuanji knew who he should thank the most. On the vast grassland, the sound of battle was deafening, and bodies lay everywhere. Huns on horseback surrounded a ragged man. The man was tall but thin, with features hidden and only cold eyes full of anger, unafraid of death. The Huns laughed and swung their whips, hitting toward the man. The man raised his sword and cut it down. Another with a spear rode quickly toward him, aiming at his chest.
No.
"Stop." The man clumsily stabbed his sword into the ground and stood straight, refusing to fall. He was covered in blood. The Xiongnu people laughed wildly as they rode around, shooting at each other. The man's eyes widened with anger, but he had already stopped breathing. Meng Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling. She realized she was dreaming. The dream felt so real. It scared her a lot. She wondered what Gu Xuanji was thinking. Could he have died in such a terrible way? just like in the dream? Thinking about this made Meng Qianqian feel anxious. She immediately picked up her phone and checked the security footage. Just as she was about to put down her phone with a frown, her eyes widened in shock. She zoomed in on the footage and saw piles of gold jewelry, making her gasp in surprise. Was Gu Xuanji making a fortune from the chaos? Why was there so much gold jewelry? Meng Qianqian dressed quickly and went outside. She went to the warehouse and saw pure gold jewelry on the ground. She took a deep breath. She didn't touch the jewelry, but first opened the letter she found. The letter was quite detailed. It said Gu Xuanji used the gasoline she sent to force the Xiongnu out, then shot them with arrows. No one was hurt. The jewelry belonged to the Xiongnu. He was collecting their horses to train soldiers. He also gave her some of the best gold jewelry. Xiongnu jewelry? Meng Qianqian didn't touch them and took a step back. What use did she have for these things? She didn't dare to wear them. They belonged to the dead, and they made her feel uneasy. She looked at the gold jewelry silently, then took out her phone. She planned to take pictures and ask her friends if anyone wanted to buy such items. When she bought the bow and arrow, she spent over 2 million yuan. She didn't have that much money and borrowed it from Song Qiao. She was ready to sell everything at home to pay back the debt, but she never expected Gu Xuanji to send so much gold. All that gold weighed several pounds. If melted down, it could sell for tens of thousands. Meng Qianqian went to the door, dragged over a plastic box, and took out a pair of gloves. Carefully, she picked up the jewelry. She noticed the jewelry was subtly changing, showing signs of age. She thought she was seeing things. She placed the first piece of jewelry in the box, took some photos with her phone, and then picked up another. This time, she carefully observed the gold jewelry. As soon as she picked it up, it began to slowly change. In just a moment, it naturally turned into an antique that had been polished by time. Meng Qianqian packed all the jewelry and pulled her suitcase to leave the warehouse. Back in her workshop, she turned on the light and carefully arranged each piece of jewelry. She took out her professional camera and took full-range photos of the jewelry. Whether the photos could attract attention depended on her photography skills and the quality of the images. Meng Qianqian was glad that her family had some money back then, enough to satisfy her small hobbies. Even after being betrayed and going bankrupt, she still kept many of her old belongings, like designer bags and clothes. She didn't need to attend parties, so she wore these clothes when going out and they still looked good. Meng Qianqian chose one piece and uploaded a photo to her social circle. There was no description, only a few words. New item, like it. Below was a grid of pictures. Song Qiaoi sent a message first. I don't need to pay back my money right now, and I will send her items on time. I've arranged a special workshop to make those cotton clothes and pants for you. In a couple of days, they will be shipped. The other things are also prepared for you. When Meng Qianqian saw Song Qiaoi's message, her nose felt sore, and her eyes became warm, making it hard to see the screen clearly. She wondered how she was lucky enough to have such a good friend supporting her. Bao Bao, thank you. When you come back, I'll treat you to a whole roasted sheep from our own farm, Meng Qianqian said. She only had these things to show for now. Oh, I also have a super handsome little horse. Its name is Fuguang. I'll show you a video of it. So cool. Then Meng Qianqian remembered that she had uploaded Fuguang to a short video platform. She hadn't checked how it was doing after uploading. She opened the short video app, and her smooth phone suddenly lagged a little. When she saw the backend showing over 999 notifications, she froze. She clicked into the backend and saw a long list of views, along with over 1 million likes. She quickly checked her followers. In just one night, her followers increased by 1 million. Was she famous now? What a talented little horse. Meng Qianqian posted a cool white horse video showing its brave and elegant movements with slow-motion shots. Even though the horse is not yet an adult, its striking beauty still makes people feel its powerful charm. Meng Qianqian refreshed her social media, and her followers increased a lot. Her private messages almost flooded in. Many people asked if she was selling the horse, and others asked where she got it. Some advertisers also contacted her. Meng Qianqian plans to turn her popularity into income, but such a messy approach might upset her fans and backfire. Besides, she currently has no such plans. Suddenly, she saw a message from Professor Huo. She quickly exited the app and clicked on the message, only to see several voice messages from Professor Huo. Xiao Meng, is your cow still there? Also, can you hide that thing from your moments? A friend of mine is very interested. If it's convenient for you, we plan to come over today. If not, just give us a time that works. Professor Huo sounded a bit urgent. Meng Qianqian hurriedly replied, Professor, the cow is still there. I have free time anytime. You can come whenever it suits you. After sending the message, she immediately went to her moments and hid the recent post she just made. An old man in a black down jacket, wearing a cotton hat, was urging a nearby elderly professor who wore glasses and looked refined. Old Dong, hurry up. You said that thing was very valuable for research, right? If you don't go now, I won't wait for you later. Dong Weimin is a professor at the Archaeological Research Institute. Although he and Professor Huo are not from the same department, they are good friends. This time, Professor Huo made a major discovery in his research. Since Professor Dong was coming for a meeting, he decided to come see the few sheep with ancient gene traits. Professor Huo has been working tirelessly lately. He came out of the lab and saw Meng Qianqian's message. Accidentally, he clicked into her moments and saw some pictures of gold jewelry. When he traced back to those images, Professor Dong also saw them. Professor Dong immediately recognized that the jewelry was not modern and suspected it was styled after artifacts used by the Xiongnu people. He quickly asked Professor Huo to contact Meng Qianqian. That's how the long series of voice messages started. Within an hour, Professor Huo and his team arrived. Meng Qianqian greeted the guests, invited them inside, and served hot tea. Professor, please have some tea first. The ox is in the ox shed. If you want to see it, you can look anytime. All right, we'll go see it later. Professor Huo knew that old Dong was more anxious, so he smiled and said to Meng Qianqian, Comrade Meng, can you show us that gold ornament you posted on your social media? He then introduced Meng Qianqian. This is Professor Dong, an archaeologist. He came specifically for that gold ornament. Did the archaeologist recognize it? Meng Qianqian suddenly thought of many things. Debt of over 2 million. The lives of a large ancient tribe, the materials used to build the fortress, and more, all added up to a huge amount. Building such a large fortress would take at least tens of millions. It might even start in the hundreds of millions. She had previously thought that if someone appreciated these antiques, they could be sold for a good price. That could solve her current problems. Now, seeing how the old professor was so eager because of an antique, her understanding of those Xiongnu ornaments deepened. Please wait a moment. Meng Qianqian turned and went to the study. When she came out, she was holding a clear sealed box. She placed the box on the table and pushed it toward Professor Dong. Professor Dong, this is what I posted on my social media. Seeing the box but not yet opening it, Professor Dong looked a bit excited. His hands, weathered and witness to many miracles, slowly opened the sealed box. He took a pair of white gloves from his pocket, put them on carefully, then gently picked up the gold ornament. Meng Qianqian was very moved. The gold ornament was just a piece of jewelry made of gold in her hands, but in Professor Dong's hands, it was different. It seemed to be imbued with many things, histories she couldn't see, stories she couldn't see, and values she couldn't see, all slowly revealed in his hands. Professor Dong then took out a magnifying glass and examined it carefully. After a long while, he said excitedly, This artifact is over 2,000 years old. Its shape indicates it is a Xiongnu ornament. The country has previously unearthed a few gold ornaments, but none as exquisite as this one. It has great research value. Professor Dong excitedly told Professor Huo nearby. Seeing his old friend so excited, Professor Huo knew this gold ornament was extraordinary. But these are someone else's personal belongings, and they shouldn't be taken for free. Moreover, gold items from the Xiongnu are very rare. Each piece unearthed is worth at least 9 figures. Even his old friend, who reports to higher authorities, couldn't get that much money. Professor Huo doesn't have the face to ask for such a large sum. Professor Dong was completely absorbed in looking at the items. Professor, Is this item very valuable? Meng Qianqian suddenly asked. Professor Dong didn't look at Meng Qianqian but instinctively replied, Of course, it's valuable. There are very few historical records about the Xiongnu in our country's history. This gold ornament from a Xiongnu is just as good as those in our collection. Its shape is unique, the craftsmanship is very skilled, and it is very representative. It also has high research value. You could say it's a rare treasure with great historical importance. After saying this, Professor Dong reluctantly put the item back. This Xiongnu gold ornament is very expensive and rare, but it is still someone else's personal property. Seeing the old man's actions, Meng Qianqian thought of the older scholars who, despite difficult conditions, worked hard to study. She suddenly stood up and walked into the study. Professor He frowned and said to Professor Dong, Old Dong, you've seen the item, but don't speak lightly. This girl's family was quite wealthy before, but after some events, she had to return to the farm. These items are probably meant to help her turn her luck around. But this is a first-class national relic, Professor Dong frowned. So what? Relics are inanimate. People are alive. Are you trying to push her to the limit just for research? Professor He said this because he was worried that his old friend might say something that would make the girl uncomfortable. The girl is good-hearted. She offered a high price, but she refused to take too much money. Professor He had learned that the girl still owed a lot of money, and the 30,000 yuan was just to ease her immediate worries. The sheep he bought later were indeed rare and valuable. They had high research value, and if bred with other sheep, they could produce better meat, grow faster, and have more lambs. This would break the monopoly of the upper class. Those sheep were worth more. He could only apply for that much money. This matter had always made Professor He feel guilty. He thought he had taken advantage of the girl. Professor Dong is not someone obsessed with academics who doesn't understand common things. I just want to discuss something with her. She hasn't found the right person to handle it yet. I want to see if I can borrow it back for research for a while. I will apply to the higher authorities, and once the subsidy is approved, I will give all the money to her. Professor He's expression improved. That's more like it. The item weighs about 10 pounds and is quite heavy. Meng Qianqian struggles to hold it. She pulls the item out with a cart, and in front of the three professors, she carefully places each piece on the table. Meng Qianqian straightens up and opens all the boxes. She directly asks Professor Dong, Professor, look, are all these items the same as the one earlier? Are they all valuable cultural relics? Professor Dong is so shocked he can't close his mouth. He wears gloves, examines each item, touches this and that. After careful inspection, he confirms that these gold objects are indeed jewelry and other ornaments worn by the Xiongnu people over 2,000 years ago. There is even something that looks like a crown. It has a strange shape and is beautifully made. Professor He carefully picks it up, examines it closely, and realizes this artifact could be considered a national treasure. He nods excitedly, his voice hoarse and serious as he tells Meng Qianqian, these items are truly very precious cultural relics. They have great research value. But Professor He doesn't say another word. Professor, I am willing to donate these items to the country, Meng Qianqian says. After she finishes, Professor Dong is stunned. He asks excitedly, do you know how valuable these items are? That crown-like gold crown is worth over 10 million. This one is worth over 90 million. The others are also not less than 9 million. Are you sure you want to do this? These items only serve to exchange for money with me. But with you, they will be recorded in history, seen by many people, and bring immeasurable value. This value can't be measured in money. There are many ways to make money, just a few 100 million. I am still young. Maybe in a few years, I will earn back all the money, Meng Qianqian says, then covers the boxes. She pushes the boxes toward Professor Dong with a very firm attitude. Professor, you can take these now. Are you really sure about this? Professor Dong didn't expect such an outcome. He looks at the beautiful young girl in front of him and realizes he doesn't understand young people enough. They love their country more and have a stronger spirit of dedication. This is something deeply rooted in their bones. Professor He sighed. He felt even more sorry for the young girl. Comrade Meng Qianqian, I know you have difficulties in life. If you have any problems, just speak up. As long as we can help, we will do our best to solve them. Meng Qianqian needs money. But she also knows it's not good to ask the country for millions of yuan. The items are voluntarily donated by her, and she doesn't want money for them. She thought for a moment and said, I have a rare horse, a blood-sweat horse on my farm. My little pony is young and valuable. I live alone here, so I'm worried about safety. If you know someone in that area, could you help me upgrade the security system at the farm? Professor Dong was surprised. Meng Qianqian blinked in confusion. But I don't need anything else for now. As for money, she still plans to find ways to earn more. Professor Dong was deeply impressed by Meng Qianqian. This is a treasure worth billions, and even though the young girl is in trouble, she refuses to take a penny. No, he must apply to his superiors. He can't give her that much money, but he can help make things easier for her. Comrade Meng Qianqian, I will definitely explain your difficulties to the organization. They will try their best to help you. Professor Dong was eager to make a call right now. As for the security of the farm, I leave it to you, Professor, Meng Qianqian said. She believed that the government's help would be better than her spending a lot of money herself. That's the country. Professors Hua and Hu were also shocked. They didn't expect the young girl to be so generous. Professor Hu whispered to Professor Hu, this girl has some impressive connections. Everything on her farm is valuable. I saw that sheep of mine too. You said you want to breed better quality beef to benefit all cattle farmers, right? If you like that cow later, don't hold back on spending. Professor Hu glared. I want to buy more, but my funding is limited. You can't just ask for money for that one cow, right? Do your best and push to the limit, understand? Professor Hu was worried. This person is as stubborn as a cow. Yes, I know. I'm not stupid, Professor Hu said, standing up politely and asking, Comrade Xiaomeng, I want to see your farm's cattle. If it's convenient, could you take us to see them now? Meng Qianqian naturally agreed. I'll take you to see them right away. Everyone stood up and prepared to go outside. Professor Dong didn't move. He held his phone, speaking seriously. Comrade Xiaomeng, I'll wait here for you. Please call a car and also contact someone to help you with the farm safety. When the old professor said this, it would have been better if he could have moved a little further away from those ancient artifacts. Suddenly, she realized that these seemingly elegant and serious old professors were actually quite adorable. Meng Qianqian kindly said, Professor, you stay here and watch over things. We'll go check on the cattle. After they left, Professor Dong sat back down and continued to look at the precious ancient artifacts. The cows in the barn were all very strong. When Professor Hu entered, he couldn't leave. He looked at one cow, then touched another. He found that these cows were different from modern ones, which was very helpful for his research. These cows are really good, Professor Hu exclaimed and took out his phone to make a call. The person on the other end said something, but Professor Hu loudly said, It's just 3 cows. Is 50,000 yuan for a male bull too much? Come and see for yourselves. That cow is definitely top quality. Miss this chance, and who knows if you'll see such a cow again. The other 2 are females, same price. Altogether, only 1.5 million yuan. With this price, I feel a bit embarrassed to talk to the farm owner, but you guys are hesitating. Professor Hu's mouth was like a cannon, talking so loudly that he couldn't hear the other side. Meng Qianqian listened nearby, shocked, and turned to Professor Hu in disbelief. Are our cows really that expensive? Is it too much? What is wrong with this girl? She even thinks her own stuff is too expensive and wants to lower the price. She doesn't even have money. Does she know that? Professor Hu said unhappily, I'm still worried about losing money at this price. Don't worry, their research institute can afford it. As long as they develop a new breed of cattle, it will be a great benefit to the country and the people. They can earn back even a small amount of money easily. 15 million is a small amount. She has truly been poor for a long time. Professor Hu negotiated and eagerly called to arrange for a truck to come. An hour later, a huge, luxurious truck was parked outside Meng Qianqian's farm. The treatment for the cattle was exceptional. Professor Hu felt a bit embarrassed. Comrade Xiaomeng, I'll take the cattle first. Once the payment arrives in the next day or two, I'll have them transfer the money to you right away. Does that sound good? Any time is fine, no rush. The more Meng Qianqian said this, the more the professors felt sorry for her. Such a simple and honest child. Such a good kid, and yet she is such a family. As soon as the cattle were loaded onto the truck, Professor, who was ready to leave. He couldn't wait to go back and continue his research. At that moment, several vehicles carrying armed police and safes stopped at the farm gate. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Meng Qianqian, a law-abiding citizen, felt a bit guilty. A very commanding officer stepped out of one of the vehicles. He approached Professor Dong, his sharp gaze sweeping directly over Meng Qianqian's face. Meng Qianqian, suddenly feeling very nervous. What should she do? Professor Dong spoke in a serious tone. This is the donor, Comrade Meng Qianqian. The items are inside. Come with me. The commanding officer nodded slightly at Meng Qianqian. With a wave of his hand, several armed soldiers came over, following him and Professor Dong inside. As the host, Meng Qianqian also went in. She watched as Professor Dong handed the box to the soldiers behind him, instructing them to carry it back. After everything was loaded onto the vehicle, Professor Dong and the others prepared to leave. Professor Dong solemnly said, Comrade Xiaomeng, if you encounter any difficulties in life, just give me a call. Okay, Professor. Meng Qianqian thought that if there was anything that could earn her goodwill, she had definitely impressed the professors. After seeing off the professors, Meng Qianqian felt quite accomplished. Just as she was thinking this, someone called her. Qianqian, are you going to have your rice delivered to the warehouse? The speaker was the owner of the processing factory. She remembered Gu Xuanji mentioning in his letter that he had shared the rice during the recent campaign. There are still 5 bags of rice left, and I cooked several pots of rice to feed everyone. Even if I die, I don't want to starve to death. Gu Xuanji is definitely out of rice. These bags of rice arrived just in time. Sir, please send them to me. I need to settle the payment with you. Soon, the tractor made a few trips and brought all the rice over. Gu Xuanji and the others didn't have space to store the rice, so she decided to send the first 10 bags to the back, and after they are eaten, she will send more. She also ordered a pig from the pork seller. Uncle, I need 1 pig a day. When it's ready, just send it over. I'll pay you directly. Does that sound good? Meng Qianqian thought that 1 pig a day for 1,000 people wasn't a lot. 1 pig a day. The pork seller was surprised. Can you really finish it? You have no idea how much those ancient people used to eat. The pork seller instinctively looked at Meng Qianqian's belly. Meng Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed and explained, I'm buying pigs for my friends. They come from a very large family with many people and they do some small business. I heard your pork is made from pure grains, so I asked to buy some. They also want me to buy local vegetables and such. The pork seller suddenly understood. No wonder you're buying so many things. You're acting as a middleman. Does this make good money? That really is very profitable. In just 2 days, she had earned over 100 billion. No one would believe it if she told them. It's mainly to help my friends, Meng Qianqian said politely with a smile, and they agreed on the deal verbally. Meng Qianqian drove her pickup truck to the wholesale market. The wholesale market was huge, with all kinds of things. It was her first time there, and she was dazzled. She sent over blankets that were large greenhouse warmers. She didn't have single bed sheets. But her money was limited, so she could only buy the essentials. She bought many towels, as well as some soap and detergent. Shampoo was necessary because people in ancient times had long hair, and shampoo was essential. Conditioner was also needed, or else how could they comb their hair? As Meng Wantong walked along, she arrived at a place selling high-tech products. She stared at the solar-powered lamps and couldn't walk further. The streetlights in her yard were all solar lamps. They charged during the day and lit up all night. They could be controlled remotely. This thing requires no special skills. Just follow the instructions to install it. It is exactly what ancient people needed most. Meng Qianqian's eyes lit up, and now the solar lamps are much cheaper and brighter than before. A 36000W solar lamp costs only 149 yuan, and buying more can get discounts. So, what are you waiting for? You could buy 200 of these. Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian placed an order. After purchasing, she hurried home, not knowing if Gu Xuanji would be amazed when he saw the solar lamps. Unfortunately, she couldn't see his reaction anymore. With weapons, Gu Xuanji began training his followers, regardless of gender. They didn't need to be perfect shots, just able to protect themselves when danger comes. Their numbers are small, so if he leaves the tribe, they need women and children to stand up too. 3 women are enough to match 1 soldier. Everyone was busy training, and the entire tribe was active with no useless people. Zheng, the wife of the marquis, was worried. We have no rice left. Old Lady Xia looked at her energetic daughter-in-law and said gently, then let third brother talk to the prince and see if there's another way. Food is very important. My wife will go find third brother now. What's the matter? Come to me. Xie Qinghe just came in from outside, bowing to old Lady Xia. Grandmother, I see you. What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing her son, Zheng finally showed a smile. When the Duke and her 2 sons were executed, she thought about following them. Old Lady Xia said that if she died, her daughters-in-law and third brother would have to manage everything. Her eldest and second sons died, and their children needed care too. Zhang had been living like a walking corpse. After settling on the plains, she found something to do and regained her spirit. We have no rice left. Talk to the prince and see if everyone will have to eat only 1 bowl of porridge in the coming days. Xie Qinghe frowned. I'll go ask the prince now. He then went to find Gu Xuanji. Cousin, there's not enough food. He was waiting for news from the goddess. How many days can we still eat? Gu Xianji asked Xie Qinghe. Xie Qing, he replied softly. If we eat rice, only 1 meal will be enough for so many people. If we drink porridge, we can eat for several days. He knew they would be hungry again. But Xie Qing, he was not afraid. He also knew that asking for too much would make people dislike him. If the goddess rejected them, when a Xiongnu army comes again, how could they escape? The prince had already begged the goddess to help build the Black Fortress. That would be their home. With the Black Fortress, they could protect themselves and have a chance to grow stronger. They must not lose big for small gains. Cousin, don't worry. I will take people to hunt in the mountains, Xie Qing, he said, feeling more grown up at this moment. Gu Xianji looked back with a puzzled expression, noticing that Xie Qing's eyes were red and filled with a different kind of sadness. He chuckled and said, Are you worried that the goddess won't give us food? We are building the Black Fortress. There's no need to worry about food. I have already informed the goddess. Xie Qing, he hurriedly asked, Will the goddess think we are greedy? Gu Xianji looked into the distance and said seriously, That's why I decided to leave in a few days and head south. He had salt in his hand, which could be exchanged for more supplies. Those flashy things, in fact, were what the goddess liked most. He would use them to get everything they needed. This plan was necessary. Xie Qing, he understood this too. This time, he didn't try to stop him. Instead, he said sadly, Cousin, you can go with peace of mind. I will take care of the tribe. I will make sure everyone trains on time, and when spring comes, we will start farming. Don't worry about the greenhouse and warm shelter. Grandpa is very capable. Gu Xianji patted Xie Qing's shoulder. Third brother has grown up and can share my worries. I am not as good as my older brothers. If they were still here, how could you be so tired, cousin? Xie Qing's eyes were warm with longing. He missed his father and brothers. He missed the days at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Gu Xianji said seriously, Third brother is very good. He is doing well. If my uncle were here, he would praise you endlessly. But they would never let you be so miserable, never let you bow to anyone. They will definitely bring back a lot of grain with their soldiers. Gu Xian knew, with your cousin here, you don't need to go and steal grain. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 bags of rice suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Xian was surprised. Xie Qing's crying suddenly stopped. He muttered softly, The goddess really gave too much face to my cousin, and she even deliberately looked at him and laughed. Gu Xian couldn't help but smile faintly. rarely showing a gentle expression on his usually stern face. "Third brother, what are you worried about? Your cousin won't let you and Grandma and the aunt go hungry anymore." He walked over, picked up the top letter, and said, "Take the rice and go. I'll have someone come now." Xie Qinghe felt embarrassed and turned around to run away. Gu Xian took the letter and entered the tent. He unfolded it carefully and read, "Gu Xian, congratulations on your great victory. I have received all the gold items, and they are very useful. If it's convenient, please gather more information about the Xiongnu people. I'll send you 10 bags of rice first, and later I will send some other supplies. When you can start building on your side, let me know in advance, and I will send the materials over. I'm going to buy towels and other daily necessities for you now. If you need anything, as usual, just write a letter and send it directly. I may not reply immediately, but I will see it. In urgent situations, I will come back as soon as possible. Gu Xian, spring is coming, and you've survived another tough time. You must live well." He will live well. Gu Xian carefully read this short letter many times before folding it and placing it into the sealed box sent by Meng Qianqian. Actually, keeping these letters here isn't very safe. He should burn them or give them to Mr. Meng for safekeeping, but he couldn't bear to do so. With the rice, he started cooking. He added meat, then boiled it with large cabbage, 2 pots of cabbage, and 2 large pots of potatoes. There was also a soup made from boiling bones continuously. Everyone served themselves a bowl of rice, 2 spoonfuls of vegetables, and a big bowl of soup. Even if they weren't full, they could eat to about 80%. Everyone was satisfied. After eating, everyone spontaneously started working. Gu Xian stood in an open space waiting. It seemed like he had a feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw supplies appearing out of nowhere. The people in the tribe, seeing the scene, had become used to it. Everyone knelt down sincerely and bowed 3 times before getting up to do other things. This is a towel, used to wipe your face and body. Each person gets one, and the rest are for rewards. Gu Xuanji, the leader, came to the tent and took some of each item. After reading the instructions on the letter, he explained what these items are for. This is soap, 1 piece per person. The laundry detergent is used to wash clothes. Put it in water with a little hot water, wait for the detergent to dissolve, then soak the clothes. This way, the clothes will be clean. Do not pour the soapy water into the river. Instead, pour it onto weeds or grass. The same goes for soap water and shampoo water. Gu Xuanji paused and then ordered, "This is shampoo, used to wash hair. When washing for the first time, use a little less. Wash until the hair is almost clean, then wash again. After that, washing your hair more often will use less shampoo. Also, this is..." He was speaking when he suddenly stopped. Gu Xuanji couldn't understand what Meng Qianqian meant by a solar-powered lamp. Every word on the label he recognized, but when put together, he had no idea what it meant. Xie Qinghe asked with confusion. Gu Xuanji furrowed his brows, looked carefully at the instructions on the back, and then continued. The next item is a solar lamp. It uses sunlight to store energy, so even on cloudy days, it can still store solar power. The installation is simple. There are diagrams with detailed explanations. Gu Xuanji had someone bring in another box. He studied the instructions given by Meng Qianqian and assembled the solar lamp. For modern people, this process is very easy. For ancient people, it takes some time to get used to, but it's not very difficult. Meng Qianqian also specifically told Gu Xuanji, if you don't understand, she will send a video of the installation. As a man, he felt a bit proud. Gu Xuanji carefully read the installation manual and successfully installed a solar lamp himself. Xie Qinghe and others watched nearby, discussing and curious, but hesitant to touch, since this was something from the divine realm. Gu Xuanji connected all the wires, picked up the remote control, which came with batteries and an instruction manual. It's quite simple and easy to install. However, you need to pay attention to the positive and negative poles. Gu Xuanji learned something new. After installing the battery, he pressed the power button on the lamp. Suddenly, the tent was like it had a small sun inside. Everyone looked over in shock, squinting their eyes against the bright light. What is this? Is it the sun or the moon? Gu Xuanji was also very amazed. He had never seen such bright light like daytime. Even if all the largest luminous pearls in the palace were combined, they couldn't compare to this small glow. This is a divine object. No wonder it was gifted by the goddess. Xia Wangchao was so excited he knelt on the ground. Thank the goddess for this divine gift. The goddess's life is as long as the heavens, and her blessings reach all people. The others also knelt down. Gu Xuanji felt excited inside and said happily, "There are 200 of these. We will bury poles in the central square of the tribe and attach solar lamps to them. The whole square will be filled with light. We will also install 2 in the greenhouse. Every tent will have a solar lamp. The remaining ones are kept as backups. If any break, they must be returned to the goddess." After speaking, he looked at Jia San, who is responsible for military logistics. He didn't trust giving these to others, so he said, "Jia San, arrange a team to handle this. Also, assign one person to turn on the lights every day." Understood. Jia San was very excited. "Come here first to learn how to use the remote control." Gu Xuanji personally taught Jia San. The others also gathered around, curious and eager to learn. The remote control needs to be managed carefully. One remote can control all the lamps. To prevent accidents, Gu Xuanji wouldn't give the remote to others. After Jia San learned, he operated it himself once before putting the remote away. He decided to be the lamp officer for a few days first. When he got tired of it, he would pass it on to others for fun. Gu Xuanji looked at the solar lamps inside and said, "First, install the solar lamps, then put one outside my tent too. Cousin, I want to go see too." Xie Qinghe quickly came out from inside. Jia Qi, who was best at light skills, carefully placed the solar panels on top of the tent according to Gu Xuanji's instructions. The location was chosen so that no matter how the sun moved, it would always shine on them. 2 solar panels were securely fixed. He connected one of the lights to a wire inside the tent, tying the light to a wooden pole in the middle, and attached the other near the tent door. Many people looked curiously at this side. The black frame of the device was unusual, with a central part that looked like a bright, white eye. After installing the light inside the tent, Xie Qinghe took Jia Qi to set up solar lights in Madame Xie's tent. He excitedly went in and said, "Grandmother, look at this." Madame Xie had heard that the goddess had given something again, but she didn't know what it was. Now she saw it but couldn't recognize what it was. Madame Xie smiled and shook her head. Xie Qinghe deliberately kept her in suspense and said proudly, "You'll find out soon." Mrs. Zheng scolded with a smile. "This child is still deliberately not telling us. Let's wait and see what wonderful thing the goddess has given us. It's so mysterious, just like third young master," Madame Xie said, now very fond of the only adult son of the Duke Zheng's family. Madame Xie had 2 sons and 3 daughters in her life. After the Duke of Zhen's family was involved in trouble, her 3 daughters had become like grandmothers, living quietly. Some granddaughters were brought back, but were forced to follow them into exile. Her eldest son and 2 eldest grandsons were executed, leaving only third young master Xie and the youngest son, fourth young master, alive. She naturally focused all her love on third young master. Zheng looked at her son, who was starting to regain his old personality, and her eyes filled with tears. She didn't want to cry, but couldn't help it. If the Duke saw how successful third young master was, he would be very proud. That was something few noble families could achieve. Zheng proudly looked at her son. Her inner worries hadn't completely gone, but they had loosened a little. She believed that with the goddess's help, the crown prince would surely lead third young master back into the territory, avenging their father and brothers. At that moment, she heard her younger son say, "All right. Jia Qi, give me the remote control." Jia Qi brought 2 remote controls. Others didn't have remote controls, but Madame Xie's side definitely needed one. He quickly handed the remote control he brought to Xie Qinghe. "Third young master, continue." Third young master Xie stretched out his arm and caught the remote control in one move. He entered the tent, holding the remote, and walked to Madame Xie and Zheng. Lady Lu also led her daughter and several nieces and daughters-in-law to come and see. "This button turns it on," Xie Qinghe said, raising his arm.
But you need to aim at this light.
"The distance doesn't matter much. Just press it like this, and the light will turn on." "Is this a light?" Xie Qinghe's voice was bright and cheerful. Madame Xie had never seen such a light before. She looked surprised and asked, "Is this the kind of light used by immortals?" "You'll see for yourself." Xie Qinghe pressed the power button. Suddenly, the tent was brightly lit. The women exclaimed, "So bright." Xie Qinghe watched their amazed expressions and said proudly, "Isn't it very bright? At night, we can do embroidery without hurting our eyes anymore." "Good, good, good," Madame Xie said 3 times, her eyes filling with warmth. The women of the Xie family also secretly wiped tears. They were crying because third brother cared about them. Jia Qi took people to install solar-powered lights for others. Jia San led people to cut wood, burying poles around a wide open space, with solar lights fixed on top, all shining inward. Outside the tent, a circle of solar lights was buried, casting light just right on the distant area. If the inside lights were turned off, outsiders would see only darkness inside and couldn't see clearly. But those inside could see like targets. Once the Wubao fortress was built, these lights would be placed on the walls. When the city was surrounded, they would shine outward, turning everyone outside into targets for archery. Everyone in the tribe started to move. After setting up the poles in the central open space, it was already past noon, and night was approaching. Others didn't understand why strange-looking devices were installed inside the tent. They felt uneasy, worried that these were magical tools meant to control their souls. They knew that no one would give them free gifts from the sky. They understood this was a way for the immortals to control them. Gu Xuanji was ruthless, and his guards were now organized into a strict army. Even if they were afraid, they dared not resist. Not long ago, the fate of those 100 slaves was still fresh in their minds. Gu Xuanji never showed mercy to traitors. Moreover, they had heard that the first of these devices was installed in Gu Xuanji's tent. Gu Xuanji stood with his men in front of the tent, while Madame Xie and the women stood nearby. Xie Qinghe made a hand gesture. Jia Qi gave the command. All the soldiers holding remote controls pressed them at the same time. In an instant, the entire square lit up as bright as daytime. The others looked up in fear and saw the bright light, then all knelt down in reverence and stayed on the ground for a long time. God's light. This is the light of the divine realm. It was a gift from the goddess. This object is called a solar lamp. It is a divine gift from the goddess, allowing us to see clearly at night even inside the tents, Gu Xuanji explained. The people knelt again and shouted in unison, "Thank you, goddess. Long live the prince." They shouted 3 times before Gu Xuanji stopped them. From now on, the lamps can be turned on for 2 hours each night. Everyone can rest a little later. As soon as Gu Xuanji finished speaking, everyone cheered together. There are few children in the tribe. During the day, they work with the adults. At night, they go to bed early. Now, the children are no longer afraid of the cold. They run happily in the square. The men dance joyfully, with smiles of happiness and hope on their faces. They are no longer slaves. They have gained freedom and a new life. They are now working hard together for their homeland. Their leader is someone blessed by the divine. They have white rice and meat at every meal, though not much, just a taste. The food is stewed with meat, smelling so good. They have never eaten so well before. Especially the slaves who have been exiled for half a year. They look like they have lost all vitality, numb and unable to resist. They often go hungry, get beaten, and have their food stolen. They work every day, without end. They live without hope. The divine light of the heavenly kingdom shines on them. It's a divine object even the emperor has never seen. Everyone is singing and dancing in the square. Gu Xuanji quietly watched for a while, then returned to his tent to write a letter to Meng Qianqian. The solar lamp is truly amazing. Now everyone is singing and dancing in the square. It's been over a year since their exile, and this is the first time I've seen them so happy. All of this is thanks to you. I thank you on their behalf. You said the greenhouse has been built. After finishing the letter, Gu Xuanji silently recited a phrase, and the letter disappeared. The game notification sound was somewhat harsh and echoed. Meng Qianqian came out of the barn, took out her phone, and her eyes widened instantly. Flower Bank. Dear user, your ending digits 8888 on November 18th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. through a large transaction transferred 1,500,000 yuan in flower coins, balance. Meng Qianqian carefully checked her account again, then quickly found Professor, whose phone number, and called him. Professor, I received the money. It was so fast. Meng Qianqian was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Professor, who was also very pleased. You received it? That's good. Yes, I just got it. This time they handled it quite quickly, Professor, who said, quite satisfied. Meng Qianqian and Professor, who exchanged polite words, then hung up. Seeing so much money, she thought for a moment and transferred 1 million yuan to Song Qiao Yi. Song Qiao Yi called back immediately. As Meng Qianqian was about to answer, she heard Song Qiao Yi shouting, Hey, what are you doing? Do I really need you to rush to pay me back? But I've been thinking about it. Plus, borrowing and repaying is easy, and it's not hard to borrow again. Also, I haven't paid you back in full, just half. The remaining 1 million will take some more time. I want to tell you, I was about to get rich, but unfortunately, thinking about how she almost became rich but missed out, Meng Qianqian didn't feel sad. Instead, she found it quite strange. Unfortunately what? Song Qiao Yi also knew Meng Qianqian's personality and guessed she wasn't upset about the money, but was lamenting something else. In the past, only Meng Qianqian was willing to help her among her friends. When Meng Qianqian learned she had to leave, she didn't even fix her hair or change out of her pajamas and ran after her. She handed her a card and said, Song Qiao Yi, this is all I have. Take it for emergencies. When you get there, don't suffer. This is my pocket money and also my gift to you. She took the money and went south with her mother, in a place unfamiliar to her, where the prices were surprisingly high. Her mother left without asking for anything to gain custody of her. At that time, they were in a difficult situation. She took out the card Meng Qianqian gave her. Her mother didn't want to use it at first, but they had no other choice. When her mother saw the money in the card, she hugged her and cried loudly. She will never forget what her mother once said. Her mother said, Joy, you can disappoint anyone, but never disappoint Qianqian. Later, their family became rich, and Qianqian's family seemed even wealthier. Until this time, Meng Qianqian got into trouble, and she was desperately searching for help. If Meng Qianqian hadn't reached out to her first, she wouldn't know when she would find her. Over 100 billion worth of things, and I just gave them away. Don't you think that's a pity? Song Joy was speechless. She didn't believe Meng Qianqian was joking. She asked seriously, Why did you give those things away? Those were gifts from friends, quite expensive, all made of gold. They were pretty heavy, about 20 or 30 pounds. All beautifully crafted jewelry. I even posted about it on social media to show off, Meng Qianqian explained. Didn't you see? Song Joy said. I saw them and they looked nice. But they don't seem like something you'd wear now. They look more like antiques. They are cultural relics, Meng Qianqian corrected her. I think I understand what you did, Song Joy said, realizing Meng Qianqian was capable of such things. She seemed to be someone who didn't care about money. It's boring that you guessed I donated them, Meng Qianqian said happily. Song Joy also smiled and said, Of course. I haven't forgotten that you initially gave me 5 million in pocket money. I really don't know how you saved so much money. My grandfather loves me and my mother does too. Meng Yicheng is fake and just likes to give me money in front of my mother. I spend money freely and in the end, I only had 5 million left. Song Joy said, That 5 million helped us a lot. Without that money, our family wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Didn't you return the money to me? Meng Qianqian asked. You refused the shares I offered you, and you still have the nerve to say that, Song Joy said angrily when talking about this. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, But you didn't just give me 5 million. It was 30 million. Without that 30 million, I might not have been able to keep this ranch. Song Joy fell silent and asked her, What do you plan to do? Just let those people go. Do you think I am that generous? Meng Qianqian thought about Bai Yanlang, who had deliberately brought Lu Meng over a few days ago to disgust her, which made her feel nauseous. By the way, can you help me find someone? Lu Mang, who had a good relationship with Bai Yanlang and often hung out with him, looked decent but was overly indulgent. Now his eyes were bruised, and he clearly wasn't a good person. Meng Qianqian's disgust was transmitted through radio waves to Song Qiaoyi. Song Qiaoyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will find out everything about that person for you. Thanks, sweetheart." Song Qiaoyi was annoyed by Meng Qianqian's clinginess, but still enjoyed it. Oh, and be careful with the friend who sent you those things. If he tries to set you up or reports you, you're done for. Selling cultural relics is illegal. If you get caught and go to jail, you'll probably stay there forever. Meng Qianqian almost laughed listening to this. If Gu Xian knew how capable she was, she would just tell him to report her. Unless Gu Xian could travel through time. The smile on Meng Qianqian's face disappeared, and she became very cautious. Cows, sheep, and horses could be transported here, but what about people? If people could also travel through time, she would be in great danger. The ranch was so large and in a remote area. It was not close to villages or shops, and few people came here. She had to pay an extra 5 yuan for a courier to deliver goods, and sometimes the courier fee at night could reach 10 yuan. No, she had to lock the warehouse door tightly. The surveillance and alarm system had to be on 24/7. Any suspicious activity should trigger an immediate alarm. Don't worry, I have it under control. They also helped me a lot. I now act as a middleman. I buy things from you at the original price and sell them at a higher price. They help me collect antiques from remote mountain areas. Whenever the price of an item rises, I make a lot of money. I think they don't know much, so they gave me a lot of gold. Their main idea was to melt the gold and make jewelry they like. Song Qiaoyi thought to herself, this person is pretty good. Gold prices are so high now, and they still know how to send you something you love. Yes. It's a pity that the gold is melted. It could sell for around 3.4 billion at an auction, but you just gave it all away. Song Qiaoyi's tone, even over the phone, clearly showed her rolling her eyes. Meng Qianqian rarely smiled happily. This is a big matter that benefits everyone. Anyone would choose the same, Song Qiaoyi agreed. Meng Qianqian and Song Qiaoyi talked for a while, then Song Qiaoyi had to attend a social event, so she hung up. Others are busy, and Meng Qianqian is even busier. There are too many cattle and sheep at home. She can't hire anyone, so she spends money to repair the equipment, which is all automated. But the manure from the cattle and sheep needs manual cleaning. She cleans the manure every day and disinfects every 3 to 5 days. Meng Qianqian thought about hiring 2 workers, and they must be trustworthy. Thinking this, she directly asked the village chief's son, "Brother Navy, we need to clean the cattle and sheep manure every day and disinfect every 3 to 5 days. I want to hire 2 workers and pay them monthly. 1 month's salary is 10,000. If you know anyone suitable, can you introduce them to me?" When Song Navy heard that she would pay 10,000 a month, he thought it was much more than earning outside. Plus, they only need to go once a day, finish the work, and leave, which doesn't interfere with household chores. Such a good opportunity is hard to find even with a lantern. "Qianqian, do you think I can do it?" Song Navy offered himself. Song Navy is a reliable person, and he doesn't talk much. Most importantly, he is the son of the village chief, and his family has lived on this land for generations. Everyone in the village knows what kind of person they are. Meng Qianqian happily agreed. "Of course. Great, then I and my brother-in-law will come to work at your place. Just set a time, and we'll come over." Song Navy was very happy. This way, their family's eldest son can afford to go to tutoring classes. It saves his wife from going out every day to work for others. In winter, working in the greenhouse is easy to get rheumatism. Hands get rashes, itchy and painful, and people get so tired they can't straighten up. Legs and waist hurt badly. When they finish a month of work, they need several days to recover in bed. He feels sorry for his own wife. Meng Qianqian thought that if the manure isn't cleaned tomorrow, it will be a problem. She said, "If it's convenient, you can come tomorrow morning. If morning isn't good, afternoon is fine too. Morning is perfect." Song Navy couldn't stop smiling. After hanging up, his wife asked him, What's the matter? You look so happy. Our eldest daughter wants to learn dance, right? Second sister wants to learn painting, and everyone agrees she should go. Song Haijun generously said this. Song Haijun's wife widened her eyes and asked, "Are you crazy? Do you know how much it costs to send kids to dance classes for a month? Second sister's painting lessons are even more expensive. I heard that learning to paint doesn't guarantee success, and it costs a lot. With our family conditions, you're just thinking about sending both kids to do this. We have money now." Song Haijun's smile never disappeared. He rubbed his hands, poured her a glass of water, and then said with a smile, "Meng's family has a ranch looking for workers, paying 10,000 yuan a month. I think I can do that work too, so I told Qianqian I want to go." She agreed, and I called Tiexing to come along, so Tiexing will go with me. Song Haijun's wife was surprised and opened her mouth wide. What kind of work pays 10,000 yuan a month? They have a ranch, right? I don't know when they bought many cows, sheep, and quite a few horses. They require daily cleaning of the animal's waste and disinfect every few days. After finishing the work, you can leave. I thought, this job is close to home, free, not tiring, and I can earn enough to support our daughter's education. It's good. So, why did you ask Tiexing to do it? I can do that work too. His wife felt distressed. But that's 10,000 yuan. If she could go too, their family could earn 20,000 just working on the ranch. Song Haijun comforted his wife. "Wanwan, you've worked hard these years. From now on, with me here, you don't have to work for others if you don't want to. Just do some chores at home and take care of our sheep." Bai Wanjuan's nose suddenly felt sour. Marrying a man means sharing his life. With Song Haijun, her days are not wasted. "Later, if there's work I can do on the farm, call me too," Bai Wanwan softly said. Song Haijun grinned widely and said with a silly smile, "Of course. Easy work, I'll definitely let you do it." The moonlight shone over the ranch. A cold wind blew, making her shiver. Meng Qianqian was not careless. She rode her electric tricycle, accompanied by her chubby little dog, patrolling the ranch. She needed to check if the fences were damaged and fix any problems quickly. There are wild animals on the grassland too. There are wolves in the mountains. In winter, wolves come down the mountain when they are hungry. Meng Qianqian looked at the distant, not very tall but continuous mountains. The trees in the mountains were lush, and hunting was banned here all year round. Wild pheasants and doves were quite bold, often flying into the pasture to find food. These small animals didn't bother her. She was mainly worried about large predators. If tigers or wolves came down from the mountains, the animals on her farm would definitely be in danger. After patrolling, Meng Qianqian checked the stable equipment. The main goal was to see Fu Guang, build a good relationship with him, and also record a short video. "Comrade Fu Guang, are you looking down on me?" she asked. The little horse snorted, looking very disdainful. Meng Qianqian watched several times and gave Fu Guang a thumbs up. "Good buddy, well done. Your expression could definitely go viral." She saved the video, edited it at home, and uploaded it before going to take a shower. After the shower, her phone rang. She looked at it curiously, an unfamiliar number from another city. She hesitated for a moment and answered. "Is this Comrade Meng Qianqian? We are from Huaxia Security System Company, Limited in City A. My surname is En, and my name is En, and Professor Dong said your farm needs a security system. Is that right?" That name really suits him. Her confidence instantly increased. Meng Qianqian didn't expect Professor Dong to act so quickly. These professors look serious and a bit aloof, but they are genuinely kind. "Conveniently, we will arrive at your place tomorrow. When would be a good time for us to visit?" Anan asked politely. Meng Qianqian was eager for them to come immediately. "Any time is fine. All right, we'll contact you by phone." After seeing them off, Meng Qianqian checked the time and looked at the surveillance footage. In the warehouse, there was a quiet letter lying there. She retrieved the letter and saw it was written by Gu Xuanji. While eating garlic sprout shredded pork, she thought about asking Gu Xuanji if he wanted anything to eat next time, and maybe send him a meal. But people from wealthy families probably didn't lack good food. Probably not interested.
Huh.
Gu Xuanji planned to disguise himself as a merchant and trade with other tribes? He just left like that. What if heavy snow blocked the roads? He might get stranded halfway. Meng Qianqian felt that the garlic sprout shredded pork in her mouth no longer tasted good. She didn't care about eating. She picked up a pen and directly wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. After writing a few words, she found it too slow and decided to use a voice recorder instead. Anyway, Gu Xuanji already knew she was a woman. She no longer needed to hide her identity. Gu Xuanji, if you leave now, based on your speed, it will probably take you half a year to return. Have you thought about what your people will do if you leave? Last time, the Xiongnu only had a small group. They succeeded because of a night raid. But what if next time they face an army of hundreds of thousands? I don't understand why you're so eager to go trade. If you're missing something, you can trade with me. At least until the castle is built. I don't recommend you leave. Meng Qianqian handed over the voice recorder. Before closing the warehouse door, she threatened again. Although I don't know how you came to our house, I need to make one thing clear. If you transmit outsiders here without permission, I won't just dismantle you. I will also report you to the authorities so they can study you thoroughly. Inside the tent, it was very bright. Gu Xuanji listened to the cheers outside and looked through the books Meng Qianqian sent. The elementary school textbooks were very simple. Gu Xuanji had a photographic memory. He could remember everything after just one read. When he saw the punctuation marks, he was shocked. The noble families controlled the precious books. Even if these books were given to common scholars, they couldn't understand them. Ordinary people definitely couldn't. But marking punctuation made it much easier to read. The world of immortals is truly different from that of ordinary people. Gu Xuanji sneered. The divine realm is equal, but the human world is full of schemes. With punctuation and these basic educational books, Gu Xuanji vowed to make everyone in the tribe literate. Starting from his tribe, he wanted everyone within Daqing's territory to learn to read, breaking the monopoly of the noble families. In court, more voices are needed. Not just the noble families relying on their influence, but also commoners. Gu Xuanji continued to look through the dictionary. After learning Pinyin, he no longer struggled with reading characters. Previously, he had little time, so he read whenever he could. Winter days ended early, and nights grew longer. Oil lamps were too expensive. Unless necessary, he wouldn't light them. Now that there is a solar-powered lamp, Gu Xuanji finished feeding and then looked at the dictionary inside the tent. He was not just reading the words, but also paying attention to the explanations, meanings, and phrases, which he memorized in his mind. Suddenly, a familiar pen appeared in front of him. The moment he saw the pen, his deep eyes softened unconsciously. He reached out to pick up the pen and press the play button. He heard Meng Qianqian's anxious and slightly stern voice, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Gu Xuanji, keep your wealth hidden. Do you understand? Before you have absolute strength, you must hide your power and develop quietly. Wait until the fortress is built, then we'll talk. Anyway, don't be impulsive. Gu Xuanji listened to the recording several times, then pressed the record button according to Meng Qianqian's instructions. A deep, cool, and magnetic voice slowly sounded. I won't be impulsive. When spring comes next year and the fortress is built, I will lead my people south. Meng Qianqian usually went to bed late. When she heard the alarm from the surveillance, she immediately opened her eyes, picked up her phone, and saw the recording pen in the monitor. She checked the time, hesitated for a moment, then got up. It was too cold in winter. She just didn't want to go outside. When she had enough money, she planned to build a shed that directly connected to the warehouse. Thinking this, Meng Qianqian dressed up and went outside. She picked up the recording pen but didn't see the letter, which she found strange. She instinctively pressed the play button and froze instantly. I won't be impulsive. When spring comes next year and the fortress is built, I will lead my people south. The voice was very pleasant. It perfectly matched her taste. The north wind blew, and Meng Qianqian realized she had snapped out of her thoughts. She whispered to herself, a man with a nice voice usually looks quite ordinary. Most are quite ugly. But listening to this voice, he doesn't seem very old. She returned to her room, couldn't help but listen again. Then she opened her computer, imported the audio, and set the recording pen aside. After breakfast, Song Haijun came over, followed by two other people. Brother Haijun, you came so early. Meng Qianqian was quite surprised. Song Haijun laughed and said, "Oh, isn't this Haiyang back? I thought I'd bring him over to see how to reinforce the fences around your ranch." "That's perfect timing. I've invited a security system expert to come. You can discuss it when they arrive. We aim to improve our ranch's safety measures quickly and effectively." Song Haiyang can only handle basic fencing. He isn't skilled with high-tech equipment. When Meng Qianqian mentioned hiring people from the capital to install a security system, he was quite happy. He planned to observe more and learn from others. In the future, when similar jobs come up, he could recommend them and maybe earn some commission. Song Haiyang and his brother-in-law, Bai Tieshing, are both tall and strong men. They work quickly when doing physical tasks. Song Haiyang stayed to help. They loaded the equipment onto a vehicle, and one person drove an electric bike to deliver it, working efficiently. Meng Qianqian was grateful for scientific progress and the convenience it brings. At noon, security personnel arrived with their team. The security officer looked very proper, with a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a solid build. He wasn't tall but looked sturdy, with muscular arms that seemed capable of handling tough tasks. "Hello, I am security. We spoke on the phone earlier," he said. Security had a commanding presence, different from ordinary people. Meng Qianqian shook hands with him. "Hello, I am Meng Qianqian. Thank you for making a special trip here." "You're welcome," he replied. Meng Qianqian introduced Song Haiyang to security. "Manager, and this is Song Haiyang. I asked him to upgrade our ranch's protective fencing. I've already discussed my requirements with him. Please discuss the details." Security was very serious and professional. He discussed the project thoroughly with Song Haiyang and then handed over a very detailed and perfect design plan. After reviewing it, Meng Qianqian was very satisfied. "Now I'll leave this to manager in," she said. She specially invited them to a local restaurant for a meal before security and his team left. That afternoon, Song Haiyang brought the sample to Meng Qianqian and also handed her the quotation. Meng Qianqian felt her budget might be tight. All the money she had would be spent. "All right, let's go with this plan," she said. "We need to act quickly. If we delay, a heavy snowstorm in a few days will make construction difficult." Song Haiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, we can finish it within half a month." Meng Qianqian paid the deposit, and Song Haiyang hurried to contact his team. She looked at the time and planned to go home and cook. Just then, the village chief came to visit. "Old man, why are you here? Come inside. It's so cold outside." Meng Qianqian quickly greeted people to come inside. The village chief didn't say much, since there was only a young girl at home, and he didn't want to stay too long. "Yes, I have something to discuss." The village chief sat on the sofa and took out a land deed from his bag, handing it to Meng Qianqian. "This land deed is for you." "Huh? I don't have any contracted land," Meng Qianqian said in surprise, not even accepting the deed. She smiled and asked, "Sir, are you sure there's no mistake?" "How could I be mistaken? This deed was specifically given to you by the higher authorities. Our farm received an order early this morning to go to the county. After they stamped it, I was told to deliver it to you immediately. Take a good look. From your house, heading west, those two small mountains are included. They're yours now. All of them are mine." Meng Qianqian was shocked. She looked at the deed in disbelief and asked the village chief, "But those two mountains are quite big. They're yours too," the village chief said with a smile. "Doesn't that mean my farm's area will be more than doubled?" At first, Meng Qianqian was excited, but then her mood sank. Expanding the farm was good, but her fencing would also need to be expanded, and it wouldn't be just a simple circle. The project would be more difficult. And more than that, including those two mountains, how much would it cost? Meng Qianqian touched the little money in her pocket. It felt like paper, not real money, and she couldn't even use it.
"What?"
"The leaders praised you and rewarded you with such a big farm. And you're not happy?" Meng Qianqian felt very complicated inside. She thought that after her family members passed away, Meng Yichang had taken everything from her, leaving her with a debt of 300 million. Her life had changed completely, and she was on a path of revenge. But she didn't expect to have a magical warehouse that connected to an ancient world over 2,000 years old, helping save more than 1,000 people who would have died in that snowy night. Making money was as easy as drinking cold water for her. Her warehouse connected her not just to an ancient world, but also to a treasure basin. After sending off the village chief, Meng Qianqian immediately called Song Haiyang and An Chuan. Sorry for calling so late. The plan might need to change. If possible, I'd like you to come back and measure the data again, Meng Qianqian said gently, sounding nothing like a demanding client. This also made the two-party B members feel a bit silent. Is there something wrong with the previous plan? Safety is definitely different, and she was brave enough to speak up. Meng Qianqian hurriedly explained, the previous plan was good. It's my problem. I just found out that my farm has expanded by more than double, and I added 2 mountains. So, the old plan can't be used anymore. The two-party B members fell silent upon hearing the reason for the change in plans. Suddenly, she felt a bit resentful towards the wealthy. After hanging up the phone, Meng Qianqian's stomach growled. She just remembered she hadn't eaten yet. It was too late now. Meng Qianqian didn't do anything else. She steamed a pot of soup, a small bowl of rice, and a small bowl of vegetables, covering them and steaming everything together. Steaming rice takes time. Meng Qianqian went into the study and saw the voice recorder on the desk. She silently pressed the play button. After listening once, Meng Qianqian pressed the record button and said, Gu Xuanji, have you eaten yet? Is there anything you want to eat? The medicine I bought has arrived. Once I finish writing the instructions, I will send it to you. If you need the medicine urgently, I can send some to you now. Also, I bought hot pot base. Since there are many of you, share 1 pack of hot pot base among a few people. Pour water into the pot, add the hot pot base, then cut vegetables and meat into pieces, and put them in to cook together. When it's cooked, you can eat it. It's very quick. If you can't eat spicy food, you can try tomato hot pot or clear broth. For clear broth, I suggest you cook it yourself. Wash the big bones thoroughly and simmer them in a pot overnight. The broth will be good for cooking vegetables or noodles, and it's very tasty. I will send the plastic for the greenhouse along with various seeds early tomorrow. Since it's your first year of farming, I suggest planting some easy-to-grow grains. Before that, you should send some soil samples. I'll have someone test the soil to see what's suitable for planting in your area. In the first year, you'll have only 1,000 people, and I can still supply enough food. For long-term development, you'll need to grow your own crops, so we need to lay a good foundation. This is called scientific farming. Land also needs care. You can't just plant crops all the time. Having a voice recorder was much more convenient than writing letters. Meng Qianqian said many things into the recorder, feeling it was more time and effort-saving than writing letters. She went to the warehouse, took 2 medium-sized sealed boxes, and sent the recorder along with them to Gu Xuanji. The weather was cold and dry. Everyone's hands were frostbitten, regardless of gender. No one had healthy hands. Both men and women were working hard to make the land even smoother. Winter hadn't ended yet, which meant danger was still coming. This was the hardest time now. Gu Xianji took people into the mountains to train, planning to start building the Black Fortress in spring, and then move south. Building the fortress would take time. After spring, the grass on the plains would grow, and the Xiongnu would rest and recover. This would give them a short break. Gu Xianji needed to quickly grow stronger. He entered the tent and saw a familiar voice recorder and some clear boxes. He pressed the play button first. Gu Xianji, have you eaten yet? Hearing the familiar voice, his deep eyes softened, but his expression grew serious as he listened. So, there are so many ways to farm. Gu Xianji sighed. He thought the method of farming in his world was very powerful, but he didn't realize that the Divine Realm's farming techniques were even more advanced. He knew that having more land meant more food, but the goddess told him that when land was limited, they should increase crop yields. Good seeds and scientific farming could multiply the harvest several times. Gu Xianji's brow twitched, and he felt more urgent. He said in a deep voice, Jia Wu called Jia Bai here. I'll go right now. Jia Wu was a close servant of Gu Xianji. After Gu Xianji faked his death, he and Jia Si handled the aftermath. They only escaped from the palace after confirming Gu Xianji's escape, then chased after him. Now, he was responsible for Gu Xianji's personal affairs. Not long after, Jia Bai arrived. Jia Bai was a thin young boy, very obedient-looking, with rough hands from years of work. He used to be responsible for plants and flowers in the palace. After Gu Xianji faked his death, all the people of the Jia family left the palace to follow him. Servant greets the Lord. Gu Xianji ordered, go to the greenhouse and dig some soil in different places. Put the soil into several boxes and bring them back. Jia Bai stepped forward, holding the boxes, and left the tent. There were streetlights from the residential area to the foot of the mountain. Jia Bai moved quickly, and he returned just as fast. He placed 3 boxes on the table and explained, this box is on the far east side, the middle box contains soil from the central area, and the last box was dug from the west. Very well, you may leave now. Inside the tent, only Gu Xianji remained. He took a pen and wrote clearly on a note attached to the box about where the soil was collected. He looked at the recording device, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly pressed the record button. I am taking people into the mountains for training and hunting some game along the way. As you said, don't wipe out everything completely. Try to let the animals reproduce more. Regarding the soil, you don't need to add notes to the medicine instructions. Gu Xianji paused, then continued. Could Mr. Meng please buy some more dictionaries? If it's convenient, I would like to have a few more of those useful pens. After speaking, Gu Xianji looked at the heavy recording device in his hand, placed it on the box, and with a thought, everything in front of him disappeared. He hoped the land they worked so hard to clear could grow high-yield crops. A grand plan slowly formed in Gu Xianji's mind. He picked up a beginner's picture book and said loudly, Jia Wu, go call Sanlang. Meng Qian was not asleep yet. She was sitting on the ground, unpacking a cardboard box. Buying delivery is fun, but unpacking it can be deadly. Her hands were almost broken. She was modifying something while unpacking. The shipping labels disappeared. After checking the contents carefully and confirming everything was fine, Meng Qian placed the items on a cart. The hot pot base looked like not much, but it was really heavy. Also, this base was bought from a friend Meng Qian knew from gaming. The friend worked at an advertising company and designed packaging for a hot pot base factory.
They wanted to send her some samples to try.
She thought it was very tasty, told Meng Qian about it, and even sent her 2 bags to taste. Not to mention, the spice was truly spicy, and the taste was really good. This time, she used the link the friend provided and ordered directly from her shop. Several boxes of hot pot base, enough for Gu Xianji and the others to eat for a while. If they liked it, she could buy more to send over. In the cold winter, cooking can be troublesome. This stuff is both a good side dish and keeps warm, and the food won't get cold easily. The toilet paper has arrived. The large rolls were carefully chosen and bought after a long search. There is also special toilet paper for babies, which is very soft and gentle for infants. There are many small items. Meng Qian organized everything and carried it in batches to the warehouse. When she opened the door, she saw the sealed box and the voice recorder inside. Meng Qian unloaded the items, picked up the voice recorder, and placed the box on the cart. She pulled the cart back. Listening to Gu Xianji's calm but polite voice, she couldn't help but feel that this was a strange time to be born. If she had been born in modern times, just this voice could attract many fans, and she wouldn't worry about supporting a large family. Do you need a dictionary? Meng Qian was surprised. Could one dictionary really be enough? She imported the audio into her computer, then told the voice recorder, that's fine. It's a small matter. Since you said there's no need for explanations, I'll send everything over to you. If you have questions, just ask. Medicine must be taken according to the instructions. Children have their own medicines and shouldn't be given anything randomly. These medicines and traditional Chinese medicines are very pure and effective. Meng Qian reminded him again before sending the voice recorder and all the items. When she saw the instant noodles, she opened 2 packs, one spicy and one seafood. After preparing them, she added 2 marinated eggs, a sausage, and some slices of beef. She microwaved them, then heated some fried dough sticks in the oil. The microwave beeped. Meng Qianqian guessed that Gu Xuanji had also finished arranging everything. She carried 2 bowls of noodles and the fried dough sticks and went out. She wondered what utensils Gu Xuanji and the others used for meals. Did they even have bowls? They probably didn't have bowls or chopsticks. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this was likely. She pressed the voice recorder and added, Gu Xuanji, do you have bowls and chopsticks? It was not yet 6 o'clock. It was getting dark. Meng Qianqian took her car keys, put on her down jacket, and drove her pickup straight to the city. Gu Xuanji had carefully asked if she could buy a basic dictionary. It wasn't a difficult task, and she had to meet Gu Xuanji's request. Her goal was clear, so she didn't go to a stationery store. Stationery store items are very expensive, but they are really beautiful, and the prices are also quite reasonable. She went to the wholesale department. Meng Qianqian ordered a large quantity, so she received wholesale prices. Bring me a box of Chinese pinyin notebooks, grid notebooks, and math notebooks, 3,000 of each. Also, 2 boxes of A4 paper. Meng Qianqian walked forward and saw ink and brushes. She thought about how ancient people used brushes. If she used a gel pen, it wouldn't last forever. What if she passes away someday? They still want to learn calligraphy with brushes. For beginners, ink is better. Good ink needs to be bought elsewhere. Meng Qianqian ordered 3,000 brushes and bought a lot of rice paper. Boss, bring me some water writing cloth. The boss saw Meng Qianqian's eyes shining like she was looking at a treasure. He thought there would be no business today, but then a big customer arrived. He quickly called workers to help load the car and was busy calculating the bill. When he finished, he couldn't hide his smile and enthusiastically recommended, "Are you buying for your children at home? You might want to try this disappearing pen. The writing disappears after a while, perfect for practicing calligraphy." Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian said, 5,000 pens and 2,000 large notebooks. Okay. How about this one? It's simple and elegant and the paper quality is good. Just this one. Meng Qianqian nodded and saw a smaller, portable notebook nearby. She asked the boss to pack 100 of those. After buying pens and notebooks, Meng Qianqian went to the bookstore. For learning supplies, she must buy authentic products. She bought several kinds of dictionaries, 1,000 copies of each. Gu Xuanji, you could start a school now. Gu Xuanji saw the items in the tent and immediately asked people to come in and sort the medicines. These are anti-inflammatory drugs, and these are painkillers. You can only take 1 tablet at a time, only when in pain, Gu Xuanji said while holding the medicine box. Jia Jiu is nearby, carefully taking notes. He is also literate. But when he saw the tiny words on the medicine box, many of them he couldn't recognize. All items were sorted. Large rolls of toilet paper were brought by Jia Wu to be delivered to Madame Xia, arranged by Mrs. Zheng. There were also some small rolls of paper which didn't look very good. These are for toilet use. Xia Qinghe was busy when Gu Xuanji called him over. He overheard that the paper was for toilet use and muttered, "Life of Immortals must be really good. Such fine paper is used for something so ordinary. Take this pain relief medicine to Grandma." Gu Xuanji looked up at Xia Qinghe, wrote a few words on the box, and handed it to him. "What kind of medicine is this?" Xia Qinghe looked down, confused, with worry in his eyes. "Cousin, what's wrong with Grandma? Why does she need medicine?" Gu Xuanji's face darkened slightly. "That's not something you should ask about. Why can't I ask?" Xia Qinghe was upset. "She's my grandmother. I just care about her. Go ask Grandma yourself." Gu Xuanji's face was a little cold, and his ears turned red. Xia Qinghe didn't see this. He stood up, took the medicine, and left saying, "If you want to ask, just ask." Soon after, Xia Qinghe returned, blushing. "Cousin, you might as well tell me what that medicine is." He felt embarrassed and ashamed. Xia Qinghe said angrily, "Grandma asked me if I want to get married. She even advised me not to rush. Now the women in our family are all relatives. She said we're not suitable for each other." Gu Xuanji laughed loudly and teased Xie Qinghe. Third young master, don't worry. Next spring, I will find a wife for you. Xie Qinghe was furious and almost exploded with anger. The atmosphere eased. Gu Xuanji took out a picture book, handed it to Gu Xuanji, and called 10 others, including Jiajiu, to sit down. Gu Xuanji said seriously, "This is an introductory book. From today, you must understand it within 3 days. Learn how to use pinyin. When the goddess finds the dictionary, start memorizing it. Third young master will stay here to supervise the construction of the Black Fortress, so he should start memorizing the dictionary first." Gu Xuanji saw the thick dictionary, flipped it open casually, and was shocked by the tiny, dense characters inside. He asked in surprise, "Cousin, do you want me to memorize all of this? Is it difficult?" Gu Xuanji frowned, puzzled. "Can't you memorize it in a month?" Xie Qinghe rolled his eyes. "Cousin, I may be smart, but I still need to learn pinyin. I'll remember it all in less than a day." Gu Xuanji looked at him, with confusion. "How is that possible?" Xie Qinghe was the first to doubt. How could someone memorize such a thick dictionary in just one day? The characters in the dictionary were very small and completely different from other books. Gu Xuanji calmly said, "A month is enough." Seeing Gu Xuanji's calm, serious look, not like he was joking, Xie Qinghe really wanted to ask his ancestors for guidance. He and his cousin shared some bloodline, so why didn't he get some special help too? "Third young master will do his best," Xie Qinghe said sadly. Gu Xuanji was not soft-hearted. Learning to read and write was not a small matter. Poor people rarely had access to books. To read more, children from humble backgrounds had to rely on big families, becoming part of them, to have a chance to see some books. "It's not just doing your best, it's necessary," Gu Xuanji said. He didn't want to force Xie Qinghe, but time was running out. "Everyone else will do the same. In a few days, spend 2 hours each day reading and learning to read and write," he added. Gu Xuanji wanted to start changing things from small steps. Pinyin was very useful. Even if people didn't recognize characters, as long as they saw the pinyin, they could understand. Unfortunately, the Xie family was noble, but not a prominent family. They had scholars, but few. Gu Xuanji lacked talented people. He could only start changing those around him little by little. Before Wu Bao was built, he wanted to train a group of people. The first generation of the Jia family was surprised and honored. They didn't expect to have the chance to read. Compared to Xie Qinghe's hopelessness, they were so moved they almost cried. In Daqing, it was a big deal if ordinary people could read and write. "Third young master, stay here. You all may leave," Gu Xuanji said. The 10 members of the Jia family quietly left. Xie Qinghe saw Gu Xuanji handing over a picture book for beginners. His eyes lit up. He liked this book, but his cousin had hidden it well, not letting him touch it. "This is pinyin." The page shows initials. The next page shows finals. Combining initials and finals can produce different sounds, Gu Xuanji said without giving Xie Qinghe a chance to respond, and started teaching. Xie Qinghe saw pictures and elegant characters written in clerical script, silently following Gu Xuanji to learn. It was actually very simple. He just needed to remember how to write these initials and finals. Xie Qinghe followed along and copied what he learned, using his cousin's unused pen to write down the initials and vowels on paper, silently reciting them in his mind. His cousin said that the initials should be memorized by linking them together, which makes it easier to remember. He quietly recited. Suddenly, he smelled a very fragrant and strong scent. Instinctively, he looked to the side. He only saw 2 strange boxes on his cousin's desk. One red, one blue, with eye-catching patterns on top. Next to them was a basin filled with golden yellow food, though he didn't know what it was. Anyway, the smell was so tempting that he couldn't move his legs. Xie Qinghe hesitated and spoke softly. Gu Xuanji called to him, "Come and eat." Feeling satisfied, Xie Qinghe stood up and sat across from Gu Xuanji. He looked inside and, full of envy, said, "Cousin, does the goddess often secretly give you some delicious food? Bring 2 bowls." Gu Xuanji didn't even lift his eyes. Embarrassed, Xie Qinghe got up and brought 2 wooden bowls. Gu Xuanji used chopsticks to divide the seafood noodles into 3 parts, then poured some broth in, splitting the ham sausage into two. There was no beef in the seafood noodles, but there were a few large shrimp on top. Gu Xuanji kept one shrimp in the original box and divided the rest evenly into the two bowls, adding a few fried dough sticks on top. Take these to Grandma and Aunt to try. Xie Qinghe's nose felt a bit sore. He stood up and said, "Okay." When Xie Qinghe returned, he found Gu Xuanji hadn't touched anything and sat awkwardly, saying, "Cousin, I didn't mean anything special, just talking nonsense." Gu Xuanji looked calm, with a gentle tone. "Try it. Do you like it?" "Cousin, you eat first." Xie Qinghe waved his hand, insisting that Gu Xuanji try it first. The food given by the goddess was probably something Gu Xuanji had never seen before. But he didn't eat a single bite, leaving everything for himself. Xie Qinghe wasn't selfish enough to keep everything to himself. He refused to take the first bite no matter what. "If you like it, I can ask the goddess," Gu Xuanji said helplessly. "It's not worth it." Xie Qinghe was startled. He panicked and waved his hands, speaking excitedly. "Cousin, it's not worth it. You shouldn't ask the goddess for these small things just because of Sanling. If the goddess gives you these foods, it's because she wants to. If you specifically go to the goddess to ask for help, and she thinks we are greedy." Gu Xianji's eyes are deep. The goddess is not that kind of person. He pauses, then continues. "Third brother, after spring begins, we can start construction. Recently, the goddess will send the seeds. You need to learn those characters in advance, so we can read the instructions directly instead of relying on the goddess to translate for us." Xie Qinghe sits upright. "Cousin, don't worry. I will learn the divine language as soon as possible." Gu Xianji considers correcting him, but changes his mind. "Eat now, or it will get cold. The temperature inside the tent is not warm." Gu Xianji has already taken the quilt sent by the goddess to Lady Xie and Mrs. Zheng. They are old and have suffered a lot on the way. If they don't take good care of themselves, they might get sick. "Am I really going to eat this?" Xie Qinghe feels a bit shy. Gu Xianji has to urge him again, and only then does he eat the first bite of instant noodles. "Wow, this is so delicious." Xie Qinghe doesn't know how to describe it. It tastes so good, he feels he could eat 10 bowls. There was only a little bit of soup left after the noodles, and Gu Xianji quickly drinks it all. He says to Gu Xianji, "Cousin, these noodles are the best I've ever had. The flavor is amazing. Very fresh, and that twisted thing, I don't know what it is, looks like meat but doesn't feel like meat, tender and delicious. That is shrimp." Gu Xianji explains, then picks up chopsticks and shares half of the spicy beef noodles with Xie Qinghe. "How is this bowl of noodles?" Gu Xianji asks after Xie Qinghe takes a bite. Xie Qinghe, with red eyes, says, "Cousin, this is spicy enough and very tasty. The previous one was quite light." Gu Xianji smiles. He drinks the soup and eats a fried dough stick, thinking about what kind of life Mr. Meng is living. Can he eat this kind of noodles every day? And that red thing, he doesn't know what it is, but it tastes very good. Meng Qianqian bought books at the bookstore but didn't leave immediately. She plans to browse the bookstore carefully, see if there's anything else to buy, preferably all at once. It takes at least 3 or 4 hours for the relevant department to analyze the soil for nutrients. She will wait for the results, buy the seeds, and go back directly. Meng Qianqian picked it up and opened it, surprised to find it was the traditional Chinese version. Right next to it was the simplified Chinese edition, complete with pinyin. As someone from ancient times, even from the Great Qing era, it was understandable that she only knew clerical script. Even if she had learned simplified characters by chance, they couldn't be widely used. Traditional characters were still essential, as they had been used for over 1,500 years and were still common in some regions. When writing receipts, people didn't just use Arabic numerals but also wrote the numbers in Chinese characters. Meng Qianqian selected several classics of traditional learning, such as Yoshue Qianglin, 1,000-character classic, standards for being a good student and child, and introduction to rhymes. She even bought historical texts from before the Great Qing dynasty, all in classical Chinese and traditional characters. She bought 100 copies of each simplified edition and 1,000 copies of each traditional version of the beginner's books. Just as she finished loading everything into her car, her phone rang. "Hello? Is this Ms. Meng Qianqian?" The voice on the phone was gentle. "Yes, this is she." The results of your soil test are ready. We've sent them to your email. You can come to pick up the printed report within 7 days, or we can mail it to you with payment on delivery. The caller's tone was very polite. Meng Qianqian hadn't expected she would need to go in person. Please mail it to me, thank you. You're welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to call us, and we'll be happy to help. Alright, goodbye. After hanging up, Meng Qianqian passed by a wholesale food market. She bought several boxes of instant noodles, more than 300 pounds of dried noodles, and a good amount of ready-to-eat food. She placed the cooked food in the front and the rest in the back of the truck. Under the moonlight, her small pickup drove out of the city toward the nearby villages. The streetlights in the village were bright. Even the dogs were quiet, hiding away to sleep. Meng Qianqian parked at the warehouse and looked at all the things in the truck, wishing she wasn't alone. Maybe she should find someone to help in the morning? But if she did, others would find out, and later, when they asked where everything went, she wouldn't know how to explain. So, she had to do it herself. She carried the goods one load at a time, encouraging herself as she worked. Gu Xuanji, you'd better do well. Unite the grasslands and reach the northern islands. There are plenty of handsome men and beautiful women there. Maybe if history's wings flap a little, the whole world will become one family. Meng Qianqian wipes the sweat from her forehead and can't help but laugh at her own wild imagination. She takes off all her belongings, feeling so tired she can hardly stand up straight. No, she must exercise more. If she keeps going like this, she will become useless. Meng Qianqian drives her car out, holding a voice recorder, and gasps as she says, Gu Xuanji, I usually use simplified characters. Traditional characters are the proper form that should have appeared throughout history. Right now, you're using clerical script, but in over 400 years, everyone will be using traditional characters. I've prepared many books and notebooks. Each item comes with instructions on how to use them. Just follow the instructions. The plastic for the greenhouse will be sent to you tomorrow. Along with the seeds, there are instructions on how to plant them. I also found some related books for you to read and study. She can't possibly tell him exactly how to do everything step by step. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Only if they master advanced farming techniques will they be able to survive even if they lose contact with her in the future. Meng Qianqian is just hoping for spring to come early. When spring arrives and the ice melts, she will send the materials for building the fortress in batches. If only she could send everything just by thinking like Gu Xuanji. Unfortunately, she faces many restrictions here. Meng Qianqian places the voice recorder where it's easy to see before turning to leave. Xia Qinghe groans in frustration. With solar-powered lamps, Gu Xuanji hardly wants to sleep. They ate noodles and fried dough sticks, feeling warm all over and even sweating. At this moment, lying down to sleep would be so wonderful, but Gu Xuanji insists they keep reading. Xia Qinghe is exhausted, but Gu Xuanji won't let him rest. He has looked at Gu Xuanji with a resentful gaze many times, but Gu Xuanji remains unaffected, continuing to flip through the book in his hands. When memorizing the dictionary, pay more attention to the traditional characters, Gu Xuanji suddenly says. Xia Qinghe nods dizzyingly. Oh, okay. He carefully looks at the traditional characters and diligently memorizes them. The writing system of the Divine Realm is much more difficult than that of the Daqing dynasty. There are both simplified and traditional Chinese characters, and many words are quite interesting. But there are really many, so Xia Qinghe can only force herself to memorize them. She unknowingly becomes immersed in it. In the room, suddenly, a mountain of supplies appears silently. Gu Xuanji was the first to notice. As the number of transmissions increased, he seemed to develop a mysterious sense of connection. His deep, cold eyes looked at the pile of supplies covering the entire tent, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. There are neatly arranged books, notebooks, various pens, and many items with hot pot seasoning written on them. He picked up the top voice recorder and glanced at Xia Qinghe. Xia Qinghe quietly stood up and tactfully left. He really wasn't curious about what the goddess and his cousin were talking about. Gu Xuanji pressed the play button. A familiar female voice sounded, very pleasant to hear, not very gentle, even a bit cold. But from the initial distance, it had now become familiar. Gu Xuanji, I need to tell you something very important. Please do not leave plastic waste over there. All plastics must be collected and sent back to me. It sounded a little stern and serious, but surprisingly cute. Gu Xuanji thought to himself that she probably didn't know that the people here treat plastic as a treasure. The books I chose for you are beginner books, suitable for children and beginners. There are traditional and simplified Chinese versions, with pinyin on them. They are quite suitable for your situation. Hot pot seasoning is a very good thing. When you eat it, you'll understand its charm. I will buy more pots for you tomorrow morning. You can use a stove inside your house. I will bring them over tomorrow, and I will give you a heads up in advance so you can come outside. There will be many things, and it's not suitable to keep them inside the house. Gu Xuanji listened to her talk so much, silently memorizing everything she said. He listened several times before quietly getting up to check the supplies. Gu Xuanji looked around and called Jia Wu to come in. He pointed at the hot pot seasoning and said, "The red one is spicy and the white one is not spicy. Tomorrow, prepare 4 pots, 2 bags in each, one for cooking meat and the other for vegetables. Whatever you like to eat, serve yourself. You can also cook noodles or rice inside." Jia Wu saw these things for the first time and didn't know how to use them. Gu Xianji had to teach him personally. He frowned and pointed at the dictionary, saying, "Bring 10 dictionaries over. You all need to memorize them within a month. Tomorrow, start learning pinyin with Sanling." Jia Wu excitedly replied, "Yes, sir." Gu Xianji then asked them to take their notebooks and pens. He kept some for himself and announced the rest on rice paper. The extra items were kept with Gu Xianji. Jia Wu also specially set up a dedicated tent for discussions with Gu Xianji. Jia Wu ordered people to take away what they could, and then told Jia Qi what to do. Everything was organized smoothly. Gu Xianji picked up the spring and autumn annals to read. Many of the books were bought for him by Meng Qianqian. As he looked at the content, he noticed there were notes on the pages, so he could understand them without a teacher. Gu Xianji couldn't help but feel excited, thinking that the goddess must have been sent from heaven to save him. Meng Qianqian was exhausted last night. She woke up a bit late this morning. When she opened her eyes and saw the bright sun outside, she hurried to get up. She made some clay pot soup, steamed an egg, and fried 2 egg pancakes. Breakfast was easily prepared. Song Haijun and Bai Tieshing also came to clean the cow dung in the pasture. Song Haiyang came along with them. When he saw the land deed Meng Qianqian brought out, he frowned and said, "If you want to enclose both mountains, it's not impossible." Meng Qianqian planned to plant fruit trees on the mountain. "Our pasture only has sheep, cows, and horses. As long as they don't go up the mountain to graze, it's fine. But we can leave a gate there. The security of this gate must be guaranteed. Otherwise, others could come in through that gate. The fence height also needs to be upgraded. Near the foot of the mountain, it should be raised by at least 1 meter. Brother Haiyang, do you think that's difficult?" Meng Qianqian asked for his opinion after stating her requirements. Song Haiyang shook his head.
No difficulty.
The materials you chose are the best. Plus, all the fences have electric wires with biometric access, so safety is definitely assured. All right, make a budget and report it to me. Then discuss within zone. If everything's okay, we'll start construction as soon as possible. Meng Qianqian was worried about her animals on the farm. They looked ordinary but were quite valuable. If she lost a cow or a sheep, Meng Qianqian would be very upset. "Okay, I'll go back now and contact security." "I'll take you. No need, no need." Song Haiyang insisted on not letting Meng Qianqian see her off, but she still accompanied him to the door. She put on her helmet, rode her electric bike, and started patrolling the pasture. The pasture is large and has a river. The river isn't big, just enough for the animals to drink water, and there are fish inside. She worries that small animals from the mountains might come down to drink water. If they cause trouble with the animals in the pasture, it could be a problem. These cows and sheep are valuable and can be sold for money when needed. Meng Qianqian cares a lot about this. It's also her business. She rode her electric bike with her chubby little dog around the pasture. The cows and sheep were released around 10 o'clock. That was a good time with plenty of sunshine. In ancient times, Sheep and modern sheep were kept separate and not mixed together.
She still wanted to keep observing.
The sheep sent by Gu Xuanji had been vaccinated for over a week and showed no bad reactions, adapting very well. The cows and horses were also in good condition. When Meng Qianqian was about to go back, she noticed her sheep seemed a bit restless. She didn't understand and thought something was wrong, so she hurried to herd those sheep back. She found Song Haijun and asked, "Brother Haijun, look at our sheep. Do you think they're sick? Why do those few sheep seem off?" Song Haijun thought there really was a problem and went over to check. "Your sheep are about to be bred. Just put these few in a separate sheep pen," he said simply. "You can choose to use artificial insemination or your own ram." Meng Qianqian asked quickly, "If it's artificial, who should I call?" "A veterinarian will do." "Thanks, Brother Haijun." Meng Qianqian separated the sheep for breeding and called the veterinarian. Wang Changsho said on the phone, "If you're not in a hurry, I can come by this afternoon." He said he'd come in the afternoon, but he arrived at noon. In rural areas, every household usually eats 2 meals a day. Meng Qianqian led Wang Changsho to the sheep pen. Wang Changsho noticed that Meng Qianqian's family had quite a few female sheep in heat. Several rams were kept separately in one pen, standing out among the others. "Are you planning to breed them?" Wang Changsho asked her. Meng Qianqian wanted to improve the sheep's breed. The sheep sent by Gu Xuanji were cold-resistant, had large frames, and were suitable for northern farms. Her current goal was to increase the number of lambs and see which sheep had better meat quality. All these sheep are artificially inseminated. The new female sheep Meng Qianqian bought were carefully selected and of good quality, and the prices were reasonable. She decided to try it out for the first year. "What if it works?" "Which price do you prefer?" Wang Changsho asked. Meng Qianqian confidently said, "Of course, I choose the most expensive one. 8,000 each." Wang Changsho was subtly reminding Meng Qianqian that if she regretted it or couldn't afford the price, she could choose a cheaper option. Meng Qianqian didn't even blink and immediately made her decision. "Then I'll go with the 8,000 one. Can I come over tomorrow?" "Anytime." Meng Qianqian was not in a hurry. She returned to her room, opened her computer, and looked up relevant school information and regulations. She organized everything and printed it out. Gu Xuanji had previously said she didn't need to write explanations in Chinese script anymore. Did he remember everything? Meng Qianqian suddenly realized that the man was a bit terrifying. Could Gu Xuanji be a genius with a perfect memory? She was amazed and a little resentful. She thought she was the chosen one, but it turned out Gu Xuanji was. Gu Xuanji's father suspected him, and to stay alive, he had to fake his death and escape beyond the border. Just before everyone was starving, she stole supplies from her warehouse and gave them to Gu Xuanji. She was terrified, but Gu Xuanji was probably overjoyed. Gu Xuanji could use telepathy to transmit objects anytime and anywhere. She had to place them in specific spots, and there was a switch that required her to close the door herself. The more Meng Qianqian thought about it, the more she felt she had been greatly deceived. She was just Gu Xuanji's secret helper. Meanwhile, a very long report was submitted to the country. The relevant departments immediately held a meeting. The officials involved had never appeared in news reports before. The man leading the group looked serious. The cattle, sheep, and horses at Meng Family Ranch all have very old bloodlines. The sheep may look similar to local sheep on the surface, but Professor Hua immediately recognized that her sheep breed is different. That's why she paid a high price to buy them a second time. Professor Hua's sheep weigh over 380 jin, about 190 kilograms. Sheep of the same breed in the country usually weigh just over 200 jin. Her cattle are also large and strong, very resistant to cold, just like the sheep. Professor Hua conducted genetic tests and found that the sheep at Meng Family Ranch have older genes, which can help improve local sheep breeds. Professor Hua's report shows that the cattle at Meng Family Ranch are the same. Professor Dong carefully examined and compared the artifacts donated by Meng Qianqian, the owner of Meng Family Ranch. She confirmed they are accessories worn by the Xiongnu over 2,000 years ago. They are even more valuable than the Xiongnu crown worth over 3 billion yuan in the National Museum. These artifacts. A few days ago, she swept through the local market and bought many items. After they were sent to the warehouse, Our satellites did not track where they ended up. Director Lee paused and said in a deep voice, she also bought a lot of salt, soap, towels, and other daily items from the local supermarket. These are things she could use for her whole life. Not only that, she also ordered many of these items online: shampoos, laundry detergents, hot pot-based towels, bath towels, and more. Additionally, she specifically bought 2 men's down jackets, sweaters, socks, shoes, and many underwear. She also bought some women's clothes, but they haven't arrived at her home yet. Director Lee emphasized strongly, she also bought 800 bows and 8,000 arrows. After these items were sent to the warehouse, they disappeared without a trace. Every time she sends something in, she soon visits the warehouse again. Sometimes she goes empty-handed, sometimes she brings back many sheep, horses, and those precious artifacts. Recently, she went to the city and bought many cultural supplies: pens, notebooks, and books. Most of the books are educational, and she bought a large quantity. They are in traditional Chinese characters. She sent a big load of these items to the warehouse. As of this morning, she hasn't entered the warehouse, but she often looks at her phone. Our people cannot hack into her home's surveillance system. Director Lee spoke seriously at this point. He looked at everyone present and said, "This is the first time we've seen her situation." Then, Director Lee turned to the handsome man in his early 30s sitting on his left and straightforwardly asked, "Chief Meng, what do you think about this matter?" Meng Yanxi lowered his gaze, not looking at the documents in his hand. Instead, he focused on the smiling girl in the photo. Hearing this, he slowly looked up, revealing an overly handsome face. "In that case, I will go back personally." Director Lee was waiting for this answer. "Then let's proceed with that. We will be ready at any time." Meng Yanxi took the documents and left. He packed a few things quickly, then got into an off-road vehicle heading to the station. A thick stack of documents appeared in Gu Xuanji's hands. However, Gu Xuanji didn't see any words or hints from the goddess. He frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, then picked up the documents and studied them carefully. Only high-quality education can cultivate talent. Only by giving every child equal access to education can we improve the intelligence of ordinary people. A country's strength doesn't come from a few people being strong, but from everyone being strong. Rich countries, strong people. Gu Xuanji's eyes gradually became serious. After reading everything, he selected the key parts and set them aside, then called Xie Qinghe. "Cousin, you called me?" Gu Xuanji looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "How many children under the age of 5 are there in the Xie family?" When mentioning children, Xie Qinghe looked sad and said in a low voice, "Less than 50, under 21, regardless of gender. How many are there?" Xie Qinghe replied, 207. Many elderly members of the Xie family had passed away over the years. Some people preferred to starve themselves rather than leave food for their children and grandchildren. The children under 5 who survived were mostly from large families. Children under 5 don't need to work. You should personally teach them pinyin and help them learn to read and write. When Gu Xuanji said this, Xie Qinghe was shocked and lost his composure. "Your Highness, you want all the children of the Xie family to read. Their food depended on the goddess's blessing." The Wu fortress hadn't been built yet, and he was asking the children to start reading first? Gu Xuanji replied, "In the future, everyone inside Wu fortress must learn to read. This time, it's not just the children of the Xie family who need to read. The captured children must also learn. Everyone is treated equally. If you need anything, just ask Jia Wu to get it for you." "Are the captured children also studying together?" Xie Qinghe frowned. Gu Xuanji said meaningfully, "Third brother, whether they are current captives or future ones, as long as they are inside Wu Bao, they will have the chance to read. But it won't be as easy as it is now. I'll go now." Xie Qinghe understood, and his eyes lit up. He turned and went outside. He knew this was the luck of the Xie family and a great opportunity. His cousin cares about the world. His ambition is definitely more than this grassland can hold. Xie Qinghe believes he can unify the grassland and even move into the central plains to dominate the world. After Xie Qinghe left, Gu Xuanji personally went to find Madame Xie, but no one knew what he said. That same day, everyone received news that Xie Qinghe's sister, Xie Yan, who had been sent back home, was engaged to Gu Xuanji's guard, Jia Lu. Many people were envious. Previously, the captured Xianbei women had been divided among people. Gu Xuanji encouraged and supported this. Jia Yi joked, "Luer, you're amazing. How come your luck is so good? Lady Xia is famous for being beautiful. Why would she fall for someone like you, a rough guy? Exactly. Why should good things happen to you? I don't agree. Let's go and have a contest. Luer, we can't let Lady Xia be wronged. Even if we can't catch a wild goose, we'll catch 2 golden eagles." The members of the Jia family, who weren't on duty, patted Jia Lu's shoulder and led him into the mountains. Gu Xuanji picked up a brush and wrote on paper, "My eldest sister is getting married. Could Mr. Meng help prepare some dowry and wedding gifts?" He didn't know if the goddess would agree, so he didn't tell anyone. Meng Qianqian finished her meal, sat on the sofa, and felt like she had forgotten something. Suddenly, she stood up quickly, slapped her forehead, and looked annoyed. "Oh no! I forgot to give Gu Xuanji the seeds and plastic. She was so busy she lost her mind." Meng Qianqian hurried to start the car. The items had been ordered from someone else to be delivered directly. At that time, Song Haijun came over, so she asked the delivery person to leave the items in the car, planning to deliver them to the warehouse later. After sending the person away, she went to talk to Song Haijun about the farm fence and eventually forgot about the matter. If she hadn't just reviewed recent events in her mind, she might not have remembered at all. Why didn't Gu Xuanji ask about it? Meng Qianqian quickly drove the car and unloaded the items into the warehouse. The seeds were placed neatly in a cardboard box. There were vegetable seeds, fruit seeds, radish seeds, as well as corn and wheat seeds. "Gu Xuanji should be in the tent at this time," Meng Qianqian said, taking out a voice recorder. "If anything is unclear, just come ask me. Read more of the planting books, and there's one that teaches you how to compost. I bought some cow and sheep manure. A batch will arrive tomorrow. Check when it's best to use it and let me know." After speaking, she put down the recorder and went outside. When she closed the door, her phone beeped with a notification. She looked at the screen with confusion and saw that the plastic cover of the greenhouse and the seeds were gone, replaced by a piece of paper. The note was very brief, just one sentence. "Want a dowry? Or a bridal gift?" Meng Qianqian's vision blurred. "I've never been married. How would I know what ancient people's dowries and bridal gifts are?" She went inside and took out the note. Before anyone returned to the room, she already found the phone number of a wedding planning company. "I want to ask about an ancient wedding. What kind of dowry and bridal gifts are needed? I want to prepare a full set. How much would it cost?" The staff from the wedding company smiled and said, "Tomorrow, we will send you the lists of bridal gifts, dowries, and detailed procedures." "Is that okay? Thank you so much," Meng Qianqian said emotionally. "It's so good to be in the new era. When something happens, I just need to find the right people." She only needed to pay the bill. After taking a shower and returning to her room, Meng Qianqian still felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. But she couldn't figure out what it was. She took out her phone and checked all the home surveillance cameras, making sure nothing was wrong, then closed her eyes peacefully. She hoped everything was fine on her side, and that Gu Xuanji was also safe. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. Her first action was to check the surveillance cameras. The warehouse was empty, nothing was there, and everything looked peaceful. If it wasn't trouble with Gu Xuanji, then there must be a problem on her side. Otherwise, she would be more anxious than yesterday. Meng Qianqian got up, washed up, and watched the surveillance footage. After reviewing everything, she found no problems. Strange. Where was this uneasy feeling coming from? Why did she feel like her secret was already exposed to the sunlight? Meng Qianqian shivered. "Forget it," she thought. "I don't want to think about it anymore." The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt. She pulled back the blanket, put on her pajamas, and went to the kitchen. She made herself a bowl of noodles. While eating, she started searching on her tablet about ancient dowries. Usually, others prepared the dowry, and since they spent money, it should be ready. She needed to have some idea herself. Moreover, this was Gu Xuanji's sister, so she had to be careful. Are there really so many types of jewelry? Meng Qianqian enlarged the information and looked overwhelmed. Did she need to have these things custom-made? Or maybe she should just go with gold. Cheap jade pendants could be prepared, but they would be much less expensive. High-quality ones were beyond her current budget. A single jade pendant could wipe out her savings. She had tens of thousands in her pocket, but right now, Meng Qianqian felt like she was broke. The armor was also quite fancy. Would she need to have it custom-made? Meng Qianqian already knew that in ancient times, the dowry could include many items. When she saw the actual list, she realized she had underestimated it. One jade pendant alone could easily cost 7 figures. There were also many fabrics. She could prepare the fabrics. Finally, she saw something she could afford. The bedding and covers were also quite exquisite. Meng Qianqian recorded her requirements in her notes, planning to discuss them carefully with the wedding planners later. She continued reading and saw the furniture. She thought it might be impossible to make those carved, intricate beds, screens, wardrobes, and other furniture right now. They were really many. There were also many bottles and jars in the room. Modern crafts could be bought, and she could buy a lot of them. I wonder if future archaeologists, seeing such modern craftsmanship, would be truly shocked when they excavate it after 2,000 years. Meng Qianqian imagines that scene and wishes she could send over several trucks full of porcelain. As for the 4 treasures of the study, ancient calligraphy and paintings, those are even easier to prepare. She has prepared a copy of all the books she plans to give to Gu Xuanji. The more ancient books and antiques in her dowry, the higher others will regard her. Finally, she needs to prepare daily necessities, shop items, houses, farms, and servants. These are not things Meng Qianqian can provide herself. Gu Xuanji will have to find his own way, so she will prepare everything she can. After finishing the dowry list, Meng Qianqian checks the betrothal gift list. The groom's side has prepared many gifts. First is the betrothal money, more is better. Second are the wedding cakes, also called betrothal cakes. Third are seafood gifts, divided into 4, 6, or 8 types. The more they show respect, depending on the family's wealth. Since Gu Xuanji's family isn't well off, she will prepare the gifts generously. Next are incense, firecrackers, and bracelet money. Then come fruits, 3 types of sacrificial meats, 4 kinds of candies, coconuts, 4 kinds of dried fruits, wine, fish. The bride also needs to prepare a return gift. All these must be ready. Meng Qianqian finishes her notes, eats her meal, then carries her bowl to the kitchen, washes it, and puts it away. A document is transmitted to her. Then she receives a message from the wedding planning company's manager. MS. Meng, hello. I've listed the dowry and betrothal gift lists. Please review them. Meng Qianqian opens the list sent by the other side and finds that her notes are quite similar, but theirs is even more detailed. She is very satisfied and calls them. Manager Chen, here's the thing. I want the items on the list to be personally purchased by your team, not bought online. The quality must be good. I will prepare the fabrics myself, but I need you to send me the styles of the jewelry. Also, the furniture must be very sturdy. Her requests are reasonable, and Manager Chen breathes a sigh of relief. These are essential. We will send a few people specifically to handle this, don't worry. Meng Qianqian continues, regarding the porcelain, do you have a partner supplier? If so, could you get a discount? I'll need a larger quantity. If possible, please send some photos or samples. No problem. I will contact the other party now and send you the photos later for you to choose. If you like any, I will send the samples immediately. Does that sound good? After discussing with the wedding planning company, Meng Qianqian hung up the phone, changed her clothes, and went out to graze the sheep. She released all the other sheep. The little puppy chased after them, running quite fast with its little legs. Upon closer look, its speed was actually quite good. Meng Qianqian found herself wanting to laugh. Swift Wind, come here. The little dog heard her call and turned around to run back. It jumped around her legs, wagging its tail and acting cute. Meng Qianqian bent down to pick it up and carried it as she walked back. You're still young now. When you grow up, you'll be the one herding these sheep. But now, it felt like she was overworking the puppy. Holding the little dog, Meng Qianqian went to release all the horses, then finally fed the cows in the barn. Let's go back home. She placed the puppy on the front pedal of her electric bike and rode back. Just as she parked the bike, the puppy started barking loudly at the house. Swift Wind, what's your name? Meng Qianqian laughed as she picked up the dog. Just as she was about to open the door, she sensed something was wrong. She quickly stepped back, put the dog down to let it run behind her, and grabbed a shovel, while taking out her phone to call 110. She walked to the door, kicked it open, and shouted loudly, "Who's there?
Come out."
If you don't, the police will have to arrest you."
There was no movement inside.
Meng Qianqian cautiously took a step forward, about to go inside, when suddenly a tall, sharp-featured, exceptionally handsome, and imposing man appeared in the room. Seeing the man's face, Meng Qianqian instinctively reached up to touch her own face. Meng Yanzi frowned sharply. "Meng Qianqian, how could you be so careless about safety? If today's visitor was a criminal, you might not be alive now. Do you understand? Meng Yanzi? Are you Meng Yanzi?" Meng Qianqian didn't even hear what Meng Yanzi said. She looked at the man in shock, questioning him in disbelief. When she heard his answer, her eyes immediately turned red. She clenched the shovel tightly, her voice very calm. "Where have you been all these years? When my grandfather and grandmother passed away, they didn't see you, and my mother too. They saw you," Meng Yanzi interrupted Meng Qianqian. "When?" Meng Qianqian asked instinctively. Meng Yanzi asked her in a deep voice. "Aren't you cold? Is there something you can't say openly?" Meng Qianqian had many questions she wanted to ask, but finally decided to walk inside honestly. She looked up at Meng Yanzi, who could even find the tea leaves in the house. He didn't speak, and Meng Qianqian wanted to ask but couldn't find the right moment. She tried to speak several times but couldn't. Meng Yanzi's way of making tea looked a bit
rough.
Meng Qianqian sighed. "I'll do it." Her mother liked to develop her hobbies, so she learned many life skills. Watching her smooth movements, Meng Yanzi asked in surprise, "I didn't expect you to know how to make tea." "I learned from my mom. She said that one day, if the family goes bankrupt, I have no money, no education, I can rely on these skills and my face to find a job and support myself easily." When Meng Qianqian mentioned her mother, her eyes showed nostalgia. Meng Yanzi's expression was a bit strange. He asked in a serious tone, "What else did she teach you?" "Not much." Meng Qianqian poured tea for him, letting him taste it, while she started thinking about the skills she learned as a child. "I can draw. I'm pretty good at it. Not a master, but I can make a living as a comic artist. I also know how to make clothes and design outfits. I don't have much talent, but I can find a small factory to work as a designer and earn a decent living. Making 7,000 or 8,000 a month is possible, more than enough." Meng Yanzi looked at his adorable niece, who grew up more beautiful over time, with sympathy. Meng Qianqian was unaware of this. She wore a white sweater, her long black hair falling on her shoulders, and her small face was full of nostalgia. Sitting at the tea table, she thought about her childhood learning process, and her lips curved into a faint smile. "I also dance, play the piano, cello, violin, eru, and can drum, play the guzheng, pipa, and guqin. I learned them all just okay. If I need to teach in an introductory class, I could even go for an interview." Meng Yanzi asked, "What instrument are you best at?" Meng Qianqian's eyes are bright and full of energy, and she smiles at the corner of her mouth. "Actually, I can also repair electrical appliances. Over the years, I haven't stopped learning. 2 skills a year." Meng Qianqian doesn't see learning so many things as a burden. She's used to this kind of life. Meng Yanzi thinks his older sister is being too much. "Qianqian, this time I come back, I won't leave." Meng Yanzi looks at his little niece's eyes, which show no surprise. At first glance, there is some, but this surprise is deeply hidden under suspicion. Yes, being cautious is a good thing. "Your grandparents are not dead." Meng Yanzi stands very pale, the kind of pale that doesn't get tanned, and is well known as having a dark sesame seed color. He leisurely watches Meng Qianqian's shocked expression, then calmly drops a bomb. "Your mother is also not dead. Does everyone have to go to school?" Most people find this hard to believe. Especially the Xie family members. Their children are among the first to enjoy this benefit. Then someone questions, why do the children of the Xianbei people also need to go to school? Xie Qinghe looked sharply at everyone. This is the decision of His Highness. When spring comes, we will build the Wubao here, and we will live here. We can't stay here forever. Conquering the grasslands is just the first step. His Highness will lead us back to the Central Plains. Whether Xinbei, Wuhuan, or Goguryeo people, they will all become our own. Whether it's the Xie family members, slaves who later joined the army, or captured Xinbei women and children, they all go from confusion to clarity. A fire is ignited in their hearts. They want to unify the grasslands, then unify the world. Those around them don't see them as outsiders. The third son of the Xie family means that more Xinbei people will join in the future, and they will fight together. So, those Xinbei people are considered their own. Originally, they thought Xinbei women were lowly soldiers, but now they feel that marrying them is not a problem. Gu Xuanji stands outside the tent, watching the scene, and turns away with peace of mind. They deliberately set aside the largest tent to let these children read. Each child has a book. They look at the books and learn from Xie Qinghe, starting with reciting the disciples' rules. The north wind blows on their faces, and their ears feel like they might freeze off. The passing women and men, hearing the clear sound of children reading, all had bright, shining eyes. When they were exiled, they felt hopeless. When they escaped beyond the border and were starving on the plains, they even thought about just giving up and dying. But they couldn't bear to do that. They still had children, so they gritted their teeth and kept going. The food given by the goddess suddenly brought them hope. The gifts from the goddess helped them survive the harsh snowstorm. She also gave them many things they had never tasted before. The spicy food they ate in the morning, making them sweat, was really delicious. Now their children could still go to school. Everything seemed to have hope again. Gu Xuanji went to the foot of the mountain. The greenhouse was not fully built yet. Xie Wangchao saw Gu Xuanji and said with pursed lips, "Your Highness, is this all the goddess sent? Are we missing something? Look, this is a blueprint from the goddess." "It needs so many poles," Xie Wangchao explained, worried that Gu Xuanji might think they are useless. "This can't be made from wood, and even if it is, there's not enough time." Gu Xuanji asked, "Is there any other substitute?" Xie Wangchao shook his head. "Only bamboo, but that only exists in Bashu. Bashu is too far away. It's impossible to go all the way to Bashu just for some bamboo." Gu Xuanji said firmly, "I will communicate with the goddess." Xie Wangchao watched Gu Xuanji leave and let out a deep sigh of relief. Then he quickly followed Gu Xuanji. "Your Highness, there's one more thing. We can't start the seedling cultivation now. We can't trouble the goddess anymore. We have to do it ourselves." Gu Xuanji knew Xie Wangchao was worried about the temperature, so he said, "Once the greenhouse is built, we can grow seedlings inside." Xie Wangchao cupped his hands. "Yes." Gu Xuanji returned to his tent, wrote down the problem on paper but didn't fold it. With a thought, the paper flew over. "How is that possible?" Meng Qianqian felt it was absurd. She even shouted excitedly, "My mom was alive because I watched her come back to life. Her ashes are still in the house. How could she still be alive?" Meng Yanxi also knew she didn't believe it. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The video was connected quickly. A cold-looking woman appeared inside, wearing a white coat. She didn't watch the video and simply said, "Why are you showing me this video? Is there something you need? If you have something to say, just call Mom and Dad." "Is this AI?" Meng Qianqian questioned softly, but her eyes were fixed on the person on the screen, her eyes red. Her voice was very gentle. She didn't notice the person on the screen stopping and didn't dare to say much, her eyes shy and avoiding eye contact. Meng Yanxi was calm and relaxed, with a faint smile as he looked at the AI on the screen. He raised his eyes and asked Meng Qianqian, "Can you give me this?" Meng Qianqian really wanted that AI. Seeing it was just like her mother, her tone of voice, small gestures, it looked just like a real person. She wanted to get that software so she could talk to her mother whenever she missed her. Her tone was strong, but her eyes betrayed her inner feelings. Meng Yanxi's tone was cool. "Meng Zining, do you want to explain yourself, or should I just say it?" The person in the video froze instantly. Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Yanxi in confusion, then at the AI on her phone, not quite understanding what he meant. Suddenly, the AI in her phone nervously spoke. Qian, maybe it's better for your brother-in-law to tell you about this. After saying that, the video quickly ended. Meng Qian was stunned, feeling very confused. She thought it was just a prank. Brother-in-law, stop joking. Although she was strong, seeing her mother's image still made her break down. After her mother passed away, many things happened all at once, making her almost breathless. She didn't have time to miss her mother. Her sadness was buried deep inside, and her personality became strange. It wasn't until she returned to the farm, to the land where her mother was born and where her grandparents had lived, that she found some peace. She felt her state was off, wanting to change but feeling both eager and helpless. Meng Qian had once thought late at night that she was really lucky her warehouse had a problem. If it hadn't, and her attention hadn't been distracted, she might have done something she would regret. She wasn't as strong as people thought. Feeling alone and unsupported was really hard. Meng Yanxi's eyes looked very serious. Meng Qian frowned. Ashes. You can have someone check the ashes. They are your little Bai's ashes, Meng Yanxi said in a deep voice. Little Bai is a pure white Persian cat she raised. It was very cute, very obedient, and knew how to act spoiled. It understood she liked staying up late and would wake her up in the morning, helping her get back to a normal schedule during summer vacation. That day, she was home alone when a thief broke in. Little Bai jumped on the thief and fought, giving her a chance to run out. She called the police and asked for help, but it was too late. Little Bai's white fur was covered in blood. It lay in a pool of blood, breathing heavily, with big eyes looking at her sadly. She took Little Bai to the doctor, and they tried to save it for a long time. Its internal organs were damaged, and the doctor couldn't save Little Bai. She cried hysterically, and her mother took Little Bai to be cremated. Her mother said Little Bai was buried under a cypress tree near their family grave, in a nice place with many birds singing. Little Bai would definitely like it there.
How?
How could this happen? Meng Qian believed the ashes in the urn were Little Bai's. A person's ashes weigh 5 to 8 pounds, but a cat's ashes are only about 200 grams. Just open the urn and take a look, Meng Yanxi said calmly, even picking up a cup of tea and drinking it gracefully. Meng Qian staggered and ran into the room. She opened the urn and saw that in the big ashes container, the small one inside was crying, then suddenly started to laugh. It turned out her mother was not dead after all. She had been holding the ashes all this time, and it was her guardian angel, Little Bai. Meng Yanxi didn't go in, giving Meng Qian enough time to calm down. Her phone on the table kept ringing with messages, one after another. There wasn't a single voice message, only text. Ha, coward, Meng Yanxi snorted softly, not replying to the messages. She didn't care how frustrated the other person was. Meng Qian calmed down, came out of the room, and Meng Yanxi looked up, her sharp phoenix eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Are you calm now? Meng Qian nodded obediently. Can we talk now? She continued to nod honestly. Meng Qian sat back down, looking at Meng Yanxi, hesitant to speak. Meng Yanxi didn't look at her directly, refusing to engage. Meng Qian initially felt excited, but then calmed down and very politely poured tea for Meng Yanxi. You're better than your mother. You can stay calm, Meng Yanxi suddenly said, as if praising her. Meng Qian looked at him, with confusion. Isn't it said that her sister has bloodline suppression? Why does she feel that her brother-in-law is extraordinary, more like her older brother? Your mother has done many foolish things since she was young, or else you wouldn't have been born, Meng Yanxi said with hidden meaning. Meng Qian put down the teapot and asked seriously, Brother-in-law, I feel like there are many things at home I don't know. For example, why did my mother and grandparents fake their deaths? What's the secret? Is it something I can't know? Some things you can't know for now. Meng Yanxi's words sounded too frustrating. Meng Qian took a deep breath and asked again, Can I see them? When the time is right, you'll see them naturally. Meng Yanxi smiled again, but that smile looked more like provoking trouble. Meng Qian kept smiling and said, Brother-in-law. Before she finished, her phone rang. It was a special notification sound she set for Gu Xuanji, so she took out her phone, enlarged the screen, and saw the message. She felt annoyed because she had contacted the seller but forgot to arrange for delivery. She instinctively stood up, planning to go to the warehouse. In that moment, she met Meng Yanxi's piercing gaze, and her body suddenly froze. She quietly stared at Meng Yanxi, as if time had stopped. Meng Yanxi looked at her with simple curiosity and asked, "Qianqian, do you have urgent matters? Do you need to go out?" Yes, she had urgent matters, but she didn't need to go out. How could she say that? Meng Qianqian thought quickly. "Uncle, you probably don't know yet. I got a fine horse. It's beautiful. I even named it Fuguang. It's very smart. Do you want to see it? But right now, it's at the pasture, so you'll have to go far to see it. Okay, I'll go see it." Meng Yanxi gracefully stood up. His tall presence made Meng Qianqian instinctively take a step back. She forced a smile and said, "It's silver white. Just go over there and you'll see it right away." Meng Yanxi took long strides out, and Meng Qianqian felt relieved when she saw his back. She took out a voice recorder from her pocket, planning to reply to Gu Xuanji. Just as she pressed play, Meng Yanxi suddenly turned around, startling Meng Qianqian. Meng Yanxi then came over and asked kindly, "Why are you so scared? I'm your brother-in-law, not a stranger." "Oh, brother-in-law, you're so scary." She was almost scared to death. "I just thought you went out, and I was surprised when you suddenly turned around." Meng Qianqian calmly put the recorder back in her pocket, took a deep breath while speaking, and asked naturally, "Brother-in-law, where did you go before? Why haven't you contacted us all these years?" "It's not that I haven't contacted you all these years. It's just that you didn't know about me." How does Meng Yanxi say things like that without fearing a slap? Meng Qianqian widened her eyes and glared at Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi looked down and asked, "Are you upset? I feel like I'm just an outsider." Meng Qianqian dared not get angry at her brother-in-law. She felt that her brother-in-law seemed to be the top person in this family hierarchy. She was waiting for him to argue back, but Meng Yanxi just nodded in agreement. Originally, Meng Qianqian didn't care much if her family kept secrets from her. Nothing was happier than knowing her relatives were still alive. It's the joy of being abandoned by the world and then finding her again. The feeling of regaining what was lost is truly wonderful. But now, she was genuinely angry. Meng Yanxi lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Are you angry?" "Oh, then just be angry," Meng Yanxi said before Meng Qianqian could get upset. "There are many things you don't know, Meng Qianqian." "Good. No doubt he's her real brother-in-law. Everyone has secrets. You're still young and not ready to know them. But," Meng Yanxi paused, "you just need to know that we are all doing this for your good." Hearing this, Meng Qianqian became even more furious. "For my good? Fake death? I understand that Lady Meng Zining doesn't care about her hard work. After all, she's already dead. But how could she watch me being bullied and do nothing?" Meng Yanxi looked at the small girl in a white sweater, her face pale from the cold. He reached out and hugged her, rubbing her head gently, and comforted her. "Aren't you happy to be back on the ranch?" "Of course I'm happy to come back, but that was 300 million, Meng Qianqian thought with a twinge of pain. If she had that 3 billion, would she still worry about losing face with Gu Xianji? Gu Xianji gave her items worth over 100 billion, but she didn't even buy something worth 5 million. Making money isn't supposed to be like this. Earning money unethically will lead to after death. Meng Qianqian doesn't want to spend her next 10 lives being poor. "I think you're quite generous," she said, "spending over 100 billion and donating it all without a second thought. I didn't see you feel upset at all." But she felt a little cold. Meng Qianqian honestly said, "Little uncle, I'm not generous. I'm quite stingy." "So, are you still going to see Fu Guang? Just your thing. You don't need to worry about me." Meng Yanxi, dressed in military boots and black pants that looked tall and strong, stepped out with a commanding presence. "Finally, he's gone." Meng Qianqian patted her chest and took out a voice recorder. "Gu Xianji, the delivery person will arrive soon. I'll send the stuff to you later. Also, I might not reply immediately if I receive messages recently. Please give me some time." She handed over the recorder, but before she could leave, Gu Xianji's message came through. Meng Qianqian went back to get the recorder and crouched in the warehouse to listen. Did something happen? If it's difficult, you don't need to worry about us. Your safety is the most important. Just this simple sentence warmed Meng Qianqian's heart. She took the recorder and walked back, muttering as she went. Without contrast, there's no harm. Her little uncle's words were as poisonous as venom. If only Gu Xianji's words were half as nice, she wouldn't be so angry and blood. Meng Qianqian took out her phone and called the boss, urging him to deliver the goods quickly. She pressed, "Boss, can you hurry up? Just unload the stuff directly into our warehouse." "Sure, wait a moment. I'll deliver it within half an hour." The boss was very straightforward. Meng Qianqian imported the audio into her computer and kept watching the farm. She didn't see her little uncle, but Song Haijun and Bai Tieshing arrived first. When they came in, Meng Qianqian ran over and said, "Bro, wait a moment. My little uncle is back. When you see him later, don't be surprised." Song Haijun was really surprised. "Your little uncle? Is it Meng Yanzi?" "Yes, that's him." Meng Qianqian nodded. "Okay, I understand. Song Haijun and Bai Tieshing used to work together." Meng Qianqian hoped they would finish their work soon so she could have a good chat with her brother-in-law and delay some time. She turned her head and drove to load rice into the car. Fortunately, everything behind her was packed in 50-pound bags as she requested. If it had been 100 pounds, it would have been hard for her to carry and would have made her very tired. Meng Qianqian secretly loaded the rice into the car, drove to the warehouse, pressed the unload button, and quickly moved all the rice inside. She took out a voice recorder and gently panted, saying, "Gu Xuanji, I will deliver the grain to you first. You don't need to pay me for now. The money you gave before is enough. About 15 minutes later, you should go to the big shed, and I will deliver the stuff to you." She put down the recorder and headed outside. Meng Qianqian looked at the time, then at the gate, and kept glancing toward the pasture. "Brother-in-law, please don't come over. Fugue, you need to be brave. Use your charm to keep your brother-in-law here." Just then, a large three-wheeled vehicle arrived. It was carrying what Meng Qianqian needed. Seeing the person, Meng Qianqian said, "Go from this side, go straight, and just deliver it to the warehouse." The driver drove over and unloaded the goods into the warehouse. Before the vehicle left the warehouse, Meng Qianqian received a transfer from her. The boss smiled and said, "We're leaving now. If you need anything, just let us know." Meng Qianqian smiled warmly, her eyes full of urgency, eager for the boss to leave immediately. After the boss drove away, Meng Qianqian pulled down the warehouse door. It made a loud noise, and she turned around to see someone standing behind her. Gu Xuanji received Meng Qianqian's message and felt very worried. Her urgent tone and unusual words made Gu Xuanji deeply concerned. Did something happen? If she had an accident, he couldn't help her at all. More than that, Gu Xuanji was worried about another matter. If she had an accident, their deal would end. Without the goddess, those seeds could only be planted successfully. They couldn't fail. Only after planting and harvesting the crops could they get new seeds to grow again and again. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive. They would have to rely on luck, like the Xianbei and Xiongnu people, depending on heaven. And also, their fortress is probably gone too. Gu Xianji's face looked serious. Just then, dozens of bags of rice appeared in front of him. He felt relieved, thinking she was safe. Gu Xianji walked over, picked up the voice recorder, and pressed play, but his ears involuntarily turned red. The woman's voice was soft and sweet, with hurried breathing that made his blood boil. This time, Gu Xianji didn't press the replay button. He quietly placed the recorder against his chest. It's good that she's safe. They're saving the rice to last at least a month and a half. Gu Xianji took out a pen and wrote a reply. He called Jiawu to come and move the rice away, then headed to the greenhouse. The path to the greenhouse had already been flattened. Xia Wangchao saw Gu Xianji coming personally and hurried forward to ask, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Gu Xianji replied in a deep voice, "The goddess will send some supplies later. Is it materials needed for the greenhouse?" Xia Wangchao asked excitedly, trembling. Gu Xianji frowned, showing concern, and nodded calmly. Yes, whether the two of them shared a special connection. Just as Gu Xianji finished speaking, several bundles of things appeared on the open ground in front of them, including a large cardboard box. No one dared to move. Gu Xianji spoke in a serious tone. Jia Bai stepped forward, opened the box, picked up the top blueprint, and handed it to Gu Xianji, then turned to unpack other items. Everyone knew that the goddess's blessings only favored Gu Xianji. Only those approved by Gu Xianji could touch the gifts from the goddess. After reviewing the installation blueprint, Gu Xianji casually handed it to Jia Er. Jia Er finished reading it, then went to Jia Bai and saw that the items on the ground were made of metals they had never seen before. Curious, he tapped and examined them with a look of eager interest. "All right, install it properly and cover it with plastic." Gu Xianji gave the order, and everyone froze. Jia Er directed, controlling the pace, while others cooperated. In just an hour, the metal frame of the greenhouse was assembled and secured. Finally, they covered it with plastic. A large sheet of plastic was spread out, with no seams or joints, perfectly crafted. The light blue plastic covered the entire frame, weighed down around the edges with thick soil. Everyone, both adults and children, came to watch and held their breath in disbelief at the amazing scene. A small, thin girl with big eyes looked up and asked, "Mom, can we really grow food in there?" The woman wasn't sure either, but she gently told the child, "The prince said we can, so we definitely can. The prince is blessed by the gods, and with the help of the goddess, he will surely grow food." Meng Qianqian made a fake little face. It was very obvious she was pretending. Her acting was really poor. Someone else might have already caught her little secret and questioned her. Meng Yanzi didn't want to pressure his niece. He pretended not to notice and said naturally, "The horses on the ranch are pretty good. Are you planning to keep them just like that?" Fortunately, her brother-in-law didn't see anything. Meng Qianqian walked over to Meng Yanzi and said, "They have good stamina and speed. Plus, they get stronger when challenged. I plan to send them abroad to compete." Since they were from wealthy circles, Meng Qianqian actually knew quite a few people who took their horses to competitions. She could find an agent to send the horses to compete professionally. That way, she wouldn't have to sell the horses, and there would be a steady income. Building the Black Fortress would cost a lot of money. Spring was coming soon. Once the ice melted, construction would begin. The design plans were ready, but the building materials were very expensive. She still didn't know how to solve some key technical problems. If they didn't use poured concrete, but bricks and cement, mixing cement was not an easy task. Meng Qianqian had no idea what to do now. But no matter which option they chose, the funds needed would be a large amount. "Good idea." Meng Yanzi rarely praised Meng Qianqian, which made her look at him several more times. "What are you looking at?" Meng Yanzi asked. Meng Qianqian spoke seriously. "You're so young to quit your job and stay home taking care of your niece. Won't people laugh at you?" Meng Yanzi stopped walking. Meng Qianqian's heart was in her throat. She only saw his eyes become sharper, and a very mischievous smile appeared on his lips, making her shiver. Little uncle, it's okay for you to take care of your niece. She's quite wealthy. But you're such a talented man in the village. Are you planning to marry a girl from the village? If you don't want to go on blind dates every day, I suggest you move to the city. Our houses are affordable. For 80,000 yuan, you can buy a 60-square-meter apartment in the best part of downtown. As a single man, that should be enough for you." Meng Qianqian suddenly felt a strong desire to survive. She quickly argued with her little mouth, trying to chase away her mischievous uncle. The young girl didn't believe him. Meng Yanzi sighed quietly inside. He watched his niece's nervous but unaware expression and deliberately teased her. "What should I do?" "I love my home." Meng Qianqian pouted and glared at him helplessly. She couldn't understand her uncle's strange sense of humor. Worried about upsetting her, Meng Yanzi patted her head and sneered. "Why do you think I came back? With all the fuss you've made, isn't the family worried about you? I shouldn't have come back, but I'm the only one left in the family. I lost my job because of you. Do you still want to chase me away? TCH, you're really ungrateful." Meng Qianqian. First round, uncle wins. Meng Qianqian loses badly. Experience tells her that older people are wiser. She needs to think of another plan. Could she secretly do something? No, that won't work. Or should she be honest with her uncle? Meng Qianqian is a bit afraid of causing trouble for her uncle. If something goes wrong, she only has herself to worry about, but her uncle is still young. Meng Qianqian, I stayed up all night on the bus and haven't eaten yet. Reluctantly, Meng Qianqian went inside, opened the fridge, and asked the man standing at the kitchen door, "Little uncle, what do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. I don't have picky tastes. Then I'll cook something simple." Just as Meng Qianqian took out some celery, she heard the man beside her say, "I don't eat celery." She had promised not to be picky. But he's an elder. Meng Qianqian put the celery back and carefully chose something else from the fridge. Garlic shoots are their favorite. Almost every family table has this dish. She looked at the garlic shoots and instinctively glanced at Meng Yanxi. He said, "The meat shouldn't be too tender, cut into strips, and it should have some color. It's best to add a little chili but not too spicy, and it shouldn't just have a tiny bit of heat." Meng Qianqian clenched her fists. "Little uncle, you said you don't have picky tastes, right?" "Yes, I don't have picky tastes." Meng Qianqian washed the garlic stalks. While cutting them, she deliberately snapped 3 stalks loudly to make noise. Meng Yanxi sat in the living room, holding his phone, sending a message in the family group. She has a pretty good temper, but she's too young and can't keep secrets. She still needs to be taught properly, or she might get into serious trouble. His voice was very soft when he spoke the last part. He took a few photos of the busy figure in the kitchen and also recorded a short video to send in the group. The messages in the group quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. She prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup. They were garlic stalks with shredded pork, chive scrambled eggs, garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat, and perilla with winter melon soup. It looked quite a feast. Meng Yanxi picked up his phone, first took a picture of Meng Qianqian, then snapped a photo of the whole table of food and sent it out.
Who should I send this to?
My mom, my grandma? Let me see too, Meng Qianqian said, pretending to look but not leaning in too close, showing good restraint. Meng Yanxi showed her the screen. The screen was blank. The message he sent had disappeared, as if he had seen a ghost. Meng Qianqian was full of question marks. What kind of high-tech is this? Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Meng Yanxi was really not picky about food. He found that his niece's cooking skills were quite good. Since she was so talented, why did she always eat such simple meals? After eating, Meng Yanxi went to rest. He lived in his own room. Only then did Meng Qianqian realize why there was always a room for her little uncle at home. It turned out that her little uncle had just been missing from her place. There were too many secrets. She wanted to ask, but her uncle straightforwardly told her she wasn't ready to know yet. Meng Qianqian could only wait. Maybe having family around meant she wasn't eating alone anymore. She ate quite a lot. After her mother faked her death, she never had a joyful meal again. After eating, Meng Qianqian went inside, took out the urn. She held a shovel, drove her electric bike, and headed straight up the mountain. On the mountain, there was a very big tree, which must have been her kitten's favorite climbing tree. Meng Qianqian parked at the foot of the mountain, carried the urn, and climbed up. She found the big tree, dug a hole underneath, and buried her little White's ashes there. Little White, I really want you to stay with me forever, but I couldn't do it. But you will always watch over me here, living happily. I hope in the next life, you can become a lucky little cat and meet a better owner. Meng Qianqian gently touches the cold urn of ashes, tears silently falling and sliding down her cheeks to her chin. Xiao Bai was personally chosen by her and was a gift from her mother. Her mother was busy and hoped Xiao Bai could keep her company in her place. Xiao Bai was her own special treasure. Xiao Bai also protected her on behalf of her mother. She has forever lost Xiao Bai, and now can only keep her company in this way. When she rode her bike home, Meng Qianqian's eyes were swollen. When she saw the man coming out of the room, she instinctively looked down. She didn't want to, but Meng Yanxi called out to her, "Qianqian." Meng Yanxi didn't say anything, just handed her a boiled egg. Holding the warm egg, she suddenly felt like crying again. But she still had important work to do. The greenhouse wasn't finished yet. Planting seeds was just the beginning. there was a lot of knowledge involved. For example, when to ventilate, when to close the vents, and when to cover the plants. All had their own rules. Some ancient farmers might have known, but Gu Xuanji probably didn't. Even if he did, modern techniques are more comprehensive. Meng Qianqian found relevant books, took out her grandfather's notebook, scanned and printed it, then organized everything on the table. She also made calls to arrange for some potato seedlings and sweet potato seedlings. Potatoes are cold-resistant and very suitable for northern planting. And then there's Chinese cabbage. These two are the best winter foods for northern people, lasting through the long winter. Why hadn't she thought of tofu? Frozen tofu in hot pot is simply a delicious ingredient. Meng Qianqian immediately called the tofu maker in the neighboring village. "Bossly, how many blocks of tofu do you make tomorrow?" "I buy 5 blocks of fresh tofu every day. In a few days, when I can freeze tofu, I want 10,000 blocks. I can pay a deposit first." Bossly was surprised by such a big order. "Can you really eat that much tofu? We have a big family. If I weren't worried about buying too much and neighbors not getting enough tofu, I'd buy more every day." Bossly. After buying the tofu, Meng Qianqian looked for her voice recorder, only to realize Gu Xuanji hadn't given her the recorder. She took out a voice recorder, looked around sneakily, and said into it, "Gu Xianji, please review these materials carefully. Large greenhouses need special skills, including manual pollination and other techniques." Meng Qianqian came out holding something, saw that Meng Yanzi's door was closed, and sneaked out straight to the warehouse. She opened the small door, put the items inside, and then closed it. It took less than 3 seconds from start to finish. Meng Qianqian thought she had done everything perfectly. Meng Yanzi sat inside, watching her niece's sneaky actions through the window, shaking her head in disapproval. The greenhouse was built. But without warm blankets, it wouldn't be enough. Meng Qianqian bought new ones, which would arrive in the afternoon. She was worried her little uncle might find out. Meng Qianqian returned to her room, occasionally glancing at Meng Yanzi's house. It was quiet inside, with no movement.
Her phone rang.
She quickly silenced it, held it to her ear, and spoke while walking outside. "Yes, just drive straight in along the road. When you see the warehouse with the open door, unload the blankets there. I'll transfer the money to your boss now." "Okay, thank you." She transferred the money for the warm blankets and quietly slipped out. On the plastic cover of the greenhouse, people stood inside, feeling no wind, only warmth. In just a short time, Xia Wangchao realized the wonder of the greenhouse. He excitedly said, "This is even more amazing than a heated room. If plastic can be promoted so that poor people can use it, even during a famine, they could grow crops in winter. After a few months, there would be harvests and fewer people would go hungry. This won't become widespread." Gu Xianji didn't understand what environmental pollution meant, but he could tell from the serious tone of the goddess's words. "Why?" Xia Wangchao asked, confused. Gu Xianji explained in a deep voice. "The goddess once said that this thing is very harmful. It takes hundreds of years to decompose and can pollute our environment. She requires it to be returned after use. Although it's good, we can't keep it. The goddess's righteousness." Although Xia Wangchao felt regretful, he wouldn't do anything that could harm future generations. He wanted to farm, but had to wait for the soil underneath to thaw. However, he could start growing seedlings inside. Gu Xianji returned to the tent and handed the seeds to Jia Bai, who had already learned to read. However, many words were still unfamiliar. Gu Xuanji personally explained once more before Jia Bai took the seeds and left. A stack of documents appeared on the table. Gu Xuanji glanced at them briefly and realized they contained valuable planting techniques, so he quickly looked through them. He wanted to memorize all this knowledge in his mind. After finishing reading the documents, Gu Xuanji picked up the voice recorder. "Gu Xuanji, during this time, you don't need to reply to my messages. I am currently not convenient to check messages unless it's very urgent, so let's not contact each other for now. Every day at noon, I will send you tofu, and the way to eat it is at the bottom of the documents. Your winter quilts have also arrived tomorrow. I will deliver them to you as soon as it is evening. As for the winter clothes, they should arrive the day after tomorrow. Although it's a bit late, the materials and quality are good. You can have one winter coat to get through the season, so don't worry about surviving this winter. The shoes are simple snow boots, not as good as yours. For the 500 pairs of men's snow boots you requested, I will buy military-style hooks for you. Please send me the sizes when you can. Gu Xuanji listened to Meng Qianqian's instructions with warm eyes. This was the first time he showed vulnerable emotions after being forced to death by his father. He was followed by many people behind him. As their leader, he couldn't and shouldn't show any fear or give up. Gu Xuanji pressed the recorder again, quietly listening to Meng Qianqian's voice, and his mood gradually calmed. He calculated the time and stood up, walking calmly toward the greenhouse. The hope in Gu Xuanji's eyes was like a new sprout, slowly taking root. He stood in front of the greenhouse, with the others quietly watching behind him. Suddenly, a thick, white quilt appeared on the ground, and everyone cheered together. Put on the quilts. Gu Xuanji gave the order, and the people moved. 3 people carried the quilts toward the greenhouse. Suddenly, a woman rushed out from the crowd, shouting sharply, "Give me a quilt. I don't want to freeze to death. These are for the greenhouse. Don't you have some in your tent?" Xie Qinghe stepped forward and said to the woman, "Those quilts are not enough to cover us." The woman looked frantic, shouting sharply, "We're all going to freeze to death. Why won't you give us the quilts to cover ourselves? Why are you covering this useless thing with the quilts?" The woman was very thin, with surprisingly large eyes. She looked at the thick, white quilt with greed in her eyes. She wanted to take it but was afraid of the guards nearby. She dared not move forward, only shouting from where she stood. Xie Qinghe thought the woman was very foolish. His voice was cold as he said, "Everyone is like this. No one has died from the cold. Even if someone might die from the cold, this quilt cannot be taken. It is more important than your life or mine. It concerns our future and whether our children and grandchildren can settle here." Besides the patrol guards, everyone else, including the children reading nearby, came to see this strange scene. They didn't expect anyone to go crazy. Gu Xuanji stood beside Xie Qinghe, without speaking. He looked down at the woman with a very indifferent expression. "Ling Yang, you're crazy. Kneel down now." The old woman behind the woman was so frightened her face turned pale. She quickly stepped forward and pulled the woman back, forcing her to kneel and beg for mercy. "Your Highness, forgive her. Ling Yang is crazy, so she's talking nonsense." The old woman trembled all over, kept kowtowing, and pressed her to do the same. She knew her daughter-in-law was impulsive. Before her exile, thanks to her daughter-in-law's temper, their family had never suffered. She had even tried to spoil her daughter-in-law, but she never expected her to challenge the prince, daring to defy royal authority. That was a serious crime that could lead to execution. Now, the old woman was full of regret. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have complained about her daughter-in-law. Everyone had nothing to cover themselves with, not even enough straw, so they used everything they could to wrap themselves. The journey into exile was much harder than now. Now, they had some shelter from the wind, a place to lie down that wasn't cold, and they could eat enough. They could eat meat and white rice. Before exile, they had never eaten so well. "Your Highness, please spare us." The old woman's head was bleeding from her constant kowtowing. Xie Wangchao recognized her. She liked to take small advantages and always let her daughter-in-law lead the charge, but she had no other intentions. Those who survived to come here were not easy to deal with. They were all from the same tribe, and Xie Wangchao didn't want to see them die. He stepped forward to speak for them. "Your Highness, they are ignorant and unaware of the importance of the greenhouse. Now that they understand their mistake, please forgive them." Gu Xuanji looked at everyone and spoke calmly. "The greenhouse is used to test whether seeds can survive on this land. It is the foundation of our future survival, and no one can surpass it." His sharp eyes fell on the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. As for her, 20 military strikes. 20 strikes could be deadly. But no one begged for mercy, nor dared to do so. Gu Xuanji's calm gaze turned to others. He said in a deep voice, "Anyone who commits the same mistake again will be expelled. Expulsion is like death." Everyone immediately knelt down. At Gu Xuanji's command, The well-trained soldiers quickly stood up and continued to carry the blankets. The ropes under the blankets were carefully arranged. This was a skilled task. Fortunately, many of the slaves assigned to the team were capable. Everyone worked together and they handled the problem easily. When the first blanket was placed down and then pulled back up, everyone cheered. The others worked faster after that. Before sunset, all the blankets were laid out. Inside the greenhouse, it was warm, warmer than inside tents. Xiao Wangchao was wrapped in straw. Standing inside the greenhouse, his face full of wrinkles, he looked happy. "Your Highness, may I stay here tonight?" Gu Xuanji remembered Meng Qianqian's special instructions and said seriously, "The ventilation vents in the greenhouse must be kept open, or there's a risk of suffocation. The soil inside the greenhouse hasn't fully thawed in recent days, so you can stay here for a few days. Once the soil thaws, we will start breeding. The methods are above. If you have questions, ask Third Brother and Jiabo. They are learning the language of the divine race. Your Highness, please rest assured. We will finish this before spring," Xiao Wangchao promised respectfully. Gu Xuanji also showed respect. "Then I thank you, Grandpère. Your Highness, what are you saying? This is for ourselves, for our people, for our descendants. The fact that you give me this chance shows your respect for me." Xiao Wangchao looked at Gu Xuanji standing calmly in front of him, feeling a surge of unspoken ambition. One day, if the crown prince returns to the border and takes the throne, his name, Xiao Wangchao, might also be recorded in history. That would be a glorious achievement, shining forever. Xiao Wangchao spent his days working with a few young family members inside the large greenhouse. Gu Xuanji also ordered that every morning, after breakfast, the children run to the greenhouse to follow Xiao Wangchao, learning how to grow seedlings and observe the crops. If not for this opportunity, Gu Xuanji wouldn't have realized how many lessons there are in farming. All experienced old farmers, after being selected, were sent to Xiao Wangchao. Every morning, Gu Xuanji received tofu on time. However, for 4 days in a row, he didn't hear any news from the goddess. He wasn't sure if she was safe. The tofu sent by the goddess was very popular. People of all ages loved to eat it. Leftover tofu was frozen into frozen tofu. People said frozen tofu was also very tasty. Gu Xuanji looked at the frozen tofu, which had been frozen all night, and asked someone to deliver it to Jia Chu. Jia Chu made 2 large pots of pork and vermicelli stew with frozen tofu. He even specially cooked a small pot just for Gu Xuanji and personally brought it to him. "Your Highness, try this dish." The goddess said it's the best for winter. Jia Chu opened the lid, and the tent was filled with a delicious aroma. Gu Xuanji, rarely smiling, said, "Send some to grandmother and aunt. Third brother has already sent some. Go and enjoy it too." Jia Chu left the tent. Gu Xuanji picked up a piece of frozen tofu with chopsticks and tasted it. The flavor was completely different from regular tofu. Fresh tofu is tender and hard to absorb flavors, but frozen tofu is very flavorful and delicious. It also had some chili inside, making it irresistible to eat. It made people want to keep eating. Gu Xuanji ate a large bowl of rice, and sweat covered his forehead. Suddenly, an old man with messy hair and covered in mud rushed in and shouted, "Your Highness! Your Highness! It's out! It's out!" Meng Qianqian returned to her room, glancing carefully at Meng Yanzi's door. She sneaked to the door, listened closely, and only felt relieved when she heard no movement. As soon as she entered her room, Song Qiaoi's call came through. "Hello, Qiaoi." Song Qiaoi had just left the factory, sitting in the car. She gave a charming look to the man beside her, telling him to behave and not speak. If using a large truck, 3 trucks would be needed. Song Qiaoi knew Meng Qianqian urgently needed these supplies. Although she didn't know what they were for since her sister asked her for help, she had to do a good job. Meng Qianqian was very happy when she heard this. "Really? So soon? I thought it would take half a month." Song Qiaoi lazily chuckled. "Look who's asking. How could I not care? Qiaoi, do you want to come over? Stay at my place for a few days and relax. By the way, I want to tell you, my brother-in-law is back." Meng Qianqian was very excited and wanted to share her recent surprise with her good friend. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bedroom door, then it was pushed open from outside. Meng Qianqian, come out for a moment. Just a second. Meng Qianqian was confused. She added a word on the phone, then put it down, and went outside. Meng Yanzi didn't stay long. He went far away, and then quietly and seriously warned Meng Qianqian, don't tell anyone outside that they are still alive.
Why?
Can I tell the people I trust the truth? Meng Qianqian didn't really want to tell others. She was just confused about why it was not allowed. Do you think the people you trust are really reliable? Meng Yanzi looked at her with a hint of sarcasm. Meng Qianqian was silent. He spoke sharply but meaningfully. I thought you would have grown after all you've been through. But I didn't expect you to still be so naive. Meng Qianqian, they are still alive, but you can't see them. At least not now. Meng Qianqian's mood instantly sank. I understand, brother-in-law.
Good.
Keep busy with your things. Don't keep people waiting. Meng Yanzi turned and left, not knowing where he went. Meng Qianqian took a deep breath, then returned to her room. She picked up the phone and became her happy self again. Xiaoyi, are you still there? Yes. Song Xiaoyi was very curious.
Who was that just now?
Your brother-in-law? The super handsome big brother-in-law. Meng Qianqian thought of Meng Yanzi's grumpy face and couldn't help but sigh. He's handsome, but his temper is really bad. I don't know which unlucky person could become my aunt-in-law. Although it's a fortunate match, my little uncle's personality is really hard to praise. His words are as sharp as poison, truly terrifying. Song Qiaoyi laughed loudly. I was curious before. How could Aunt Meng, such a gentle woman, have a daughter like you? If you didn't look quite a bit like Aunt Meng, I might have doubted if you were really her biological daughter. Turns out, the saying that nieces resemble uncles isn't without reason. Meng Qianqian. She coldly warned Song Qiaoyi. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Song Qiaoyi said this, but her voice was full of amusement. By the way, how are you and your number one big brother doing? What number one big brother? He's my partner. Meng Qianqian couldn't help but complain. Yeah, how are you guys? Did he send you anything new and interesting? I suspect he dug up that small mountain valley completely, only to find so little, and then you donated it all. Song Qiaoyi found it funny just thinking about it. Meng Qianqian wanted to say more, but, remembering Meng Yanzi's warning just now, her words turned into a sigh. No contact anymore. My little uncle is back. He ruthlessly cut off our connection, afraid I might be tricked. Do you think I look that naive? Song Qiaoyi's smile faded slightly. You're not naive. You just are naive. My dear, Meng Qianqian angrily shouted at the phone. Song Qiaoyi quickly laughed and said, then I'll send the truck directly to your house. I'll fly over to see you in a few days. Okay. I'll send the address to your phone later. Meng Qianqian hung up, about to type in the address, when she saw Meng Yanzi standing at the door like a ghost, his deep gaze fixed on her, making her feel chills. She tentatively spoke. Meng Yanzi walked in and sat on the sofa beside her, saying, Meng Qianqian, you were so innocent when you were young. How come you're still so naive now? Don't you have any caution? Meng Yanzi looked at her with disdain. He knew he had been gone for over 10 years and had hardly seen Meng Qianqian. But when she was little, she followed him around, and he was the one who raised her. Why had everything changed after he returned? Meng Yanzi's words felt like a mental attack, hitting her deep in her soul. Since she was born, she had been living with her grandmother and grandfather. Every weekend, Meng Yichang would come to take her out to play, and was very kind to her. Her feelings for her grandparents and uncle were deeper than her feelings for Meng Yichang. If her grandparents said something bad about Meng Yichang, she thought it was normal. But if Meng Yichang said something bad about her grandparents or her uncle, she would feel upset and believe he was wrong. Her mother once told her, Qianqian, no matter what happens, the only people you can trust unconditionally are your grandparents, your mother, and your uncle. Don't trust anyone else. She remembered this sentence but often ignored it without realizing. Until now, she suddenly remembered it. Meng Yanzi took a small red notebook with golden stars out of his pocket. He pushed it in front of Qianqian and said, If my identity makes you doubt me, then add this. Maybe it will help you trust me a little more. Qian looked at the ID and finally understood why her little uncle had disappeared from the public eye. She picked up the red ID and asked suspiciously, "Little uncle, did you make a fake ID? Fake IDs are illegal and can land you in jail. Just so you know, even if you're my real uncle, I would still do the right thing and stay away from you if you're involved in something illegal." Meng Yanxi chuckled softly. "You're less cautious with others, but so wary of me. Haha, just call and ask if you want." Meng Yanxi slightly lost control of his steps. If it had been anyone else, he would have kicked them. What a fool. Qian returned the ID to Meng Yanxi, and the tension in her heart suddenly eased. She didn't rush to speak. She opened a drawer, took out a signal jammer, and then looked at Meng Yanxi. He didn't find it funny or feel nervous, just looked a little sad. The girl who followed him back then, walking unsteadily, had grown into a young woman capable of facing storms. "Little uncle, I'm very scared." Qian clenched her fists. Suddenly, a big hand patted her shoulder. She looked up and met Meng Yanxi's rare gentle gaze, hearing him say, "You're already a young lady, but you're still just an adult. Your mother and grandparents aren't here, but your uncle is back. You can still rely on your uncle." "My uncle, the warehouse at home has become strange. I can't sleep well every night. I'm afraid that a group of ancient people might come out of the warehouse and take over my farm." Meng Qian never thought she would be so scared. She thought Meng Yanxi would laugh at her or think she was crazy, but instead, he looked very serious and listened carefully. This is what it feels like to be trusted by someone. Family members really won't doubt her or think she's crazy. They will believe her unconditionally. The warehouse at home has become strange? Can ancient people come through? Meng Yanxi frowned. "Tell me more." Meng Qian felt a sense of support and remembered how she used to get along with her little uncle when she was young. She simply described what had happened recently. "After I returned to the farm, I was preparing for the harvest. I planned to sell the rice at home to save some money and start over. I didn't want the things my mom left behind to be taken by Meng Yichang and others. That day, I specially processed a bag of rice and put it directly into the warehouse. But unexpectedly, that bag of rice disappeared. As for her buying roast chicken for offerings and the power outage at home causing her to think it was haunted, and her daring to rush into the warehouse with a peachwood sword, she didn't need to tell her little uncle about those. Then the next day, there was a sheep inside the warehouse. Meng Qian stared intently at Meng Yanxi, wanting to see his reaction. Meng Yanxi remained very calm, so calm that Meng Qian thought he was just telling a story, not something real. The sheep was bought by a professor from the research institute. Meng Qian had no proof, but she had transfer records. She took out her phone and showed Meng Yanxi the transfer record. "Look, this is the 30,000 yuan professor who transferred to me at that time. That sheep was sold for 100,000 yuan. I thought the origin of this sheep was suspicious. If something went wrong, I might have to pay more, which would be troublesome. So, I took the 30,000 yuan. Meng Yanxi's expression was hard to read. "Little uncle, do you not believe me?" Meng Qian looked at him with her big, sad eyes. "Who said I don't believe you?" Meng Yanxi sighed. "You were probably scared at the time, right?" Just that one sentence made Meng Qian feel her nose sting. She stubbornly said, "No, I'm not a coward." It seemed like she wasn't the one who screamed in fear back then. Meng Yanxi stood up and poured her a glass of hot milk. Meng Qian held a warm glass of milk and suddenly remembered something. "I have another piece of evidence." She ran to her room, opened a cabinet, and took out a bamboo slip. When she held it in her hand, she noticed it looked different from the first time. There were signs of age on it. Meng Qian handed the bamboo slip to Meng Yanxi. "Little brother-in-law, this is the bamboo slip that was sent along with that sheep." Meng Yanxi looked quite complicated. "You just used your hand to hold it." "Yes, is there a problem?" Meng Qian asked back. She saw Meng Yanxi look speechless, so she took out a pair of white gloves from her pocket, put them on, and carefully placed the bamboo slip into a sealed bag. Compared to her careful handling, her attitude toward the bamboo slip seemed quite casual. Meng Yanxi seemed to understand what she was thinking and asked, "This bamboo slip is over 2,000 years old, right?" Yes, it was sent to me by someone from over 2,000 years ago. Meng Qianqian understood his meaning. These are artifacts, even if it's just a bamboo slip. She leaned in to watch Meng Yanxi study the bamboo slip and asked with a smile, "Little brother-in-law, do you think this is very romantic? Do you communicate with him often?" Meng Qianqian knew her brother-in-law's quick reply would be decisive. She honestly admitted, "Those cows, horses, and sheep are all from ancient times. They won a small victory in a battle, and they sent me a lot of spoils. They're all gold items, quite beautiful. They're also cultural relics, so I donated them to the country. There are many items very valuable, and the process was simple. A printed contract was signed, and on the same day they took everything away. Little brother-in-law, I received so many things from Gu Xuanji, but I haven't given much in return. But I can't give back items of equal value. Someone to talk to?" And Meng Qianqian's little mouth never stopped. "Would you mind moving to a different place?" After speaking, Meng Yanxi looked at Meng Qianqian. She was not worried. In fact, she was very calm. "I don't want to leave, not just because of the warehouse, but because this is our home. Another reason is that although the warehouse connects to the ancient times over 2,000 years ago, not everyone can open the switch. The door to the warehouse is like a key, and only I can use this key." Meng Yanxi's face looked serious. "You mean only you can open the warehouse door to pass things through?" "The same applies. Only when you open the door can you see what the other person sends." "Is that what you mean? To send something over, I must close the door before speaking. If others put things inside and then close the door, the items can't pass through. I'm also not sure if only I can see them, since I don't have anyone I trust to do this experiment." Meng Qianqian saw Meng Yanxi deep in thought and felt a little sad. "Little brother-in-law, if someone else can replace me, do I have to move away?" Meng Yanxi gently tapped her forehead and said, "Stop overthinking. This place will always be your home." Curious, Meng Qianqian asked, "Why are you so sure? It's like you already know how to handle this." The young girl was quite sharp. Meng Yanxi looked at her with approval and casually said, "I'm back to handle this matter. Otherwise, do you think with such a big fuss no one would notice? The professor from the capital just happens to see what's in your social media." Although her little brother-in-law spoke briefly, Meng Qianqian felt her little secret was already out in the open. A sheep with ancient bloodline might have escaped by accident. But there are many such sheep. Do you think it's just a coincidence? Cows and horses appearing out of nowhere, buying a yurt, then after storing it, no signs of transportation or use, just disappearing like that. Do you think no one would notice? Buying out the entire market in one go, do you think no one would be watching you? With each word, Meng Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine. She thought she had kept her secrets well, but it turns out she was already being watched. Her eyes flickered as she considered her little brother-in-law's identity and his deliberate words. She cautiously asked, "Little brother-in-law, do you have a mission right now?" A smile appeared in Meng Yanxi's eyes. "Just figured that out. I need to be a bit cautious, right?" Meng Qianqian said, feeling unsure. "The main task is to protect your safety." Meng Yanxi gently patted her head and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Meng Qianqian's eyes twinkled as she asked with a smile, "Little brother-in-law, can I now know what's going on with my mom and grandma? I should have told you about this right away." Meng Yanxi looked at Meng Qianqian with a half-smile, as if he saw through her previous cautiousness. Meng Qianqian confidently said, "It's you who deliberately upset me." Meng Yanxi continued to look at her. "All right, I was cautious with you. After all, this feels too unreal, and I was afraid it might scare you," Meng Qianqian explained. Meng Yanxi just smiled, then his face turned serious as he said, "Qianqian, you need to have a detailed checkup. Also, every time you take something from the warehouse, it must be thoroughly disinfected and sterilized. Other matters can wait until after your checkup." "Checkup?" Meng Qianqian looked confused. "Think of it simply. You know about cases of invasive species, right? You've probably seen them before. Those things come from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and no one knows what diseases they might carry." Meng Yanxi saw through her thoughts and said, "You are not ordinary yourself to have gained such abilities. Maybe you are protected, which is why you haven't been harmed. But you probably don't want to stay forever in the farm, never stepping outside, right?" Meng Qianqian understood the reasoning. She remembered going out several times and seeing many people. She quickly asked nervously, "Little uncle, I've been out several times and met a lot of people. Does that affect anything? The car you took was arranged by us. The people you met have all been screened," Meng Yanxi told her, who seemed unaware of the truth. "To prevent you from feeling scared, everyone you've interacted with has undergone detailed checks. They are all fine. The higher-ups observed you for a while and were worried things might get out of control, so they brought me back. Before I came, I met your mother and your grandparents. The reason they said you weren't qualified to know before was because your level wasn't high enough. Now I can tell you, your mother has the ability to travel through worlds, but the world she visits isn't ancient times. It's a post-apocalyptic world." Meng Qianqian suddenly stood up uncontrollably, almost falling. She thought the family's warehouse had already become quite strange, but she never imagined her mother could travel to a post-apocalyptic world. And what about Grandpa and Grandma? Meng Qianqian had a faint guess that needed confirmation. They couldn't travel before. When they had an accident, they traveled over and awakened special abilities. The post-apocalyptic world is very tough, and they needed to go there to support. Similarly, some people worldwide can go to the post-apocalyptic world to help save that world.
This is top secret.
Only a few people know the truth. Meng Yanxi explained the reason to Meng Qianqian with a heavy heart. "Little uncle, during the years you were missing, did you also go to the end of the world?" Meng Qianqian could feel Meng Yanxi's kindness, but also sensed something was wrong. This was the reason she initially hid the truth from Meng Yanxi to avoid upsetting him. Meng Yanxi nodded. "I went to the end of the world with my mother when I was 12. Then who is my father?" Meng Qianqian thought about how death in the end of the world was normal now. She trembled as she asked, "Is my biological father already dead?" Meng Yanxi didn't want to hide it from her, but some things he couldn't say. "Qianqian, when you meet your mother, she will tell you herself," Meng Yanxi said. He stood up, magically pulled out a protective suit, and handed it to her, then put on one himself. "The people coming to pick us up are here. Let's go now." Meng Qianqian was overwhelmed by so much information and was too shocked to think clearly. She thought she was special, but now she realized her whole family was very special. "Where are you going?" Meng Yanxi turned back. Seeing no one following, he called out, "I'm giving Daifeng some dog food." The puppy loved meat very much and was especially intelligent. No one knew why it was so smart. Meng Yanxi called out, "Daifeng, come here." The little puppy looked at Meng Yanxi, obediently waiting for Meng Qianqian to give the command. Meng Qianqian was so happy. "Little uncle, look how smart Daifeng is. End-of-the-world puppies are much smarter than normal puppies. The best part is, they can protect you," Meng Yanxi said, dropping one bomb after another, making Meng Qianqian dizzy. "Is this puppy from the end of the world?" Meng Qianqian asked as she walked over to Meng Yanxi and entered the bedroom with him. Meng Yanxi replied, "Otherwise, how could a normal puppy be by your side?" "Little uncle, how many people did you send to watch me?" Meng Yanxi corrected. "It's protection. Your identity is very special. We thought you might cross over at any time, so we informed the end-of-the-world people to protect you well. But I didn't expect that you didn't go to the end of the world, but gained the ability to communicate with ancient times. Then why didn't you find me at first?" Before Meng Qianqian finished speaking, she was stunned by the scene before her. They built their own house, and it is very large. Each person's bedroom is also quite spacious. Meng Yanxi's room is especially huge. When she entered, she saw a very high-tech-looking staircase on the floor.
"Come down," she said.
Meng Yanxi went first, and Meng Qianqian followed. She had no idea there was such a hidden place in the house. It was so amazing. "I am in the end-of-the-world situation and can't come back quickly. I can only return once every 10 days. As soon as I get news, I come here immediately," Meng Yanxi explained. She led her a few steps to an elevator. They took the elevator down to the underground laboratory. As soon as Meng Qianqian entered, she saw many people in protective suits. Everyone was fully dressed. "Go inside. I'll be next door. Someone will take you to the meeting room later. Hopefully, I'll be waiting outside for you," Meng Yanxi said in advance to prevent any surprises. Meng Qianqian gave a thumbs up and went in for the checkup. The checkup was very detailed, including blood, hair, and other tests. Her clothes were also taken away for sterilization. She was wearing new clothes prepared for her by others inside. After completing basic health checks, she also had brainwave tests and some advanced, high-tech examinations that sounded hard to understand. The tests were many but quick. After finishing, the staff gently said, "The tests are done. You can leave from this side." When Meng Qianqian came out, she saw Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi looked at her face and saw no impatience. Her mood was okay, and she asked kindly, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Not really." Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "It's quite impressive. It feels like our country's science and technology are developing very fast. If it weren't for this accident, I wouldn't even know such amazing technology exists. Now I need to take you to meet some people, mainly for a meeting." "Don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time." Meng Yanxi led her forward. "Another meeting? This one is necessary. If you don't like it, there won't be another one in the future. If you need to communicate with higher-ups, just tell me," Meng Yanxi said, making Meng Qianqian feel reassured. "This is the ancient group, which was just established a few days ago. Currently, there are over 100 people dedicated to serving you." Meng Yanxi introduced her to the environment here. Meng Qianqian felt a little overwhelmed. Is it a bit exaggerated? Not at all. You deserve it. She had no idea how important she truly was. The elevator requires special permission. Each person's ID card can only access certain floors. This is to ensure your safety. After your card is ready, it will be delivered to you. Meng Qianqian asked in surprise, "I also have one?" "Of course. Everyone here is here to serve you. How could you not have a pass?" Meng Yanxi took out a card and entered the elevator. After going down 2 more floors, the environment changed. The top 2 floors looked very high-tech, but this floor felt more natural. The conference room door looked normal. But there was a difference. 2 guards with laser weapons stood at the entrance. Meng Qianqian stared at the guns for a long time, but Meng Yanxi pulled her to walk into the conference room.
"Don't think about it."
"You can't bring weapons like that inside," he said. It was as if he could read her mind. "Why can't this be sent to the ancient times? With this, even if I don't help Gu Xianji build the fortress, they could use these weapons to sweep across the entire continent," Meng Qianqian said greedily. "Just wait and see," he replied. The conference room was very large, with a big screen that looked like something from a movie. Everywhere was luxurious. "Brother-in-law, what kind of meeting are we having?" Meng Qianqian asked quietly, since she didn't see anyone else around and had waited a long time. Meng Yanxi looked at his watch and said, "It's starting now." The video conference was with many people. After a brief greeting, the meeting began. The assistant introduced the identities of those on the video. Meng Qianqian listened until she felt numb. They were all experts and scholars from different fields. And these people would serve her in the future. It sounded unbelievable. Meng Qianqian sat obediently, and Meng Yanxi told her that everyone in the video had signed a confidentiality agreement. To protect her, her identity was given the highest level of security. No matter who is in the video, each person is a top expert in their field. Meng Qianqian is a freshman, so she feels nervous when facing so many accomplished people. Especially one of them, who recently won a top international award and was honored not long ago. The professor, who looks gentle and wears glasses, said, "I have already organized the information about Gu Xuanji's identity." As he spoke, a file was sent over. The small screen in front of Meng Qianqian lit up. She saw the information the professor prepared. Gu Xuanji, the last crown prince of Daqing dynasty, was the second son of Emperor Qingyang, with Empress Xia Wendi as his mother. He was intelligent from a young age, at 3 years old. At the end, Meng Qianqian murmured, "He only lived to 18, then was executed by his father? But the Gu Xuanji I know is almost 20. This is what we are about to discuss," Meng Yanxi said in a serious voice. For some reason, Meng Qianqian felt that what they were about to do was very, very important. It was as if she was not just saving Gu Xuanji and the others, but the entire world.
How could that be?
Meng Qianqian immediately shook her head. Meng Yanxi looked up. The professor in the video, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, spoke. My surname is Wei, and my name is Zhewei. I used to work in the End Times group, studying the history of the apocalypse. Based on what we know, the world of the End Times group and the ancient world related to Comrade Meng Qianqian are actually the same world. That world is a parallel universe to ours. Over 2,000 years ago, our two worlds took different paths. Our world does not have the Daqing dynasty. After 400 years of war, we entered a prosperous era. But in that world, the Daqing dynasty struggled to survive, and after 400 years, it fell. That world experienced over 1,000 years of chaos. With technological progress, the continent was devastated. Until around 1,000 years ago, a leader named Xie, who was a mix of Xianbei and Daqing bloodlines, fought for dominance in the north and attacked the central plains. That ended the long chaos. Xie was a very capable leader. He led everyone to develop technology and save their homeland. Humans only recovered for about 100 years when a sudden red rain erupted. The apocalypse arrived. The end of the world lasted over 100 years, and fewer people survived. It wasn't until 20 years ago that Ms. Meng Xining was able to bring supplies to that world, giving more people hope to live. Hearing her mother's name, Meng Qianqian felt a little excited. Professor Wei Zhe continued, but this is just a small help. The situation in the end of the world is becoming more dangerous. The environment is getting worse, and human living space is shrinking. Recently, there was a tiny change in the harsh environment. The amount of substances in the air that cause plants to mutate decreased by 0.001%. This change is very small, but it is real and decreasing. We've been watching carefully these days, and those harmful substances are going down every day. At the same time, we discovered a secret. Professor Wei Zhe looked at Meng Qianqian. When Meng Qianqian saw his deep, wise eyes, her heart started to race. She suddenly understood her mission. Comrade Meng Qianqian can communicate with Gu Xuanji from over 2,000 years ago. The supplies she sends can bring change to the end of the world. Recently, the rice you sent has helped reduce those harmful substances a bit. Professor Wei Zhe cannot travel through time, but he can see images from the end of the world team. Their goal is to solve the problem of the world's collapse. That world is like a twin of ours. If that world collapses, there is a 50% chance that those substances will invade our world. Protecting the end of the world is also protecting our own. After speaking, Professor Wei Zhe played a video on the screen. It showed children living underground, so thin that only their eyes were visible, with their names and identities written next to them. Xia Hope, 8 years old. Meng Qianqian heard a familiar voice. Hope, it's your birthday. What gift do you want? That was her mother's voice. The child's eyes were full of curiosity. Sister, what does the sun look like? And the ocean? Is it really the same as in the videos? Is there a lot of mutated animals in such a big ocean? If we stand by the sea, will we be eaten by mutated animals? Meng Qianqian's eyes instantly turned red. She knew about the end of the world. She had watched movies and read books, but none of those were as shocking or as clear about the horror of the end of the world as this scene. She also understood where her mission lay. All the experts and scholars in the video stood up at the same time and bowed deeply to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian wanted to avoid them, but had nowhere to hide. She also bowed to them. She was lucky to have the ability to transport supplies to the ancient times. But these silent professors are the real protectors of the country and the world. Meng Qianqian was lost in thought for a long time. They didn't give her any demands or force her to do anything. They only told her the truth, but didn't interfere with her decisions. The higher-ups don't interfere with you, letting you control this yourself, because they worry that outside interference might affect the results, Meng Yanxi explained to her, sensing her confusion. Meng Qianqian suddenly understood. Then why don't we do an experiment? Because we can't bear the consequences, Meng Yanxi said seriously. Meng Qianqian looked at the negative emotions coming from Meng Yanxi and realized for the first time that her brother-in-law had been pretending in front of her. His sharp words protected her, but they also hid his true feelings. He was using his way to prevent her from talking to him too much. Her brother-in-law didn't want to say the real reason out loud, didn't want to interfere with her decisions, and didn't want to put her in danger. Meng Qianqian felt warm inside. She made a quick decision. Brother-in-law, my mom, grandpa, grandma, and many others are working hard to save the world from the apocalypse. I only need to deliver some supplies easily to improve the environment, to prevent the world from completely destroying itself and affecting our home. Why should I only care about myself? Meng Yanxi looked more serious. Right now, you're just delivering supplies, but in the future things can wait. For now, I am safe. I don't want to be a hero, I just want to be at peace with myself. Have you made up your mind? Meng Qianqian nodded. Yes, I want our family to reunite sooner. Then you need to work hard. Meng Yanxi's words had a hidden meaning. Meng Qianqian didn't catch it. She looked at her disinfected phone still in a sealed bag and suddenly remembered something. Brother-in-law, is it okay that I posted the rescue video on social media? She didn't say much at first, but when she did, Meng Yanxi frowned. Don't post anything for now. Hide your account as much as possible. Otherwise, it might attract some people's attention and draw outsiders' eyes here. Okay, I'll hide the videos right away. Meng Qianqian opened her phone, logged into the platform, and saw the number of followers, views, and private messages. She silently handed her phone to Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi, no need to hide everything, but don't post anything for now. Also, you need to move. What if the villagers come looking for me? I still have a tofu order. More importantly, the warehouse can't be moved. Seeing her so nervous, Meng Yanxi smiled and comforted her. I'm not telling you to really move, just pretend to move. What do you mean? Meng Qianqian looked confused.
Soon she understood the answer.
The place she currently lives can't even be found on the map. She discovered that her home's location was actually somewhere a bit farther away. There will be someone there, along with a special horse, living there, Meng Yanxi explained. This is to protect you. If you want to go out, you won't be restricted. You just need to stay isolated for a while before going out. But someone will follow you, so it's not completely free. That's the price of having this ability. Meng Qianqian frowned, looking unhappy. Qianqian, don't get involved. From now on, just be responsible for closing the door. The rest. Huh? What? Meng Qianqian didn't catch what Meng Yanxi said. She said worriedly, Little uncle, Meng Yichang is too sneaky, deceiving my mom behind her back. When she fakes her death, he'll take all my property. I can't swallow this. I can help you handle this, Meng Yanxi said, thinking she was upset about being restricted. But Meng Qianqian didn't care about that at all. She's actually a big homebody. As long as she has a computer, a phone, and internet, she can stay at home and play for a year without going out. Anger should be taken out by yourself, Meng Qianqian said. I'll probably have some trouble going out in the future, so please don't mind if I bother you. Seeing the optimistic and positive Meng Qianqian, Meng Yanxi couldn't help but smile. The more you cause trouble, the better. That way, they can go out too. Meng Qianqian was instantly stunned. Although this is a base, it is also a small village. The people here are all staff members. They either train if they are not on a mission or handle logistics. Meng Yanxi drops another bombshell. Meng Qianqian asks in surprise, is the village chief's family also involved? Are they acting with me? No. Does everyone in the village know the secret? Meng Qianqian gasps. Meng Yanxi smiles and nods. Many people in the special abilities team live here. The mountainside is the living area, and the other side is the base. It is also a research institute where some researchers and their families live. For example, Song Haiyang, who is in the special abilities team, has his father and brother and sister-in-law here. What about Bai Tieshing? His dog can go to the end of world and has special abilities, so he takes care of his dog here. His income mainly comes from his dog. Meng Qianqian never expected this answer. By the way, the relics you donated are worth 10 million merit points. 1 merit point equals 100 yuan. You can exchange merit points for money or use them directly to buy things. Just then, Meng Qianqian's ID card is handed over. Meng Yanxi gives her the ID card. Your ID card can be used like a phone. It can last about 100 years without charging. You can go online, play games, or even use it as a weapon. There are detailed instructions on it. You just need to verify your information to use it. Only you can use this ID card. Wow, so fancy. Meng Qianqian has never seen such advanced technology before and feels like a country bumpkin. She enters her information and sees a shopping mall inside, with all kinds of items. Zombie core? What's that? Meng Yanzi says, you can't trade that. Okay. Meng Qianqian notices the words concrete construction team, and her eyes light up. Little uncle. Meng Yanzi leads her to the rest area. For now, you will stay downstairs. The upstairs is being renovated to ensure your safety. Okay, no problem. Meng Qianqian follows him and hands over her ID card. I just want to ask, can I really buy and use this construction team? Of course. Meng Yanzi sincerely asked, can you do it? Meng Qianqian. All right, she can't. Then, may I get some related information? I wonder if I can apply for it. Maybe experts can help develop a small but powerful engineering vehicle that doesn't use gasoline, but other energy sources. Since the professor wants Gu Xuanji or someone to unify the world and change the chaos, I need to make sure they are all alive first. Of course, you can share your ideas and suggestions. We will try to meet your needs, Meng Yanzi said, pointing to her ID card. You can also contact customer service directly. They are available 24 hours a day and ready to help. When Meng Qianqian heard 24 hours, she wasn't surprised. But when she heard the last 4 words, she was a bit shocked and guessed, are they only here to serve me? In the ancient team, only you can contact the ancient people. This explanation seemed to say nothing, yet everything. In the past, she would have felt honored and wondered why she was so lucky. Now, she felt heavy-hearted, only thinking about improving Gu Xuanji and their situation. You can find all the information about that era inside. You can take your time to read it at home. If you have questions, you can ask customer service online. The professor doesn't have time to answer you, but their students and assistants will help clarify. Meng Yanzi explained calmly about the customer service functions. Meng Qianqian exclaimed, wow. Behind her was a huge think tank, a tech team. Meng Yanzi led Meng Qianqian to her residence. It was a spacious apartment, full of high-tech feel but also very cozy, decorated according to her preferences. She immediately liked her new home. If you need anything, call me or press this button. There will be dedicated staff to assist you, Meng Yanzi said, showing her around and explaining the room's features. Meng Qianqian nodded while feeling emotional. What time are you supposed to deliver the tofu to Gu Xuanji? Meng Yanzi asked. At 10 in the morning. Then I will come to pick you up at 9:30 tomorrow morning, Meng Yanzi said, letting her rest and then leaving. Meng Qianqian lay on an ergonomic sofa, took out her ID card, and tapped a button on the nearby screen. The large screen in front of her instantly lit up. She began to slowly review information about Gu Xuanji's era. The information was very vague. Much of it was only gradually added after Xie appeared. Because too much time had passed, Xie didn't know all the details. It was roughly that Gu Xuanji led people to escape to the grasslands, encountered a snowstorm, and many died. The survivors fled into the mountains. They gathered strength and slowly developed over generations until Xie's time, when they became strong. Xie's appearance ended over 1,000 years of war. If the war had ended earlier, could it have prevented the coming of the end times? This was a question that professors once guessed at, and after Meng Qianqian was able to communicate with the ancient past, it was confirmed. The next morning, as soon as Meng Qianqian got up, the smart robot in her room sensed it. It politely asked her, "It is now 7:20 a.m., Comrade Meng Qianqian. What would you like for breakfast? A glass of milk, a fried dough stick, and a Yiling-style beef bun. Okay, please wait a moment." Meng Qianqian had visited Yiling before. The local beef buns were truly delicious, mildly spicy, oily but not greasy, with an excellent flavor. During her stay, she went downstairs every morning to buy them. Later, back in City A, she never had the chance to taste them again. She couldn't forget that taste. Today, just mentioning it casually, she unexpectedly got to eat it again. She wasn't sure if it was exactly the same flavor. After about 10 minutes, Meng Qianqian finished washing up. When she returned to the living room, the doorbell rang. The robot said, "Comrade Meng Qianqian, your breakfast has been delivered. I'll go open the door." Meng Qianqian opened the door. Outside stood staff in protective suits, holding a tray with 5 beef buns. a local-style fried dough stick, and a hot glass of milk. Your breakfast. Meng Yanzi took the tray, smiled, and said, "Thank you. You're too kind." The staff turned and left. Meng Qianqian returned to her room to enjoy her breakfast. The Yiling-style beef bun was not very large, about the size of a fist for an adult. Meng Qianqian ate 3 buns in one go and still wanted more. She drank half a glass of milk and finished the remaining buns. As for the fried dough sticks, she couldn't eat any more and was hesitating about what to do with them when Meng Yanxi arrived. He saw the empty plates on the table and asked, "Did you finish the buns? How do they taste? Do they suit your appetite?" "They taste exactly like the buns I had in Yiling before." Meng Qianqian felt that she could have a beef bun like this every morning for the next month. "Little uncle, I can't eat any more of this," Meng Qianqian said, pushing the fried dough sticks away. Meng Yanxi picked them up and ate a few bites quickly. He ate fast but was very polite. "Try this outfit. You can wear it underneath in the future. Later, you need to go with me to the research room because some things require your personal testing," Meng Yanxi explained clearly. Meng Qianqian opened the box and found a set of clothes inside. She picked it up and felt that the fabric was very soft. When she touched it, she realized this outfit was completely different from any she had seen before. The style was ancient, a plain white inner garment. "Is this for me to sleep in?" Meng Qianqian asked. Meng Yanxi said seriously, "Right now, you can only send supplies to the ancient times. What if you suddenly go there yourself? So, this is a special outfit prepared just for you. It's bulletproof and has an automatic heating function. You only need to wear 1 layer, and even in temperatures below -40 degrees, you can stay warm for a month. Wow, this outfit is so amazing. Can you make a few more?" If such good gear was available to Gu Xuanji and others, it would greatly improve their chances of survival. Meng Yanxi shook his head regretfully. "This outfit is very expensive to make. It's only provided to people in the end-of-world situation and to you. Yours is different. It's a newly developed product. Others only have bulletproof features, without insulation." Meng Qianqian didn't dare ask how much it cost to produce. She followed Meng Yanxi to the research room. As soon as she entered, she was warmly welcomed. She looked like a doll, allowing others to attach various devices to her body. Her earrings were replaced with ones that could record videos and had a switch. The other earring was a mini computer, which could be used to look up information. If she really went to the ancient times and couldn't return quickly, all the necessary data was already stored in the computer. Just follow the instructions, and a digital screen will appear in front of you. It is said that the energy for the 2 earrings comes from a zombie core, using level 8 crystals, which will not run out of power for 100 years. One wrist is equipped with a very powerful short-range dart launcher. It's not a regular arrow but an improved version of the Rain Pear Blossom Needle. It can attack multiple enemies at once or target a single one, with options for anesthesia or poison. The other wrist has a wooden bracelet that functions as a small space of 10 cubic meters. This space holds supplies she needs, so even if she suddenly travels back to ancient times, she won't run out of food, clothes, or water. Inside, there are several sets of clothes, including outfits from the Daqing era for both men and women, as well as clothing from the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Goguryeo. Her preparations are very thoughtful. Her shoes are also special. They can fly. The energy still comes from zombie crystals, specifically 2 level 7 crystals. The necklace she wears looks like a simple decoration, but it's actually a small space. Inside are water, various seeds, basic living supplies, and tiny weapons like microbombs that can kill a group of enemies if thrown. This way, if she loses one space, she still has another to use. "Do I need to reinforce my teeth too?" she jokingly asked. Meng Qianqian was just making a joke. When she saw the others' reactions, she realized they didn't find it funny. One kind-looking, very beautiful female scientist smiled and said, "If you want, I can help you replace all your teeth." Meng Qianqian shook her head quickly, smiling politely. "No, thank you. Fake teeth are not very convenient to use." She doesn't want to accidentally pull out a tooth and up a group of enemies at a critical moment. The scene was too beautiful for her to watch. By the time they finished developing everything, it was already 9:30. Meng Yanxi took her back to the ground directly. The tofu shop owner arrived on time at 10 o'clock. He was riding a tricycle and waiting at the door. The total is $5 for the tofu. Thank you very much. Meng Qianqian drove out on her electric scooter, while Meng Yanxi carried the tofu onto the vehicle. Meng Qianqian paid the owner, who then left on his tricycle. She stood there, watching his back for a long moment. What are you looking at? Meng Yanxi asked her curiously. Meng Qianqian asked curiously, do they know where they are right now? Of course they do, and they've signed a confidentiality agreement. Living here is the same as normal people, just under control, Meng Yanxi replied without much explanation. He rode his electric scooter to the warehouse. At the warehouse entrance, 4 bodyguards were standing guard. 2 of them had been following Meng Qianqian since yesterday. This morning, during breakfast, the other 2 stood at the door to protect her safety. Nearby, some experts in protective suits held instruments, inspecting the warehouse. Meng Qianqian understood this was their job. She turned to look at Meng Yanxi, who nodded, and she opened the door. Anyone can put things inside. Meng Yanxi and the 4 bodyguards carried the tofu inside. You can close the door now. I've installed cameras here, she said, taking out her phone. She noticed Meng Yanxi was completely unfazed. Her home had long been infiltrated. Even her biological mother had taken action. Meng Yanxi closed the door, and the surveillance was very quiet. The expert said, no reaction at all. But if I touch the door, the things inside might disappear, Meng Qianqian added, waiting for the experts to prepare. The experts signaled with an okay gesture. She walked over, touched the warehouse door, and at that moment, all the instruments started working, and the magnetic field around them changed dramatically. She opened the door, and sure enough, the inside was empty. Meng Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed and said, I think this door is a bit biased. It favors ancient people. Anything I put inside is automatically considered to belong to Gu Xuanji. It just forces things through without considering my feelings. The experts chuckled kindly after hearing this. They had gathered data and needed to go back and study it. They all said goodbye to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian then followed Meng Yanxi back to her residence downstairs. These days you need to do some scientific physical training. Once you reach the ancient times, if you can't protect yourself, it will be troublesome. We need to prepare in advance because you are different from others. The end of world group isn't just one person. Although dangerous, everyone has self-protection skills. But in ancient times, you'll be alone, with no one to trust, and you'll have to rely on yourself. They couldn't guarantee or trust that Gu Xuanji would stand on Meng Qianqian's side. Meng Qianqian knew the country was doing this for her safety. She obediently followed her brother-in-law to training. The combat teachers were both men and women, all very professional, and there was even a teacher who specialized in teaching charm tactics. However, the class was led by a man. Only men understand men best. You look very beautiful, and if you ever find yourself in danger, you should learn to use your strengths. First, save your own life, then seek power and status. Only when you are strong enough can you protect others. Meng Qianqian listened carefully and practiced diligently. She even recorded videos to watch and practice repeatedly at home. 3 days passed like this. Then, Song Qiaoyi called. Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Yanxi, who nodded to signal her to answer the phone. Hello, Qiaoyi. The goods have been shipped and should arrive around this morning. I happen to have some free time these days, so I thought I'd come visit your home. Do you welcome that? Song Qiaoyi asked with a smile. Meng Qianqian pretended to be upset. Qiaoyi, are you asking for a fight? Listen to what you're saying. Do I welcome you? I don't welcome you, so do I have to welcome others? Ha ha ha. Then see you this afternoon? I'll go to the airport soon and take a car straight over. Then I'll go to the airport to pick you up. Meng Qianqian hung up and looked back at Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi said seriously, don't worry. Someone will disguise themselves as a driver and follow you. The supplies she sent over can't be delivered directly. We will carefully check, disinfect everything, and only then deliver it. But I didn't disinfect the stuff I had before. After saying this, Meng Qianqian felt like a fool. She lived in a base, where everything was naturally disinfected. When she bought things at the wholesale market, the items there were also disinfected before being loaded onto her vehicle. Even online shopping items were likely processed twice before delivery. Only Song Qiao's batch of goods was different. So, her brother-in-law stepped in. The seeds planted in the greenhouse have all sprouted. Xiao Qiao was so excited he gestured wildly. Gu Xuanji was overjoyed and stood up, asking, "Really? Your Highness, you'll see for yourself when you go." Xiao Qiao's face was full of wrinkles, all squeezed together from smiling. Gu Xuanji hurried to the greenhouse. The temperature inside the greenhouse was very high. After entering, Gu Xuanji took off his down jacket at the door and walked inside. On the land where wheat was planted, you could see the wheat sprouting. It looked fragile, but full of life. These young shoots are everyone's hope. Just sprouting is good. Gu Xuanji felt very excited, and his joy quickly grew inside him. He had thought many times whether his choice was right. Now he was very sure that his decision was correct. This path is the right one. Xiao Qiao asked carefully, "Your Highness, should we tell the goddess about this?" "I will tell the goddess about this matter." Gu Xuanji remembered that the goddess had not been able to contact him recently, and he frowned. He wondered what she was up to. Worried, he returned to the tent, picked up a book, and kept reading. Suddenly, a letter appeared in front of him. Seeing the content of the letter, Gu Xuanji breathed a big sigh of relief. "Gu Xuanji, I am going to get some winter clothes for you, so you can get through the whole winter. I will be away for a while, from 3 to 7 days.
Don't worry about me.
If you need anything, contact me as soon as possible." Gu Xuanji wrote on a note. "The seeds have sprouted. Everything is fine. No worries." Just as he finished passing the note, he looked up and saw Xie Qinghe rushing in from outside, looking very serious, walking quickly over. "Cousin, an elder in the clan said it might snow today. This heavy snow is rare in 100 years and could last a long time. Our firewood isn't enough for winter, and many of our cattle and sheep might freeze to death." Just then, someone outside called out, "It's so cold." "Why is it so cold today? It looks like the temperature is dropping." As soon as they said that, someone exclaimed, "It's snowing." "The snow is really heavy," Xie Qinghe asked anxiously. "Cousin, should we let people stay in the greenhouse to stay warm?" "No," Gu Xuanji said firmly. "Immediately notify the second grandpa and tell them to block all the vents of the greenhouse now. The cold wave is coming, and these seeds must not be harmed. I will think of other ways." Xie Qinghe understood the urgency and importance of the situation. He left the tent quickly and ran toward the greenhouse. Gu Xuanji picked up his pen and slowly wrote on the paper, "Mr. Meng, a sudden heavy snowstorm has occurred. We are afraid we cannot survive this cold snap." Large characters appeared on the paper. Gu Xuanji sent the letter over, feeling very nervous. He didn't know how long she had been gone, or if she could come back in time. If she could come back, whether she could help them find more warm clothes and firewood. Meng Qianqian touched the crystal-like pendant on her chest. She knew it was actually a pendant made from the core of a space zombie. The necklace was made of special material, uncuttable and unburnable. Once worn, it couldn't be taken off. To remove it, special methods from the laboratory were needed. To ensure her absolute safety, the country had invested far more than 100 million. Meng Qianqian felt heavy-hearted. "Don't worry. The setup here is a perfect replica of home. Everything is the same." Meng Yanxi saw her nervousness and comforted her. Meng Qianqian was just a little worried. "I'm not worried about that. These days, I haven't contacted Gu Xuanji, and I don't know if something's wrong on his side. I just feel an inexplicable unease. Even if something happens, it's not just you. We are here, and the whole country is behind you. What are you afraid of?" Meng Yanxi handed her a key. "I can't go back with you, and I can't meet Song Qiao. But I will stay close by. If anything happens, contact me immediately, and I will come quickly." Meng Qianqian took the key and nodded. "Okay." At the airport, Meng Yanxi got into another modified car. Meng Qianqian got out and walked inside, but as soon as she entered, her phone rang. It was the special alert tone she set for monitoring. Could Gu Xuanji and the others really be in trouble? Meng Qianqian took out her phone, opened the app, and after 2 seconds, she saw a piece of paper appear on the ground. The writing was large and very clear. As if afraid the writing was too small and unclear, she couldn't see it normally. The cold wave has arrived, with sudden heavy snowstorms. It may last more than half a month. How could Meng Qianqian not understand the cold wave? She remembered a few years ago when their hometown was covered with snow for half a month, with snow depths reaching several meters. Almost overnight, the snow on the roads was less than knee-deep. And this was after global warming, which had reduced snowfall. What about 2,000 years ago in ancient times? A whole night and day of heavy snow, at least half a meter deep. Meng Qianqian can't imagine what it would be like to endure half a month of this. Their cotton clothes and pants haven't arrived yet. They are living in a tent with no heating equipment and not enough firewood. This snowstorm might cost them their lives. Meng Qianqian has already seen Song Qiao's figure, along with a handsome young man with very fair skin and deep features. She doesn't have time to think further. She waves at Song Qiao, ignoring everything else, and turns to run outside. She quickly calls Gu Xuanji. Little brother-in-law, something's happened. A cold wave has hit Gu Xuanji's side. There's a heavy snowstorm now, and it's expected to last for about 2 weeks. If we don't send supplies soon, everyone here won't survive the winter. Meng Yanzi immediately realizes how serious the problem is. I'm at the door, I'll take you back. Don't worry, everything is still okay. Meng Yanzi sits in the car, watching Meng Qianqian run out of the airport. He immediately opens the door, reaches out, and gently pulls her wrist to help her into the car. He then closes the door and says in a serious tone, "Drive." The driver is well-trained and highly skilled, better than professional drivers. Meng Qianqian fastens her seatbelt, about to speak to Meng Yanzi, when her phone rings. She looks at the number on the screen, hesitates for a moment, then answers. "Hello, Qiao. Sorry, I might not be able to keep you company these days. Find a hotel to stay in first. Stay here a few more days, and I'll cover all the expenses. Something urgent came up on my side. I really can't leave." "Sorry," Song Qiao, who chased out of the airport, holds her phone and runs after her, but sees no sign of Meng Qianqian. Her face darkens slightly. She exchanges a glance with the man beside her, then immediately takes out her phone to call Meng Qianqian. The call connects, and she hears Meng Qianqian's voice, causing her heart to sink again. "All right, I'll stay at a hotel for a few days. You focus on your work. Your matters are more important." Song Qiao smiles, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. After hanging up, the man beside her asks in a serious tone, "She didn't see us? Could it be that she found out about your identity?" "No way. I know her well. If she really didn't want to see me, she wouldn't have appeared at the airport. There must be something going on, which is why she left without hesitation. This person has a special relationship with her. Her mother has passed away, her grandparents are gone, and only her little brother-in-law remains." Song Qiao tightly held the phone and said softly after a long pause, "Let's go to the hotel first. If Meng Qianqian needs these supplies just to help the remote mountain areas, then our trip was pointless. Do you think she might be trying to deceive us? Otherwise, why?" Before the man could finish speaking, Song Qiao coldly interrupted him. She looked at him angrily and warned, "Gabriel, she is my best friend. I have never doubted our relationship. Even if she needs those things just to support the remote areas, what's wrong with that? That's her kindness. Not what you think, that she's deliberately trying to deceive me." Song Qiao flagged down a car, got in, and completely ignored the man's reaction, leaving immediately. Gabriel stood there speechless. Women can be so temperamental. Why can't he just say she's her close friend? Besides, he was only guessing. He didn't truly believe that. It's wise to be cautious. His suspicion isn't wrong, is it? Luckily, he didn't say these things out loud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be left standing there. He'd probably get slapped twice, kicked, and then thrown aside. Meanwhile, Meng Qianqian learned that Song Qiao would be staying here for a few days, so she immediately focused all her attention on Gu Xianji. She shared all the information she knew with Meng Yanzi. They probably have about 1,000 people, mostly men. Very few women and children. Not many elderly either. They mostly died on the way into exile or while fleeing. They live in tents and the small Mongolian yurts I dismantled last time. They have no firewood. They use cow dung and similar materials to make fires and cook. Also, they have many cattle and sheep, at least 500 horses. Meng Qianqian thought carefully and realized she didn't know much more about Gu Xianji and his group, just these details. That's all I know. Meng Yanci nodded slightly. The supplies sent by Song Qiao have arrived at the ranch. They are being disinfected there. If everything goes well, I will arrive 4 hours later. If there are any problems, we've already prepared additional supplies, ready to be transported at any time. What about firewood? Little uncle, we can't send coal. I didn't even give them a lighter. As for plastic items, I told Gu Xianji to return them immediately after use. This was just her instinctive action, but unexpectedly, it protected that world. Now that she knows that world is heading toward destruction, she must also prevent any sources of pollution from remaining there. I need a stove here, preferably the kind from the south that can be used for cooking and making fire. It can also be used directly for heating. Meng Qianqian unconsciously controls the pace as she asks Meng Yanci for supplies. Meng Yanci smiles happily, pleased with her growth. He lists the details on his ID card and shows it to Meng Qianqian. She carefully looks at it and then gives a thumbs up to Meng Yanci. Little uncle, you're great. These will deduct your merit points, Meng Yanci reminds her. Meng Qianqian nods casually. That's fine, deduct whatever. When she donated the relics originally, she felt pain for a long time. Those items couldn't be sold, and turning them into gold made them worthless. Now, converting them into so many merit points, she feels like she made a big profit. She can exchange her merit points for many things, including a construction team and the most advanced technology. Not just the most advanced technology, but technology specifically designed for Gu Xuanji and others. Although 10 million merit points, when exchanged for cash, is a billion, its purchasing power is equivalent to a large unity note from the 1970s. If Meng Qianqian used money outside to buy materials and build the Black Fortress, it might cost around 30 billion. Many technologies would still be insufficient. But here, she only needs 1 million contribution points to buy all the materials. Meng Qianqian has decided to build a large Black Fortress, built on the mountains to take advantage of the terrain and improve its defenses. She uses her ID card to place orders for high-tech, cold-resistant cameras and drones. They are easy to operate with high pixels, suitable for filming. Meng Qianqian knows exactly what she has bought, and she doesn't plan to hide it. She gets out of the vehicle and sees several cars parked at the ranch, loaded with supplies. She runs toward the warehouse. After more than 2 hours, she isn't sure how things are going on the other side. She hopes everything is fine. Meng Qianqian places the note she wrote on the car into the warehouse and closes the door. Within a minute, she hears a notification sound. Without even looking at her phone, she reaches out and opens the warehouse door, where a note appears. The familiar handwriting read, "I am ready." Meng Qianqian opened all the doors of the warehouse. She gestured to Meng Yanci and said, "Little uncle, bring all the supplies here." The vehicle drove in and unloaded immediately. Meng Qianqian noticed that all the clothes were packed in burlap sacks, with sizes and gender labels clearly written on them. Scarves and hats were also neatly labeled. She couldn't believe how quickly they managed to disinfect the clothes, transport them, and organize everything so carefully. This was something she couldn't do alone. All supplies were sorted and neatly arranged. Clothes, gloves, scarves, hats, masks, and shoes were all carefully placed. Gu Xuanji, keep going. You can do it. After speaking, she closed the door. Snow was falling heavily from the sky. Gu Xuanji, dressed in a black down jacket and matching snow boots, stood in the open space, quietly waiting and watching the empty ground before him. Everyone hiding inside the tents was standing at the tent entrance, quietly watching Gu Xuanji. They were freezing, their toes numb, but they refused to go inside. They prayed sincerely to the goddess. They knew they couldn't rely on the prince alone. They had to work together and pray as one. Elder Lady Xie was the first to kneel on the ground. The women of the Xie family followed her. The two young women of the Xie family also wanted to kneel, but elder lady Xie stopped them. She kindly said, "You girls go back. If you catch a cold and get sick, it won't be good for your future children." Then she told Madame Zheng, "Let the other young women go inside, leaving only us old folks." "The goddess won't blame you." Madame Zheng ordered everyone to return to the tents, including the young women of the Xie family and their children. Everyone else knelt on the ground, praying earnestly. They begged the goddess to save them and help them survive this harsh winter. The temperature dropped sharply. Before the snow started falling, Xie Wangchao ordered people to lay down all the quilts. Gu Xuanji's instructions followed quickly. He learned that the cold snap would last a long time, so he immediately had the vents blocked. He stayed inside the big tent, not going anywhere. Nothing was more important than these seeds. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Gu Xianji stood still, his black down jacket covered in snowflakes, and his shoes buried in the snow. The others kneeling on the ground were also covered in snow. They all maintained their kneeling posture. "Oh, great and kind deity, please look upon your people. They are about to freeze to death in this cold winter." Tears had not yet fallen, but were frozen at the corners of their eyes. They kept praying sincerely in their hearts. Gu Xianji blinked gently, saw the supplies in front of him, and suppressed his excitement as he ordered in a deep voice, "Jia Wu, distribute the supplies. Everyone listen up. Return to your tents and wait." The people kneeling on the ground looked up numbly at the supplies piled in the square, their eyes filled with shock and tears of hope. The goddess had not abandoned them. Even though they had not made offerings, she still sent them so many things. They did not look curiously at the supplies but followed Gu Xianji's orders and returned to their tents. The tents were not warm either. Inside, it was still very cold. They huddled together to keep warm. Listening to the voices outside, their eyes shone with hope. The last snowstorm didn't last long, and they survived it. This storm was the same. They would definitely get through it. "Sanling, take the clothes for Grandma and Auntie first." Gu Xianji immediately saw the clothes bought specifically for his aunt and grandmother. He knew that Meng Qianqian had deliberately placed them on top. "I'll go now." Xie Qinghe picked up the package and ran toward Lady Xie's tent. "Grandma, mother, second aunt, this is the clothes the prince asked the goddess to buy for you." Lady Xie had just been outside in the cold, and Madame Zheng was the same. They were helped into the tent by some younger family members, sitting inside with their legs still numb. When Lady Xie saw Xie Qinghe carrying a large package, she was stunned. "Why did you bring these to us first?" Lady Xie immediately thought of Gu Xianji. "You should give them to others first, so the soldiers won't lose heart from the cold." Xie Qinghe's eyes reddened as he smiled and said, "My cousin knows what to do. This package was specifically meant for you, as the goddess instructed, and was requested by the prince earlier." Today, the same time as others, their cotton clothes were delivered. When Madame Xie heard this, she finally accepted them. Xie Qinghe put down the package, helped open it, and then went out to assist. Her older sisters and younger sisters were all grown up, and their clothes were still inside that large package. Those clothes were not something he could touch. Even after leaving the Duke Zheng's residence, on this vast grassland, Xie Qinghe remained the gentle and polite third young master Xie. Jia Wu and his men carried notebooks, responsible for distributing supplies, while others followed the arrangements. First, they distributed clothes, shoes, socks, and hats. Jia Wu's team changed into their new clothes first. They wore dark blue cotton padded jackets and pants, thick cotton shoes, and scarves around their necks. Pulling the scarves up could cover their cheeks. When wearing hats, they adjusted their high hair buns before putting the hats on. This way, the hats covered their foreheads and protected their ears, keeping them warm. When the wind blew, maple leaves wouldn't get into their collars. And they also had thick cotton gloves. Wearing them felt a bit awkward, but their fingers wouldn't freeze, and moving their hands was still possible. The areas prone to frostbite itched when cold. But no one felt annoyed. Instead, they felt very happy. This was the feeling of warmth. It was happiness. Everyone was full of energy. Everyone had cotton-padded jackets and pants, including Gu Xuanji. They had autumn clothes, underwear, socks, 2 sets each for easy changing. They also had gloves, scarves, hats, one of each per person. Everyone who received the supplies was very happy. They received new clothes but felt their clothes were dirty, so they hesitated to change. Instead, they happily hugged their new clothes. Jia Wu and his team were still busy distributing items. Gu Xuanji went to an open space nearby and waited quietly. He placed the voice recorder near his ear, listening carefully to the explanation about the stove. That gentle voice seemed to dispel the cold around him. Xie Qinghe ran over with a Lei Feng hat and handed a new one to Gu Xuanji. "Cousin, here, wear this hat too. It's really warm, but it's not very friendly to hair." I saw Jia Yi and the others secretly let their hair down before putting on the hats. Without tying their hair up, the hats fit better. Gu Xuanji took the Lei Feng hat and asked, "Has everyone received theirs?" "Yes, there are more," Xie Qinghe said excitedly. Everyone is reluctant to wear their clothes because some are secretly rubbing their bodies in the snow, trying to wash themselves clean before putting on new clothes. Gu Xuanji frowned slightly. "Let everyone return to the tent and wait. The goddess will bestow divine objects, and we can use hot water to wash. The goddess will give us divine objects, so we can have hot water." Divine objects from the goddess. In all the tents, there were cheers of surprise. Those who were eager to put on their clothes and warm up carefully set their clothes aside and waited patiently. On the open ground covered with heavy snow, rows of stoves appeared out of nowhere. They didn't recognize what those were. They looked at the objects with curiosity. Gu Xuanji lifted his stiff, frozen leg and walked over, picking up the top instruction manual. After reading it, he handed it to Jia Wu. "One in each tent." "Understood," Jia Wu replied. Jia Wu was the fastest at reading and recognizing characters. He had to be quick. He was responsible for logistics, and if he learned slower than others, he would eventually be replaced. He knew many characters, which made a difference. As long as he looked at the instructions, he could tell others how to set up the objects. For characters he didn't recognize, it was even easier. He always carried a dictionary in his pocket. He just looked up the words. When he wasn't busy, Jia Wu silently memorized the dictionary. He didn't need to understand the meanings immediately. First, he needed to recognize the characters. "This thing is called a stove. This is a chimney. It can be used for cooking or for warming ourselves," Jia Wu said, using a coal hook to open the stove. "You can boil water here or cook food." Everyone else, despite having no tools, looked delighted. "Send a few people from each tent to take the items back." Jia Wu finished speaking, and the people inside the tents rushed out. A few men quickly carried the stoves away. As soon as the stoves were taken, hundreds of thermos bottles and a few shiny, silver water jugs appeared on the ground. Everyone's mood lightened, no longer feeling so oppressed. Instead, they looked curiously at the empty space, wondering what else the goddess might send next. Gu Xuanji picked up the voice recorder, turned back to the tent, and pressed the play button. "This time, we received thermos bottles and water jugs. A kettle is used to boil water, and a thermos can hold hot water. When using a thermos, you need to be careful. If the water inside is very cold, do not pour boiling water into it, as it might break. First, fill the thermos with warm water to raise its temperature, then add boiling water. Boiling water is for drinking. Drinking hot, boiled water is good for health and can help prevent illnesses. Later, I will deliver firewood to you. Also, I want to ask for your opinion. You know about the heated brick bed, right? Without it, your winter will be very hard. Now that you have a stove, it's like having a cooking fire. Would you like to build a heated brick bed? It will keep you warm when you sleep and prevent the cold. If you want to build one, I will prepare the materials and deliver them to you. You can assemble it yourself. Please reply to me as soon as possible. The stove is very well made. It can last for decades without any problems." Meng Qianqian saw the stoves being delivered, along with the thermoses and water bottles. Then she looked at the firewood. The firewood is mostly cow dung and some wood slabs. There is also a lot of bark. They don't have enough firewood, but I will supply plenty. Meng Qianqian stood at the warehouse door, not leaving. She didn't look at her phone, but her hands kept holding it, as if she would open the door immediately if it rang. The materials for the heated brick bed are ready, and the video showing how to make it has been uploaded. As soon as he opens it, he can watch it repeatedly. There's no problem with him knowing how to use it. Meng Yanxi brought over a tablet and handed it to Meng Qianqian. She took the tablet, watched it herself first, and confirmed that even someone inexperienced like her could learn how to build the bed. Only then did she put the tablet away. Brother-in-law, is this heated brick bed different from the traditional one in our hometown? You can tell that? Meng Yanxi was surprised. Meng Qianqian said, first, the height is different. Yes, it's different. The height and internal design have been improved, Meng Yanxi explained. First, the yurts are round, some big, some small. Regardless of size, their height isn't very tall. Meng Qianqian nodded and said, it's not as tall as ours, but it's much shorter. It makes it easier for them to move around, Meng Yanxi said. If there's enough time, we can also prepare underfloor heating in advance. The entire ground was warm, just covered with some bedding, making it safe to sleep there. It's my fault. I should have thought of this earlier, Meng Qianqian said with a frown. You haven't stayed in a yurt before, so you wouldn't know how they keep warm. Actually, having a stove can help survive the winter, but the temperature there can drop below 40 or even 50 degrees Celsius. That's why a fire stove must be built. Meng Qianqian also knew that building a fire stove was necessary, but she wasn't sure if Gu Xuanji and the others could keep going. I hope he answers me soon. Just as Meng Qianqian finished muttering, her phone rang. She didn't even look at it and directly opened the storage room door. A voice recorder was on the ground. She walked over, picked up the recorder, and heard Gu Xuanji's deep, charming voice. That will be a trouble for Mr.
Meng. What's so troublesome about that?
Did Gu Xuanji forget? He also paid for this. Meng Qianqian placed her tablet on the ground and spoke to the recorder. Inside is a detailed explanation of how to build the fire stove. Take a good look. It takes 2 or 3 days to finish building the stove before you can sleep. During this time, you need to keep the fire burning. The stove's fire can be used for heating. So, just hold on for a few days. Once you get through this, it will be fine. The supplies will be delivered directly into the tent. When you go inside, give me a signal, big or small. After speaking, Meng Qianqian put down the recorder, then set down her tablet and the open video recorder before coming out. Little uncle, get ready. Meng Yanxi made an okay sign with his hand. Everything was prepared. Gu Xuanji first went into the tent for discussions. He wrote on a note, the largest tent. The note was passed over, and Gu Xuanji stood at the entrance, waiting quietly. Soon, some finished, sun-dried mud bricks were neatly arranged in front of him. He called his men, arranged 20 people to build the fire stove. Then assign 1 person in each tent to oversee. Make sure all the stoves are built. In 3 days, everyone will be able to sleep on warm stoves. No matter how heavy the snow, no one will freeze to death. Gu Xuanji's tone was calm, but very inspiring. Too many people had died in the winter. Many had died on the escape route. They are used to death, and have seen it so often. When they learned that they wouldn't have to die in winter, everyone's eyes turned red with emotion. The chosen people stay behind to learn. They have little time to learn, only this one chance. If they can't learn, they must leave. Gu Xuanji walks into the next tent, writes a note, and sends it. He waits for the clay bricks to be delivered. One tent after another, all the tents are neatly filled with clay bricks. He returns to the meeting tent, where the calm beds are already set up. Gu Xuanji picks up the camera and starts filming, following Meng Qianqian's instructions. He tries to be as careful as possible before sending the footage to Meng Qianqian.